This young man, following a message from someone claiming to be his future self 10 years from now, went in search of something called Primordial Yang, climbing for several hours up a mountain, nearly losing his breath. After a while of gasping for air, Chen An realized he'd been tricked, but coincidentally the moon was particularly beautiful that night. As the minister of the Tribal Affairs Department, he decided to stop and admire the moon for a moment. However, he could barely enjoy the view before hearing the sound of police sirens. Around 3 or 4 police cars stopped here, all armed officers with a white-haired woman leading the group. She split the personnel into 2 teams. One team was tasked with blocking the area, not allowing anyone to enter Tianling Mountain, while the other would follow her up the mountain to investigate. Seeing such a well-equipped police force, Shen began to feel afraid. Could they really have appeared because of the Primordial Yang being released? Thinking this, he immediately turned and ran. Chen and headed north and eventually found the lake, though it looked more like a puddle than a proper lake. From the center of the water, a strange fragrance truly emanated. Chen took out his phone and sent a message to Zhu Zhu. What exactly is the expansion of Primordial Yang? And also, if you really are me, are you still alive or already dead? The reply came, Primordial Yang is something very important for humanity's cultivation after the world underwent 18 days of transformation. It's equivalent to the spiritual energy in legends. As for the question of life or death, that person passed away long ago. They were betrayed during Ascension, their soul trapped in the void, which is why they were able to send a message to you 10 years ago. Message received here, this person seems to be in a hurry. My energy is running low. Remember what I'm about to say. This release of Primordial Yang is the first omen of the 18 days when the world will change. After you absorb the Primordial Yang tonight, I will contact you again. Remember to seize this opportunity. The more Chen had read the message, the more confused he became. He still doubted whether he was being tricked. However, after putting down his phone and looking up, he saw that the small puddle from earlier had now turned into a massive lake. Such a terrifying phenomenon couldn't be explained by science. Chen decided to leave it to fate and sat down to begin absorbing the Primordial Yang. During the absorption, many of Chen's talents were activated, including the Devour talent at level B, the Space talent at level S, and the Hidden Future Connection talent at level S. But not long after he began cultivating, a voice suddenly startled him. Who are you? Why are you here? It turned out that some armed police officers had discovered Chen An. He was so frightened that he immediately fell off the rock ledge. The police officers were also shocked and quickly jumped into the lake to try and save Chen An. However, at that very moment, his Devour talent was triggered. The calm surface of the lake suddenly turned into a whirlpool, instantly swallowing several of the police officers. As a result, Chen An's talent value increased by 1,000 points. After the water had drained away, he lay in the middle of the desolate wasteland, unconscious. In his delirium, Chen An found himself standing in a strange space, surrounded by a blindingly white expanse. The only thing that existed was a lake identical to the one he had just seen on Mount Tianling. Chen An sat down, and for some inexplicable reason, he scooped up a handful of water and drank it. As a result, a virtual window appeared in front of him, displaying a message, Innate talent value plus 10. Chen An muttered under his breath, Did I just get a black in? Could it be that I'm the protagonist chosen by heaven in some legend? At this point, Chen An couldn't think of much else. He began splashing handfuls of water onto his face one after another. Meanwhile, his innate talent value kept rising rapidly, and Chen An couldn't help but enjoy this new, exciting sensation. Having lived 20 years of being bullied, he was finally in possession of the heavenly secret, becoming the protagonist at last. However, that simulated window kept reminding him to add points to his innate talent value, but he had absolutely no idea what the value of innate talent actually was. Chen An tried touching the virtual window, which triggered another window that displayed all the current information about him, including the 3 innate talents he had just unlocked. Along with that, he currently had 15,000 points of innate talent value available to use. What really caught Chen An's attention was the hidden innate talent that connected to the future. He wondered if this talent could help him make contact with a person who claimed to be himself 10 years from now. But the problem was that Chen An didn't know how to use it, so he decided to set it aside and first try to figure out how to use that innate ability. However, as soon as he touched the innate ability section, the space around him suddenly shook violently. Chen An felt his head throb with pain and then gradually began to regain consciousness in the real world. Standing before him now was the short-haired female police officer who led the police team. As soon as she saw Chen An wake up, she immediately began questioning him loudly. Who are you? What are you doing here? We've already sealed off Tianling Mountain. How did you manage to get in? While asking, the female officer aggressively grabbed Chen An by the neck. Flustered, he pointed toward his backpack, lying a distance away. "Officer, please let me explain. I was just out on a camping trip." She shot him a glance as though seeing right through his flimsy excuse. This person knows Chen An is lying. "Better explain yourself honestly, or I won't let you go. I really came here to camp. I accidentally fell into the lake just now. I can't swim, and it was your people who saved me." As he spoke, Chen An waved his hands around in a rather panicked manner. The girl frowned after hearing this. "You just said it was a lake. Really? A big lake like that over there? If you don't believe me, take a look for yourself." Chen An pointed towards the north, but by this time he realized that the lake had disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Fearing that the other party might think he was lying, Chen An desperately tried to explain that there had been a lake here earlier, emitting a pleasant fragrance. "The lake has disappeared? I'm not lying," Chen An hurriedly explained. The girl just shrugged and said, "Nonsense." Then she immediately ordered her people to take Chen An back. He was escorted onto a vehicle sitting next to the female officer. She began interrogating him, making Chen An extremely nervous. "So who are you? Why are you here?" she asked. He dared not hide anything, so he clearly stated his school information and also mentioned that he had just been expelled. "And the reason?" she asked again. Chen An only replied that he was too poor to pay the tuition fees, but he didn't mention that he had been kicked out of the school for beating up the principal's grandson. "You couldn't pay the tuition, but you still have money to come here for a trip?" the other party asked skeptically. "I came here to clear my mind. Anyway, I can't go to school anymore," Chen An replied. At that moment, the girl began rummaging through his backpack. Inside, it was filled with camping gear. Chen An let out a quiet sigh of relief. He had already anticipated that things wouldn't go smoothly, so he hadn't brought anything with him to prove his identity. But the other party's ears were sharper than a dog's. Even the slightest sigh from Chen An caught her attention. The woman immediately drew a gun and pointed at Chen An's head, demanding that he reveal his true purpose for being there. Under the barrel of the gun, Chen was so terrified that he nearly wet himself. "Beautiful sister, please don't act rashly. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. I advise you not to try anything foolish. People like me don't have to follow the rules." As she spoke, she pointed to the badge pinned to her hat. Chen An snapped to attention, noticing the two characters L engraved on it. "That's not right. This hat's insignia doesn't belong to the armed police. So who exactly is this woman?" With this thought, Chen An somehow found the courage to turn the tables and ask her, "If you want me to tell the truth, then you should also reveal who you are." The woman laughed. "You got some guts. Questioning you back, but I advise you to understand the situation. Right now, it's you with a gun aimed at you, not me." Her words were certainly not wrong. After going through countless hardships, Chen An finally made it back home with a business card from the woman in his hand. It didn't have any contact details, just 3 words: Bai Wai Wai. Thinking back to earlier when Bai Wai Wang had forced him, her demeanor had indeed been terrifying. Chen An shuddered just recalling it. He decided to go out for a while to clear his mind, hoping to stop thinking about it. Chen arrived at the King Yun Internet Cafe, originally planning to play a few rounds of games, but he was distracted by breaking news. Today, it seemed like many strange things were happening. First, the Dayuan volcano erupted in a magnificent display, accompanied by pictures from the scene. Next, there was a mysterious incident in the northern city, where someone fell from a great height without leaving a trace. It seemed that it wasn't only the Tianling Mountain that was experiencing unusual phenomena, just as the account of Zhu Zhu had warned. Chen An thought back to those messages, where the person who claimed to be him from 10 years in the future had said that the Earth would undergo strange changes within 18 days. During those 18 days, many bizarre events would occur. Today was just the first day, and already there had been several unusual occurrences. If what that person had said was true, it was even more concerning. Although he had successfully absorbed the Primordial Yang during his first attempt, no one could guarantee that he would be able to continue resisting it in the future. Moreover, Chen An still didn't fully understand what changes the Primordial Yang would bring to him. Feeling a headache from all the thoughts, he decided to set the issue aside and find a place to stay for the next few days. Chen An picked up his phone and noticed that Sun Ming had sent him a message. He had also sent a few earlier, mostly keeping Chen An updated with the latest news, including notifying him about the recent earthquake at his location. The most recent message asked if Chen was alright, probably out of concern that he might have been caught up in some of the strange events happening recently. "I'm still fine, Sun Ming, but I might have to stay at your place for a few days in the coming days." Chen An said this because earlier, when Bai Wai Wai had managed to get him to talk, he had revealed his address. Now that his information was exposed, staying at his old house was no longer safe. At this point, Chen An began searching the internet again, but he still couldn't find any useful information. Bai Wai Wai appeared to be a heavily armed officer at first glance, but in reality, she wasn't. There was no information on her business card either. Could she be a member of some special department? Speaking of which, when Chen An was forced by them earlier, he had been in great distress, even being pressured to reveal all of his personal information. But what he didn't expect was that, even now, Bai YY and her group had managed to hack into the internet cafe's cameras and were still closely monitoring him. Even the fact that Chen An had been searching for information and hadn't found anything was under their watch. Bai YY had originally planned to cut off Chen An's internet connection to prevent him from continuing to search for information on recent special events. However, she didn't want to alert him just yet. She intended to keep watching quietly in order to find out who was behind the person advising Chen An. A little while later, Sunming arrived at the internet cafe to pick him up. On the way back, he kept grumbling about how he hadn't even had the chance to invite his girlfriend over to the new place yet, and now he had to take Chen and there for a while. Chen An simply made up an excuse, saying that after the earthquake tremors, his house was no longer safe, so he needed to crash at Sunming's place for a while. After entering Sunming's apartment, the young man couldn't stop marveling in astonishment. The room was spacious and luxurious to the point of exceeding Chen An's imagination. He had known for a long time that his friend had money, but he never expected Sunming to be a second-generation rich. "Don't make a mess in my house, and hurry up and find a job," Sunming said, tossing Chen An a bottle of Coca-Cola. "Got it, young master. Thank you." After returning to his room, Chen An turned on his device and opened the system. He had absorbed countless innate abilities before, but he still didn't know how to use them. Now, it seemed he would have to study them carefully. Looking at the list of abilities in front of him, Chen An clicked on the first one, Devour, to see what it was about. Suddenly, a green orb appeared in the space and kept spinning, and within moments, the large bed was completely devoured by the orb. At that moment, Sunming opened the door and entered. He had intended to bring Chen and a new set of bedding, but he was shocked to find his bed was gone. Furious, he rushed forward and grabbed Chen An by the collar, fuming. He had just told him not to make a mess, and now, after leaving for just a moment, the 32,000 yuan bed had vanished. "Hey," think carefully, "how many times have you stayed in this room since you bought it? Did you forget that there's no bed in here?" Chen An said earnestly. Such a ridiculous explanation, yet Sunming believed it, because it was his first time staying in this room. He assumed he had confused the bed with one from another room. Anyway, it really doesn't make sense to ask Chen An to dismantle such a big bed in a split second. Chen An managed to escape one disaster, but that night, he had to sleep on the floor. The next morning, barely 8 a.m., he was already awake due to a phone notification, still grumbling and cursing for being disturbed so early. He then noticed a message from Chen An from the future. He immediately snapped out of his grogginess. "So how is it? Do you believe me now? Have you absorbed the Primordial Yang? Have you awakened any abilities?" Chen An quickly sat up and, without hesitation, typed a response. "I believe it now, boss. I've absorbed the Primordial Yang like you said, but I don't feel any different. Also, I have awakened some abilities, but I don't know how to use them." Then Chen An listed the 3 abilities he had activated to the other person. But after half a day, he still hadn't received a reply. Chen An began to feel anxious. Could it be that these talents of his were useless? In his impatience, he sent a few more messages, and after quite a while, he finally got a response. "Bro, did you get the jackpot?" "Wait, no, I should say you get the jackpot." "So, these abilities are really powerful. Tell me about them." "I don't really understand it either. I'm just guessing that these abilities are something special." Chen An was speechless. After that, he followed the other person's instructions and recounted everything that had happened the day before. From that, Chen An realized that Bai YY was also someone who would awaken early. But based on the current situation, she has almost not activated any of her innate abilities yet. There are only 2 days left, and at the northern outskirts estate, while investigating, Bai YY will be attacked by an unknown force. After that, she will catch a bullet with her bare hands. Hearing this from his future self, Chen An was extremely excited. "Wow, is it that thrilling? Is she that strong? Tell me, will this goddess eventually become my wife?" This time, Chen An from the future was left speechless. He never imagined that his past self would be this shameless. As for these future events, even 10 years later, Chen An wouldn't dare to predict them. Since the moment he made contact with his past self, the trajectory of the future had already changed. Only the special events triggered by the Primordial Yang eruption would remain unchanged. In just over half a month, the world would face a huge shift. Between now and then, spiritual energy would begin to recover, and Chen An needed to prepare well to become stronger. If he went astray by even a bit, he might fall into the same trap as the Chen An from 10 years later. At that point, all their efforts would turn to smoke, their souls shattered, and their bones turned to dust. Even though that person had said so, Chen An wasn't that afraid because he had the support of his future self. As for the Chen An from 10 years later, though his soul was trapped, he never stopped striving. His main goal was to ensure that he wouldn't lose his life again. After chatting with his future self for a long while, Chen An finally rolled over and went to sleep. But this sleep was intermittent, as he also felt uneasy inside. If what he would say in the future is true, then he must seize the initiative now and stay one step ahead of others. But what exactly he needed to do, Chen An was still unsure. He read the message again, then paused at the information about Bai YY. Based on that story, Chen An suspected that there would be another expansion of Primordial Yang at a mansion in the suburbs in the coming days. Otherwise, what was Bai YY doing there? Thinking of this, Chen An decided to set up an ambush there first, but before that, he needed to fill his stomach. While eating, Chen An received a message saying that the Zuzu account was live streaming. The little celebrity had just started a live stream and offered the viewers a spring song. However, what caught Chen An's attention was a comment that was spammed repeatedly. Everyone go to 564,241. There's someone there performing a fire-blowing act that looks real. This comment was repeated so many times that even Zuzu became curious about the user performing the fire-blowing act. Chen An, like the majority, exited and clicked into the live stream of 564,241. Sure enough, this person was performing the fire-blowing act, but his appearance didn't seem to suggest that he was using alcohol to do so. Therefore, Chen An began to suspect whether this was someone who had awakened his supernatural ability like himself. But before he could watch for long, the live stream was interrupted, and not far from the restaurant, a fire broke out in an apartment building. Chen An felt that something was off because he had just sensed the aura of Primordial Yang, and just when the live stream of 564,241 was cut off, that fire happened. This was really a strange coincidence. Chen An quickly put down his chopsticks and ran towards the source. He guessed that the person he was looking for must be in this place, so he followed the trace of the aura up to the next floor. The fire had only recently broken out, but the apartment had already turned into a pile of rubble. As soon as Chen entered, he was unexpectedly attacked by a burst of flames. Indeed, the person was an awakened with special abilities, though he appeared rather frail, looking as though he had suffered serious injuries. "You're here to capture me, aren't you? Let me tell you, Su Yuan will never go with you." Chen An seemed tense. When he clearly saw Su Yuan's face, he confirmed that he was the same person who had just demonstrated fire-blowing earlier. Yet only a short time had passed since the live broadcast, and Su Yuan was already so badly injured. What on earth had happened? "Bro, don't think like that. I'm not here to capture you. I'm just curious. You were live streaming fire-blowing, right? Who's after you? Are you not with them?" Su Yuan looked at Chen An with suspicion. "Then what about the earthquake last night?" Chen An quickly seized the key point. "I know about the earthquake last night, but I want to know where you went last night." Su Yuan clutched his stomach, his face growing paler by the moment. However, before he could respond, two more strangers appeared. Both Chen An and Su Yuan exclaimed in surprise because these two strangers were armed with machine guns. For their safety, they quickly hid behind the wall. These two didn't look like armed police. In fact, they looked more like terrorists. But Chen An couldn't understand why they were after Su Yuan. What could they want with him? He threw it aside, intending to ask the man to clarify the situation, only to find that Su Yuan had disappeared. This guy was quick, disappearing without a word. If Chen An had known it would be this difficult, he wouldn't have rushed here recklessly. At this point, Chen An originally wanted to negotiate with the two thugs to stop them from shooting. However, as soon as he poked his head out from behind the wall, he almost had a bullet lodged in his skull. In order to survive, Chen An quickly retracted and started running. The thugs chased after him for half the day, firing continuously but never seeing him retaliate. From that, they concluded that Chen An was just an ordinary person without any special abilities, and senselessly killing a regular person would be troublesome for them. However, no matter how fast Chen An ran, he couldn't escape. In the end, the two thugs caught up to him and subdued him with their guns, but instead of killing him, they cuffed him to a window frame, seemingly not intending to take his life. Instead, they began searching for Su Yuan. Chen An let out a breath of relief. At that moment, he heard a notification sound. After a series of awkward movements, he finally managed to grab his phone with both hands. Sure enough, it was a message from his future self. The message reminded him not to trust or interact with any organizations except for the Special Handling Bureau. After reading it, Chen An looked at the handcuffs around his wrists and sighed helplessly. "Bro, you should have said something earlier. I just got chased and now I've been captured. What should I do now?" Chen An tried to calm himself down and then sent a set of cultivation techniques and an absorbing technique to his past self. These were things he had intended to send after his future self and finished absorbing the second round of Primordial Yang. But now that Chen An has been captured, the plan had to be accelerated. Chen An followed the method in the manual exactly, and before long, he managed to unlock the handcuffs. He could clearly feel the power transforming his body, filling him with an immense surge of energy. Chen An could even punch through the wall in front of him with his bare hands. How is it? Any changes? The person on the other side anxiously texted. Absolutely amazing. Right now, I feel completely energized. At that moment, the two thugs had returned. They had lost track of Su Yuan. Upon seeing Chen An texting, they became even more irritated. The blonde man immediately pressed a gun to his head. He wanted to vent his frustration on Chen An, but the instant he pulled the trigger, Chen An seized the perfect moment to deliver a superior kick straight to his opponent's throat. The blonde man was sent flying, and the gun fell from his hand. This is bad. He's an awakened one. This kid tricked us. Boss, kill him quickly. The other thug screamed. With that, the remaining thug began shooting. Chen An continuously jumped and dodged, but the blonde man had already retrieved his gun. Under attack from both sides, with bullets flying, Chen An found it increasingly difficult to keep up. If this continued, he wouldn't last long. He was forced to use his devour talent, even though he still didn't fully understand how to control it. The black hole reappeared, sucking in all the bullets. Even those two terrorists almost got sucked in. It was just that Chen An didn't have enough energy to sustain his talent. The devour black hole was getting smaller and smaller. The two terrorists didn't dare to continue the attack and hurriedly returned to report to their organization. After they left, Chen An, exhausted and powerless, collapsed to the ground. It wasn't until more than an hour and a half later that he regained consciousness. The first thing Chen An did was pull out his phone and text his older brother, asking why he had fainted. It had been due to him depleting too much mental energy during his cultivation. Once he absorbed enough primordial yang, things would get better. His current strength wasn't enough, and he couldn't use too much power. Otherwise, when he ran out of mental strength, it would be troublesome. Chen also mentioned his plan to go to the outskirts the day after tomorrow to absorb Primordial Yang. Since this was a good thing, his older brother didn't stop him. He only reminded him to be extra careful. Moreover, the two terrorists who had just chased him would soon return. The next time they met, it would be best to eliminate them once and for all to ensure his own safety. Chen An, remember this, the world has changed. You must give up fear and weakness if you want to survive in this world. Chen An stood still for a long time, realizing that he truly understood himself the most. The reason he had shrunk the area of Devour earlier wasn't simply because he ran out of energy, but because he had softened. However, after speaking with his future self, that thought had vanished. No matter how difficult the future world might be, Chen An was determined to keep moving forward. With this newfound resolve, he didn't realize that he was being silently observed by Su Yuan. He was still on the phone with someone called Miss Jing. So Yuan originally planned to take Chen An for that person, but Miss Jing asked him to observe him for a while longer. If he truly proved to be capable, she might allow him to join her organization. Chen An had just left the ruins when, before he could even take a few steps, he was knocked out by a blow from a stick. When he came to, he found himself tightly bound with ropes. To his surprise, the person standing in front of him was none other than Bai Weiwei. Care to explain where you went this afternoon? This woman was really rough. Every time they met, she resorted to violence, but this time, Chen An was a little more defiant. As soon as he heard Bai Weiwei's question, he snapped back. Hey, what does it have to do with you where I went? Should I report every time I get a stomach ache to you too? Don't tell me you've been looking for excuses to meet me just because you think I'm handsome. This taunt clearly worked. Bai Weiwei immediately untied the ropes binding Chen An. Huff, talk nonsense. Kid, you better watch out. Sooner or later, I'll catch you and turn your world upside down. Once Chen An was freed, he twisted his body a bit and then leaned toward Bai Weiwei. He had always been curious about what this woman's intentions were till he decided to ask her directly today. But Bai Weiwei refused to answer, saying that knowing too much would only harm him. Before letting Chen An go, she didn't forget to remind him that if the person who had asked him to go to Tianling Mountain earlier called again, he should report it. Chen An nodded on the surface, but in his heart, he thought to himself, I'm not stupid. Why should I report anything to her? Returning to Sun Ming's house, Chen An was so exhausted that he dozed off even while sitting still. In his drowsy state, he had the sensation of entering the Devour space, where there were all sorts of items. Chen An had a theory. If he could draw things into this space, surely he could also bring them back out. So he began testing this ability, and indeed he was able to do it. After mastering his newfound power, the first thing Chen An did was to take Sun Ming's bed out of the space. However, he didn't expect that at the very moment he was doing this, Sun Ming would push the door open and walk in. Chen An. Sun Ming gasped, looking at him in shock. Chen An was startled to the point of almost jumping out of his skin. Luckily, Sunming didn't think too much of it, assuming that Chen had just bought a new bed. Then his attention shifted to the bottle of Coca-Cola on the table. This was also something Chen had pulled out of the Devour space, though the liquid inside was, in fact, water from the Devour space as well. "Oh, you Coke?" Sunming said, immediately unscrewing the cap and drinking it all down. Chen didn't manage to stop it in time. At first, Sunming only noticed a strange taste, but about 2 seconds later, he started clutching his stomach and dashed straight to the bathroom. Chen didn't know what to say, only hoping that the drink would just give him a case of diarrhea and not cause any real harm. While waiting for Sunming to finish his business with the bathroom, Chen used the time to practice a little, following the cultivation method that Chen's older self had sent him. As he was practicing, the aura he emitted caught the attention of someone who had been watching Chen An. "I see now," the person thought to themselves. "I didn't expect it to be the fierce tiger breathing technique from the eternal ancient sect. It seems this kid has some kind of fate after all. It's just a pity that this breathing technique wasn't fully developed." Of course, Chen didn't know that someone was following him outside, but after a while, Sunming finally caught up. "Bro, I'm completely exhausted. What the heck was in that potion just now?" Seeing Sunming barely able to catch his breath, Chen suggested taking him to the hospital, but Sunming said he just needed to rest for a night to recover his strength. Seeing that there didn't seem to be anything too serious, Chen packed up his things and immediately headed toward the manor on the outskirts. However, when he arrived, the security stopped him. Just as he was unsure of what to do, a message from his future self came through. "Go directly into the forest outside. The far end of the forest leads to the other side of the manor." Following the instructions, Chen indeed walked through the forest and soon saw the manor, which was surrounded by a large metal fence. Chen took a deep breath and, with his bare hands, tore through the metal fence. Just then, a new notification appeared on his phone. "Have you entered yet? There are only 10 minutes left until the Primordial Yang transformation. When that happens, a metal tree will appear in the manor at its peak vitality. Don't miss it." Chen thought it would be a pond like last time, and he hadn't yet figured out what the metal tree was supposed to be. However, before he could find it, another problem arose. A wolf, having slipped through the hole in the fence, followed him inside. The first thought that crossed Chen's mind was to run, but after thinking it through, he realized that even if he did run, he wouldn't be able to outrun it. It would only further fuel its bloodthirsty nature. He had long heard that this estate was home to many wild beasts, and now witnessing it firsthand, he saw it was true. The tastes of the wealthy were truly perverse, keeping and breeding wild animals for hunting purposes. But that wasn't the main issue. The main issue was how Chen was going to deal with that wolf. This creature was already difficult to handle on a normal day, and now it seemed to be some kind of mutated beast. Before Chen could even come up with a plan, the wolf lunged toward him. In the end, he had no choice but to run for his life. However, the wolf was incredibly fast, and even if he ran, it would be hard to escape. Fortunately, Chen spotted a large tree ahead. As he neared it, he gathered all of his strength and jumped. The wolf, unable to stop in time, crashed straight into the tree and was immediately killed. To avoid drawing attention, Chen quickly pulled it into his Devour space. At that moment, there were only 5 minutes left until the Primordial Yang would erupt, and the ground began to tremble. Chen hated these kinds of earthquakes, and for some reason, driven by instinct, he found himself climbing up a nearby tree. Before he could even catch his breath, he heard Bai Wei's voice. She was a distance away, but thanks to a handheld microphone, her voice was still crystal clear. "An earthquake has occurred. Everyone, please do not panic. Stay where you are and await instructions. Anyone who disobeys will be dealt with according to military regulations." At this moment, Chen finally noticed that besides Bai Wei, there were many other people, and their numbers were far greater than the ones on Mount Tianling earlier. Though he didn't know how they got the information to come here, he truly didn't want to cross paths with the female demoness Bai Wei any further. Having prepared in advance, Chen quickly took out a mask from his backpack and put it on. Then, he sent a message to his future self. "Bro, there's an earthquake again here, just like last time. What's going on?" "Don't worry, this is the sign before the Primordial Yang erupts. The stronger the earthquake, the closer the eruption is. Just make sure you're ready to absorb it." Hearing this explanation from his older self, Chen felt somewhat reassured. As soon as he put his phone away, the tree began to shake violently again. This time, the earthquake was much stronger than before. Given that the time had arrived, it seemed that the Primordial Yang was about to erupt. Suddenly, a bare tree trunk rose from the ground devoid of leaves. Chen went down to investigate, and to his surprise, the tree was made of iron. It seemed this was the marker that his older self had warned him about. Chen quickly sat down, activated both his Devour talent and his spatial ability, and began absorbing the Primordial Yang within. The value of his talent kept increasing rapidly. Chen An was so excited that he hugged the iron tree and kept muttering, "I'm going to get rich, I'm going to get rich." This time he devoured the primordial yang for so long that it hadn't ended yet. Over 10 minutes had passed. When he finally stopped for a moment, Chen An realized that his devour space seemed to have grown much larger than before. It seems that absorbing the primordial yang will cause his space to level up, which means other talents might also be enhanced. Chen An thought to himself, then looked over his 3 talents once more. Of the 3, only Devour had the lowest level, level B. He then asked the system to help him level up this talent. As expected, it was effective, and his talent was upgraded to level A. After that, Chen An continued to devour the primordial yang. Once the process was complete, both he and the iron tree left the space created by his talent and returned to the manor. However, Chen An, focused on absorbing the primordial yang, didn't notice that he had already returned. His discovery was noticed by Bai YY and her group. She was about to go over and check when she was hit by a tree, leaving a large wound on her right shoulder. "Captain, maybe you should bandage it first," one of Bai YY's subordinates urged. "All right, you all go over there and chase him off first. Don't let him cause trouble here." As soon as she finished speaking, Bai YY took out a white cloth, but when she tried to wrap it around her arm, she discovered that her wound had already disappeared. Bai YY was astonished. Her body had somehow healed on its own. Before she could fully comprehend what was happening, several bullets suddenly shot towards her. A few of Bai YY's subordinates, unable to react in time, were shot through the head. The gunshots were so loud that they disturbed Chen An, causing him to open his eyes. The first thing he saw was Bai YY using her bare hands to catch a bullet flying towards her. It was just as Chen had predicted. It seems that the main character is also extremely panicked upon realizing that he could no longer dodge bullets, and the mysterious forces that had been attacking them had now revealed their identities. Chen An found himself stuck between 2 sides, having to hold his breath and wait for them to resolve their own conflicts. Bai YY and her subordinates quickly dealt with those people, though some of them had committed suicide, and no clues could be found on their bodies. Bai YY suspected they were all professional assassins. A name popped into her mind, but she wasn't sure if the organization she was thinking of was responsible for this. After resolving that dangerous situation, they finally turned to Chen An. This young man seemed to always get caught whenever he went out on missions, and this was the second time Bai YY had captured him. However, unlike last time, Bai YY didn't seem as interested in him now and simply instructed her subordinates to release him. One of her subordinates, Bai Lang, seemed dissatisfied because Chen An's identity hadn't been fully investigated yet. But since Bai YY had given the order, he had no choice but to let go. Unexpectedly, Chen had been kneeling for too long and his legs had become numb. As soon as Bai Lang released him, he instinctively fell forward, his face landing right against Bai YY's chest. In this awkward situation, before she could even react, Bai Lang puffed up in anger. "Kid, are you tired of living? Get out of the captain's way." Bai Lang shouted as he aggressively moved toward Chen An, but he was kicked away by Chen in one swift motion. Once everything settled, Chen An stood up straight, casually dusting off his hands as if nothing had happened. "Ah, young people these days really are so hot-headed. I just accidentally fell into the arms of a beautiful woman, and look at all the fuss they're making." This time, Bai YY was astonished because Bai Lang was her most trusted subordinate and also the strongest person in the team, yet Chen An had managed to knock him out with a single strike. She felt that this person was extremely unusual and her killing intent began to rise. She ordered her subordinates not to fire, deciding to settle things with Chen An herself. However, Chen An was the first to make a move, and he had also absorbed a considerable amount of primordial yang. This battle was clearly uneven. Bai YY launched a kick, but not only did it miss, Chen had managed to grab her ankle. She was furious. Unable to land a kick, she resorted to punching, but he blocked that as well. Chen assessed that the opponent's strength was not bad, but her speed and precision were lacking, and her temperament was far from good. Bai YY became increasingly ferocious, trying to pin Chen An down to make it easier to subdue him. However, she didn't expect that her actions would be read by him, as she ended up being counterattacked. Chen An effortlessly grabbed her, then threw Bai YY with great force as though tossing a stuffed bear. Bai Lang hurried out to catch her, but Chen An's throw was too powerful. Not only did he fail to catch the woman, but he was also knocked down, with Bai YY landing on top of him, leaving him gasping for air. In the midst of this chaos, Chen An managed to escape. Bai YY lay on the ground, gritting her teeth and swearing after him. "Kid, sooner or later, I'll handle you myself." But after saying this, Bai YY suddenly felt something different in her body, as if she had become significantly stronger, and it seemed that the person wearing the mask had just helped her stabilize her power. As for Chen, during his escape, he encountered many mutated creatures, such as a giant white snake and a monstrous wild boar of equally massive proportions. Adding the wolf, there were increasingly more strange phenomena happening as time went on. It seemed that the moment when the earth would change completely was no longer far off. Chen had been busy all day and was exhausted. He stopped by a nearby restaurant, planning to grab a meal. However, to his surprise, he found the goddess Zhu in the flesh, live streaming. How could Chen pass up such a good opportunity? Immediately, he rushed over to Zhu's table, introducing himself as her diehard fan, and smoothly sat down with her, appearing in her live stream. Due to his handsome appearance, he was even encouraged by Zhu's fans to flirt with their idol. As for the goddess, after a few exchanges, she could sense something about Chen An and even wanted to take out her phone to add him as a friend. However, at that very moment, a creature rushed forward and snatched a piece of meat from Zhu's plate. It wasn't exactly a person. It was more of a human-shaped monster, clearly mutated, and it wasn't the only one. There were at least 3 or 4 more like it in the restaurant. Zhu, being a weak girl, didn't know what to do in such a situation and could only throw herself into Chen An's arms. As for him, after absorbing the Primordial Yang, he was more than capable of dealing with these monsters. Once everything was settled, he sat down to talk with the head chef and the staff responsible for the food in the restaurant. It turned out that all the monsters had one thing in common. They had ordered dishes containing pork. The 2 staff members admitted that the previous day, a man brought meat to sell at a much lower price than the market rate, and in order to save a bit, they had accepted it. The man also looked quite special, especially his eyebrows. Jevin then thought of Su Yuan from that day, but the truth still needed to be investigated. So he instructed the kitchen to wrap up the remaining strange meat for him to take home. The first thing Chen An did was take a picture of the meat and send it to his future self. Then he asked the person about the situation. The other party quickly explained, "This is the meat of a mutated wild beast. Ordinary people cannot eat it. If they do, they will experience the symptoms you just witnessed. Wild beasts naturally tend to be violent, and when mutated, they carry a virus that causes brain damage in normal people who consume it. The negative emotions in their minds are magnified infinitely, eventually leading to mental chaos and uncontrollable behaviors, like what you saw earlier. However, this kind of meat is different for awakened ones like Chen An. Your body has been modified by Primordial Yang, so eating such food actually helps enhance your energy. The staff said this meat was brought by a man. I guess it was that guy who can spit fire, Su Yuan." Chen An replied, "I do have some impression of Su Yuan. He has a mysterious organization behind him, equipped with heavy weapons, and they are also competing for Primordial Yang. Therefore, I must be cautious." While the 2 were still talking, Sun Ming called to inform him that he had some personal matters tonight and would be coming home. Hearing Sun Ming's voice, Shen guessed that he was probably drunk somewhere. However, to his surprise, Sun Ming had also mutated by then and had become an ability user. He didn't want to tell him because he feared Chen An would be shocked, and he hadn't expected that his best friend would wake up before him. Sun Ming was still daydreaming about a future where he would become a world-renowned hero, helping the bad guys when the door suddenly opened. The person who entered introduced himself as Hong Ju from the Special Operations Department. He wasn't sure how they had found their way here so quickly, but Hong Ju wanted Sun Ming to come with him on a mission. When Chen An returned home to Sun Ming's apartment, it was empty. He sat down weakly and finished the tray of mutated meat he had brought back from the shop that received a message from Chen An Sr. The message informed him that in 3 days, a Primordial Yang would erupt again on Wan Yuan Mountain, but there was no map to the mountain. For now, Chen An had to go to Wan Yuan Village to assess the situation, and in 2 days, the people from that organization would also arrive, so he had to be extra careful. Chen had no idea what the organization behind Su Yuan was, but since Chen An Sr. had said so, and given his current lack of ability, he knew it was best to stay humble and keep a low profile. As he focused on finishing his meal, Chen An received another call. This time, it was from Zhu Yang, his university friend. Having heard that Chen An was looking for a job, Zhu Yang offered him a temporary position as a security guard at a food event. He remembered that Chen An was good at fighting. The time was 8:00 a.m. tomorrow, and the location was Yu Mingxian. The name sounded familiar, and after thinking for a while, Chen An remembered that it was the place Zhu Yang had mentioned in his live stream last time. He quickly agreed. A paycheck and a chance to meet the goddess could turn that down. At this moment, Zhu was lying at home, reminiscing about what had happened earlier that afternoon. She thought Chen An was not only handsome but also strong, and she really wanted to see him again. To her surprise, they met again the very next morning. However, this time his job was mainly to protect the big star, Suo Wuxpei. Before officially starting the job, he had to go through another round of interviews. But Zhu didn't expect the interview to be so superficial. When it was Chen An's turn, the person in charge made things difficult for him. Perhaps it was because his looks were too striking, leading to jealousy, and they believed he wasn't suitable for this bodyguard job. The person in charge even required Chen An to get approval from Han Feng, the one responsible for the security team, before being hired. Zhu was extremely angry about her friend being discriminated against. Han Feng, on the other hand, was a 7th-degree black belt in Western Commando martial arts and was not someone to be underestimated. At that time, Zhu was sitting there touching up her makeup, eavesdropping on the conversation, her heart filled with anxiety as she wondered whether Chen An would make it through. Meanwhile, the staff members surrounding her began to gossip. They're saying Chen An looks flashy like a monkey, and you can tell right away he's not cut out for this job. Some even think he'll get knocked out by Han Feng and embarrass himself. Don't underestimate him, he's actually very capable. Zhu couldn't help but defend him a little, and her words happened to reach Chen An's ears, giving him a lot of encouragement. Han Feng lived up to his reputation as a black belt, with sharp and decisive moves, and his speed was impressive. However, he was still just an ordinary person and couldn't compare to someone like Chen An, who was an awakened one. In the end, Han Feng was pushed back by Chen An, and he successfully gained his approval, becoming a bodyguard for the star Suo Wuxi. Zhu, because of this, had a moment of pride and arrogance, even publicly expressing her desire to take Chen An's WeChat account in front of the crowd, which made many people jealous to the point of turning red with envy. Meanwhile, the guy in charge, named Lo, who had just made things difficult for Chen An, sneaked into the bathroom to make a phone call to someone. First child, there's a bit of a problem. The person I arranged has been replaced by a kid who suddenly showed up. He was introduced by a guy named Zhu from the organizing team. All right, just stick to the plan as before. The voice on the other end of the line responded. We'll take action only after everything is over. Remember who you're working for. Understood. I follow the organization's orders and will never go against them outside. As Chen An and Zhu were scanning QR codes to add each other on WeChat, a luxury sports car pulled up in front of Yu Ming Xian. Everyone quickly became restless because the big star Suo Wuxi had arrived. Suo Wuxi's arrival also marked the moment Chen An had to begin his job. When separating from Zhu, she still seemed reluctant. That sister of hers was truly a famous star, and as soon as she appeared, the crowd at the event had to push and shove to get a glimpse of her. Though Zhu knew Chen An had been assigned to protect Suo Wuxi, she couldn't help but feel upset when she saw him running toward her. In the midst of dodging each other, she almost tripped, but in a flash, Chen An appeared and smoothly caught her. This caught Suo Wuxi's eye, and for some reason, it made her a little annoyed. So when she got into the car, she casually remarked to him a few words. Mr. Chen, you're truly enthusiastic. As my temporary assistant, you even care so much about protecting other women. Just by the way, if there were someone else, they would do the same. Chen An leaned back in his chair, responding in a very relaxed manner. Is there any bodyguard who looks as undisciplined as you? Sorry, Miss Suo, I didn't get enough sleep last night, but how I look doesn't matter. What's important is that I can protect you. Seeing that Chen An was speaking out of control, without any hint of being captivated by her beauty, Suo Wuxi became even more irritated. However, she didn't bother to pay attention to it and took out her phone to text herself. Bro, do you know Suo Wuxi? Right now, I'm her personal bodyguard. She's a living celebrity. Chen An quickly checked the message that was sent to him. He immediately guessed that he was at Yu Ming Xian. In his previous life, Zhu Yuan had also sent an invitation, but Chen An was unable to defeat Han Feng, so he was rejected. Chen also revealed an important piece of information. Today, Suo Wuxi would be kidnapped at the event due to some organization, so Chen had to pay special attention to her. The event venue was incredibly lively, and Suo Wuxi's presence was so magnetic that people were more concerned with pushing and shoving than with their safety. As for Chen An, after receiving the message about the kidnapping, he became extremely alert, working in a very professional manner, ensuring no one could get close to the celebrity headquarters. Seeing that he was working seriously, Suo Wuxi no longer held on to the earlier frustration and even handed him a towel to wipe off his sweat. While he had a moment to rest, Chen An used his sensitivity to scan for any potential danger around, and he noticed a cardboard box in the hand of one of the staff members. It was said to be the prize for the contest, and inside it was a rare fruit that grows on a mountain. Chen An moved a little closer and noticed that the crates of fruit emitted a faint primordial yang, so he deduced that the troublemakers today were targeting this. But if the goal was the primordial yang, why would they also want to kidnap Suo Wuxi? Chen An thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out, so he could only keep his eyes fixed on the target, doing his best to prevent her from being taken. When Suo Wuxi stepped onto the stage, she hadn't even said a few words when a crazy fan holding a sign rushed forward, constantly expressing his admiration for the actress. Seeing the intruder crossing the barrier, Han Feng immediately stepped forward to stop him, but to his surprise, he was shoved with such force that it left him staggering in pain. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Han Feng didn't react in time, and the crazy fan started charging towards the stage. Chen An hurriedly rushed forward, kicking the fan, and asked, "Who sent you?" At that moment, Lao Du dashed out to intervene. "That's enough. Take him away." He and Han Feng each grabbed hold of the fan, subduing him. It seemed that the man was part of the plan to kidnap Suo Wuxi, but Chen An was simply too strong for him to break through the encirclement. Chen An also vaguely suspected that there was something unusual about the man. Not wanting the situation to escalate further, he quickly pulled Han Feng backstage. Suo Wuxi might be in danger. What did that mean? Naturally, Chen An couldn't reveal that he had foreseen the future. It can only be said that the backstage team is unreliable, yet the event still attracted too many viewers. If chaos were to break out, you wouldn't be able to handle it on your own. Han Feng heard the reasoning and thus arranged for additional bodyguards outside, while Chen An stayed close to protect the female celebrity inside. A tiring day passed like that. Once everything was settled, Chen An returned to the hotel to shower. He sighed in relief as there were no other dangers today, except for that crazy fan. However, feeling uneasy, he decided to use his sensing ability to check the area before going to sleep. Suo Wuxi was in the next room, but now he could no longer sense her presence. His heart skipped a beat. Realizing she hadn't been gone for long, Chen An followed her aura. Unexpectedly, Suo Wuxi had gone out on her own, and as of now, she was still unharmed. But as he trailed her, Chen An discovered she had gone to meet Bai Weiwei. Why would these two know each other? While he was lost in thought trying to figure out the answer, Chen An suddenly sensed a heavy killing intent. A dagger came flying from somewhere. Because Chen An dodged in time, it lodged into the wall, indicating it had been thrown with great force. "Damn you for ruining my plans, go meet your maker." Chen An heard a shout right next to him. He turned around and found that the one who had spoken was the thug he had beaten earlier in the day. He held two knives in his hands, one pinned to the wall, the other aimed at Chen An flying toward him. But you won't give up easily. Chen An immediately pulled out the gun he had stolen from the two terrorists earlier. The fanatical man was terrified upon seeing this. Perhaps he hadn't expected an ordinary bodyguard like Chen An to be armed with a weapon. Chen An fired several shots, but none hit the target. The man swiftly fled, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Chen An felt a slight regret for not hitting the weak spot of that bastard. However, the gunshots would certainly have alerted the police. He guessed that the bad guys wouldn't dare to act again today. He then stored both the gun and knives back into his space. After waiting for Suo Wuxi to finish speaking with Bai Weiwei, he followed her back to the room. Only when the actress had fallen asleep did Chen An dare to go to bed. At that moment, another woman was watching him, the same one who had followed him while he was practicing his martial arts at Sun Ming's house. She was the superior of the fanatical man. You shouldn't have provoked him. The fanatical man clutched his shoulder, where a gunshot wooed still blood. His face was pale with pain. "I just wanted to test his strength. The higher-ups wanted to assess him to determine the organization's future direction. Remember this well. This man is very powerful. You must not provoke him. The organization doesn't want any more enemies like him." "Yes, but I heard Suiyu and Sega higher-ups are considering recruiting him into the organization." "That's none of your concern. That girl's Suo Wuxi, we don't need to worry about her. But keep a close eye on Chen An. This is a matter of the aristocracy, and it's not appropriate for us to reveal ourselves. You should know what to do." After saying that, the woman vanished. The fanatic clicked his tongue, then forced the bullet pin out of his shoulder and limped away. A peaceful night passed. The next morning, the event reached its final segment, the award ceremony. Chen continued to guard Suo Wuxi closely. This made the people from the organization sitting in the audience squint in irritation. He was even harder to deal with than they had imagined, but they whisper among themselves that they needed to be patient. Their mission was not just to target Suo Wuxi. They also had to get their hands on the award. However, approaching Suo Wuxi was very difficult because Chen An was no easy opponent. Among the individuals responsible for presenting the awards, there were those planted by the organization, so they were ready to act. On the other side, Chen An had also sensed the danger. Still, the organizers announced the first winner. "I am here, it's me." Chen An immediately went on high alert because although only one winner had been declared, two voices had answered. He then sensed the presence of Death Key. "This is bad. Could it be that the real winner has been eliminated?" Almost immediately, a man with a joyful expression ran up. As soon as he grabbed the orange filled with Primordial Yang, he immediately broke into a sinister grin. "It's in hand. Let's move." Instantly, many people in the audience surged forward, charging directly at Suo Wuxi and Chen An. Being attacked by many people at the same time, Chen An remained calm, even taking the time to tell Suo Wuxi to hide behind him. However, before he could even show off his martial arts, those bastards had already collapsed. Chen observed closely and discovered they had been hit by tranquilizer needles, like sleepy Detective Kogoro, causing them to fall over. The security team quickly rushed in to clean up the mess, but Chen was also targeted by a tranquilizer needle. He was quick enough to activate his spatial ability, and the needle went straight into it without touching him. But then he saw Bai YY sitting below the stands. She did distinguish between friend and foe, even attacking him. As a result, Chen continued to pretend he had been struck, as though he had been hit by a dart. Han Feng, who was worried down below, rushed up but was stopped by several security staff. Only then did he realize they were not his team. However, as soon as these people showed their work IDs, Han Feng didn't dare to take another step. All the attackers were taken away, leaving only Chen to be brought to Bai YY's private room. Suo Wuxi also followed them. Looking at Chen slumped on the sofa, Bai YY seemed quite worried. What's wrong? Is he okay? He's fine, just unconscious. It seems like you're worried about him. Not at all, but he is my bodyguard. What? I don't even know why you drugged him. I also heard that you awakened your powers, hadn't you? Based on this conversation, Chen initially guessed that they had known each other for a long time. However, the information that Bai YY inadvertently revealed next was shocking. The great celebrity Suo Wuxi not only shared the common surname Su, but she was also the young lady of the Su family, the leading clan among the 4 major families in Yincheng. Chen tried to control his expression as he was pretending to faint. The head of the Su family was Su Baitian, a well-known figure throughout Yincheng. His career spanned across the entire country with vast financial resources, and he owned numerous entertainment companies. There had been rumors that Suo Wuxi was an exclusive artist of an entertainment company under the Su family, but now it was revealed that her identity was far more complicated. She was also the princess of Yincheng. The two women talked for a long time before Bai Weiwei stood up, lazily stretching her arms. Everyone I sent are lights, nothing will happen. The issues here have all been resolved. I should head back now. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the door suddenly cracked open. The bodyguard guarding the door was also knocked inside, much to Bai Weiwei's astonishment. What was even more surprising was that Suo Wuxi was the first to react. Her skills were clearly impressive, but her strength wasn't enough to match the person rushing in, and she was knocked back by the opponent. It was a man with a scruffy face who stormed in aggressively. As he barged in, he immediately asked, "Where's the spirit fruit?" Chen remained still, but his suspicions had been confirmed. These villains had indeed come for the fruits emitting the primordial yang. "I don't know what you're talking about," Bai Weiwei replied. As soon as she finished speaking, the opponent lunged at her, landing a punch. But Bai Weiwei was quick, crossing her arms to block the blow. The opponent seemed intrigued by her strength and followed up with a powerful kick. Bai Weiwei was able to block it, but the force was so strong that it nearly broke her bones. Chen continued to lie there, not daring to open his eyes, but based on the sounds, he could tell that Bai Weiwei was at a disadvantage. However, he could sense any fluctuation of primordial yang, which indicated that the man wasn't an awakened one. But how could an ordinary person possess such strength? "I'm bored. Let's finish this," the man suddenly said. Then Bai Weiwei was struck directly in the abdomen, coughing up blood as she fell backward. The man seemed ready to deliver a final powerful kick to her, and Suo Wuxi, panicked, rushed over to stop him. But at that moment, the man felt something sharp and fast whiz past his face, nearly cutting it. When he regained his composure, Bai Weiwei had already been carried away by Chen An. The object that had flown past his face was a security card, now stuck firmly in the wall. "You're awake," Bai Weiwei exclaimed, startled, looking at Chen An. "I wasn't unconscious, just playing around with you guys," Chen An replied. The moment these words were spoken, both Bai Weiwei and Suo Wuxi felt uneasy. Chen hadn't fainted, which meant that everything they had set up until now had been overheard by him. Chen gently placed Bai Weiwei back on the sofa. The pressure from his hands alleviated her pain a little. Bai Weiwei realized that Chen was helping her treat her injury, and her cheeks couldn't help but flush slightly. Perhaps out of gratitude, she reminded him that the man they were facing was very strong, and even he might not be able to defeat him. "Leave now. This has nothing to do with you." But running away from trouble was not Chen style. The man with the steel beard, seeing a stronger opponent appear, grew even more excited and wasn't about to let him off easily. "I thought you were a master from somewhere, but it seemed to just an ordinary nobody not worth mentioning, huh? You don't need to guess my background. I'm just a regular handsome guy. Even if you take my life, no one will come after you to cause trouble." Once Chen finished speaking, both Bai Weiwei and Suo Wuxi turned pale with fear. With such a statement, their opponent would no longer hold back, nor show mercy. Yet Chen An remained calm. Even if the man was truly powerful, he was confident that in order to defeat him, the guy would probably need to retreat to his mother's womb and train for several more decades. His defiant demeanor, especially with his middle finger raised in arrogance, drove the man with the steel beard into a fit of rage. It was only then that Chen An sensed the fluctuation of Primordial Yang's aura. It turns out that he was not an ordinary person. It was just that he had completely concealed the Primordial Yang power he had absorbed. That's why he hadn't emitted any aura earlier. Now, because his anger had reached its peak, a little bit of it was revealed. It seems that the breathing technique he practiced was not simple at all. His opponent charged aggressively, but with the very first strike, he missed, allowing Chen An the opportunity to counterattack. He landed a punch on his opponent, but the man quickly responded, aiming to strike back with his knee. Chen An reached out to block, only to discover that when he made contact with his opponent, his strength was being drained away. It seemed that he could not only devour the attack of this bearded man, but also store it. After a while of fighting, the bearded man was gasping for breath. Chen An was so at ease that he even had time to scout the surroundings. The sound of fighting outside had grown so loud that it couldn't be heard anymore, but he didn't sense any trace of death-decay. It seemed that everyone was acting, and the event with the spirit fruit as a reward was actually a trap set by the Su family, meant to ensnare those who were eyeing the spirit fruits. They hadn't expected someone this strong to emerge from the crowd. It seemed that the army, which initially wanted to cooperate with the Su family, had hesitated because they didn't want to offend that mysterious organization, so they were waiting to see who would come out victorious between the Su family and the bearded man. Kid, who the hell are you? Do you even know what it means to anger us? Don't talk so much while fighting. Chen interrupted him, then declared loudly, you've lost. When he threw the punch, the man with the steel beard also struck. The two fists collided head-on, and the one who lost, of course, was not the male lead. Just now, he had absorbed so much of his power. Chen An continued to accumulate his strength and then returned all of it with this blow. Looking at the man lying sprawled on the ground, he finally let out a breath. Lu Jing, he was the expert sent by the Chen family. It was said that he was an ancient martial artist. So Wuxai, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Chen An, do you know? Lu Jing is an ancient martial artist. Chen An remained silent for a few seconds, not expecting that ancient martial artists still existed in this world. Now that Primordial Yang had appeared, it was very likely that those called ancient martial artists would start to emerge from the shadows. They seemed to have a special way of absorbing Primordial Yang, and the long-established cultivation methods they used were extremely helpful for training. Otherwise, apart from Chen An, who had been guided by his future self, no one else could have cultivated to this extent upon awakening. So Wuxai added, Lu Jing's master is Yan Master, and it's said that his power is supernatural. The current awakened ones are no match for him. Chen An had taken the life of his disciple. He would most likely come looking for revenge. So Wuxai was worried for Chen, and because of this, and she was even willing to step forward and take responsibility, claiming that the Su family was behind this. If Yan Master decided to cause trouble, it would be trouble with the Su family. Chen An, I'm sorry for getting you involved in this. I originally thought you were just an ordinary martial artist, but I didn't expect. So Wuxai's voice was filled with regret. No need, the person was taken down by me. You don't need to worry about me. If that Yan Master wants to settle things with me, then tell him I'll be waiting. Although Chen An took responsibility upon himself, So Wuxai couldn't just ignore it. After all, he had acted against Lu Jing because of them. Furthermore, Yan Master wasn't the only threat because the Chen family was still out there. Since they had suffered losses this time without gaining any benefits, they would certainly find a way to get revenge. And Chen An, being her only family, was unaffiliated with any forces, making him an obvious target. Bai Wai, who had been lying flat on the sofa, finally lifted her head upon hearing this. She wanted to invite Chen An into her military, so at least he would have some backing. However, just earlier, Bai Wai had intended to shoot him. Chen An had already held a grudge, and sooner or later, he would definitely give Elle a beating to vent his anger. Thus, in the face of the two women's invitations, he was hardly moved. All right, I'm tired after a whole day. I'm heading home to sleep. On his way back home, Chen An finally had time to check his phone. Zhu Yang and a few other friends had sent messages asking about him, their tone full of urgency. Chen An replied with a few simple texts, letting them know that he was safe. So Wuxai was extremely concerned about Yan Master and the ancient martial artists, indicating that this person's power was no trivial matter. Worried, Chen An decided to send a message to his future self to inquire, and the reply he got was this. Don't mind him. The things those old stubborn fools left behind aren't worth you wasting too much energy on. Just focus on improving your own strength. Chen An was very pleased with this arrogant attitude that dismissed everyone. Indeed, the person he would become 10 years later had barely changed. It was only when he got to his doorstep that Chen An realized his pocket was empty. The key card to open the door had vanished without a trace. After searching through his memory, Chen An recalled that he had used the key card as a throwing weapon earlier. At the time, he thought it was pretty cool, but now, standing in front of his door, he couldn't get in. With no other option, Chen had to call Sun Ming. However, as soon as the call connected and before he could say anything, the eager voice of the young man came through. "Sorry, my friend, but I'm dealing with some matters at home right now, so if I can't meet with you, can you keep an eye on that apartment for me?" After hearing this, Chen An couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. But when he asked for more details, Sun Ming repeatedly assured him that everything was fine, only that his family had something to deal with, and they wouldn't be in touch as frequently in the near future. Then he hung up. Chen An had no chance to ask more. Little did he know that ever since Sun Ming was taken by the Special Handling Bureau, he had undergone hellish training. His ambition to be a savior had been crushed. Now, Sun Ming only wanted to live as an ordinary person. Chen An stared at the abruptly disconnected call, a restless unease growing in his chest. But at this moment, all he could do was hope that his friend was safe, and there was nothing more he could do. The most urgent issue was still a room key. Since Sun Ming wasn't coming back, Chen An could only grit his teeth and scrape together 200 coins to call a locksmith. As soon as he entered the house, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. "Hello, are you still doing well?" Chen An had barely answered the phone when a sweet voice, almost sugary, came through the receiver. "Is it Zhu?" The voice on the other end laughed, clearly pleased that the person on the other side still recognized her voice. "Looks like you're a real diehard fan." Chen An felt his heart flutter with joy at the fact that his idol was calling him. During the chaotic event, Zhu had heard that he was taken away, so she had been very worried. She asked Zhu Yang for his phone number to personally call and check on him. Now that she could hear his voice loud and clear, she could finally relax, reassured about his health. "I just got home. I'd taken a few days off to rest." Zhu began to explain. "By the way, where do you live?" Chen An had only asked casually, not expecting Zhu to answer so quickly. But the thing was, she lived in Wanyuan village. What a coincidence. Just the other day, Chen An had mentioned that the third outbreak of Primordial Yang would occur in this area. It really was a small world. "The place I live is hard to find, but the scenery here is beautiful. If you got time, you could come here and enjoy the view." Seeing that he hadn't replied, Zhu continued. The goddess had taken the initiative to invite him, and since he also had an important matter to attend to in Danyuan village, he agreed. Zhu didn't expect him to agree so readily, and her cheeks couldn't help but flush red. "Is this a date?" "He's Zhu, no, you can't be shy now." She silently thought to herself perhaps by then the girl had already started thinking about what to name her child. The two quickly agreed that Chen An would soon arrive in Wanyuan, and Zhu would definitely go and pick him up. After hanging up, Chen An in a good mood began his cultivation. Half an hour passed, but there was no significant progress. It seemed that the amount of primordial yang he had gathered was still too little. With this, facing powerful beings like Yan Master and the like, it would be like using a stone to fight against a spear. While still troubled about how to solve this, Chen An received a message from his future self 10 years later. Chen An smiled so much that he couldn't see his homeland anymore. It seemed that, when things were difficult, one still had to rely on oneself. His future self had just sent him a new book titled Star-Breaking Blade Technique. Chen An quickly learned the Star-Breaking Blade Technique. But since the earth had not yet fallen into chaos, finding a real blade was nearly impossible. He could only practice with a badminton racket, so he still hadn't fully found the right feeling. Once he had settled down, Chen An realized something. In order to master the Star-Breaking Blade Technique, he had turned Sun Ming's house into a pigsty. It took him about an hour to clean up and move everything. After finishing his work, Chen An rushed to the bus station to catch the earliest ride to Wanyuan village. On the way, he kept dozing off. In his drowsy state, he once again entered his own space. Inside, the iron tree from the estate that Chen An had absorbed during his last visit was still there. Feeling that it was decent material, Chen An decided to use it to forge a blade. You really succeeded after all. It seems that within this space, you can control everything as you wish. Chen An then tested it with the water surface inside. Spirit water can even be altered according to my thoughts. At that moment, he was able to walk on the water's surface as if walking on solid ground without sinking. Chen An, excited, tried a few steps with lingering wave traceless step. After running for half a day, he returned to the iron tree, which had produced numerous swords in one casting. Watching the swords fall from the tree like rain, Chen An felt like the unrivaled champion of the world. In his excitement, he ordered the iron tree to turn into a mountain for him. However, this time, nothing happened. Chen An couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. It seemed that inside this space, he couldn't create things at will. He could only transform the shape of existing objects. Stop sleeping, we're at the stop. Chen An woke up to someone shaking him repeatedly. When he opened his eyes, he saw an elderly woman staring at him intently. Sorry, I fell asleep. He hurriedly grabbed his things and got off the vehicle. Although this place was barren, the scenery was indeed beautiful. Zhu hadn't lied to him. Chen An looked around for a while, making sure no one was watching him. He then tiptoed and ran at a speed far beyond what a normal person could achieve. Not long after, he arrived at Wanyuan village. Not seeing a sign at the entrance of the village, Chen An asked an old man to inquire. Elder uncle, may I ask if this is Wanyuan village? Are you from outside? Yes, I came to meet a friend. It was supposed to be a normal response, but as soon as Chen An finished speaking, the uncle's face darkened with displeasure. You little brat? Don't try to fool me. You're also from the archaeology team, right? People like you only enjoy deceiving simple folks like us. The last person who came here also said they were looking for someone, but last night, they secretly brought people to the back of the mountain to dig for ancient relics. Chen An was being scolded for no reason, but he didn't feel upset. This was because the information that the elder uncle had just provided was far more important. It seemed that many people had come before him, but who were they exactly? Were they from Bai Wei's army, or was it the mysterious organization behind Su Yuan? Lost in thought, Chen An stood still, letting the uncle shout at him as much as he wanted. However, suddenly, he heard Zhu's voice. Father, I bought everything. Zhu, Chen An stuck his head out. The atmosphere quickly shifted to one of excitement. Zhu hadn't expected that the young man would find her so quickly, and the uncle Chen An had just asked for directions from turned out to be her father. At that moment, he finally believed that Chen An had indeed come to meet a friend, but what he hadn't expected was that the person he was looking for was his own daughter. Zhu's father immediately turned around and grabbed his phone, calling her mother. Come home quickly. The fire is almost out of control. Our daughter is about to be taken away by some brat. Chen An and Zhu ignored him, immersing themselves in the ambiguous atmosphere of love. At this moment, while the two were having a cheerful conversation on the roof, a girl with dark purple hair and orange-yellow eyes was quietly hiding, observing and saying, "Haha, you really came." Chen An smiled and said, "I cast a spell for you," then spread his hand out to show Zhu. Surprised, Zhu asked him, "You know how to cast magic?" Chen An happily replied, "Count to 3. Don't blink." Zhu agreed, "Okay. 1, 2. As soon as he counted to 3, a bracelet appeared, which he took out from within space. The bracelet had intricate patterns that looked beautiful, with a prominent chibi figure of the god of love. Zhu was taken aback, her face full of joy. She looked at the beautiful bracelet and said loudly, "Wow, how did you do this? It's so beautiful, but it's too precious. Seeing her so happy, Chen An replied, "I made it myself. It's not worth much as long as you like it." Zhu tightly held the bracelet in her hand and raised it to her chest. She smiled happily, her cheeks flushing pink, and said, "I really like it, but you can't give me more next time." Chen An, hearing this, was a little confused and asked, "Next time?" Zhu, hearing him, blushed, flustered, her eyes spinning, and quickly explained, "No, that's not what I meant." Suddenly, Chen An felt a chill, sensing something. He quickly turned his head behind him, thinking to himself, killing intent. Zhu stood there, confused, not understanding what was happening. She then asked him, "What's wrong with you?" Chen An regained his composure when she asked and responded, "It's fine." Just then, Zhu's father returned, exuding a murderous aura. His face was slightly angry, his eyes red as he looked at Chen An. He spoke coldly, causing Chen An to shiver, breaking out in a cold sweat. He said, "Are you done talking? You should go find your mother now." Zhu, seeing her father, seemed a bit regretful and said to Chen An, "Sorry, I was going to finish my sentence, but you changed the topic to ask him." "That's right. Where are you? You're not leaving this soon, are you?" Hearing Zhu's question, he pointed his thumb towards the village and said, "I found a place nearby, in case you miss me." Before he could finish his sentence, he was startled by the murderous aura and angry expression of Zhu's father, who was glaring at him, making him turn pale. Then Zhu and her father went back home. As they walked, she turned around and quietly spoke. Later, when they parted ways, he waved goodbye to her. When they left, the atmosphere seemed to calm down. He coldly wiped the smile off his face. Chen An shoved his hands into his pockets and looked towards the fields. Who was she? Everything became quiet. Then, a woman suddenly appeared in the misty air, asking, "How did you notice me?" He replied indifferently, "Instinct. Is that why you're following me?" At that moment, the woman's figure became clearer as she walked towards Chen An and answered, "Following would be the wrong word. After all, you arrived after me. So, It turns out you're Mu Lin Shuo. She brushed past Chen An and said, I want to collaborate with you, follow me. Mu Lin Shuo walked ahead, leading the way while Chen An quietly followed behind her. As she walked, she spoke, perhaps you sensed the disturbance and came here, right? Our goals might be similar, and I think we can work together. Then they walked up to a small house in the village. Mu Lin Shuo continued, after all, the two of us have collaborated at least once, right? Chen An, standing behind, didn't say a word, his face showing clear disdain. At the same time, Su Yuan walked out of the house and said, we meet again. Chen An felt irritated upon seeing him, gritting his teeth, his face full of contempt, and coldly said, ha ha, do you think you're a reliable partner? Su Yuan, upon hearing this, felt uneasy and nervously explained, I was just too frightened last time, but I won't make the same mistake again. Mu Lin Shuo looked at Su Yuan with a neutral expression and said, looks like there's a story here. Chen An still stood there with his arms crossed, glaring angrily at Su Yuan. Chen An tilted his head and asked, why should I trust you? Seeing Chen An's attitude, Su Yuan anxiously explained, the flames inside me are almost out of control. This time, I just want to find an opportunity to control the power within me. Su Yuan continued, the powers of an awakened one need to be constantly used or else they'll backfire. But if I release my flames recklessly, it's very easy to be discovered. Mu Lin Shuo added, same here, I have to use my abilities all the time. Su Yuan, in doubt, asked Chen An, don't you feel the same way? Chen An, still showing disdain, didn't even glance at Su Yuan and replied, my powers aren't as flashy as yours. At this moment, Mu Lin Shuo shifted to the main topic. I received news that around 6 to 7 o'clock today, underground tremors will begin to occur. At that time, Primordial Yang may emerge. Do you have any news? Chen An, hearing her words, began to think. The people from that organization were not easy to deal with. Having some help would be bad, and besides, they had shown genuine intent. Then he spoke, Wan Yuan Mountain, southwest direction. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Mu Lin Shuo and Su Yuan seemed to doubt this claim. What? Mu Lin Shuo spoke. With our current technology, we can't pinpoint the exact location, but I believe you. Chen An responded, at that time, I just need Primordial Yang. The rest doesn't matter to me. Su Yuan, seemingly not believing her ears, asked, is it really that simple? Mu Lin Shuo smiled and said, no problem. We just need the location where changes occur and the deal is made. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen An was startled and turned his head, looking at the scene. What you see ahead is a house burning violently. His expression changed slightly, and he thought and worried that was the direction of Wan Yuan village. Zhu, the fire was still burning fiercely and smoke was rising in thick columns. Mu Lin Shuo looked at the fire and said, how can a sealed warehouse like that explode without any airflow? Or is it due to the sudden release of Huai? I wonder if this village will be destroyed. Hearing that, Su Yuan sneered and said, who cares if this backward place gets destroyed? Upon hearing his words, Chen An's face darkened. He shot him a cold glare before jumping down from above and running towards the fire. Seeing this, Su Yuan said, what's this kid up to? Think that brat can survive. Mu Lin Shuo crossed her arms and stood on the side, saying, there's no other choice. A lot of forces have gathered this time. To gain any advantage, we have to cooperate with him. I heard he defeated Lu Jing, and that kid has some connection with Bai Wai. She then left, but before going, she reminded Su Yuan, I don't care what you do, but if you mess up the plan, you know the consequences. Hearing Mu Lin Shuo's words, Su Yuan gritted his teeth in anger and muttered, sooner or later, you'll regret this. At that moment, the phone screen lit up with a message. Chen An anxiously texted Zhu, was there a fire at your place just now? Are you okay? Zhu replied, I'm fine. It was just the room next to ours that caught fire, so we went to help. Chen An, still worried, texted, be careful, okay? He used his skills to observe Zhu, who was busily helping out. He thought to himself, it seems like she's still a little injured, but it's nothing serious. His phone lit up with a message notification. He asked Chen An, in the future, will Wan Yuan village be affected? Chen An replied immediately, it seems that Wan Yuan village will suffer a huge fire, and after that, Zhu won't be seen live streaming anymore. Chen An read the message with great concern and quickly dialed the phone. On the other end, Zhu answered, hello, it's me. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen An interrupted, saying, can you come back to Yincheng? Come back tonight, bring your family along, and get out of there for a while. Chen An urgently urged Zhu, who was confused and asked, huh? What are you talking about? Chen An didn't have time to explain. He just said loudly, the world has changed. Your village is about to be destroyed. Since the fire started, don't you feel like something's off? Zhu froze, and she pondered for a moment before saying, actually, There was a warehouse fire last night, and with what just happened, there hasn't been a fire in Wan Yuan village in years. Then hesitantly she asked, do you know something? At this point, Chen An calmed down and said, I don't know how to explain it, but anyway, I hope you believe me. After that, Chen An didn't say anything else and hung up. From a distance, he saw Zhu Zhu and her father arguing. Soon after, her father left, leaving her standing alone. She stood there, took out her phone, and typed something. Chen An's phone screen lit up with a message notification from Zhu Zhu. She wrote, I need to talk to my parents for a bit, but I still want to thank you for caring about me. Chen An read Zhu Zhu's message and reflected on it. It made sense. How could anyone just leave because of a single word from him? At this point, his worries shifted to something else. He silently thought, it must be about time. Is this the place where my future self said there's the most spiritual energy? And are there also unimaginable transformations happening here? The sky at that moment was quickly covered by clouds, obscuring the bright moonlight, making everything seem pitch dark. The ground began to tremble, vibrating, and even the village shook in response. The villagers started to panic, shouting, earthquake! Run fast! From beneath the ground, columns of light shot up in all directions in various colors, blue, red, purple, yellow. Then a huge explosion occurred, and several men in black shouted, it's starting. Everyone gathered together. They stood in the midst of the great flames, and it appeared that spiritual energy was flying out of the fire. Suddenly, a beam of light zipped past one of the men in black, and he cried out. Bai Wai, along with a group of well-equipped armed personnel, issued an order. Put out the fire first, and then deal with the rest. From within the flames, a loud voice yelled, are you trying to die? Who told you to put out the fire? Su Yuan stepped forward, his body engulfed in flames, his eyes blazing with fire. He scowled and continued, you're interrupting my cultivation. Because of his fire ability, he could absorb power from the flames to strengthen himself, which was why he was angry at others trying to extinguish them. He saw Bai Wai and said, iron attribute ability. Bai Wai didn't expect to meet a woman like her here. Hearing this, her face darkened, and she coldly stared at Su Yuan. The group of awakened individuals then joined together to extinguish Su Yuan's flames. At this point, Su Yuan became even angrier. He extended his hand forward, gathering energy into a small fireball, and shouted, Busybody! Suddenly, the fireball flew towards Bai Wai. She raised one hand to block the flames and exclaimed, what? He stood there, smugly saying, your body might be able to block my fire, but what about your clothes? If you keep meddling, I'll burn your clothes off. Bai Wai took off her outer jacket and threw it on the ground. She was seething with rage, her eyes wide open, and golden spiritual energy crackled around her. She said, the man wants to die. With a powerful leap, she soared directly towards Su Yuan, and he, thrilled, shouted, come on, this is great. He clapped his hands together, sending streams of fire toward Bai Wai. She yelled, it's too hot, and quickly retreated behind a large rock to dodge Su Yuan's attack. He taunted her, saying, quick on your feet, huh? I wonder if you're just as quick in bed. Come out here, let's continue playing. She wasn't going to back down either and retorted, your mouth sure is filthy. Su Yuan sneered, saying, ha ha, my mouth can do more than that. At that moment, Bai Wai threw something towards Su Yuan. He instinctively used his fire ability to block it, but before he could comprehend what was happening, he screamed, ah. Suddenly, Bai Wai rushed quickly to Su Yuan's side. He shouted loudly, what? Before he could react, a punch landed squarely on his face, making him grit his teeth and let out a cry of pain. Old Su Yuan was knocked back by Bai Wai's punch, his body trembling slightly, half of his face swelling, with blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. He wiped the blood away and said, you dare hit me? Calmly wait for your death. Bai Wai cracked her knuckles, her face filled with killing intent. Her cold, sharp eyes flashed with blue electric sparks as she continued, well, it's a coincidence, it's just beginning now. Mulin Shou, who was standing not far behind, also appeared with a tattered figure. He said, this kid can't accomplish anything. If it weren't for hiding his abilities, then this time. Meanwhile, Chen An stood on a high hill looking down. Everything around him was now engulfed in flames. He said the temperature around here is rising more and more. Then, a surge of green spiritual energy emanated around him. Suddenly, a small flame ignited at Chen An's feet, causing him to panic and exclaim, oh no, it's already burning my feet. Gradually, larger flames began to spread. He stomped his feet to put out the fire, still muttering, hot, hot, hot. Get away from me. Chen enveloped himself in green spiritual energy for protection and thought, the fire has spread here already. When will the Yuan nourishment? It was as if he sensed something, turning his head to look, thinking to himself, it's here. Chen An began to activate his spatial skill, initiating Devour as he absorbed the UN nourishment, his potential increasing rapidly. After absorbing the energy, he refreshedly exclaimed, "Ah, my face is flushed with satisfaction," he said, as if his strength had doubled compared to before. Then suddenly, he sensed something and immediately jumped to a different spot, a small wisp of smoke rising from the ground. Suddenly, Mu Linshuo's voice rang out, "Chen An, where's the cooperation you mentioned?" Seeing her ask that, he replied, "Didn't I already tell you the location? Why haven't you come?" Chen An sharply retorted, "Your sincerity is lacking, and yet you still have the nerve to blame me." Then he asked again, "Where's your teammate?" At this moment, Mu Linshuo was still invisible. When Chen An asked, she fell silent, making no sound. Chen An, surprised, said, "No, no way. Has he abandoned you again?" Mu Linshuo floated past him, revealing herself, and said, "Forget about him. The two of us will cooperate. Right now, there's fire all around us, and the concentration of primordial essence is getting higher and higher. It will definitely attract experts. I want to set up a concealment formation nearby, and I'll need your cooperation." Chen An, with an indifferent expression, asked, "Create the formation. What can I do to help you?" As he spoke, his mind briefly thought of the mirror formation used by some magicians. Mu Linshuo then answered, "I can use the concealment formation to cover the area around us, so when we absorb the primordial essence, no one will be able to detect us." But then she turned to him and said, "However, I need." Her face turned slightly red, and she said, "To have you supply energy for me." Chen An was stunned, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He pointed at her face and asked, "Are you blushing? How should I provide energy for you?" "Could it be?" he exclaimed. In his mind, the image of Mu Linshuo wrapping her arms around his neck, the two of them in an intimate position with their faces close together, appeared. Just thinking about it made his body tremble, his face flushed, and his mouth agape, unable to imagine what would happen next. Seeing him like this, Mu Linshuo was visibly displeased, exuding a murderous aura as she said, "You just need to stick cross-legged behind me and press your palm against my back." The two of them sat down on a flat spot. Chen An tried to explain, "Just kidding, don't be angry." Then he placed his hand on Mu Linshuo's back, transferring his spiritual energy to her. As her body received a surge of power, she trembled and let out a soft sound. Huff. And she began to concentrate, gathering her spiritual energy in one spot, forming a purple orb. After a while, a purple barrier appeared, enveloping a large area. Perhaps this barrier required a great deal of power, as it consumed quite a bit of spiritual energy. She was slightly fatigued as she said, "All right, now, no one can see us from the outside. We can safely absorb the nourishing energy now." Then, noticing his angry expression, she said, "Hey, you can take your hand off now." Upon hearing this, Chen An quickly withdrew his hand, a little flustered, saying, "Okay. She sat and absorbed the nourishing energy, wondering why the absorption speed was so slow. She opened her eyes, her brows slightly furrowed. She then glanced over at Chen An, who was also sitting and absorbing the nourishing energy. She was shocked, thinking to herself, how could this be? His absorption rate is so fast. Could he have A-level talent? The barrier was a thin, purple membrane. An hour later, the barrier disappeared. On this side, the high heels scraped against the ground as if trying to stop. Bai Weiwei was sweating, with several wounds on her body and parts of her clothes torn. So Yuan looked even worse, his face bruised and his nose bleeding. He was panting heavily and said, "Gannett, that damn woman is really hard to deal with." Then, a few men from Bai Weiwei's team looked over to the side and shouted, "There's someone over there." Bai Weiwei also noticed and looked over, exclaiming, Chen An." Mu Linshuo walked ahead, casually glancing at them, while Chen An walked behind, his hands in his pockets, glancing at one of the men in the group and saying loudly, "Mu Linshuo, she's with the underground organization." Bai Weiwei, standing behind, was also startled and looked toward them. Mu Linshuo turned his head, smiled at Chen An, and said, "Bao Zong, even Chen An is interested in her?" He called out. Before he could say goodbye to her, a few bullets suddenly flew toward them, but she had already disappeared, leaving only a shadow behind. The bullets flew past without hitting anything, and Chen An was startled as well. One man ran forward, slamming his weapon to the ground, and shouted, "Die." Seeing him flail his knife around in the air, Chen An laughed. The man raised his glasses, furious, and shouted, "You and her are in the same group." Bai Weiwei realized what he was about to do and screamed, "Don't." Chen An looked at the man in front of him, thinking, this girl should not be underestimated. Her armor was intentionally worn to make others think she and he were on the same side. At the same time, the man from earlier lunged at Chen An with the knife, shouting, "I'll kill you." But Chen An just gave a cold stare and with an emotionless face, flicked his hand, sending the man flying, causing him to scream. The knife in his hand spun in midair before falling to the ground. He glanced to the side where Bai Wai remained silent, saying nothing. When Chen An turned to leave, the man who had been struck seemed not to give up just yet. He pointed at him and shouted, "We can't let him go." Bai Wai, feeling irritated, said, "Earlier, when dealing with that fire-breathing guy, why didn't I see you helping?" His face twisted with hatred, as though he wished he could kill the person in front of him immediately. He said he's with Mu Lin Shuo. She's from an underground organization, and he's no good either. Capture him. Hearing this, Chen An let out a cold laugh. Then two men rushed forward, intending to seize him. Bai Wai, losing her patience, angrily shouted, "Chen Zailang, I command you to return to the team immediately." Upon hearing this, Chen Zailang turned his head and replied, "Bai Wai, he killed a master that the Chen family invited. I haven't even caused you any trouble about this matter. I hope you don't go against the Chen family, or else don't blame me for not being merciful." The two henchmen standing nearby just stood there, sweating, unsure of which side to take in this confrontation between the two senior figures. Bai Wai trembled with anger, unable to speak. She shouted, "In your heart, you must be thinking that these people seem to all be from the Chen family. No wonder no one told me the details of this mission from the start." The men stood frozen, guilty, not daring to speak. She then thought, feeling upset about how she had fought the Fire Brother alone without their help, that they were so enthusiastic when it came to dealing with Chen An. Chen An stood outside listening to the conversation. He sighed and then laughed, saying, "What if there is no talk of loyalty? Can words kill me?" He then looked at Bai Wai and asked, "If I kill them, you won't mind, right?" Bai Wai was indifferent to their fate, stretching out her hand to gesture for him to proceed. Chen An arrogantly beckoned with his index finger and said, "The Chen family, right? Come here." "All right, if you have any last words, hurry up and say them," one of them responded. Hearing this, the others immediately rushed forward to attack Chen An. Chen Zailang, standing behind, said, "Seeking death." Then he took the black sword out from his spatial pocket, enveloped in a layer of green spiritual energy. Chen An, in a ready stance, drew the sword behind his head and shouted, "Die!" He swung the sword forward, causing a massive explosion. One of them teleported backward. Chen An, holding a knife, said, "You go die." But before he could strike, a sword pierced through his chest, catching him off guard. Chen An then spoke, "I'm not going," coldly added, "You go." The one who was stabbed collapsed to the ground, causing Chen Zailang to stumble backward, its face pale, saying, "This level of power." Before he could finish his sentence, a fierce fire suddenly erupted from behind Chen An, startling him. Chen An turned to look behind him and said anxiously, "This is the direction of Wanyu village. Why is it?" Without paying attention to himself, Chen Zailang turned and fled. When Chen An turned around to look at him, he'd already run far away. He muttered, "Touch that guy." He used his reconnaissance skills to think to himself, "I don't have time to worry about him right now. I need to see what's going on in Wanyuan village." He saw that the entire village was engulfed in flames. Zooming in further, he saw Su Yuan standing there, laughing wildly with arrogance. He cursed under his breath, "This bastard," and flew out of the forest, heading straight for Wanyuan village. Chen An shouted in anger, "Su Yuan, the screams for help are still echoing in my ears." He was about to go and give that bastard Su Yuan a good beating, but hearing the cries of the people, he hesitated. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself, saving people is more important. He quickly went to protect a mother and child who were trapped and healed their injuries. Just as he was about to move them to a safer place, he suddenly heard the cry of a man for help. He glanced over and immediately recognized that it was Zhu Zhu's father. He said, "It's Zhu Zhu's father." He handed the child to the mother, telling them to go to a safe place, then rushed over to help Zhu Zhu's father, who was trapped by a pillar. He asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" The man managed to free himself, his face a little pale, and said, "Cough, thank you." Now that he was safe and sound, Chen quickly asked, "Where's Zhu Zhu?" The man remembered and replied, "She couldn't sleep, said she was going out for a walk. I couldn't see her after that." He pleaded desperately, "Please, save my daughter." Upon hearing this, Chen An used his skills to search for Zhu Zhu's whereabouts. He thought to himself, "My sensing ability can't locate Zhu Zhu. Where has she gone?" Before Chen An could find Zhu Zhu, a cry for help rang out in his ears. He gritted his teeth, and with a quick grunt, Chen An dashed toward the fire, thinking to himself that it would be better to both rescue and search for her at the same time. Meanwhile, in a flat area outside the fire, most of the people had already been rescued. Bai Wai ran up and said, "Chen An, you couldn't even let her finish her sentence." Chen An immediately shouted, "Don't worry about me. Get the injured to the hospital quickly." Upon hearing this, Bai Wai hurriedly answered the phone, "Got it." At that moment, a flash of light went through Chen An's mind, and he suddenly felt a bit of joy, thinking, There's a response now. Then, without warning, he soared up into the sky, leaving everyone there astonished. They seemed unable to believe their eyes, and they whispered to each other, "Oh my God, is that a deity? He's the one who saved me, an angel descending from heaven to save us." As the sky began to brighten, Chen An ran swiftly through the forest as though he had no concept of fatigue. Suddenly, Chen An stopped at a spot and said, "I can sense Juju's presence. Ahead of me is a dark cave." Chen An, puzzled, murmured, "But why would she be here?" Slowly, he entered the cave and surveyed its interior. He thought to himself that the cave seemed very spacious, large enough for two people to walk side by side. Then, he suddenly noticed something and his thoughts raced. Something was wrong. In the pitch-black cave, two red eyes, glowing like rubies, shone through the darkness. Chen An stood frozen. His eyes flashed with realization as the bear, with its bloodshot eyes full of fury, lunged toward him like a missile. Chen An stepped aside. The cave, originally spacious, had become cramped due to the appearance of the bear. He moved with some difficulty, cursing the bear under his breath. "Damn it, you big beast, you become a nuisance." Unable to toy with him, the bear grew angry, its form darkening with rage. Seeing the bear turn back towards him, Chen An quickly spoke. "Wait, after dodging that last blow, I can tell just how strong you are." He thought to himself, the bear's speed and strength were truly exaggerated. Compared to the strange beast that had just transformed, the strange beast now seemed like nothing more than shrimp in comparison. Chen An suddenly realized that when he told the bear to wait, it actually stopped. Could it understand him? He wasn't entirely sure if what was happening was a coincidence or if it really understood him. Regardless of his thoughts, he waved his hand and quickly explained to ensure his survival. "I don't mean any harm." Hearing this, the large bear looked at him skeptically, as though it didn't believe him or simply didn't care to listen. Chen An then introduced himself as if to prove that he wasn't a threat to the bear. "I am." Before he could finish, the bear attempted to slap him. Caught off guard, he was struck squarely, flying back to the ground. Enraged by the bear's actions, Chen An shouted at it, adding a line that sounded like something out of a romance novel with an overbearing CEO. "Damn it, you're playing dirty, but you've succeeded in getting my attention." Realizing he had been insulted, the bear charged toward him. This time, Chen An decided to fight back. With a face as menacing as any villain, he grinned maliciously. "All right then, let's see who's stronger." Both of them threw their punches at the same time, and the blue spiritual energy radiated around them. Because he didn't expect Chen An to be that strong when they clashed, the big bear, who had been silent from the start, suddenly shouted. The big bear was knocked back, enraged. It charged like a wild beast, mouth dripping with blood, and Chen An charged back, meeting it head-on. The two of them grappled, each trying to land a blow, and when they found themselves evenly matched, the tension on their faces increased. Boom, boom, boom. The big bear was struck on the head, leaving two large bumps. It curled up in a corner, holding its head. What had once been fierce now looked pitiable. Realizing that it couldn't defeat Chen An, the big bear rushed to hug Chen An's leg, acting spoiled and throwing a tantrum, clearly showing how heartbroken it was. Seeing this, Chen An stopped moving and stared at the big bear, stunned. He asked, "You can act spoiled too?" He was still pondering when a voice suddenly echoed from the entrance of the demon realm. Chen An looked up in surprise and asked again, "Is this a future version of me? Why are you speaking directly in my ear?" The future will answer as well, "I'm not sure either. It seems that my consciousness can now see what you see, and this conversation might be a mental connection between us." He remained doubtful and continued, "Could it be that my abilities have leveled up?" "Yes, that's right. I had data on this before, but I didn't expect the effect to be this good. It's probably related to the energy. Now everything we see is the same. We no longer need to be connected all the time to communicate anywhere and know everything." Chen An was stunned, unable to believe that it could be like this. His thoughts gradually turned in a negative direction. "My God, doesn't that mean you see me eating and drinking hygienically too?" The future, knowing your thoughts, is also helpless and boring. He responded with a convincing answer, "Would I criticize myself?" "That's true," Chen An agreed. "All right then." To avoid further embarrassment, he quickly changed the subject. "What's this demon realm you're talking about?" The future recounted what it knew. "If I'm not mistaken, Wan Yuan Mountain didn't have this place before. It only suddenly appeared later with the changes in heaven and earth. New places like this are emerging more and more, and at that point, humanity will enter a stage never before seen in history. This bear is very likely from the demon realm." Seeing Chen An looking at him, the big bear nervously shrank back, much like a shy young maiden. Chen An, uninterested, asked about his own future. "What level is this bear? How does its strength compare to mine?" "This is just an ordinary little demon. As for cultivation realms, right now, your strength is at the second tier. The current realm classification is divided from low to high into 9 levels, with the ninth level being the highest, equivalent to transcending to the immortal realm. Your talent is at level 4 now, but I believe that in this harvest, you'll break through to level 5. The big bear shrank itself and followed Chen An. Seeing this, Chen An became curious. It can shrink itself. Demon beasts' ability to grow large is a basic skill when cultivating, so if they can naturally grow or shrink at will. Of course, each type of demon beast is different, and their abilities and attributes also vary. The two of them ventured deeper into the cave. At the end of the cave, a girl was lying asleep. She was incredibly beautiful, with flowing pink hair loosely tied to one side, wearing a pale yellow dress. "Zhu Zhu," he called out. As if understanding something, the big bear quickly covered its flushed face. Chen and turned around as well. Asterisk this, asterisk, he thought to himself with a frown. Asterisk dotes this bear like Zhu Zhu asterisk. Leaving the big bear behind, he rushed to shake Zhu Zhu awake. As she stirred, her body also came to consciousness. She asked suspiciously. Chen An. Then suddenly she threw her arms around his neck and screamed in fear. There's a bear. The big bear, which had appeared gentle in her eyes, now looked terrifying. Zhu Zhu clung tightly to Chen An's neck, calling out, "Chen An." Seeing her reaction, he blushed slightly and stammered, "Zhu Zhu, are you all right?" The bear that had been struck by Chen An earlier stood up, glaring at the two of them with fierce eyes. As Zhu Zhu saw the bear, she screamed in panic. "Ah!" She clung to his collar, her face pale, and with a frightened voice said, "Chen An, there's a bear." The bear, seeing her distress, tried to explain, "It's all right. I've already been beaten into submission by him." Hearing that, her face still looked somewhat frightened. Chen An shot a sharp look at the bear, then pointed a thumb at himself and said clearly, "She's mine. Got it?" Upon hearing this, the bear became enraged and bared its teeth. Chen An coldly replied, "Are you dissatisfied? Be careful. I'll beat you so hard you'll crap yourself, then shove you into a pile of dung and use your own shit to beat you." The bear, upon seeing Chen An's serious demeanor, immediately toned down its mood, grumbling softly before punching its chest with one paw and giving a thumbs up with the other in agreement. Then it bent down toward Zhu Zhu, startling her and making her exclaim. The bear acted cute to win her favor, causing her to laugh. Suddenly, Chen An spoke up and asked, "But why are you here?" Hearing his question, she lowered her gaze slightly and said, "After recalling what you said to me, I couldn't stop tossing and turning, unable to sleep. I was about to go for a walk behind the mountain to get some fresh air when I was caught by it." As she spoke, he listened intently while glancing at the large bear, which scratched its head innocently. Then she suddenly thought of something and asked blankly, "You just said you subdued it. Are you an awakened one? Do you know Flying Sky, Earth Escape?" Chen avoided both her gaze and her question, skillfully changing the subject. "Let's go. Your family is probably worried." In his mind, he silently thought, if I don't cut her off, I don't know how many more questions she'll ask. He then carried her out of the cave. The bear, trailing behind, put on a regretful expression, wiping away the tears streaming down its face with a cloth and crying out, "Hugo!" At this moment, Zhu Zhu, leaning against Chen, said, "After hearing what you said, I went online and looked it up. There's so much talk about the world changing, about cultivators, awakened ones. Many pieces of information have vanished in the blink of an eye." She pressed her lips together, her face a little pained. In her heart, she thought, "He is an awakened one. He will be immortal. We are no longer from the same world." After walking for a while, the two of them finally returned to Wanyuan village. Chen An spoke up, "Zhu Zhu, we're home. Get down." At that moment, she tightly hugged Chen An's neck, resting her head on his shoulder. Her eyes filled with tears as she said, "You're not a normal person anymore. I just want to hold you a little longer." In her heart, she thought perhaps we will never have any more contact after this. Then Zhu Zhu's parents ran up from a distance and shouted, "Zhu Zhu, where have you been? You've scared us to death." She got off Chen An, wiped the tears from her eyes, and said, "Mom, Dad." She ran to them, and they hurriedly asked, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" She replied, "I'm fine." Chen An stood silently, motionless, without saying a word. Zhu Zhu turned her head and glanced at him. At that moment, his figure was slowly disappearing into the distance. Chen walked alone in the dark night, when suddenly Bai Weiwei appeared behind him and said, "Where are you going? The Chen family will stop at nothing to kill you. You're in great danger." Chen's face remained expressionless, and he replied indifferently, "It's fine. I don't care." Bai Weiwei stood behind him, thinking about the times she'd encountered Chen An, pondering. Sometimes he was timid and weak, other times he was arrogantly domineering. What kind of person was he, really? She looked at his disappearing figure, and suddenly thought, could it be him? She was thinking about the masked man who had saved her that day. She remained deep in thought, wondering just how strong he really was. At that moment, he waved his hand and said, "Thanks for the reminder." Returning to his residence, Chen An rested his head on his hand and looked at the report from the system. Tianfu Devouring has a value of A-level talent 1/50th 000. Tianfu Space has a value of S-level talent 1/1 million. Hidden Tianfu Connecting a Future has a value of SA-level talent 1/10 million. Available talent value can be used 80,000. Tianfu Merchant's Insightful Vision costs 100,000. He leaned back into the sofa, thought for a moment, and then said, what is Tianfu Merchant's Insight? Can I still buy new talents? Before he could finish his sentence, Chen and Tuom spoke up, upgrade the devouring ability first. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's screen displayed Tianfu upgrade deducts 50,000 talent points, remaining talent points 30. Tianfu Devouring has been upgraded to S level. Chen and Tuom was slightly surprised and said, the strength of a third-grade ability is growing faster than mine did back then. Now I can go to the space pool to accumulate more talent value. He then submerged himself in the pool and his talent points kept increasing by 1,500. At this moment, a notification appeared again on the system screen. Hidden Tianfu Connecting the Future has a value of SA level talent 1/10 million. Available talent points can be used 98,000. Tianfu Merchant's Insightful Vision costs 100,000. Mentalist's Spiritual Power costs 500,000. He looked at the system's report and said happily, eyes without pupils, wait for me to get you. In his skyscraper headquarters building, a knock on the door suddenly echoed. A voice from inside said, come in. It turned out that the one who knocked was none other than Bai Weiwei. She opened the door and walked in. She had just opened the door when she froze for a moment. Inside the room was a middle-aged man who said, Bai Weiwei, tell us about what happened on Mount Fangyuan, the incident involving Chen An. Along with a young man sitting beside him, he smiled evenly. Bai Weiwei's face darkened as she looked at him. She thought to herself, Chen Zailang, so that young man is Chen Zailang. He sat on the side, watching her with a mocking smile. She averted her gaze and hesitated before speaking. On the day of the fire, I saw him with a woman, and then there was a conflict between us. That's basically what happened. Somewhere, there was a blonde girl wearing glasses that shone brightly. It turned out that was Du Henyu. She crossed her arms, speaking as she walked. There was no issue with her words. Everything she said was the truth. After hearing this, Bai Weiwei was stunned, her eyes wide and her mouth agape. She thought, this woman was always behind me, yet I never noticed. What's going on? Du Henyu turned to look at her and raised her hand to greet her. Hello, I'm a spirit master. I just used some tricks to blind you earlier. Don't take it to heart. In response to her greeting, Bai Weiwei turned her face away in annoyance. Huff. Du Henyu awkwardly smiled and withdrew her hand. In the room, the middle-aged man spoke with a stern face. Chen Zailang, for disobeying Captain Bai Weiwei's orders, and before understanding Chen An's attitude, you instigated your subordinates to attack him. You are hereby expelled from the army. Chen Zailang's face darkened as he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, I refuse to accept this. On what grounds? Old man, you don't even care about the face of the Chen family. Suddenly from somewhere, a bodyguard rushed in and violently punched him in the face. The punch twisted his face, distorting it grotesquely. The blow was so powerful that it sent him flying several meters, crashing straight into the wall. The middle-aged man frowned in anger and waved his hand, saying, all right, that's enough. Take him down. He spoke irritably, as though one bad apple had spoiled the whole bunch. Bai Weiwei stood there, watching everything from start to finish. She glanced at the black handbag the bodyguard had brought outside, then turned to the middle-aged man and said, the Chen family will definitely not forgive Chen An. The middle-aged man responded immediately, if the masked man you're talking about is Chen An, then I think the Chen family doesn't even consider that kid a threat. The middle-aged man sneered and said, the Chen family has done a lot of things. They should be prepared to pay the price. She told Chen An we won't get involved in this matter, nor will we help the Chen family. We just hope he won't hold a grudge against us. Meanwhile, in another setting, the sky gradually darkened and the lights of the buildings began to turn on one by one. Chen An was walking on the street when he suddenly stopped for a moment. From a distance, in a white car, a girl called out to him, Hey, what are you standing there for? It was Su Wuxei. She took off her glasses and smiled at him. Hurry up and get in the car. Since she had invited him, he had no choice but to accept. The car started and sped off. As they sat in the car, the two of them chatted. Chen asked her, How did you know I was here? Where are you planning to go? Before Chen An's doubt, she quickly responded, Oh, do you think I'm watching you? This hotel is owned by my family. Do you think I have nothing better to do? After hearing this, Chen An stiffened, his face darkened, and the awkward smile on his face faltered. So Wuxie continued, the hotel is surrounded by experts. As soon as you step out of the hotel, someone will kill you. The Chen family has said they want to make sure you don't leave Yin Cheng. Their car suddenly stopped as they were waiting for the traffic light. The conversation didn't end. She continued, if you follow me, they won't strike easily. My family and the Chen family haven't openly clashed yet. She took off her glasses, her eyes sincere as she looked at him. Last time, they were struck hard. It was a huge blow for them, and they won't want to face my family again. She paused. Chen An, come to my house. Chen An furrowed his brows slightly, closed his eyes, and said, forget it. This is my problem. I can handle it. Thank you for your kindness, but please stop the car over there. I'll head home now. The scene shifted to a brightly lit street, the air fresh, and the sky, a beautiful oil painting. So Wuxie's car finally stopped at Chen An's request. Sitting in the car, she could only helplessly sigh. Who would regret Chen An's departure? As soon as Chen An stepped out of the car, he heard loud arguing. Are you blind? Does my boss ever pay for his meals? It turned out a tall, fierce thug was arguing with a petite, cute shop assistant. He yelled, enough talk, I'll smash the door. The shop owner here is no pushover either. She won't tolerate this nonsense. You all can't leave. If you want to eat, you might have to pay for it. Hearing the loud argument, Suo Wuxai also got off the car to watch the drama. She looked at Chen An and asked, do you know her? He immediately responded, this is King's sister, the owner of the Sichuan hot pot restaurant. She's divorced and raising her daughter on her own. She's a good person. Chen An quickly ran over to see what was going on. I'll go check it out. So Wuxai followed him. I'll go with you. As for the shop owner, those who thought they could bully a weak woman just because they were stronger. One of them said, third party, what are you doing here? This woman doesn't know the rules. Take her away. Send her to Huang Cheng. The technician will give her to young Master Chen. Doesn't he need a woman over there? A green-haired thug from the group grabbed King's sister's arm, the hot pot restaurant owner. He started sneering. Ha! Who brother is right? This girl is offering herself on a silver platter. Don't blame us if King's sister ends up screaming. Suddenly, a glass bottle hit the green-haired thug's face, making him yell. Damn it. He angrily cupped his head and yelled, what the hell? Who's the blind idiot? It turned out that the one who threw the bottle was Chen An. He swung his arm and threw another bottle at another thug in the group. Chen An and Suo Wuxai looked at them like they were scum of the earth. Chen An raised his voice. What are you doing? Suo Wuxai shook his wrists slightly and slowly said, I'm on my period. He furrowed his brows and looked at Chen An, shouting, are you tired of living? There were two tall men standing beside him. The two men gritted their teeth, their faces filled with anger as they glared at him. There was also one person lying sprawled on the ground. He looked fine, but something was off. One hand was in his pocket, while the other held a lighter, lighting a cigarette. He muttered, meddling in things that don't concern him, asking for death. Just as he put the cigarette in his mouth, the two men were immediately beaten to a pulp. He was stunned, frozen in place, staring. Chen An raised his fist, his body tense with rage, his eyes never leaving him. Meanwhile, Suo Wuxai stood beside him, calm and composed. The man was in disbelief, his eyes wide open, mouth agape, shouting, what? But in no time, as though he had not learned his lesson, he stood holding the cigarette, looked at Chen An and Suo Wuxai and said, kid, you got some skills. Do you know who I am? As soon as he finished speaking, he was punched straight in the face. He fell to the ground, his face bruised and swollen. But his mouth kept moving. Damn it, I'm a friend of young Master Chen. You're finished now, kid. Let me tell you, you're done for. Chen An looked at Suo Wuxai and said, the Chen family's dog legs. Anyway, I had a grudge with the Chen family for a long time. You go ahead. Seeing this, he shouted loudly, are you scared now? Want to leave? I'll tell you, I've remembered your face. This filthy woman, he muttered. Suo Wuxai heard this and smiled lightly, looking at him as she said, what should I do now? He's remembered my face. Why did you kill him for me? I'll go ahead. Upon hearing this, his face darkened, a sinister smile spreading across it. As he spoke, his hand was already rolling up his sleeve. The man panicked, starting to frantically clear his name. I said you're the type of beautiful woman who makes everyone fall in love at first sight, the kind of person who leaves a deep impression just by looking at you. She turned around to walk away, waving her hand as she said, if there's anything you can't handle, just call me anytime. My words are always valid. Chen An watched her retreating figure. The total was 35 coins for the 5 people, plus a few losses. The emotional distress fee was 500 coins. After paying, the person left. He sat down on the chair with his legs crossed and said, you've got King's sister next to you. The man's hand trembled as he tightly gripped the money, saying, all right, I'll give it. And there are 2 underlings next to me, their faces all twisted. As he handed over the money, he secretly thought to himself, Let him enjoy this moment. Once I get back and report to young Master Chen, young Master Chen will make sure that Brat's life is worse than death. After handing over the money, all four of them left together. King's sister, seeing this, immediately reminded Chen An, "Xiao An, you should hurry up and leave. They'll definitely come back. After you hit them like that, they won't let it go." Chen An, hearing this, wiped the table with a cloth and said, "King's sister, I'm fine, but you should leave here instead." Ah, King's sister sighed, carrying a bowl. At that moment, in some bar, young Master Chen, you must take responsibility for me and kill that little brat for me, he exclaimed. Chen family Chen Zilin sat in a chair, holding a glass of wine. Chen Zilin spoke. "What's the matter?" Hearing this, he replied, "At first, we were just having a meal, but when we left, it turned out like this." He knelt on the floor and recounted everything. Upon hearing it, Chen Zilin shook his glass of wine. "Young Master Chen, we've got the camera footage." A tablet was placed before Chen Zilin. Hemph. The kid was looking at the tablet, saw Chen An, and then he exclaimed, lifting his glass to his mouth while keeping his eyes fixed on the tablet. He said, "Bai Lang, follow him and see where that kid is. Bring people over here." He smirked, continuing, "Let me see who dares not show respect to me in Yin Chang, even a who dares to hit." Bai Lang slightly bowed and said, "Yes, young Master Chen." Hearing that, he was overjoyed and prepared to stand up. "Who, brother? I've gathered the information already." A voice came from in front of a house with its lights on. Someone pointed at the house and said, "That kid is on the upper floor of this building." At that moment, Chen had just finished his shower, still holding a towel to dry his hair, when he suddenly heard a noise. He wondered, why is it so noisy in the middle of the night? He walked out and saw a group of people inside his house. One of them was even eating a banana. "Brother Bai," that's him. Upon seeing Chen An, he shouted. Chen An sighed, "Oh dear." He then threw the banana on the floor, his face full of anger, and shouted, "It's this brat who did it. Kill him." Bai Lang's face also darkened. "Oh, the awakened one." Bai Lang glanced at Chen An, then spoke. "Young Master Chen asked me to bring you back. Follow me." Upon hearing this, Chen An calmly turned around, put on his slippers, and said, "I was just about to go meet him." He wasn't scared at all. With one hand on his hip and the other pointing toward the door, he said, "Lead the way." At the bar, the voices of a man and woman could be heard. "Ah, you're so annoying. Stop hiding. Come here and give me a kiss." It turned out that it was young Master Chen, who was joking and flirting intimately with a girl who had golden hair, glamorous makeup, and a tight, seductive dress. Young Master Chen had his arm around her shoulder, and with the other hand he was holding his phone, saying, "I've got a message. Let me check it first." She laughed and replied, "Yes, yes, yes." At this moment, young Master Chen received an urgent message on his phone from the Chen family. The message read that Chen family disciples should refrain from acting rashly and avoid provoking this person. Attached was a photo of Chen An with a red note underneath the picture saying that if one was confident of victory, they could kill this person. Young Master Chen looked at it and recognized the face, thinking to himself, "It's him, isn't he the one who beat up Ahu?" He stared at the phone screen, then leaned back in his chair, smirking. He thought, "So now, they won't even show respect to the old man anymore?" As he thought this, he sent a message to someone named Bai Lang, telling him, "Kill this person on the spot." He then called out to his subordinates, instructing Lai Bao and the other three to go assist Bai Lang in bringing back the head of that brat. The subordinate bowed his head and replied affirmatively. Meanwhile, at Chen An's house, a man with white hair and braided hair, watching the phone screen, smiled. Suddenly, a knife fell from his sleeve. He rushed toward Chen An, shouting, "Die!" This shocked everyone present, who didn't understand what was happening. Chen An smiled faintly and effortlessly dodged the blade that barely grazed his neck. One of his subordinates spoke with admiration. "Our Lang brother is taking action." Sure enough, at this moment, the knife in the white-haired man's hand seemed to have missed its target completely. Then Chen An suddenly appeared behind him, catching him off guard. The man turned around, swinging the knife at Chen An, shouting, "Impossible! When did you?" But before his eyes, all he saw was a blurry figure that slowly began to fade away. Chen An suddenly appeared behind him, startling him so much that his face turned pale, drenched in sweat. He kneeled and said, "Boss, spare me." The henchmen nearby stood frozen, their mouths agape, as if they couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Chen An coldly responded, "I won't." He then pulled out a sword from his spatial ring. Suddenly, blood sprayed from the white-haired man's body, causing the henchmen to fearfully retreat. In unison, they knelt and begged him, "Boss, please spare us. Boss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have." Chen An didn't listen to their explanations. He simply swung his hand, slicing all the fruit on the table in half, while the henchman cried out in agony. Now, only the man in the yellow shirt remained. He trembled and frantically backed away, holding his hands up in front of him, pleading for mercy. Don't kill me, he yelled desperately. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Chen An smiled and replied, don't worry, I won't kill you. Before he could finish his sentence, the man suddenly dashed backward, catching Chen An off guard. He stepped on a banana peel on the ground, then crashed his head into the wall, creating a deep dent. As his head hit the wall, he cursed, damn it. Seeing this, Chen An was momentarily stunned. His expression darkened, his face pale as if he were about to faint. He struggled to finish his sentence. I still want you to lead me to find young Master Chen. He stepped closer and saw the man lying motionless, so he kicked him to shake him awake and said, hey, are you still alive? When the man didn't respond, Chen An applied the right-hand rule, repeatedly slapping his face and saying calmly, wake up, wake up. Suddenly, a streak of green light flashed past, surprising him. Chen An leaned to the side and managed to avoid the dart flying towards him. But suddenly, the dart soared upwards. Chen An was astonished and thought to himself, this technique with the hidden weapon, if you're not an awakened person, then you must be a martial artist. From a distance, 2 more darts flew towards him. Luckily, he quickly dodged and the 2 darts embedded themselves in the wall. However, he hadn't anticipated that another dart would come from a different direction. He was shocked and thought, how could they predict my movements? Chen An touched the ground, flipped over, and leaped up to evade the dart. He figured there were at least 3 assassins, maybe more, and that the darts were poisoned. Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he silently thought, I have no idea where they are hiding, otherwise I'll be at a serious disadvantage. Then another dart appeared. Chen An blocked the opponent's line of sight, activated the devouring space, and drew the dart into the space, thinking to himself, looks like I need to draw them out first. He pretended to collapse onto the ground, and the assassins, seeing this, emerged and laughed, saying, this damn kid looks like he got hit by the dart after all. At this moment, Chen An lay motionless on the ground, clutching his chest while the assassins stood there, grinning smugly. The old man with the white beard said, this kid's vitality is quite strong. Even after being hit by the poisoned dart, he's still not dead. Upon hearing this, the man in the red robe sneered and continued, it's just a matter of time. Finish him off, young Master Chen promised 5 million. After saying this, they laughed heartily. Suddenly, Chen An sprang to his feet and laughed along with them. Ha ha, leaving them bewildered and confused. You, how are you still? Chen An brushed one side of his hair, trying to look cool, and flashed a mocking smile at his opponent, asking, surprised, happy? Then he stomped on the foot of the man in the red shirt, making him cry out in pain. The others suffered the same fate. Afterward, he took out the dart he had just hidden in his space and said, you guys had a lot of fun shooting earlier, right? I will give it a try. Shaking the dart in his hand, he continued, but my skills aren't that good. I only know how to do this. With that, he flicked the dart with the force of 2 fingers towards a group of assassins. The dart shot through the air at incredible speed, and the assassins, terrified, scrambled to dodge the incoming attack, but it was too late. The dart struck the heads of 3 assassins without missing, and they collapsed to the ground, dead before they could even scream. At that moment, only the fake white-haired man was left. Seeing this, he feared and retreated. Chen An approached, causing him to fall to the ground in fear. Chen An spoke, his face breaking into a sinister smile as he looked at the assassin. For the lucky audience, do you agree to take me to see young Master Chen? Meanwhile, at the bar, young Master Chen was on the phone with someone. Damn it, why are they picking up? Just as he was about to dial again, he heard the sound of a door being kicked open. He eagerly asked, oh, you're back. The door was smashed open and cracks appear on the wall. Chen An, holding the old assassin with one hand and kicking the door open with his foot, stepped inside. Upon seeing him, young Master Chen was stunned, his eyes wide. He took a step back and leaned against the sofa, stammering, You. Chen An threw the assassin to the ground and asked, didn't you want to see me? He then sat on the table and asked again, now that you've met me, how is it? Am I handsome? Young Master Chen at this moment was terrified, sweating coldly. He gripped the golden ring tightly, pressing it against his chest as he said, handsome, what do you want? Do you know who I am? After saying that, he tried to calm himself, but he still felt a bit anxious. He spoke to him, today I admit defeat. What do you want to let me go? Just tell me how much you need. Chen An sat on the table, his face dark as earth, not saying anything. On the other hand, young Master Chen continued, I'm just a second-generation rich kid, a parasite waiting to die. Killing me wouldn't mean anything, so why not let me go? I can guarantee that my family will pursue this matter. At this point, young Master Chen was thinking in his head, Huff, let you be proud for a while longer. Once Brother Zhu arrives, you're done for. He is a top-tier expert. After hearing his words, Chen An spoke, looking towards the door. Why don't you just be quiet for a moment and stop making noise, buying time for someone to come help, right? I'll wait. I also want to see who the Chen family will send. Just as he finished speaking, a voice full of killing intent echoed. You are quite bold. Chen An glanced at the person entering. The newcomer was a man with white hair slicked back, his hands also behind his back, and a few wrinkles on his face, making him appear quite elderly. He continued, but today, I'm afraid you won't be able to get out of this door. At that moment, Chen An from the future appeared beside him and said, he is Zhu Fa, the second most powerful expert of the Chen family, not someone easy to deal with. You better avoid him. Just after hearing Chen An from the future speak, Butler Zhu suddenly lunged forward, his hand clenched into a fist aimed at him. Chen An reacted swiftly, managing to block the strike in time. Two streams of red and green aura clashed against each other. Seeing this, Chen An from the future simply said, forget I said anything. Chen An was knocked back but didn't pay it much attention as he was mentally analyzing the situation. The old man's strength was formidable. The awakened one he had met earlier was nothing compared to this man. Old man Zhu's face turned cold as he said, indeed, you have some skill. You managed to block 1/3 of my strength. You are worthy of dying by my hands. With that, he rushed forward again, launching another attack. Chen An saw this and lightly dodged to the side. The old man, still not understanding what had just happened, was hit by a palm strike from Chen An, sending him crashing to the ground, causing the tiles beneath him to crack. Young Master Chen stood to the side, looking displeased and disdainful, clicking his tongue. Butler Zhu sat up, saying, interesting, interesting. Suddenly, he tore off the shirt he was wearing and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Chen An, seeing this, looked at him with a disgusted expression and shouted in confusion, what the hell are you doing? I'm not stealing anything. Before he could finish his sentence, the old man flexed his muscles, crazily transforming into an insane form. A misty smoke billowed, slowly revealing a shadowy figure surrounded by red, blood-like spiritual energy. At this point, his body had grown twice its original size, and his bloodshot eyes flashed with electricity. Chen An gaped in shock, exclaiming, what the hell? Is this the second form? Chen An from the future, standing nearby and protected by a deep purple barrier, said to him, I told you to avoid his attacks first. Young Master Chen sat on the sofa, happily saying, come up and kill that kid. On the other side, Butler Zhu, full of momentum, said, Junior, dare you take another punch from me? Chen An, with a fake innocent expression, replied, you throw the punch and I'll throw the bag. Immediately after, he rushed towards him with overwhelming force, making it difficult for Chen An to counter. He was pushed back, his hand reddened from the previous block. He thought to himself, as expected, this is the aggressive form. The strength has doubled compared to before. Before he could regain his composure, Butler Zhu leaped into the air, delivering a kick as the next blow, saying to Chen An. Before he could finish, Chen An's head was instantly shoved back several meters. At this point, Butler Zhu laughed with pleasure, veins popping on his forehead, saying, reincarnate well. He then kneed Chen An in the stomach, sending him flying into the wall, shattering it into pieces, dust flying everywhere. At that moment, young Master Chen walked over, pointing his finger and ordering Butler Zhu, old man, chop off his head and bring it back here. Despite the kick and crashing into the wall, Chen An stood up, saying, old man, you don't follow martial ethics, playing rock, paper, scissors, but dodging like this. Young Master Chen was startled and stepped back, hiding behind Butler Zhu, his head still sticking out, asking, what's going on? Why is he still alive? Butler Zhu, looking at Chen An from the debris, sneered coldly. Chen An, appearing unbothered as if nothing had happened to him, waved his hand and said, come on, let's continue. This time, no more playing around. Butler Zhu, slightly frustrated upon hearing this, clenched his fist with all his strength and aimed it at Chen An, shouting, I'll grant you your wish. At this moment, only Chen An could be seen sneering, gently using his left hand to block the old man's attack. The two hands met, creating a tremendous force, and smoke billowed into the air. Chen An, with a proud look on his face, thought to himself, all three powerful strikes earlier have been left behind, and now it's time to return them slowly. On the other side, when the old man saw that Chen had blocked his previous move, he was surprised, sweat pouring down his face. With a hint of panic, he asked, how? How is your strength exactly like mine? Chen An's hand remained tightly gripping his, causing the old man's hand to tremble. Why can't I pull my fist back? The old man thought to himself. Young Master Chen, standing behind, immediately retreated, shouting loudly, you damn old man, what are you doing? Quickly, cripple him. Hearing this, the old man gritted his teeth and shot a glare at the useless brat. Did he see that he was at a disadvantage? When Butler Zhu said nothing, young Master Chen rushed to the table, opened a drawer, and pulled out a gun. Nervously, he pointed it at Chen An, saying, damn it, looks like I have to do it myself. Seeing this, Chen immediately pulled Butler Zhu's hand. The old man's massive body absorbed all the bullets fired. He cried out, "Ah, stop shooting, damn it." After the barrage of bullets had ended, Chen An tossed him aside, his body riddled with bullet holes. Now, young Master Chen was trembling with fear, his face pale, still trying to raise his hand towards Chen An, but unable to say a word. Chen An turned to look at Butler Zhu, who was trembling on the ground, and then glanced at young Master Chen. Now he had collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with fear as he begged, "No, please don't spare me." Chen An slipped his hand into his pocket, gave a cold laugh, lifted one foot, and said no. Then he stomped directly onto young Master Chen, causing him pain, his face turning pale and his teeth gritted. A scream of agony came from their room. A. In another room, a man gripped the table so tightly that it cracked, his fingernails leaving deep scratches. He stared at the large camera screen and said, "It seems Chen An's strength has reached the peak of the second rank. Currently, even at the highest level of the battlefield, it's still only the second rank. We can't let him continue developing. Give me a solution to deal with him." Behind him, a group of people knelt awaiting orders. "Yes, master." Outside the bar, Chen An walked leisurely, sipping his drink. Suddenly, he noticed something, stopped, glanced behind him, then threw his cup at the person behind him while shouting, "Have a drink for me." A blurry figure, dressed in a purple dress and black ankle boots, screamed. The woman dodged, causing the cup to fall to the ground. She was a beauty with golden yellow eyes and dark purple hair, looking slightly surprised as she glanced down at the cup by her feet before asking him, "What are you doing?" Chen An looked at her with a look of disdain and said, "You're still so young, yet your memory is so bad. Have you forgotten how you tricked me?" She crossed her arms, smiled faintly, and asked, still angry. Then she stepped closer to him, slightly turned her back, saying, "If not." As she spoke, she turned away from him, her body slightly tilted, showcasing her alluring curves. She looked at him with a gentle expression and continued, "I'll let you slap me twice." Hearing that, he stepped back in fear, his mouth hanging open, his nostrils flaring wide like a pig's, his face flushed red. He shouted, Who are you really?" She looked at him with trembling eyes as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Angrily, her head felt like it was about to explode. Grinding her teeth, she said, "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" As she spoke, she thought to herself, "If it weren't for the organization valuing him and ordering me to do everything I can to pull them to our side, I wouldn't have to do something so shameful. It's driving me crazy." She regained her composure, though her face was still slightly flushed, and said, Actually, from the moment those thugs came to destroy the spicy hot pot shop, it was already a trap. Chen Zai Lin just wanted to test you, but the scene of your fight with them was transmitted to the higher-ups of the Chen family. They're currently discussing plans to deal with you." Her expression grew serious as she warned him, "The head of the Chen family is terrifying. He'd even sacrifice his own son. This time they will use the power of the family to deal with you. You're in great danger, but you can cooperate with us. The Chen family's strength is not something one person can handle. We can help you." Hearing this, Chen An looked at her with concern and asked, "Have you done anything useful so far?" His question made her feel a little guilty, but she quickly explained, "I know you're dissatisfied, but please trust our sincerity. The Chen family will definitely come up with a reasonable plan. With one strike, they could kill you. All the forces of the Chen family are pulling back. They also have some extraordinary tactics, and now you've been completely exposed to them." Chen An sighed upon hearing this and asked, "How do you want to cooperate?" At this moment, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, walked a bit, and replied, "It's very simple. Force the Chen family to act against you first." At this point, he was thinking to himself that it seemed the organization had been planning to deal with the Chen family for a long time, but there were certain reservations preventing them from taking action. Now they wanted to use him as a weapon. He then said with a serious expression, "Fine, but I want something to prove your sincerity." She was delighted, and her tense expression gradually softened. She asked, "What do you want?" His face was now slightly cold, with a hint of killing intent. His eyes gleamed slightly as he said, "I want one of your people to decapitate the head of the Chen family." She was stunned, thinking to herself the organization's goal wasn't to reveal everyone's plans, but to use Chen An's power to eliminate the Chen family. As he seemed through the organization's plan, before she could finish her thoughts, she saw him leaving and hurriedly called out, "No, the organization cannot fulfill your request." At this, he waved his hand and said, "Then there's nothing more to discuss." The next day, in front of the bar from the night before, Chen An was carrying a bag as if he had just bought something. After standing there for a moment, he thought to himself, "What she said makes sense. If a powerful family like that is targeting me, I am indeed in great danger. It might be better to provoke them into taking action first." With this in mind, he took a red spray paint can out of the bag and drew a large line in front of the bar's entrance. Seeing this, several guards rushed over and loudly asked, Who are you? When the guard approached and saw the words on the door, he immediately became angry and shouted, "What does the word death written here mean?" The person next to him whispered and reminded the captain, "Captain, this word is a mistake." Hearing his subordinate, the captain became even angrier, shouting, not caring whether it was death or a mistake. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen interrupted him, speaking nonchalantly, "This door is annoying, tear it down." The captain, furious, gritted his teeth and said, "You have a lot of nerve. Wang Meng, chop him down for me." Hearing the captain's command, the subordinate, still chewing on his half-eaten sausage, jumped up and swung a metal pipe towards Chen An. Chen and Leslie raised a finger to block the blow. The subordinate, confused, didn't understand what had just happened and scratched his head, asking, "Where's my stick?" From a distance, another person rushed over, shouting loudly, "Captain, Captain." He ran up to the captain and whispered to him. It was Chen An, the expert who had killed young Master Chen. Only then did the captain panic and respond, "Ah, why didn't you say that earlier?" While the two were talking without paying attention, the subordinate, who was standing nearby, overheard their conversation. Hearing the exchange, his eyes lit up with excitement as he turned to Chen An and asked, "Huh? Are you the master? Did you really kill young Master Chen?" The two men froze, their faces turning pale, not knowing where this subordinate had gotten an axe from, making everyone around them step back in fear. Meanwhile, he happily said, "Do you want to keep this door? I'll do it, I'll do it." Hearing his subordinate speak nonsense, the captain shouted loudly, "Wang Meng, are you crazy?" Hearing that, the subordinate turned around and looked with eyes glowing bright red, then coldly replied to the captain, "Get out of the way." The captain, seeing this, was frightened and fell to the ground, trembling. Chen An stood on the side, hands in his pockets, silently thinking to himself that this was the pressure of authority, but not yet fully awakened. After smashing the door to pieces, he turned to the man with a blank but bright smile and asked, "Idol, is there anything else you want to do?" Chen An pointed his thumb at himself and asked the man, "Do you agree to follow me?" Wang Meng, excited, replied, I agree. I'll follow you from now on." Chen An waved his hand, "Follow me, next house." Wang Meng threw his security guard hat aside, deciding not to work anymore. Behind him was a door with a giant hole torn through it. Wang Meng followed Chen An and asked, "Boss, do you know why I want to follow you?" "Why?" Chen An asked. "Because I admire the strong. That second young Master Chen has done so many bad things, and I heard he even forced his sister to death in the shop. I've wanted to teach him a lesson for a long time, but I held back because they could trace it back to my family." Chen An asked, "But following you will be dangerous. After all, I've killed the young master of the Chen family. Aren't you afraid?" Wang Meng patted his chest and replied, "Not afraid." "You're so strong, and you dared to mess with the Chen family. You must have a powerful backing." Chen poured a bucket of cold water on Wang Meng's face. "Well, you can still regret it. I don't have any backing." Wang Meng admired his idol. "Boss, even if you don't have backing and still dare to mess with the Chen family, that means you're especially powerful. So following you is definitely not a mistake." Chen An chuckled lightly and then answered the phone. The voice on the other end said, "Is this Chen An? I'm the class monitor. Ha. We're having a class reunion today, and everyone's hoping you can come. You're not busy, are you? I've heard that you don't have anything to do now." Chen An responded disinterestedly, "I'm not going," and hung up the phone. He turned on his device and saw messages from Zhu Yang and his group of university friends from the Department of Social Work. He was puzzled about Zhu Yang. Chen opened the voice memo. The voice of his friend spoke, "This class reunion is being organized by Zhang Wei. That guy seems to have a lot of connections now, looking rich and powerful. I can't afford to offend him. Plus, I heard Liu Jing is with him too. Wasn't that kid on bad terms with you back in the day? He came to me saying he wants to make up with you. I can't afford to offend him either. So we're meeting in the VIP room at Dahuang Hotel. Can you come?" Chen An clenched his fist. Liu Jing was with Zhang Wei. He remembered the day when Zhang Wei had pushed Liu Jing against the wall, teasing her, and then kissed her, saying, "Why are you crying? If you cry more, I'll touch you." At that time, Chen An had stepped in to stop it, saying, "Apologize to her or you will embarrass yourself." Zhang Wei had gotten angry. "What? Who do you think you are?" Zhang Wei's grandfather had walked over. "Chen An, what do you want to do? Are you going to hit a classmate?" Chen An retorted, "He's harassing Liu Jing." Zhang Wei quickly called out, "Grandpa, save me." Zhang Wei's grandfather had asked, "You're harassing her?" Liu Jing stammered, "Well, no." Chen An was furious. Who was responsible for my expulsion back then? Liu Jing didn't know, yet she still got back together with Zhang Wei. Now they were holding a party, clearly trying to humiliate me. Huff. Well, let's see. Wang Meng asked the boss, "Do you want to attend the class reunion?" The Dahuang Hotel was also part of the Chen family's assets. Chen An replied, then the next one is at the Daewon Hotel. Chen An commanded, you wait outside for me. Wang Mang raised his hand, okay, boss. He entered the hotel and saw a group of people gathered. Zhu Yang was about to greet them. Chen and Chang Wai patted his shoulder, don't call in yet. The staff blocked the way, apologizing this is the VIP floor. Only senior members are allowed. Chang Wai joked, looks like Chen and can't get in. Should I go help him? The staff member suddenly bowed 90 degrees. Mr. Shen, please come in. Chang Wei gaped, what? The brown-haired man ran out and asked, Manager Zhu, isn't this place for members only? Can't non-members enter? Manager Zhu hesitated. Ah, well, this is because Chen and shot him a glare and Manager Zhu quickly covered his mouth. The brown-haired man mocked. Oh, so now Chen is also a VIP at the Daewon Hotel. Where did you find that membership card? You must have picked it up off the ground. Chen retorted. Who are you? The brown-haired man, offended, snapped. You? Liu Jing stepped forward. Chen and long time no see. You're still as temperamental as ever. Chen sarcastically said, right, so you and Jiang Wei are doing well now? Not bad. Seems like you two were made for each other. Jiang Wei grunted in annoyance while Liu Jing's face darkened. A female staff member asked, Manager Zhu, isn't this person not a member? Manager Zhu quickly replied, didn't you see the company's announcement? He's the one who smashed the technician from Huang Cheng. At the banquet, Jiang Wei spoke up, I'm treating today. Feel free to order whatever you like. Everyone looked at the menu and could only exclaim, wow, dishes over 1,000 coins. Chen snatched the menu, not ordering anything. Since you're looking at the menu, then I'll order. 1 lobster per person, then we'll get some caviar, abalone, and also a little of the most expensive dishes you ordered. Jiang Wei gritted his teeth. Good, very good. Looks like Chen is living quite well, knows how to order fine food. Chen replied, can't compare to young Master Zhang. Normally I can't afford these things, but since you're treating today, it would be a shame not to order the best. He mockingly glanced at Jiang Wei's expression. Don't tell me you can't afford it. If that's the case, maybe I should just leave. At the street food stall, Jiang Wei hurriedly regained his composure. How could that be? It's just a little money. You guys enjoy yourselves. But then he rested his chin in his hand and said, I remember when we were in school, your skills were quite good. I've recently started boxing too. How about we spar a little? Don't tell me you're afraid. Liu Jing grabbed Jiang Wei's arm. Don't, we're all classmates. Zhu Yang added, that's right, you guys rarely gather together, and when you fight, it breaks the bond of friendship. The brown-haired guy said young Master Wei didn't really beat Chen into a pulp. So what are you all afraid of? Chen An replied, young Master Wei wouldn't go that far. If it's just because of a few dishes, it's fine. If not, you and your dog can come at me together. Right? What's your name again? The brown-haired guy was furious. Chen An, you're really asking for trouble. Jiang Wei stopped the guy. It seemed Chen An was pretty confident. Let's see how this goes. He took off his suit jacket, showing off his bulging muscles, and everyone started murmuring. Jiang Wei had definitely gotten stronger thanks to his training. Chen arrived, and Jiang Wei rushed at him. Take a punch from me. Chen tilted his head to dodge the blow, and then landed a punch straight to Jiang Wei's face. Jiang Wei held his face, groaning. Chen pretended to be innocent. Young Master Wei, what are you doing? Using your face to hit my fist? Jiang Wei charged again. Chen easily dodged and landed another punch. Jiang Wei's nose started bleeding, and Chen once again acted all innocent. Hey, why are you lying there playing the victim? I don't even have money to pay for your medicine. Everyone murmured, what's Jiang Wei doing? Is this suicidal? Iron destruction technique? Jiang Wei wiped his nosebleed and thought to himself, this brat's strength is far beyond mine. I'm really losing face today. Chen shrugged. Looks like I won't be having lunch today. In that case, I'll leave now to avoid young Master Wei going to find his grandfather later. Wang Mang suddenly called, announcing, boss, you need to run. Chen Zailang arrived. Chen activated his power and looked outside. Wang Mang had been beaten badly. Are you relying on the car? Wang Mang, with a battered face, tried to make a call to inform him. A stream of red energy suddenly appeared, blocking Chen An's power. Chen Zailang showed up, and Jiang Wei asked, who the hell are you? He thought to himself, this is just the right chance to regain some face. Chen Zailang clicked his tongue. Get lost. Jiang Wei, enraged, spat out, damn it. Chen Zailang kicked Jiang Wei without hesitation. Jiang Wei was sent flying, crashing against the wall, knocked unconscious. Everyone was worried, thinking he had pissed off young Master Wei. Chen thought to himself, how did Chen Zailang's strength increase so much? He noticed Chen Zailang's red eyes his pupils. Chen Liang said, Chen An, you ruined my military career and killed my younger brother, so now you can join him. He reached out to grab Chen An. Quick, dodge. Chen An swung his arm to counterattack, but Chen Liang disappeared. He was taken aback. What? Chen Liang appeared behind Chen An, and he raised his hand to block the strike. Chen An was forced back. His speed and strength had increased several times. What was going on? Looking at him, it seemed like he had used some kind of drug. Chen Liang smiled clearly. This was just the beginning. He unleashed his power, die. Chen An thought to himself, these Chen family people watch Dragon Ball for 108 minutes and then transform with just a little movement. The future spoke. What are you afraid of? Just go for it. Chen Liang charged forward, go die. He took the full brunt of Chen Liang's punch, and in turn, Chen Liang did too. Chen An touched his face. You selling your house, bro? That really hurts. The future crossed his arms and said, don't you see? There's not a single bruise on me. Look at that kid. He's in worse shape than you. See that? Chen Liang spat blood. The future continued. Although his speed and strength had increased, his body's defense wasn't very stable. They both charged straight at each other. Chen kicked hard into Chen Liang's side, sending him flying. Before Chen Liang could even get his bearings, Chen moved in. Chen Liang schemed, quickly grabbing Liu Jing, threatening, Chen An, I admit you're strong, but these are your friends. If you mess around, I'll kill her. Liu Jing, terrified, shouted, Chen An, save me. Chen An, calm as ever, replied, we don't know each other. If you want to kill her, go ahead, or let me do it for you. Liu Jing was furious. Chen Liang was stunned. Chen An threw a knife, hitting Chen Liang's hand. He screamed, ah! Liu Jing quickly broke free and rushed to hug Chen An. Chen An pushed her away, dodging. Zhu Yang, take the others and go. Zhu Yan helped Zhang Wei up. Let's go. Liu Jing's face was full of question marks. Chen Liang sat in a corner, remembering what his father had said. Liang, your younger brother is dead. Chen An is the one who killed him, and he's been messing up our family's business too. There are too few experts in our family. I want you to go deal with Chen An. Chen Liang was surprised. You are no match for him. His father gave him a box of medicine. It's a newly developed formula that can significantly boost his strength. All you need to do is injure him, and I have a way to kill Chen An. I have also arranged for reinforcements to assist you. Although this medicine has certain side effects, once successful, I can give you the majority of the Chen family's business. Chen Liang took the box of medicine. Yes, I will deal with him. Back in the present, Chen Liang looked at the box of medicine in his hand, emptied it into his mouth, and then writhed in pain. Chen An gasped. He seemed to be changing. Chen Liang stood up, his eyes turning red. Kill. Chen Liang disappeared in an instant, moving with incredible speed. Chen An was stunned. What he had sensed but couldn't avoid was that Chen Liang's punch hit him squarely. Chen An clenched his fists and counterattacked. Damn it. Another punch struck him in the back. Chen Liang swiftly moved forward and kicked Chen An into the air. Chen An emitted a wave of energy. His speed was too fast. He couldn't just predict his movements, but even his sensory abilities couldn't lock onto him. He hurriedly called out, Future, hurry up and think of something. I'm about to be beaten to death. Where is he? Chen An summoned his sword. Chech, looks like I have to rely on myself again. He raised his sword, ready for the fight. In a combat stance, Chen An gripped his sword, and a golden aura radiated around his body. The life-form graceful curves enveloping him, with a scene around him that was shrouded in mystery. He, with bloodshot eyes, furrowed his brow, his mouth wide open as he shouted, Kill! He looked furious and mad. He launched a powerful attack, and he was immediately knocked back by the blow. The man then smiled, a slight smile, one that concealed something unpredictable. He silently thought, his eyes flashing with a mix of confidence and calculation. Immediately, the man was taken aback, his eyes widening, his whole body pausing for a moment. Suddenly, he screamed in pain, the scream echoing, ripping apart the stillness of the space. Yellow streaks of light, like fiery sparks, viciously attacked his body, burrowing deep into his flesh, each streak leaving behind bleeding wounds, making his whole body feel as if it were being burned from within. His eyes began to turn bloodshot, veins clearly visible, his eyes wide open with hatred and madness, staring at him without looking away. Suddenly, he clasped his hands together in a decisive and powerful motion, then thrust them straight toward his chest. A strange energy emanated from his body, causing the surrounding air to grow tense and suffocating. His gaze was sharp and tensely focused, as though preparing for a mysterious and powerful action. He uttered, Kill! His hand shot forward with terrifying force, shattering the invisible barrier in front of him, as though it were nothing more than a thin mist. He stood frozen, a little stunned, unable to believe his own eyes. Before he could react, an overwhelming force from his strike slammed into him, sending his body crashing into the bar. Chen An fell to the ground, pain spreading throughout his body. The sword he held in his hand had snapped under the tremendous force. Yan, watching him with clenched teeth, thought to himself, I'm only at the peak of the second level, and this guy has already reached the third. How am I supposed to fight now? Damn, after all this, it's turned into this situation. Chen An in the future gaped, somewhat stunned. You're still standing here like that? I'm about to get killed. What should I do now? As he was on the verge of meeting his ancestors, a future Chen An spoke calmly. Think of a way to knock him out. Make sure he has no strength to retaliate. Upon hearing that, he yelled angrily, Stop talking nonsense or I'll sing you to sleep. Future Chen An pointed at his face with his hand, his expression a little amused. Heh, but this method is not guaranteed. My singing is terrible. First, go destroy the camera. I fear the Chen family might be watching you. As soon as he heard this, he immediately ran over, using small stones and throwing them at the camera with all his might. Each stone flew like a rocket, when suddenly, the man unexpectedly stepped forward from behind. The silence was broken by the heavy sound of his footsteps. His eyes blazed with fury, as if he wanted to incinerate everything in his path, and he grabbed Chen An by the shirt. Realizing the danger, Chen An knew something was wrong. The man hurled him violently into the wall, his body shot forward like an arrow. The force of the throw so powerful that the air around him seemed to tear apart. At the same time, in another place, Chen Longhai was sitting in front of thousands of small screens, flickering light enveloping the entire room. He sighed and said, Chen An is seriously injured. The effect of the medicine won't last long. Bring Chen Ziliang back or he will really go mad. Chen Longhai continued, Huan Yu, this matter is your responsibility. You must eliminate this kid, but try your best not to use that thing. Yes, master, Huan Yu replied. He stood up, hands clasped behind his back, looking down at the group of people below, saying, Follow me, kill. At that moment, at Chen An's location, he hesitated, looking at the dust in front of him. He muttered, Outright, all the cameras have been dealt with. Chen An smiled, blood trickling down his chin. Though he was about to die, he remained defiant. He looked away and said, They're coming, get ready. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, already prepared. You should quietly stop this person. Poisonous Snake turned towards the voice. His eyes turned bloodshot as he looked around, not knowing where the voice had come from. Suddenly, Poisonous Snake moved behind him, holding a knife, staring at him as if he were about to devour him whole. Seeing this, Chen angrily shouted, Damn it, wasn't it you who wanted to use a flying dagger to assassinate me last time? Then he turned his head and looked into the empty space, saying, Damn, this person is one of yours. When will that woman leave? Had I known earlier, I would have broken your neck. His body trembled, 3 parts helpless, 7 parts like a woman. He began to rush toward Poisonous Snake to attack, but Poisonous Snake had already reacted in time and swiftly jumped high. Chen An saw this and wondered, Chen Ziliang's speed is getting faster. He began to ponder, his gaze decisive, blaming himself for calling him a poisonous snake since he had originally used poison techniques. The future Chen An, seeing him speak like this, looked at him with an expression of annoyance and said, Is it really necessary? Just now you went to the 3rd rank, but it wasn't even exposed. The blood spitting must have been intentional. He looked at future Chen An, then smiled brightly and asked, how's my acting? Future Chen An crossed his arms in front of his chest, his mouth slightly curling up. What? Compared to me back then, it's not much different. On the rooftop of a building, a voice rose up. He had an assistant who was holding binoculars, looking and speaking. We need to take the young master away quickly, but first, inform the family head. Suddenly, something with great force flew straight toward its face, causing MC to immediately turn red, his head instinctively tilting to the side. Immediately, he reacted, looking toward where the object had come from, staring intently, but seeing no one. He muttered in surprise, People from Enzu, are you trying to oppose the Chen family? He frowned, still looking in that direction, and a voice spoke, I'm not one of Enzu's people. Another object, thrown with strong force, flew straight to the other cheek. The person continued, Besides, what the hell is the Chen family? Wang Mang raised one hand to his cheek, while the other held a knife, continuously waving it back and forth. In his mind, he silently thought, This is bad. Young Master Chen is done for. Why did Enzu suddenly strike like this? Suddenly, his gaze dropped down, his face showing a bit of joy as he touched his flushed cheek. It's here, he thought. Below, there was a group of strange individuals, all wearing black uniforms that covered their faces, leaving only their eyes visible, filled with mystery. A group of black-clad masters wearing masks had gathered in the grand hall, where the luxurious furnishings were clearly visible, all surrounded by the golden color of wealth. An assassination was taking place right on the rooftop of the building. The leader, a man with gray hair and a black beard on his chin, heard the screams. This is bad, and Zhu has struck. Quickly go rescue Zai Lin. Poisonous Snake, holding a knife, looked with fierce eyes, ready to strike the opponent immediately. The group of black-clad masters stood in formation, waiting to receive their assigned tasks. Just behind, a voice suddenly sounded. It was Han Feng. Without hesitation, he gave an order. Who told you to go? A red light flashed, blinding them, and one of them asked, Who is it? Han Feng, probably fearing that their full body coverage would still keep them cold, conjured flames to provide warmth. He arrogantly replied, It's your grandfather. To prove his skill, Han Feng made his move, launching a fierce flame toward them, leaving everything to the side. Two beautiful girls managed to block Han Feng's power in an instant, causing him to feel a bit bewildered. What? Ice element? Both girls were not only talented, but their beauty was also far from ordinary, with undulating curves that were irresistibly captivating. The blonde girl said, With your cat's paw skills, you dare to stop us. The two girls joined forces and counterattacked, standing close together and holding hands as if they were dancing. Unwilling to back down, Han Feng continued to fight back, his expression no longer as natural as before, now replaced by a scowl. Neither side gave in, exchanging blows, relentlessly striking each other. Chen An entered from somewhere, standing still as if watching a play. This crazy guy still thought of himself as invincible, only to meet his match in a master of the ice element. He ran to a corner, looking back at Poisonous Snake, who was holding a knife. His opponent was shirtless, screaming wildly. Chen had reminded himself that this man, Tandu, was a bit unusual, and that he would have to be more cautious in the future. A group of skilled fighters in black rushed out from the hall, following the orders of their master. Chen An showed no fear, prepared to face them, his eyes shining with confidence and his expression one of challenge. My turn to play with you all. The gray-haired leader, along with his subordinates in the building nearby, waited to see how things would unfold. This little guy's relationship with Zhu had progressed to this point, just as Chen Longhai had predicted. There was something to it. He was eager to see Chen An's strength, but taking on 10 second-grade masters by himself seemed somewhat forced. He was curious to see what his true abilities were. Bai Weiwei, who was standing next to him, felt a bit anxious and had many questions in her heart, but she dared not express them outwardly. She asked, Chen An, what exactly is your relationship with Zhu? The scene shifts to another location, where a blonde man is being beaten, his face bruised and battered. He sits on the ground in panic, only able to utter one word, you. The voice from his opponent sounds, You're distracted while fighting. If you don't die, then who will? He barely manages to stand before stumbling, swaying, and falling to the ground. The image reveals a girl with long purple hair staring at her hand. It is none other than Nulin Shuo. Chen An grasped the sword, ready to engage in a decisive battle with them. Come at me then. These people are unreasonable, refusing to admit it, and stubbornly asking more. The one with the gray hair and beard, Chen An, you really have ties with Zhu. In the end, you even gave a piece of advice. And Zhu is no good. You should turn back quickly. Doubting life itself, he retorted fiercely. No good. You've listed a whole bunch of their wicked deeds. Chen Zilin uses forbidden drugs, and when he goes out of control, starts killing people. How will your Chen family explain yourselves? Seeing he couldn't soften his stance, the bearded, gray-haired man spoke with menace, clearly threatening. If that's the case, you should be eliminated as well. The sword was already in his hand, waiting for them to make the first move so he could fight to the death. There were many of them, so they split up to attack one by one. The first to be mentioned was the blonde-haired one, who was circulating his energy to unleash his full power. As he rose, the wind swirled into a tornado, rushing toward him like a storm. He resisted with all of his might, but it was still somewhat difficult. His face scrunched up as he gritted his teeth and pushed back. Another opponent was releasing an even greater power than before. Looking into his eyes, it was clear how determined he was to win. The force multiplied fivefold. Chen unleashed his ultimate punch, combining two sources of energy, one red and one yellow, which collided and blasted out in opposite directions. The second-rank expert was in total shock, unsure whether to feel happy or sad. What? His power has increased again. The more they fought, the stronger he became. His entire body was enveloped in a golden light. But the female expert with red eyes seemed to have noticed something. She said, Trapland. Immediately, the ground beneath his feet cracked apart. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and leaped high, narrowly avoiding her attack. How foolish. He forgot about gravity, and despite his flustered state, it was too late. In danger, just when he had barely managed to pull off a cool move moments ago, he now fell straight to the ground. Ah, where's my image? The earth and rocks piled on his head. How embarrassing, forgetting something so simple. Bai Weiwei panicked and shouted his name. Chen An. The more frantic she became, the calmer the man beside her was. He spoke calmly, "Let's just watch and see." Confused and doubtful, she could only stay silent and continue watching the battle unfold. Far away, because of the heavy damage caused by the ongoing battle, a man dressed in black surveyed the situation and guessed, "It seems he's dead." Next to him was a woman dressed in a full black suit, who, in agreement, said, "This guy is very strong. It's a pity he's fighting against us." Seeing that everything seemed to be resolved, the middle-aged man turned and began to leave, his gaze resolute as he said to the other two, "Let's go, we need to help the young master." Upon hearing this, the two of them followed. Suddenly, a man in a gray cloak, holding a purple glowing saber, rushed forward, his face contorted as he thought to himself, "This isn't good." Looking at the wreckage, he muttered, "Where is it? There's no more aura fluctuation." The red-haired man was irritated, and around him were fiery streaks as brilliant as his hair. That kid was really not worth his attention. Just like that, he had already gone to tour the underworld. He released a wave of intimidating fire. Everyone around screamed and quickly backed away. Beneath the layers of earth and stone, deep within Chen An's consciousness, he was thinking. Guarding the spirit, the mind is unaffected by external things. Chen An himself was a sharp weapon. His body was floating freely. He thought seriously, electric radiance, lone dragon. His body emitted a green light as if he was unlocking something, harnessing his power, drawing out the weapon in his hand like a flash of lightning. The sword in his hand shone with a beam of light like. A figure dressed in all black, walking along, heard a clattering sound from beneath the ground and immediately turned around. Humph! His face turned pale when he saw the light coming from under the ground, and he instinctively muttered, "Huh," as if he couldn't believe his eyes. A whirlwind rose from beneath the ground, blasting the man away. He wasn't prepared, only managing to shout, "Ah!" His companions, upon seeing this, were equally shocked, all of them turning around in unison to see what was happening. The male lead leaped up from below, smiling brightly without needing any encouragement. His eyes flashed with two bolts of lightning, landing smoothly on the ground with cool confidence, and said to everyone, "I have returned from hell." Bai Wai was stunned, her mouth agape in surprise. The man beside her was also taken aback, though his reaction was less obvious, only letting out a soft, "Oh!" The girl with purple hair and the others who were running also turned back with surprised expressions. The man in the gray shirt cautiously asked, "Do we need to help him anymore?" The girl with purple hair, hearing this, showed a bit of disdain, not wanting to pay any more attention to the matter, and turned to leave. "Forget it. Let him handle it himself." A mocking voice continued, "Let him deal with the elite fighters of the Chen family while we go take care of Chen Longhai. Wind." After the shout, a whirlwind began to swirl violently. Chen An still wore his original smile, confidently asking, "Do you think you know how to call the wind?" With that, Chen An's sword cut through the storm, thrusting straight toward the throat of the man in black. He stood there in shock, frozen as if stuck in glue. The whirlwind now crackled with sharp purple lightning. The man was knocked back, only managing to utter a startled "A" like his previous companion. Before he could even hit the ground, another man charged forward, fiercely rushing in, increasing his strength fivefold. But it was all for show, as before he could land a single hit, he was sent flying back, his body contorted. The people around them were stunned and exclaimed, "What?" The man with the small beard under his chin saw what happened, and without a second thought shouted, "Everyone charge! Orders from above." The remaining men in black rushed forward without hesitation. Each of them unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Trap land, icebind, binding spells. But our male protagonist wasn't afraid. Instead, he grew even more excited, laughing loudly. "Ha ha! Come on." At the Chen family villa, the scene was peaceful, but the screams coming from there revealed that it was far from calm. "Kill them all!" "Ah, please don't." In the middle of the main hall, the girl with purple hair, the red-haired older brother, and the man in the gray coat stood right in the center, interrogating the remaining survivors. The others had already been killed and piled up around them. The captives trembled, begging for their lives. "Please don't kill me, I will leave." Some even betrayed the Chen family to save their own lives, pleading for mercy. "Please don't kill me, I'll tell you all the crimes of the Chen family." The purple-haired girl waved her hand, signaling them to leave. As soon as they had the chance, they fled with all their might, thinking they had escaped death, only to be met at the door by an old man with snowy white hair, who swiftly executed them all. While wiping the blood-stained blade of his sword, the old man spoke with a tone of disdain. "A bunch of useless meat, not worthy of life." The mysterious man's hands lightly brushed the hilt of his sword. "I've carried this old bonehead for a long time without a chance to use it. Since the day the world changed, I've been hiding." He then raised the blade in a solemn manner, his face furrowed in a serious expression. "I've been waiting for someone brave enough to challenge the Chen family, and I thought that person was Chen An." He slowly took a few steps forward, his killing intent rising, forming a dense aura of dark purple mist incredibly eerie and ominous. Unfortunately, it seems that you and Zhu have arrived here at this moment. In that case, shall I kill you first and then kill him afterward? The beautiful woman with purple hair gradually became terrified, her face changing color as she recoiled, her eyes wide open in horror. No, he is third rank. The middle-aged man swung a sharp sword in front of him, his green eyes flashing with an unusually fierce gleam. A row of towering buildings appeared, and Chen An rested the massive black sword on his shoulder. The assassins, who he had been overpowering, were struggling on the ground, kneeling, drenched in sweat, looking completely defeated. They cried out in terror. Monster, he's a monster. The scene was so chaotic that no one noticed a mysterious figure loading a gun with a strange green aura. The woman spoke slowly, assessing the situation. It seemed that the spear formed from the monstrous tree was discovered at the Jiaote estate some time ago. It appeared the Chen family had approached and studied it. The middle-aged man stroked his chin, hard to read. If that's the case, he was eager to see what other trump cards the Chen family had. Nearby, a man sneakily fired a gun at him, but all he saw was Chen, and swinging his sword upward, easily slicing the small golden bullet in half as it flew toward him. A victorious smile appeared on his lips. The assassin at this moment had started to falter, sweat pouring down his face, but there was no turning back now. He could only fire continuously at him. The bullets flew like mosquitoes, and all he needed to do was swing his sword a few times to avoid them. He collapsed to the ground, terrified beyond measure. He shrank back, shielding his face with his hands. Please don't. Without hesitation, he slashed through the gun. With a smooth, decisive swing of his sword, he cut through it effortlessly. He said triumphantly, "Don't blame me, my swordsmanship has improved." On the other side, feeling cornered, the assassin pulled out a small paper packet from his coat pocket. "Chen An, you forced my hand." He swung his arm, scattering a cloud of white powder toward him, shouting, "Die." Chen An quickly formed a shimmering green shield around himself. He was taken aback by the assassin's sudden action. What is that? The powder inadvertently hit the bodies of several other assassins. It emitted a strange purple hue. Ah, this is bad. The moment the powder touched their skin, it seemed to trigger something in them. Their faces turned ghostly pale, and their muscles tightened uncontrollably. Some of them were struck dead the moment the powder hit their wounds, but then, as if revived, their bodies became disfigured and sluggish like zombies. The scene before Chen An caused him to panic. "Virus, it's a virus, damn you, Chen Hai Long." The voice of the mysterious figure echoed in his mind. Chen An quickly tried to stop them. When they are infected with the virus, it will permeate their bodies, causing their blood to become contagious. Once infected, it passes through the flesh, and then their blood will spread the infection. Every day, they draw closer, and you take a breath. Mysterious energies surround you, as if you're preparing to strike. A voice screamed, "By that time, the entire yin chain will turn into hell. How long do you still want to watch this?" The middle-aged man standing beside them spoke. "These creatures carry the virus. If we don't stop them, the entire yin chain will be in danger." The fiery-haired girl with green hair jumped down from a high-rise building. They're mobilizing a large force for the safety of the world. You're right. If we don't stop them, this is no longer a personal grudge between him and the Chen family. By using the virus, the Chen family and humanity will become enemies. They surrounded the man, with the sky turning pitch black. The air became gloomy and hidden in the darkness. A group of zombies staggered towards the humans. Bai Wai quickly rushed forward, blocking the group and loudly warning, "Be careful not to get hurt." The virus spreads quickly. A zombie suddenly lunged forward as if it had lost control, attacking Bai Wai. She quickly blocked it. With just one strike, Bai Wai sent the unfortunate zombie flying. She rushed to the zombie, grabbing its neck. Immediately, Bai Wai slammed it down onto the ground. Her strength was so immense that the earth cracked beneath her. Witnessing her power, a few despicable men commented. Some mocked her for being too violent, while others lecherously remarked, "That's strange. I think I like her." Humans and zombies gradually entered into a tense battle, the scene chaotic as humans fought zombies. Suddenly, it was unclear who was the unlucky one to catch the attention of a zombie, which lightly bit them, causing that person to scream loudly. The bite infected them with the virus, their body convulsed, purple veins spreading across their face, eyes rolling back. Despite this, they still didn't forget to curse at the zombie. Those watching saw the person slowly collapse, and a blonde girl nearby screamed in fear. Not good, he's probably infected. At that moment, Chen An shot forward like lightning, leaving behind a trail of green light flashing from his sword, quickly sending the unfortunate soul to meet their ancestors for the second time. He raised his voice and reminded, "Everyone stay alert. His blood will spread the virus through the wound, and at that point, he'll turn into a walking piece of meat." Following Chen An's warning, those with spirit power heightened their vigilance. On Bai Wei's side, she was valiantly sweeping through the zombies with just a few lightning-fast kicks. The zombies she kicked fell in a heap, their mouths hanging open. While everyone was fighting, a pair of polished leather shoes appeared. Su Dongwang suddenly entered the scene, analyzing seriously. Attacks that don't kill them might lead to more experts being infected. He then concluded, the situation isn't looking good. Upon hearing Su Dongwang's words, Chen An suddenly had an epiphany. That's right, I almost forgot. Don't I have it? A small orange glow gathered at the tips of Chen An's index and middle fingers, and the name of the technique flashed in his mind. Asterisk Wan Yuan Mountain Fire of Chi asterisk. With the Wan Yuan Mountain Fire of Qi, the group of zombies were consumed by the great flames and turned to ashes. Watching this scene, Chen An couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. A group of zombies had been burned to death by a single spark, and all that could be seen was a large blaze. The people around them were astonished and murmured in surprise. One person spoke up, this kid can control fire? Is he even more powerful than Enzu's people? Others were puzzled and asked, what other abilities is he hiding? Bai Wei's clothes were singed by Chen An's fire, causing her to move closer to him, her tone of voice tinged with reproach. Do you want to burn me alive? Despite being scolded, Chen An felt no guilt whatsoever. On the contrary, he gave her a defiant look and responded, who told you to stand around and watch? You didn't bother to help for a long time, and I'm not angry with you. Burning your clothes is a small price for me. In her entire life, Bai Wei had never encountered anyone as thick-skinned as Chen An. She was left speechless for a moment and could only angrily exclaim, Chen An you. Half an hour later, Chen An and Bai Wei were still standing there, watching the fire. Suddenly, Chen An began to walk away, prompting Bai Wei to call out, where are you going? Without turning his head, Chen An walked towards a brightly lit building and explained to her, I'm going to see if the old man of the Chen family is dead yet. I want to step on his two legs. He then instructed her, I'll leave this place to you. Entrusted with this unexpected responsibility, Bai Wei felt somewhat embarrassed. Her face turned slightly red as she frowned, thinking to herself, you're still worried about that, and Zhu Gai argue. A group of people saw Chen An leave and immediately started following him, calling out to each other, go, hurry up, this guy is definitely heading to the Shen family. At the Chen family's estate, the once beautiful manor with its lush trees and vibrant garden now looked desolate, the atmosphere thick with death. On the broken stairs, a man wearing a cap and a young man with pink hair were both collapsed, struggling to breathe, clearly injured. A beautiful girl with purple hair was also gasping for air, appearing to be in worse condition than the other two. A white-haired man in a suit stood in front of her, his expression one of triumph. His right hand raised a sword, poised to strike while he sneered, saying, Enzu's strength is nothing but a facade. Remember to train properly in your next life. A bright purple light shot toward the purple-haired girl as though it were coming for her life. The purple-haired girl had already given up, accepting that she would die here, yet she couldn't help but wonder, is this the end? A tear, as clear as a pearl, ran down her cheek as she closed her eyes. Inside, a surge of anger rose, and she thought, I'm unwilling. I've been waiting for death, yet it never comes. She wondered, why does it not hurt? The question slipped from her lips. Am I dead? She opened her eyes, asking, or is this a dream? The purple-haired girl knelt waiting for death, but instead, the figure of Chen An appeared in front of her. Despite the tense situation, he couldn't resist teasing her. Pinch your cheek and see if you're dreaming. At that moment, Chen An stood in front of Mu Lin Shuo. The other man spoke, you could face my swords head on. You really don't disappoint me. He sneered and continued, it was not a waste of time for me to wait for you for so long. Chen An, hearing this, pretended to be surprised and replied, Ha, you know me? Then with a teasing tone, he added, is it like how my mother understands me? He laughed loudly with satisfaction and said, ha, I have a lot of information about you. From when you were young to now, I know everything from when you were a kid to the top-tier third-rank strong man. Everyone was surprised, and a man with a hat standing behind asked in astonishment, you really reached the third rank? Beside him, Mu Lin Shuo Ko was also speechless with amazement. The group that had been fighting outside the door also stuck their heads in to listen, exclaiming, did I hear that right? Chen Longhai said solemnly, it's the third rank, no wonder you're so powerful. They started to discuss among themselves in excitement. Seeing this, Chen simply smiled and said, you really know quite a lot, huh? Suddenly, the man drew his sword and said, Chen An, I really admire you. He twirled his sword and continued, your growth makes me uneasy. But then he jumped up and charged straight at Chen An, shouting the final part of his sentence as he did. At that moment, Chen An's expression turned cold as he smiled a bloodthirsty smile and said, but in life, the more you know, the faster you die. With that, He drew his own sword and blocked the man's attack. Looking at him with disdain, he said, "You rely on strength, but to me, you're just trash." The man's sword trembled continuously. Finishing his words, Chen An pushed him back, leaped into the air, and with lightning speed, 2 sword strikes came down. At the same time, he also said, "You're just scum who forces his son to use forbidden drugs. You deserve to die." Before the strike could land, the man, caught off guard, had no time to react and could only use his bare hands to block. The moment the sword struck the flesh, he revealed a layer of metal armor beneath his skin. Chen was slightly surprised and asked, "Huh?" Blocked by the strike, it had no effect. He unleashed a series of rapid slashes toward his opponent, shouting, "Hey!" Before the man could recover, a flurry of cuts was already heading toward him, causing him to panic and exclaim, "What?" As Chen An's strikes landed, the man was sent flying toward the wall, his eyes rolling into the whites as his mouth hung open in shock, unable to defend himself. He looked at the wall he was about to crash into and gritted his teeth, muttering, "Damn it, the attack is too strong." Just as he finished speaking, he slammed into the thick wall, and though he appeared unscathed, he quickly stood up and tried to escape, saying, "You think you can run?" With that, Chen An hurled his sword at him. The sword soared swiftly and stabbed into the ground right in front of the man. Surprised and frightened, the man stammered, "Chen An, you're saying this here." Suddenly, he realized something. Grabbing Chen An's sword, he smugly remarked as if he had turned the tide of battle, "You no longer have a weapon." Ha ha. Without warning, his wrist was seized. Chen An appeared from behind, laughing as he said, "Did no one tell you? My sword can't be wielded by just anyone." With those words, the man's arm was twisted, and with a loud snap, his wrist was broken, making him scream in pain. His body slumped, his knees buckling as he struggled to hold up his upper body. He trembled and said, "Chen An." Then, through gritted teeth, he endured the agony and raised a red pill to his mouth. He swallowed it without hesitation. Chen Longhai's body was enhanced with power, and around him, streams of red spiritual energy radiated. Chen An, upon witnessing this, was astonished and wondered to himself. His arm had healed. At that moment, he seemed to have been resurrected. His eyes changed from white to black, and the black part turned red, sparking with electrical energy. His whole body emitted smoke, looking no different from a demon. He said, "I didn't intend to use this, but you forced me." With that, he dashed toward Chen and at the speed of light, disappearing in an instant. The people standing outside the door watching the scene remarked, "This is bad. Mr. Chen has taken the drug. If he goes berserk, we're no match for him." Chen An stopped them. Meanwhile, Chen Longhai rushed toward Chen An, his hand directed at him with killing intent. Chen An sneered dismissively, as though the situation before him was nothing significant. He said, "Your power is nothing more than this." With that, he grabbed his neck, startling him. Before he could react, Chen An slammed him hard into the ground, leaving him wide-eyed, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The floor beneath him cracked open. Chen An looked down coldly, as if staring at a dog, and said, "You turned yourself into a sick man with that drug, a wasted life. Die." As he spoke, he lifted his foot and stomped down on him. A loud crash echoed across the scene as dust and smoke slowly dispersed. At this moment, Chen An slipped his hands in his pockets, looking down at the floor. Chen Longhai was completely outmatched with no chance to resist. A large hole was punched into the ground, with Chen Longhai lying within it. The people around were both shocked and in awe. He's too powerful. Is he even human anymore? Then from outside the door, a man wearing glasses and a gray-blue shirt with an extremely eye-catching blue tie entered. He walked in with a friendly demeanor and said, "Chen An, I am Su Tianming from Zicheng Pharmaceuticals. Nice to meet you." Upon hearing this, those around seemed to realize something, their mouths agape as they quickly began calculating in their heads. "That's right, we need to act fast. If we build a relationship with him, who would dare touch us in the future?" Chen An turned toward him, looked him over, and said, "Oh, is it that fun?" Hearing this, the man stammered, I didn't get to explain when suddenly a figure appeared from behind and spoke up. "Mr. Chen." A man with red hair entered, smiling warmly as he said, "I am the father of Suo Wuxai, Sudong. At this point, Chen An relaxed his facial muscles and smiled back at Sudong. "Hello, Uncle Su. I'm acquainted with Suo Wuxai." He then walked closer to him and continued, "I'll make sure to visit when I have time." Sudong nodded with satisfaction. Good, he thought. This performance might just help the Su family become the ruler of Yincheng. After the conversation, he left without giving the crowd around him a second glance. The people saw this and began speculating among themselves. This Chen An guy doesn't seem to care about us. Is he just nice to old Suo, or is he trying to rely on the Su family? Sudong also looked after the retreating figure of Chen An and said, "Chen and his abilities. Does he want to compete with us?" Does he have the qualifications to become the ruler of a region? As Chen An was walking, Mu Lin Shuo, along with two members of the mysterious organization, followed him and ran to where he was. She called out to him, Chen An. Hearing her voice, Chen An turned his head and glanced at her, saying, "Came to thank me? Or are you trying to make a match now? I used to think that you turned down my offer so that later, when you strike, you'll owe me a favor." She was a bit shy, her cheeks flushed, and said, "Still, thank you. If something happens to you in the future." Before she could finish her sentence, he slightly tilted his head and interrupted, "You all just want to come to me, don't you?" In his mind, Chen An from the future spoke up, "That's right, you should build your own power." Hearing him, Poisonous Snake replied with a slightly worried expression, "As long as you ensure that I won't be hunted by Nzu, I'll follow you." He answered, "No problem." Su Yun seemed to worry about something, forced a smile, and said, "Mr. Chen, I'll pass." Hearing that, Chen An calmly responded, I respect your choice, but just don't regret it later." After the two had spoken, only she remained silent. He then asked, "What about you?" But she still said nothing. Suddenly she looked up, as if she had made up her mind. Then, raising her hand to her chest, she spoke to him clearly. "All right, I can do this for you, but Nzu will never forgive me when the time comes. Chen An, can you protect me?" Chen An smiled and confidently replied, "Of course, I'll need your help in the future." 3 days later, at a high-end hotel, Mu Lin Shuo, with a serious yet sparkling expression, opened a file and said, "This is the detailed record of the Chen family's assets. Almost everything has been transferred to your name. Please have a look." Chen An, upon hearing this, only replied, "You can handle this, and if it's not enough, call Wang Meng for help. I'll go to the Chen family estate and meet you later." At that moment, Wang Meng was blushing as he stared at her. He casually whistled as he walked out the door. She, noticing this, angrily shouted from behind, "You're still my secretary. This is so frustrating." Wang Meng merely stood by, silently chuckling. Meanwhile, at the Chen family estate, Chen An looked suspiciously at the wall in front of him and asked, "Is there a secret chamber here?" He then walked down a dark corridor where only a small patch of light from the outside illuminated the spot where he stood. Future Chen An answered, "Yes, I accidentally discovered this passage many years ago, so I've always remembered this place." Upon hearing this, Chen An walked toward the main control station, pulled the lever down, and said, before he died, he seemed to want to return here, but I don't know what for. When the surrounding lights flickered on, a large pillar in the center of the basement began to glow with a shimmering emerald light. The pillar was intricately carved with a winding dragon. Chen An, seeing this, immediately asked, "What is this?" Future Chen An, slightly surprised, replied, "This is the stone pillar seal. I never expected it to be here at the Shen family estate." He then explained that the stone pillar was the great river-crossing mountain of this world. When the seal was broken, places that were once unnecessary began to emerge. It seemed like the first time this happened was when an earthquake had damaged the seal, causing the Silver Lake to appear on its own. After hearing the explanation, Chen An asked again, "So why is it Silver Lake and not something else? Is there something beneath it?" Chen An from the future replied, "The recent earthquake only exposed a small seal. Beneath it, there are much larger broken seals. There must be something extremely significant down there. The Chen family manor is truly deceiving in appearance." Hearing this, he stood silently, deep in thought, then stopped and asked in confusion, "What about this seal in the future? Should we open it or not?" Chen An from the future calmly explained, "Not right now. Your abilities aren't enough yet. Besides, you'll need to prepare some things to open it. Go search for them first. You should focus on being a good boss for now." Chen An, listening but still not fully understanding, muttered as his eyes spun, "My head hurts so badly." After leaving the manor, Chen An saw his secretary waiting for him outside and asked, "Is something the matter?" She gestured to the side and replied, "This person has urgent business and wants to negotiate. I brought him here. It's the same person who wanted to establish a connection with you last time." He spoke first, "Boss Chen, Xing Wu, I am Xu Tianming from Zicheng Pharmaceuticals." Upon seeing him, Chen An stepped forward and shook his hand, asking, "Young Master Xu, what brings you here today?" He smiled and responded, "It's like this. Our company has a partnership with the Chen family, and we really want to continue maintaining it. Right now, all the pharmaceutical products and the hospital stores are from us. If this stops, it would be quite inconvenient." Upon hearing this, Chen An's face turned cold as he asked, "Are you trying to threaten me?" At this moment, Su Tianming, fearing Chen An might misunderstand, quickly explained earnestly, "Boss Chen, please don't misunderstand. I would never have such intentions. I just wanted to let you know the strength of our company." Hearing him speak, Chen An coldly waved his hand to usher the guest out, saying, "If that's the case, you can go through Miss Mu. No need to see me off." Seeing Chen An's attitude, he still didn't give up. Holding a business card in his hand, he smiled confidently and said, "Mr. Chen, I believe we will meet again soon. Chen An emotionlessly took the business card from Su Tianming's hand and replied, Miss Mu, please see the guest out. 10 minutes later, Mu Linshuo had escorted Su Tianming out and returned to Chen An's side. As soon as she saw him, he immediately asked, What do you think of him? Mu Linshuo casually voiced her opinion. He's probably an awakened one, but I can't guess his level of strength. Then she asked him in return, Boss, do you think there's something off about him? Chen An crossed his arms and stated his conclusion. Second rank peak, this person is not simple. Mu Linshuo, surprised and doubtful, asked him, is he really that strong? Chen An didn't answer, but instead gave her a task. Check the details of the cooperation between the Zhicheng Pharmaceutical Company and the Chen family, as he mentioned. Mu Linshuo replied, Got it. As evening approached, the last rays of sunlight poured into the houses facing the west. Inside, Chen An was holding a glass of water and called Mu Linshuo, asking any findings. On the other end of the line, she responded, Boss, you were right. The cooperation between the Chen family and Zhicheng Company is related to the production of illegal drugs. Meanwhile, Mu Linshuo was leaning against a railing, standing with her back to the setting sun, making the curves of her body appear particularly alluring. She continued, seriously reporting her investigation results to Chen An. They were in charge of the technical aspects, the Chen family was providing support, and there were comprehensive relationships as well as a factory in Beiwa village. She kept reporting. Additionally, I sent Poisonous Snake to investigate. You're not mad at me, are you? Her voice was somewhat timid. Upon hearing this, he smiled with satisfaction and said, You did very well. Now, come pick me up, and let's go take a look. At the factory in Beiwo village, smoke was rising thickly. Poisonous Snake observed and gritted his teeth, saying, Damn, they're fast. Poisonous Snake looked around and saw that every corner of the factory was on fire. People inside had collapsed, and amidst the chaos, he finally discovered the one behind starting the fire. He shouted, Over here. At that moment, the suspect was about to escape through the window. Poisonous Snake dashed towards him like lightning, shouting loudly, Stop! The man in black, upon hearing Poisonous Snake's shout, stopped immediately. Poisonous Snake also halted, sweat pouring down his face, a bad feeling creeping up on him. The man in black turned around, his red eyes filled with a cold, murderous aura. His right hand was clenched into a fist, looking menacing. Suddenly, he grabbed Poisonous Snake's hand, making him jump back in shock, but it was too late. He spoke loudly, You're done for. As the man in black's hand gripped Poisonous Snake's wrist, a purple mist appeared. Poisonous Snake's face was filled with panic, his hand trembling in the grip. He thought to himself, This is bad. The hand that held Poisonous Snake seemed to be poisoned. The man in black looked slightly surprised and muttered, Ah! Immediately, he kicked Poisonous Snake away, sending him flying, and Poisonous Snake yelled out, Ah! His face was scratched, but he still managed to get up and pull out a knife from behind. This guy's ability is probably on par with Mu Linshuo. I need to stall for time and wait for the boss Chen to arrive. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he saw the man in black turning to flee. Poisonous Snake immediately sprinted forward, holding a knife in each hand, chasing after the man in black and shouting, Don't run. The man in black heard this and turned his head, giving Poisonous Snake a glance with his cold, bloodshot eyes. His voice was full of murderous intent. Seeking death? Outside the workshop, Chen An and Mu Linshuo had just arrived. Seeing the scene before him, Chen An told Mu Linshuo, Wait outside. No one is allowed in without orders. Then he entered the workshop, where fire was raging everywhere. He immediately used his Devour skill to absorb all the flames in the workshop. In an instant, the workshop, which had been engulfed in flames, was completely extinguished by Chen An's Devour skill. Even Mu Linshuo was amazed, blinking as the fire disappeared. What just happened? At this moment, Chen An stepped out of the workshop. He showed her a piece of light blue powder wrapped in paper and said, Take a look. Seeing it, she asked him, What is this? He replied, This is powder I found among the machinery. He examined it, sniffed it, and said, The composition is unclear. We'll have to test it first. It's highly likely to be illegal drugs. Hearing this, she looked around and said, Poisonous Snake is very knowledgeable in this area. Let's have him check it first. But where did he go? He activated his tracking skill for Poisonous Snake and said, There's energy from a second-rank expert here. We need to find Poisonous Snake quickly. He's in danger. She heard that and immediately turned around to search for the person. She ran towards the cluster of trees, and upon noticing something, she called out loudly, He's here. Poisonous Snake was lying in the bushes, beaten badly by the man in black. His eyes rolled back. Chen An heard this and rushed over to check on Poisonous Snake. The injuries were severe, but they weren't life-threatening. At this moment, Poisonous Snake began to regain consciousness and struggled to speak. Master, I couldn't stop him. He managed to escape. I did my best. Please don't punish me. Upon hearing this, Chen calmly responded, "It's fine, focus on healing first. Can you make out his appearance?" Hearing his question, Poisonous Snake replied, "I couldn't see clearly. He was wearing black, his face was hidden, and he was incredibly strong. I couldn't do anything." Suddenly, Chen An reached his hand out towards Poisonous Snake, casting a shadow over his body. Seeing this, Poisonous Snake was frightened and yelled, "Master, Mu Lin Shuo can't do anything. I can only grit my teeth, turn my face away, and shout once, 'M.' But just a few seconds after turning away, Poisonous Snake called out loudly, 'Thank you, Master.'" Mu Lin Shuo was startled, turning to look, not understanding what had just happened. Chen An was now using a healing technique, treating Poisonous Snake's injuries as he spoke. "First, don't worry about the internal injuries, they're quite serious. Let's focus on healing for now. We'll talk about the rest later." Seeing Chen An's actions, Poisonous Snake's eyes filled with tears. He thought happily to himself, "Back in Zoo, when I failed to complete a task, I was punished severely, but Master Chen doesn't blame me. He even helps me heal." Mu Lin Shuo felt a sense of relief upon seeing this and smiled lightly. Then Chen An assigned her the next task. "You must not be an unknown person to have defeated yourself. His strength can definitely be traced. Miss Mu, please keep an eye on Chen Ji, especially Chu Tianming." She stood at attention, slightly bowing her head in acknowledgement understood. At the same time, in a small house at the foot of the mountain surrounded by trees, the man in black entered. He removed his mask, revealing a large scar on the left side of his face, running from the bridge of his nose down through the corner of his mouth to his chin, with a hint of red-tinted hair showing. He spoke, "Leader." He looked at the person in front of him and said, "The mission is complete." The one called the leader had light platinum-colored hair and wore a half-yellow mask, which gave him a mysterious aura. Along with his black cloak that draped over his neck, he looked quite cool. Upon hearing the man in black, the leader responded, "That took a bit longer than expected. Did something happen?" The man in black replied, "Slightly worried, Leader. I encountered a reader, but I didn't exert much effort, so he won't recognize me." The leader's expression darkened, and he replied, somewhat surprised, "A reader? I didn't expect it to be them. All right, you should leave immediately. Make sure not to reveal yourself to them." The man in black bowed slightly in acknowledgement, understood. The man in black left, leaving only the leader standing in place, holding up his phone to check it. He typed a message and sent it to someone, then destroyed the phone. It exploded with a loud bang, and after the task was done, he left, leaving the flames still burning in the corner from the phone's explosion. When he left, a loud explosion rang out behind him, and a house caught fire intensely. On this side, half of someone's face was visible, staring at their phone, a smirk on their lips. It turned out to be Su Tianming. He stood with the light behind him, looking at his phone, smiling in a way that made him look no different from a villain. 3 days later, at the hotel, Bai Weiwei and Chen An sat across from each other talking. Bai Weiwei spoke first. "This place will soon become a hub for the awakened ones." She sat, one leg crossed over the other, and said, "So, you want to recruit a group of talents?" Chen An folded his arms and smiled, replying, "I just want to gather some information, and it'll be mutually beneficial. I hope you have copies of the data so I can avoid being investigated too much." Bai Weiwei raised an eyebrow slightly and said, "What? Do you think it's that simple? You want to share information with the authorities? This is something no one from the 3 major families has ever done." Chen An, hearing this, rummaged through his bag and said, "Don't refuse just yet. I still have something I need you to investigate. Here, take a look at this and analyze it for me." He then took out a paper package from his bag, placed it on the table, and pushed it toward Bai Weiwei, saying, "I suspect this could be some kind of forbidden drug." Upon hearing Chen An's words, Bai Weiwei suddenly jumped up, asking loudly, "Forbidden drug? Where did you get this from?" Chen An said seriously, "It's from the factory I took over from the Chen family. It recently caught fire and many people died, but I've taken care of everything already. The government contacts who are helping me investigate this are doing so quietly, without making a big fuss." Bai Weiwei hesitated a bit before replying, "All right, let me take this for inspection, but I'll report back once it's done. Actually, I don't have the authority to make a decision." Just after she spoke, a commotion from the floor below caught their attention. Was it really as simple as saying no? The two of them walked toward the railing and looked down at the floor below, where the sounds of an argument could still be heard. "Register for what? Do you even know who my father is?" On the lower floor, the receptionist was in a heated argument with a pair of Chen An's old classmates. She was trying to explain things to the couple. "Sorry, young master. The second floor is reserved for our boss to meet with the awakened ones for registration. It's temporarily closed." Upon hearing this, the man pointed at the female receptionist and shouted loudly, "I am a senior member. What registration are you talking about?" Upstairs, Chen immediately recognized his old classmate and sneered as he walked downstairs, leaving Bai Weiwei behind, still confused and not understanding what was going on. As he walked, he muttered, "This guy actually dares to come here. Haha." Then, a blonde man appeared from nowhere, shoving the female receptionist aside, causing her to cry out, "Hey." He then arrogantly stuffed his hands into his pockets and said, "What are you all doing? Just go straight up. Let me see who dares to stop me." Bai Wei looked down at the scene, arms crossed, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and with a smile, she said, "I'll go as well. How about I handle this little inconvenience for you?" Upon hearing that, Chen An squinted his eyes and waved his hand, replying, "No need, I wouldn't dare trouble Mr. Bai. Besides, I have some grudges with that guy from when I was in college." Listening to Chen An's story, Bai Wai stroked her chin and said, "I see. Well, you can handle it yourself then. It could be from a youthful romance, I suppose." Hearing her words, Chen An stiffened and retorted, "Nonsense, far from it." Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Wai turned and walked away, cutting it off with, "Don't kill him. Bye-bye." At this moment, Zhao Young Master intentionally walked upstairs. The receptionist was pushed aside, but she still tried to persuade him, "Young Master, please, you really can't go up." "Ah." The blonde-haired man yelled irritably, "Go away." A hand reached out to support the receptionist, and she asked, "Are you okay?" Wang Mang, standing behind, wore a confident expression and told the receptionist, "You can leave. I'll handle this. Young Master, please stop making noise." Zhao Young Master immediately became angry, clenched his fist, and shouted, "Do you want to die?" Wang Mang gritted his teeth and used his hand to block his punch. He looked at the arm Zhao Young Master had just struck, which had frozen, and suddenly thought to himself, "This isn't good." Before he could react, Zhao kicked him from behind, causing him to cry out in pain, "Ah." Zhao Young Master put his hands in his pockets, grinning smugly as he said, "You dare to stop me. Let's see if you can get up." Jiang Wei, standing behind, added, "When Zhao Young Master strikes, it's certain death." Chen An suddenly walked up to Wang Mang and said, "This place forbids fighting." Wang Mang looked up, and seeing Chen An, he immediately felt joy, shouting, "Chen An." Chen An, along with Jiang Wei, appeared surprised and asked, "How come you're here?" The receptionist, standing next to them, quickly explained, "This is our boss." Jiang Wei was once again taken aback, saying, "What?" Liu Jing, standing beside them, was also stunned, almost unable to believe his eyes, saying he actually took over the Emperor Hotel. At this moment, Zhao Young Master arrogantly said, "Boss Chen, how do we get to the upper floor?" Seeing his attitude toward Chen An, Wang Mang shouted angrily, "How dare you speak to the boss like that? I'll teach you a lesson." Zhao Young Master slightly lowered his head, his face filled with disdain, and said to Wang Mang, Do you think you can stop me? Come here and let's see if your arm, still frozen with my ice sealing technique, can even move." Suddenly, Chen An placed his hand on Wang Mang's shoulder, closed his eyes to steady his mind, then whispered into Wang Mang's ear. His hand still on Wang Mang's shoulder began to glow. He said, "Imagine yourself as the commander of the king, and they are nothing but lowly creatures." His eyes gleamed slightly as he continued, "What would you do to such lowly creatures, insects?" After hearing Chen An's words, Wang Mang closed his eyes and muttered to himself, "I am the king, and they are lowly." Meanwhile, Zhao Young Master continued to mock Wang Mang. He laughed and said, "Ha ha! Is this some sort of psychological victory? Is this guy a sorcerer or something?" At that moment, Wang Mang seemed to transform into a different person. His face exuded a murderous aura as he said, "How dare these lowly creatures buzz around in front of me?" Zhao Young Master was terrified, his face stiffened, and he couldn't utter a word. You dare to make me hate you." Wang Mang exuded a golden pressure around him, looking like a monster. He asked, "Are you still not convinced?" Zhao Young Master trembled before Wang Mang's pressure, stammering, "Damn you, I yield." Wang Mang suddenly slapped Zhao Young Master's face, causing him to scream. "Ah, damn it." He slapped him repeatedly, forcing him to beg for mercy. "Stop. I was wrong, I'm sorry." Jiang Wei saw Zhao Young Master's face bruised and swollen from the beating. He stepped back and said, "Mr. Chen, please let us go." Chen An, with a satisfied expression on his face, said, "That's enough. Let them go." Wang Mang turned to him with a blank expression and said, "Okay, boss." Then he turned back to the others, his demeanor fierce, and said, "Hurry up," making them jump in fear. Jiang Wei had to support Zhao Young Master as they left, while Liu Jing glanced back at Chen An before departing. Chen An spoke up, addressing him, "You triggered his energy. Aren't you afraid of retaliation?" He sighed softly and continued, "Luckily, I was just dealing with a low-level awakened one. If you had met a master." Chen An closed his eyes, full of confidence, thinking, could it be that I don't understand Meng Zi's personality? Suddenly, a voice came from behind, triggering potential. That's quite a skill. Chen An turned around, not knowing who had spoken. A tall middle-aged man appeared, followed by Bai Weiwei and Du Henyu. He seemed friendly and said, "Hello, Chen bro, I've heard a lot about you. It's nice to finally meet." Ha ha ha. Tu Henyu, standing next to him, crossed her arms and looked displeased, saying, "What, you had to bring us personally here, or did you send this kid of yours?" Hearing her words, Chen and turned to Bai Weiwei and asked, "Is this Bai Weiwei?" Bai Weiwei gestured toward them and replied, "This is Cunning Elder, the brain of the operation. Cunning Elder came at just the right time. You can tell him the plan you just mentioned so I don't have to explain it myself." Upon hearing this, Cunning Elder laughed and said, "Ha ha, friend. Is there something we need to discuss?" Chen An smiled and responded, "Hello, Cunning Elder. I must say, it feels like I've opened the door and already seen the mountain. I hope we can work together with the government." Du Henyu's eyes brightened. As soon as Chen uttered the word about, her eyes suddenly gleamed. Stiff person. Bai Weiwei, noticing this, turned and said loudly, "What are you doing?" Du Henyu coldly replied, "I'm just diminishing his prestige a bit. She's giving orders to Chen An, and now let's see him dance." As she finished speaking, Chen An's body began to uncontrollably sway. Bai Weiwei, realizing she couldn't stop the spirit master, turned to seek help from Cunning Elder. "What's going on, Cunning Elder?" Seeing Chen An moving toward her, Du Henyu couldn't help but wonder, and before she knew it, Chen An lifted her up, causing her to panic and blush slightly. She shouted, "Ah, what are you doing? Put me down." Hearing her speak, Chen An let go of her hands, causing her to fall to the ground with a cry. Du Henyu, one hand on her back, shouted at him, "What do you want to do?" Chen An whistled, his face showing no sign of knowing what had happened, and said, "Did you want to dance? But I don't have a partner. Unfortunately, your technique is too poor." He then raised an eyebrow and sneered, "Don't try to use that mental manipulation on me." Now Chen An in the future heard Chen An's words and shouted at him, "If I hadn't reminded you, you would have turned into an idiot by now. The spiritual system setup of Du Henyu has some advantages." Du Henyu gritted her teeth in anger, unable to argue back. At this moment, the Cunning Elder speaks up, "No mistakes allowed. Friend, my subordinate is young and inexperienced. Don't mind him. Earlier, you mentioned something about cooperating with us." Hearing him, Chen An thought to himself, this old fox clearly didn't stop the girl when she was performing earlier, but now he's acting like this toward me. He spoke up, saying, "The number of awakened ones who are still hiding will definitely be more than what we know. I hope to share intelligence with the government. I already gathered some information myself." Tu Henyu stood up and said, "What kind of intelligence do you have to share with the government?" Chen An, hearing this, retorted, "Hey, back then I was a psychologist. After the first great change of the world, I discovered that I had the ability to hypnotize. Since then, my mental power has been increasing every day, and now I can make people fall into an illusion, losing all 5 senses." He taunted her, but her dance skills were a bit lacking. She blushed, angrily shouted, "Enough, don't say any more." Cunning Elder looked at Chen An seriously and said, "My friend, you truly have great ability. The government has agreed to cooperate with you. The request for intelligence sharing is negotiable, but I also have a favor to ask of you. The 4 great families are now down to 3. The Chen family manufactures illegal drugs and creates viruses, but I am not sure about the others." Hearing this, Chen An seemed to understand and replied, "You want me to investigate what's behind them, right? Cunning Elder, you're overestimating me." He slightly furrowed his brows, sneered, and said, "Your insight isn't bad. Your strength is probably far greater than what you just showed, but I don't have to ask you to do this for nothing. First, let me send you something." He handed him a scroll. Chen An was a little puzzled and asked, "Is this a treasure map? What's inside?" "There is indeed a map inside the scroll," he said with a narrowed smile. "I'm confident it will not disappoint you. To show our sincerity, I'll send someone to assist you." He continued, "Why, from today, you'll be following Chen Bro here." Hearing him give the order, Bai Weiwei was startled and said, "What? Me?" Cunning Elder, after hearing her, gave a sinister smile, rubbed his chin, and looked at Bai Weiwei, saying, "Any request is acceptable." Bai Weiwei, still in shock, said loudly, "Chen An, I won't agree to unreasonable demands." The Cunning Elder had a somewhat inquisitive look on his face, smiling as he said, "If it makes sense, then fine, but if it doesn't, we'll have to see what she thinks." Chen An's face at that moment seemed like he was plotting something, as if he was about to drag Bai Weiwei into it. He raised his thumb and said, "Deal." Bai Weiwei's eyes were like sharp blades, screaming in despair, "Damn it, is no one going to ask for my opinion?" The next day in a forest, Chen An spoke up, "According to Cunning Elder's map, this should be the place. Assistant Bai, take a look." Bai YY grabbed the map, irritated, and said, "If you dare to call me that again, don't blame me for not being polite." Upon hearing this, Chen An arrogantly responded, "Haha, I'm your boss now. Your former boss confirmed it, so you dare be disrespectful to your superior?" At that moment, Bai YY calmed down her temper and shifted the subject. "How do you know about her?" "Even I don't know much about her." Chen An leaned close to her, cautiously glancing around, and whispered, "This is a secret. Come here, I'll tell you." Seeing Chen An getting close, she felt a bit shy but was curious about the secret. Suddenly, Chen An, with an expression full of guilt, yelled into her ear, "I have many more secrets, but I won't tell you. You'll be left staring in confusion, eyes wide and mouth agape. You probably know that if you stick around, you'll end up getting hit." He ran off in a hurry, laughing loudly. "Haha." Bai YY regained her composure and shouted back, "Chen An, you are dead." Bai YY hurriedly chased after Chen An. Chen An stopped right there. At this moment, Chen An could only see the shadow of Bai YY getting farther away and shouted back, "No, no." Finally, Bai YY grabbed the collar of Chen An's shirt. With a furious, cutting glare, she grabbed his collar and yelled in his face, "Don't you know how to write the word death?" Chen An, with a look of grievance, weakly said, "Someone is being rude to the handsome, rich guy." Suddenly, a tentacle shot towards the two of them. Chen An noticed and shouted, "Watch out." Then he quickly pushed Bai YY aside, causing her to cry out in surprise. "Ah!" But he was then wrapped up by the tentacle. He gritted his teeth and struggled to escape, but couldn't. At that moment, more tentacles were rushing toward them from a distance. Bai YY ran over, reached out, and shouted loudly, "Chen An." Because her body was made of iron, she shielded him. Chen An, worried, asked, "Are you okay?" Chen An, being behind her, had his shirt sleeve torn by the earlier tentacle. He anxiously asked Bai YY in return, "Are you all right?" "I can handle it. You don't need to worry about me." She answered him, "I'm iron skin and steel bones. This kind of thing can't hurt me." Suddenly, he sat cross-legged, resting his chin on his hands, a smile of enjoyment on his face as he said, "Soft bodies are really easy to handle, huh?" Upon hearing this, Bai YY, in anger, yelled, "Don't just sit there and get down." After a while, they finally defeated the group of tentacles. Bai YY wiped the sweat off her forehead and said, "Phew, let's just call it exercise." She turned to look at Chen An, seeing him as though he had ascended to heaven, his eyes wide and his nose bleeding profusely. She immediately asked, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Is something going on?" She asked him. At that moment, her clothes were torn by the tentacles, revealing her alluring figure. Chen An must have been really tempted. Hearing her question, he regained his composure and awkwardly replied, "Ah, over there." Following his gaze, she glanced down and her face turned bright red. Then she screamed loudly, causing the birds in the forest to scatter in panic. At this point, Chen An was only wearing a sweater, his face having been slapped squarely by Bai YY. His hand rested on his cheek as he pitifully explained, "I really didn't mean to." Bai YY stepped out wearing a white coat while Chen had been wearing a red one earlier. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Why is your coat so short like this?" The coat was too short, revealing her smooth white thighs. Chen An seemed resigned to fate, clueless, and said, "Well, I guess I'll just take a little disadvantage." Seeing his actions, Bai YY immediately covered her eyes, her face flushed with embarrassment as she shouted, "Chen An, you're a pervert." Then she pointed and said, "Go away, go ahead. Your coat doesn't cover your backside properly." Hearing this, Chen An scratched his neck awkwardly and laughed, "Sorry, hey." On their way, he destroyed the tentacles and devoured them. Eventually, they stopped at a location. Chen An spoke up, "We're here. This is the place, take a look." Looking at the scene before her, she focused on a tree and said, "Isn't this the type of rare fruit used for the Awakened One?" Chen An held a dark yellow fruit in his hand, pondering for a moment before saying, "All right, the number of strange fruits here could form an army. Cunning Elder really has an eye for it." At this point, Bai YY felt a bit confused and thought to herself, could it be that Cunning Elder wants Chen An to build his own force, then go after the three major families? But how can he compete with Chen in the future? Is this a double-edged sword? Suddenly, a noise came from behind the two of them. Bai YY, on alert, turned around and asked, "What's going on?" A group of wolves with red eyes gradually approached them. Chen An glanced up at the tree branches and noticed a red-eyed monkey. They slowly closed in on the two. Chen assessed the situation and said, "Not good, we're surrounded. I won't be able to protect you for now. Be careful." The two of them stood back to back. Bai YY spoke up, "Don't worry, they can't hurt me." One of the wolves leaped forward, its sharp fangs bared at Chen An. He swung his sword, slicing the wolf in half, and shouted, "Leave the wolves to me." The wolves simultaneously charged at Chen An. He then executed a move that sent them flying, never missing a strike. The wolves lay scattered on the ground. Meanwhile, Bai Weiwei also used a palm strike to take down the monkey. Chen An looked around again and saw that there were still more. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's not over yet." He grabbed Bai Weiwei's hand and shouted, "Run quickly, there are too many of them. We can't fight them all." Bai Weiwei, feeling her face flush from his grip, called out, "Eh." Suddenly, Chen An's foot slipped and he sensed something was wrong. He tried to stop and shouted loudly, "Wait," but it was too late. Both of them fell into the hole. Their faces turned pale. What terrible luck. As they fell freely, Bai Weiwei yelled, "Chen An." He responded, "Sorry." At the base of the towering cliff was a massive cave. Someone had just fallen from the cliff, probably in pain because they screamed loudly. As soon as they hit the ground, things weren't exactly safe, and Bai Weiwei fell right on top of him, letting out a cry. Bai Weiwei realized she was lying on top of Chen An and anxiously asked, "Chen An, are you okay?" Even though she asked, it seemed she forgot she should get off him, which caused him to pass out from the pressure. His body trembled, his head spinning, and he couldn't help but complain. "What do you think? I've had a 100-pound metal block on top of me. Do you think something's wrong?" Bai Weiwei immediately seized on the core of Chen An's words, pouting and scolding. "Who are you calling 100 pounds? You're such a liar." Just as she angrily scolded Chen An, he pulled her into his arms. She was stunned, stammering, "Huh? What are you doing?" Feeling embarrassed to be held, Bai Weiwei noticed the wariness on Chen An's face. He ordered, "Don't look back, just keep moving forward." Chen An's words made Bai Weiwei alert as well, and she asked, "What do you mean?" She turned her head to follow Chen An's gaze, and panic surged through her. Ahead of them was a massive herd, charging toward them. Bai Weiwei was so frightened that she jumped up, clinging tightly to Chen An and screaming, "Ah, kill the giant!" It almost made him lose his balance, and he helplessly said, "I told you not to look back." Bai Weiwei turned pale with fear, clinging tightly to Chen An. He had no choice but to let her stay like that as he looked around for a way out, then said to her, "Let's head up there first." Chen An carried Bai Weiwei on his back, leaving the vast cave behind. Perhaps still terrified from the scene with the giant centipede, Bai Weiwei's face was slightly pale, but she couldn't forget to mock Chen An. "You really think I can fly like Superman? With this kind of performance, I wouldn't even make it past the Olympic qualifiers." Even when carrying her, she still complained, so Chen had to respond. "Isn't it because you're too heavy?" Bai Weiwei angrily bit Chen An's head, but he even cared and began thinking. Something's wrong. The abilities here seem to be much higher than those outside. Could there be some kind of barrier here? Perhaps overwhelmed by the current situation, he sighed inwardly. Is the future even here? Chen thought for a moment, and it seemed like he dozed off again. For now, he could only rely on himself. After thinking, he gathered his spirit power in his hand. From the spirit power, he created a torch to light the way. He walked while talking to Bai Weiwei. "At least those creatures aren't actively attacking us." Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei immediately said, "We need to find a way back." After walking a few steps, they encountered another swarm of giant centipedes. Both of them were terrified. Chen An suddenly remembered something and immediately told Bai Weiwei, "I forgot to mention earlier. It turns out there's more ahead." Seeing the centipedes drawing closer, Bai Weiwei was scared out of her wits and shouted, "Get out quickly." Seeing her fear, Chen An immediately reassured her, "Don't be afraid, I have a way." Chen An swiped his hand across, and flames erupted fiercely, burning the centipedes alive. Roasting the centipedes made him realize something, and he exclaimed, "Oh, that's impressive. Those centipedes are terrifying. They turned golden brown and looked really delicious just a moment ago." Bai Weiwei understood Chen An's intention and immediately warned him, "Chen An, if you dare eat them, I will never speak to you again for the rest of my life." Chen An gave an expression of helplessness and smirked, teasing Bai Weiwei, "If we really can't get out of here, we might have no choice but to eat these things." Bai Weiwei shuddered just thinking about it. Who was he scolding? Stop talking. Chen An stopped teasing Bai Weiwei and focused his spirit power, sending it out in all directions to gather information. Realizing something, he said to her, "There's wind." From the perspective of an ordinary person, the wind was invisible, but it was blowing strongly, being sucked into a dark cave. Thanks to his spirit power, Chen An was able to sense it and reported that it was coming from the other direction. The two of them headed toward the wind-sucking cave, unaware that above them, numerous red eyes were watching them. Perhaps due to a woman's sixth sense, Bai Weiwei felt a chill down her spine and said to Chen An, "Chen An, I feel like something is staring at us." Chen An was using her spirit power to scout the path and sense something unusual. As she spoke to her companion, the spirit power emanating from her revealed the presence of a group of bats. On the cave ceiling, There were countless bats with glaring red eyes hanging upside down, staring intently at the two of them. Chen was terrified by the sight, shouting, "It's those bats! Quick, follow me and run!" Saying that, she grabbed Bai Wei's hand and pulled her along, making her panic and asp again. The two of them quickly ran out of the cave, trying to head toward the light. When Chen An saw the light ahead, she joyfully exclaimed, "There's light ahead, let's go." At last, the two of them escaped from the terrifying cave. The strong light forced them to shield their eyes from the glare. They found themselves in a lush forest with unusually large trees everywhere. The unfamiliar scene made them both wonder, where is this place? Chen An surveyed her surroundings and suddenly froze when she saw an unusually large grasshopper. She sighed, "Look at the size of that grasshopper." Suddenly, a voice echoed in Chen An's mind, "How did you end up at the gate of the beast world?" Chen An replied mentally, "Future, are you awake now? Are you saying this is the beast world?" A person from the future, who was in a space resembling the cosmos, explained to Chen An, "This is the transition zone between the demon realm and our world. We call it the entrance to the demon realm." Then the person warned Chen An that if they were indeed in the demon realm, this place might be filled with many terrifying things. Escaping from his train of thought, Chen An asked Bai Why, "This map was given to us by Cunning Elder. He must know about this place." Bai Why shook her head in objection. "That's impossible. This map was obtained by Cunning Elder from a hunter at the Imperial Hotel. At that time, the hunter said he had eaten a fruit that awakened his abilities and was looking for someone to compete in strength right outside the hotel." Upon hearing this, Chen An became furious, his temples bulging, his hands trembling as he clenched them into fists, gritting his teeth and saying, "This guy is terrifying. How could Cunning Elder's big gift have been found like that? Now, I'm even more suspicious of their sincerity in cooperating." While the two were busy bickering, neither of them noticed a dragon-like eye shape that was watching them. Just as they were both still confused, a butterfly flew by, drawing their attention. This butterfly has such big wings. The two continued deeper into the forest. Suddenly, a brown squirrel jumped out, and Chen exclaimed in amazement, "This squirrel is huge." As they went further, the two encountered more and more strange things. Chen could hardly contain his excitement. "This place feels like something out of a dinosaur park, doesn't it? Let me take a picture and show everyone." Seeing this, Bai Why quickly stopped him. "Hey, wait, don't you think that if people find out about this place, they'll flock here in droves? If you post it, delete it quickly, you fool." He heard it, and it sounded clear enough. He immediately took out his phone, ready to delete the photo, but then realized there was no signal at all. At that moment, the ground began to shake. Chen An, frightened, said, "Oh my god, is it an earthquake or what? It's shaking so violently." She screamed in panic, "Wah!" The ground started to rise, and a head poked out. It turned out that where he and she had been standing all this time was the shell of a giant turtle. Chen An sighed, "What did these creatures eat here to grow so big?" While they were still in a state of panic, the turtle suddenly retracted its head back into its shell. The squirrel, which had been running around earlier, sped off as though it had just seen something terrifying. He wondered what's going on. Then, a giant snake appeared right in front of them. It lunged forward, throwing her aside while he managed to dodge just in time. She let out a sudden scream, "Ouch!" At this moment, Chen was excited, really eager to test the power of his muscles, wondering if all those years of training would pay off. Seeing him act more impulsively than rationally, she reminded him, "Be careful." The future Chen An, seeing him in that state, shouted out in worry, "Don't." Before she could finish her sentence, the snake's tail swung and sent him flying several meters. Only then did the future Chen An continue, "I couldn't stop you in time. With your current strength, you might as well be a piece of stainless steel." As for Bai Why, she ran over to help him up and asked, "Are you okay? Not dead, right?" He forced himself to reply, "I'm fine." The snake, which had turned back around, charged at the two of them. He noticed this, grabbed her, and leaped to another spot, saying, "Watch out." The two of them began to run desperately, trying to escape the pursuit of the monstrous creature. He didn't know what to do now, so he turned to ask future Chen An, "What should I do now? Without me, there's no you." Future Chen An replied, "With the strength you have now, you won't last half a day in the demon realm. You need to find a way out of here quickly." He thought about it for a moment and realized it was true. He said to Vi, "Being chased by it like this isn't a solution. We should find a way to escape this place. Hurry." He turned toward the cave entrance. Inside there. After hearing this, she felt that this idea might not be very promising. But if they entered the cave, wouldn't that be the same as being a turtle in a jar? The snake had already caught up. He saw the situation wasn't looking good and shouted, "There's no choice. We can only take a gamble." He grabbed her wrist and ran toward the cave entrance. Once inside, he said to her, "We have to think of a way to stop it, or we're done for." The two of them were able to rest for a moment, but she still felt uneasy and asked him, "Do you think this will work?" He hesitated before replying, "I'm not sure, let's just observe for now." 2 hours later, seeing that there was no movement outside, he spoke up, "It seems safe for now. Let's go." Noticing she did respond, he looked over and saw she had fallen asleep at some point. He marveled at how she could sleep in such a situation. Was it that her kindness was greater than fear? He bent down, gently picked her up, and continued deeper into the cave. Sensing some movement, she opened her eyes to see herself cradled in his arms. Flustered, she looked at him. "Chen An, you?" Thinking that he had woken her up, he quickly said, "Did I wake you up?" "Sorry, but it looks like we won't be able to leave here today. Let's find somewhere to rest for now." The space around them was suddenly enveloped by a stream of green gas. She wondered aloud, What is this?" He answered her question. "This might be some kind of toxic gas. Let's wait until morning to talk about it. For now, we need to find shelter." After finding a suitable place, they began fiddling with starting a fire to keep warm. Noticing that she looked tired, he gently said, "You can keep sleeping, I'll stand guard. Later, you can take over for me." Recognizing his concern, she did refuse and agreed. "All right, I'll nap first then." A little while later, she woke up unsure of how long she had slept. But where was Chen An? And Shen? She turned to her side and saw him lying right next to her. She looked at him for a moment when suddenly a noise came from outside. In a panic, she said, "This is bad. Is the giant python coming?" No sooner had she spoken than the beast charged toward them. The giant python, suddenly aggressive, lunged at the two of them, and Shen quickly stepped back, unable to hide his panic. This is too much. He threw a firebrand, intending to burn the snake, but the creature quickly dodged and moved to the side. Looks like this little guy doesn't want to turn into snake soup. Too bad we won't get a chance to feast. But just then, from within the flames, the snake lunged again, causing him to step back in surprise. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh wow!" Bai Wei confirmed that the fire had no effect on it and quickly regained her composure. He swiftly handed her the gun and said, "Take it, shoot it." Each of them held a gun fully focused, aiming at the monster. Each shot was incredibly precise, but the attack seemed utterly meaningless to the creature. Chen An and Vi were sweating. He was panting. How can this be? The bullets don't penetrate its scales. It seems like we're going to die here. The two had truly angered the giant python, which opened its mouth and charged at them, intending to swallow them whole. At this moment, the future Chen An quickly realized normal weapons won't work. Use the gun the Chen family used last time to deal with him. He angrily slapped his past self. So stupid. I don't know who I take after. Finally, Chen An had an epiphany. Right, the bullet was only meant as a special material for places where anomalies occur. How did I not think of that sooner? With that, he threw the gun toward Vi, startling her. Vi asked, "Should I use this?" Once again, Chen An took the gun and fired a rapid series of shots. Unlike before, this time the snake let out a painful roar, as though the bullets were actually effective. Despite the monster's thrashing, Chen An aimed and shot with deadly precision. Holding the gun, he fired a decisive shot, the bullet speeding toward its target with tremendous force. The destination was the eye of that cunning snake. He shouted, "Got it." It was wounded, quickly retreating into its cave to hide, leaving the two humans standing together, having narrowly escaped danger. Only then did they truly let out a relieved sigh. Chen An, exhausted, rolled his eyes and sighed, "Phew, we finally won." Why, drained of all energy, weakly said, "We've been saved." Chen An bent down and picked up the fang the snake had left behind in the chaotic battle. Why, seeing this, walked over to him and bent down, curious. "What do you want with this snake fang?" Without letting her wonder for too long, a purple sword, intricately carved, suddenly appeared in midair, using the material of black steel to craft the fang into a weapon. Wei couldn't help but marvel. "It's so beautiful." He smiled and quickly moved the sword toward her. "It's for you, to keep as protection." She hurriedly took it, unable to hide her discomfort, quickly turning her face to avoid his gaze. Seeing this, he spoke to ease the tension. "Since the mist is clearing up, we should leave this place." With that, he used his strength to create a path leading straight to the cave's exit. An hour later, in a forest, the lush green canopy with warm rays of sunlight shining through created a picturesque scene. At that moment, a muddy hand emerged from the cave's mouth and climbed to the top. Chen was so exhausted that her senses felt scattered, but she had finally made it. Behind her was Wei, who had climbed up from behind Chen An. The cave was more than 1,000 meters high. Once they reached the top, both of them were completely drained, lying flat on the ground. Fortunately, the cave was deep enough. Otherwise, if that monster had crawled up here, we would have been dead. Chen An instinctively took out her phone. She glanced at it and couldn't help but mockingly comment, "Mr. Chen, the busy noble, went missing for a night, and who knows how many little girls have been waiting anxiously for him. He remained calm, just looking at her. Inside, his mind was in chaos. Why did I say something like that? I'm really an idiot. At that moment, his phone lit up with notifications as a flurry of missed calls arrived. You had 12 missed calls from Mu Lin Shuo, 6 missed calls from Wang Meng, and 3 missed calls from He Zhu Zhu. Chen An couldn't help but exclaim, huh? So many missed calls, what happened? With that, he pressed the call button for Mu Lin Shuo. A piercing scream blared from the phone, causing him to reflexively pull it away from his ear. Chen An, where on earth have you been? We've been searching for you all day. He broke into a cold sweat and hesitantly replied, I went to find something with Bai YY. There was a bit of an issue on the way. There's no signal here. The scream came again, even louder this time. Something happened. Chen An's expression shifted to one of concern. What happened? Mu Lin Shuo was also in a state of panic. He Zhu Zhu, he's been kidnapped. Upon hearing the shocking news, both Mu Lin Shuo and Chen An froze, unable to hide the confusion on their faces. The two parallel roads stretched long under the morning sun, casting shadows across the pavement as a yellow car sped by. Chen An sat beside Bai Weiwei, pressing his phone tightly to his ear. Boss, yesterday, He Zhu Zhu's father suddenly came to the hotel looking for you. He wouldn't say anything, and because he couldn't reach you, he decided to tell us. Mu Lin Shuo placed his hand on the back of his neck. Mister, he received a call yesterday afternoon. The person on the other end said He Zhu Zhu was in their hands, but didn't mention anything about ransom. Wang Meng has already sent people to investigate. Please don't worry, boss. As soon as he heard this, Chen An started to consider a few things. Given Meng Zi's influence over the second-rank experts, kidnappings, especially of this level, wouldn't be his style. Responding to Mu Lin Shuo, he spoke into the phone. I understand. We'll discuss it more when I get back. The building shimmered by the swimming pool, and Mu Lin Shuo ran out from inside to the waiting yellow taxi to pick up the boss. Chen An and Bai YY had just gotten out of the car when he instructed, go with Lin Shuo and change your clothes. I'll assess the situation. She nodded in agreement, got it. Mu Lin Shuo extended his hand politely. When did she start seducing the boss? She's really fast with her methods. His gaze drifted toward Bai YY's pale, smooth thighs, his face showing clear disapproval. Captain Bai, follow me. What size do you wear? Mu Lin Shuo covered her mouth, provoking Bai YY. The chibi doll with red cheeks made a teasing remark. Ah, seems like you're a little younger than me. Probably just right. Bai YY clenched her fists, her expression annoyed. What? Chen An entered the grand golden wooden room. He was He Zhu Zhu's father, holding his face with a despondent expression. It can't be. It will be fine for sure. Definitely. He walked closer, placing his hand on the man's shoulder, asking with concern. Uncle, what exactly happened? Why did you come here? Zhu Zhu's father looked up at him, his eyes red from crying. Chen An, you finally come. Zhu Zhu just returned 2 days ago. I wanted to go buy some things to cook her a nice meal. Who would have thought, after buying everything, I came back and she was gone. Her luggage and phone weren't taken with her. Zhu Zhu's father's tears were streaming down his face, his voice trembling. Afterward, he received an anonymous phone call. The person on the other end said that the girl was in their hands, warned him not to contact the police, and told him to wait for further instructions. His voice broke with sorrow as he turned to Chen An. I know you have the ability to save Zhu Zhu, so I wanted to trouble you. I found your phone number in Zhu Zhu's phone, but I couldn't get through. I was so worried, so I rushed into the city to find you. At his words, Chen An looked puzzled and asked, but I've only just taken over the Emperor Hotel for a few days. How did you know I was here, uncle? He Zhu Zhu's father wiped away a tear, his face slightly flushed. Maybe it's fate. On the bus, I overheard someone talking about how the Chen family from the 4 great families was defeated by a young man named Chen An. Now with the assets in his hands, including the Emperor Hotel, which specialized in hosting those awakened ones, Chen An hurriedly made his way here. As soon as he overheard that random remark, flashes of doubt sparked through Chen An's mind. Could it be a coincidence? He feared that this matter was far from simple. Into the midst of that tense air, Mu Lin Shuo burst in shouting loudly, Boss, there's something important that she needs to report seriously. Wang Meng is back. Hearing the news, the uncle was overjoyed. He's back. Was Zhu Zhu saved? Mu Lin Shuo remained silent, casting a glance at the boss, and Chen spoke up. Uncle, wait for me a moment. I'll go see what's going on. Don't worry about Zhu Zhu. The two of them closed the wooden door, and Chen's tone shifted. What happened? Mu Lin Shuo explained the situation. Wang Meng had been carried back. Chen An was taken aback. What? From the hotel lobby, Wang Meng lay on a stretcher, his body in pain as though he'd been through torture. 2 anonymous individuals were carrying him in. Seeing this, Chen An stepped forward, his expression filled with worry as he asked one of them. His voice carried an edge of anger. What happened exactly? Who hurt him? Why wasn't he taken to the hospital first? The person who had been questioned finally responded, Mr. Chen, we don't know. Meng Ji told us to wait by the door, but after a long time, there was no movement. When we went inside, we found Meng Ji like this. It was Meng Ji's wish to be brought back first, and he also had something he wanted to tell you. Chen An's face grew serious, the air around him turning cold and dark, his gaze empty as usual. The injuries seemed quite severe, his arm is broken as well. Wang Mang's panting face lay motionless on the bed, face down. Mu Linshu, beside him, was closely monitoring his condition, while Chen An used a bit of vital energy. His pulse was stable, not life-threatening. Wang Mang managed to open his eyes, his face weak and barely able to speak. Boss, I'm sorry, I'm useless. I couldn't save young lady He. Chen An smiled with understanding, speaking gently. It's okay, just focus on recovering for now. As for the one who hurt you. His eyes narrowed, the reflection of a red bullet gleamed in them, and his expression showed extreme anger. His voice was cold. I will kill him for you. Meng Ji struggled to sit up, his words laced with worry as if warning. Boss, this isn't simple. I've called back Uncle Ha's number, and I had someone trace the signal, but the other side is very cunning. He only gave you the address, and it doesn't look good for you. Chen An's handsome face was now marked with a few bruises. Returning to the story Meng Ji had originally told, it was a large, shining skyscraper. At that time, he had opened his mouth, intending to say the location was here. His serious eyes reflected confidence. He said to the others, You guys wait outside. If anyone tries to run, catch them quickly. I'll go inside. In response to Meng Ji's words, someone said, Got it, Meng Ji. Now you know mosquito will escape. He went in alone. Inside, the lights were dim and only shadows passed by. He was caught off guard. Before he could react, a blinding light flashed into Wang Mang's eyes. He squinted, raising one hand to shield himself. Who is it? Suddenly, a heavy punch struck his left cheek, leaving him no time to react. His head jerked to the side, thrown into an unsteady tilt. Wang Mang was pinned down by the soul of a person whose identity was unknown, blood spilling from his mouth. His eyes reflected the deepest pain, and the voice of that person was filled with disdain. So weak, you're not Chen An. Wang Mang was paralyzed but mustered the strength to grasp the person's ankle, gritting his teeth. Who are you? Why are you taking me? His words were interrupted by the immense pressure from the other person's strength. You don't have the right to ask who I am, said a man in a doctor's coat, grinning provocatively. His eyes gleamed behind his bright glasses. Bring Chen An here. If he makes a mistake, don't blame me 15, the man said. Mu Linshu, upon hearing this, seemed somewhat surprised. He asked, Is that person from the Mediterranean? You're sure you didn't mistake him? Wang Mang firmly replied, I'm certain. A middle-aged Mediterranean man dressed in a suit, wearing glasses. Mu Linshu squinted, as if calculating something. Chen An then asked, Do you know that person? She hesitated, half skeptical. He is... The two suddenly heard a voice and turned to see Bai YY behind them. She interjected into their conversation. He's the bodyguard expert of the Song family from the 4 major families. That's Song Zhongji. Her tone was serious, as if she knew the old man was a great danger. The image of a white-haired man slipping his hands in his pants pockets, wearing a sinister smile, appeared mysteriously. Bai YY spoke with a gleam in her eyes. This Song Zhongji is very mysterious. We only know that he helped the Song family carry out the secret assassination missions that have never failed, and his ranking on the assassination list has stabilized in the top 3. Mu Linshu glanced at Bai YY upon hearing this. She quickly dismissed it, not making it seem all that mysterious. It's because your organization's skills are weak. The Dark Organization investigated this person before as well. At least I know he's proficient in the art of perfecting mechanisms. Chen An looked at Mu Linshu seriously and said, Top 3 on the assassination list. So where you rank, Linshu? Maintaining a calm demeanor, she replied, A virtuous woman like me doesn't like death and killing. So why would I aim for a spot on that list? Bai YY's face hardened. The art of mechanisms isn't a supernatural ability. Has your Dark Organization investigated his awakened powers yet? Mu Linshu waved his hand. The Dark Organization wants to recruit him, but doesn't want to treat him as an enemy. In the end, they've done thorough research. Mu Linshu rubbed his chin as if thinking, then spoke. But why would this person still commit dirty acts like kidnapping? Bai YY crossed her arms, clearly displeased and obviously aimed at Chen An, saying, Chen An, what have you done with the Song family? Chen An, staying out of the verbal sparring between the two women, began to sweat. He weakly responded, I don't know anyone from the Song family, but whatever the reason, if he kidnapped Zhu Zhu and harmed Meng Zi, this man must die. The future Chen An, drenched in sweat, suddenly became frightened and spoke. What exactly did your kid do to those two girls? I've been drawn into this competition myself. This song Zhongji has value. If you take the risk and go there, you will definitely be at a disadvantage. The Song family will not do anything harmful to Zhu Zhu, so take this opportunity to improve yourself first. He is not skilled in mechanical arts, but he does have a killing intent that allows him to see through the awakened strength of his opponents. I was once played by him in a street fight. Upon hearing this, Chen An could not hide his worry. His eyes widened and sweat began to form. Chen An suddenly froze, unable to say a word. Bai Wai opened her eyes in shock. Mu Lin Shuo remained silent, his face as cold as ice. I need some time to adjust. You all go rest for now. I'll think of a way to handle this. He was indeed thinking seriously. Chen An sat on the sofa, his legs neatly crossed. With a blink, he appeared in the garden, surrounded by lush green trees bearing countless strange fruits. These fruits emitted a soft glow, decorating the scene. Around him, green-colored panels kept appearing. Potential value plus 1,000. Potential value plus 1,000. Potential value plus 1,000. Chen An stared seriously at the words in front of him. The available talent value was 95,000, innate gift, piercing eyes of the 1,000 realms, 100,000, mental strength 500,000, primal chaos body refining technique 10 million. Seeing this, he frowned in concern. The growth rate was not enough. Another 5,000 was needed to reach 100,000 to exchange for the piercing eyes, but he no longer had the time. At this moment, Chen An turned his head to look at the trees, and suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. That's right, just by absorbing spiritual energy here, the potential value could double. If he ate the spirit fruit, there was no need to wait long. He quickly picked one from the tree and took a big bite. Soon, the system notified him. Potential value increased by 15,000. He was astonished, his pupils dilating, still holding the half-eaten fruit in his hand. 15,000. This spirit fruit actually has such an effect, and the potential value is finally enough. The system then displayed the Eyes of Penetration notification. He wanted to exchange for 100,000, yes or no. Eyes of Penetration. His eyes suddenly lit up like stars in the sky, and his face was filled with pride. Chen An clenched his fist, radiating a strange confidence. He was probably already stable in the third-grade middle realm, so he decided to try out the Eyes of Penetration. With that, he quickly tested his newly acquired power. His eyes gleamed once again, and the entire scene in the room was laid bare to his vision. So this is what Eyes of Penetration is like. What the perception ability could detect was the shape and breadth at close range. It was like a three-dimensional image of perception. As he looked around, Chen and somehow ended up staring at Mu Lin Shuo's bathroom. OMG, he exclaimed, quickly covering his nose as blood started pouring out like a waterfall. Mu Lin Shuo gracefully covered her mouth. Achoo. At this moment, he was wrapped only in a thin bath towel, covering just the important areas. It seemed that the weather had changed. Stealthily glancing at her back, he realized that, at some point, the white handkerchief Chen had used to wipe his nose had gradually turned red. Hey, he slapped himself lightly to clear his mind. What a rascal, what are you doing? Zhu Zhu's whereabouts are still unknown, and you're here wasting time on this. You should at least wait until Zhu Zhu is rescued. You can only find her with strength. He glanced around, taking in the entire layout of the house, and then it dawned on him. So that's it, his Eyes of Penetration could reveal the layout of the mechanisms. After carelessly using his powers for a while, Chen An was quickly growing tired, his hands swaying up to support his weary head. He muttered, looking down at the floor, his mind spinning. The Eyes of Penetration were too draining on his spiritual energy, and at this rate, his current cultivation wouldn't let him last much longer. A voice deep inside him spoke, Zhu Zhu, wait for me. 10 minutes later, Chen An finally walked out of the room, his face marked with exhaustion. Unexpectedly, Bai Wai appeared from behind him, arms crossed as she said, I'll go with you. He blinked in surprise and called her name, Bai Wai. Then Chen An smiled and shook his head. There's no need. After all, you're with the government, and you don't have any agreement with the Song family. You can't get involved in this. I appreciate your good intentions, though. Bai Wai looked at him, her face full of concern. But can you really go alone? A familiar voice suddenly rang out, interrupting the conversation between the two. Who said our boss goes alone? The voice belonged to none other than Mu Lin Shuo. She approached from a distance with a strong encourage, a smug look on her face as she said, our company can handle things on its own. Standing before a beautiful woman with an alluring figure, especially dressed in a body-hugging outfit that highlighted every curve, Chen An found it hard, no, impossible, to control himself. He stood frozen, his eyes seemingly glued to Mu Lin Shuo's flawless body. Not only that, but he was on the verge of a nosebleed. Seeing this sight from her boss, Shuo Lin was startled, rushing forward with the tissue in hand, asking anxiously, "Boss, are you injured?" Chen An quickly came up with an excuse to deny the fact that he was having a nosebleed in front of her. "It must be the heat. It's not because your figure is too scorching." "It's okay. Probably just a hot flash," was his lame excuse. Looking at the tall, muscular, and strong men standing behind Mu Lin Shuo, Chen An asked, "Are these all Shuo Lin's people?" with a delighted expression. Shuo Lin turned around and said, "Since this second floor started registering for the Awakened, we've recruited quite a few people. When they heard the boss had something going on, everyone was more than willing to help." Shuo Lin suddenly noticed a young man wearing an orange shirt, a black-brimmed hat, and a large bag slung over his back. He was the one who had sold a map to Old Keep previously. "Hey, aren't you the one who sold me the map before?" The young man grinned widely and introduced himself. "Hey, my name's Wang Bao. I'm starving. My stomach's growling, and I heard the food here is really good, so I came to check it out." Indeed, he's my son, a person who loves food regardless of where it is. He doesn't care as long as he hears there's a place with delicious food and drinks. He won't hesitate to go there to try. He flashed a carefree smile with an innocent look. Whether it was full of mischief or not, I couldn't tell, and scratched the back of his head, excitedly saying, "My strength is enormous. I can even wrestle that bear. This power is truly deserving of competing in the city's wrestling contest, but my obsession with food is no small matter either." After saying this, I also sprayed the glue. Truly, 3 parts helplessness, 7 parts like father, like son. This gluttonous nature is probably something that would take 3 lifetimes to get rid of. Seeing Wang Bao like this, Chen An thought to himself, "It seems he's already eaten the spirit fruit to awaken his powers. This person is quite interesting." On the outside, he gave a smile, his expression full of challenge. "Wang Bao, you say your strength is great, so do you dare to compete with me?" At this, Wang Bao's father was stunned for 5 seconds. His son's face was no longer as cheerful as before. He was so nervous that sweat poured down, but in this situation, he still managed to blurt out a long sentence. "Boss, if I win, will you still let me eat it and not get angry?" It seems that this kid's ability is still decent. He's still thinking about winning against Chen An. However, it's clear he always has food on his mind. This is truly beyond help. Understanding Wang Bao's insatiable appetite, Chen An said, "If you manage to beat me, this hotel will be yours. The chefs will obey your commands." Upon hearing this, the boy who was crazy about breakfast had his eyes light up like car headlights in the dark night, humming with excitement. All right then, he quickly dropped the suitcase from his back, nimbly rolled up the sleeves of his shirt to show off his massive arms, and responded eagerly. "All right then, this is indeed a big wager, but how could the person he calls the boss possibly lose to some newbie who's just starting out in life?" Chen An's face broke into a confident smile. And so began the battle for Wang Bao's livelihood, where he charged forward like a hungry little tiger, grabbing Chen An's arm in an attempt to wrestle him down. His face flushed with determination, his muscles bulging, his teeth clenched so tight it seemed as though only a growl could escape. He put all his strength into it, but to no avail. Chen, meanwhile, remained standing straight, smiling at him and said, "Is that all you've got? Truly worthy of being my boss. A little bit of strength and this guy is like just an itch to scratch." Seeing the mocking expression on his boss's face and the reward awaiting him if he succeeded, Wang Bao grew even more desperate. His face was now filled with resolve, sweat pouring down, his veins about to burst. At this point, Chen An showed no sign of exertion, still smiling. "This guy's not bad, huh?" And with a light push, he easily tossed Wang Bao down. Wang Bao tumbled to the floor, his face pale, sweat soaking his body, his nostrils gasping for air, forcing him to open his mouth to breathe. "Boss, your strength is really something. I admit defeat. I'll be going now." It was truly pitiful. How confident he had been at first, and now, how utterly miserable he was. Just as he was about to withdraw, Chen An asked him, "Apart from your strength, how are you when it comes to tracking down clues and traces?" Wang Bao's face immediately brightened, as if he had found a rare delicacy, his eyes full of pride. "That's nothing to talk about. Just hand me a stick and I can knock someone out cold. That's a specialty of our hunters." Chen An gently approached, patted Wang Bao's shoulder, and gave a warm smile, as gentle as the Buddha from the story of Tam Cam. He spoke softly, "This time, come with me. You'll stay at the Dai Wang Hotel for just 1 day, and I'll make sure you get a full meal every day. After that, everything's settled." At that moment, the boy, who loved to eat, looked at the boss with sparkling eyes, his mouth almost watering. "Are you serious?" "Then it's a deal." Mu Lin Shuo, upon hearing this, became worried and moved closer to Chen An, quietly asking, "Boss, are you sure about bringing him along? The enemy is the Song family, you know." He answered calmly and casually reminded her, "Precisely because it's the Song family, we need to be cautious. The tiger leaves the mountain. Lin Shuo instructed everyone to guard the place. A poisonous snake will also be called to this location. Chen An then turned to Bai Weiwei and reminded her, if something happens to me, I hope the government can step in and save He Zhu Ju for me. He spoke with confidence. I'm sure their target is me. They probably won't make things difficult for a little girl. Bai Weiwei's face showed signs of deep thought. She only dared to speak softly. Are you thinking of a one-for-one exchange? Is it worth it? Seeing the worry in the eyes of the two girls, Chen An turned around, walked away, and confidently laughed as he spoke to them. Ha ha, but if this mischievous little one wants to keep me here, it won't be that easy. He knew that the chances of him returning safely were slim, but because lives were at stake and he was the boss here, bearing the weight of responsibility, even though he was worried, he couldn't let anyone else know. Watching Chen An's retreating figure, Vi and Lin Shuo could only silently pray for him. Though they cared about him, there wasn't much they could do to help. You must be very careful, Mr. Chen An. The night had fallen, clouds drifted lazily across the sky, streetlights bathed everything in a soft yellow glow, and the atmosphere was quiet. Chen An used the Eyes of Insight technique and brought Wang Bao along to infiltrate the Song family. They crossed over several fences, all of which were carefully arranged. He silently praised Song Zhongji for his skill. No matter how well it was set up, though, it was nothing difficult for Chen An. All the setups were interconnected, and if he hadn't prepared in advance, he would have fallen straight into their trap. Chen An truly was a meticulous planner. Where is Zhu Zhu? Suddenly, as he was moving, he staggered, his face went pale, and his head spun. Seeing this, Wang Bao grew worried and asked, Boss, what's wrong? Did you overindulge? This kid really wasn't holding back with the teasing, even at a time like this. Chen An, irritated, snapped, Get lost. He then took out some paper and a pen, his expression serious. I'll write down the locations of the ambushes and hand them over to you. You go deal with them. I'll rest for a bit. Witnessing this scene, Wang Bao was completely shocked. Even the fact that the boss knew where the ambushes were positioned was incredible. Truly, my boss is a genius. Boss, how did you manage to do this? You're just a kid who hasn't even wiped his nose yet for the boss. This is just a trivial task. Don't forget to wear the earpiece for communication. It won't be too much trouble for you, little Wang Bao. Normally, he's all about the antics, but when it's time for business, he's as professional as can be. He slipped into his familiar furry slippers, grabbed the staff, bent down, and moved silently, not making a sound. Truly, a master of his craft, nobody does it better than him. One of the guards was sitting on watch. When did he even get here? Song from the Song family, if you're hiring guards like this, it's over. How can you sit and watch for the enemy when you're so impatient? That's some style. As the guard requested, here comes Wang Bao. 1, 2, 3, slap, grunt, gasp. Looks like Wang Bao is pretty strong. He knocked the guard out with one blow. After taking out the guard, Wang Bao took the note the boss had given him and tucked it into his pocket. Good person, there are plenty of ambushes here. Then he propped the guard he had knocked out back into his original position, avoiding any disruption. If the cover was blown, it'd be game over for everyone. Get back in your position and sit properly. In the middle of the operation, he suddenly heard a loud shout. Who's that? This is getting a little tricky. You've just taken down a guard and already blown your cover. Wang Bao's gaze was sharp. He remained calm and collected, staying professional as ever. A man holding a flashlight walked over, shining the light on the person sitting in the chair and asked, Number 3? This made Wang Bao quickly hide under the row of chairs, trying to maintain the normal posture of the person he had just knocked out, feeling anxious. Then he secretly grabbed the left arm of the person he had knocked out, intending to lure the flashlight holder away from that spot. Wang Bao shook the victim's wrist and pretended to yawn, signaling, I'm sleepy. You should leave. Seeing this, the accomplice, without suspicion, just reminded him, be careful. If you fall asleep, Old Song will hit you. Wang Bao sighed, thinking he had successfully avoided detection, but in a moment of carelessness, he let the victim fall onto the armrest, causing the other man to jump in surprise and shout loudly, Who's there? At that moment, Wang Bao could only think, oh no. Damn it, I'm about to ruin the boss's plan and my own dinner. Before the flashlight holder could finish asking, Who are you? He was suddenly struck from behind on the neck. The man immediately collapsed. It turned out that the one who struck was Chen An, who remained calm as if nothing had happened, and asked Wang Bao, How is it? Hearing this, Wang Bao felt overjoyed, his little heart wildly beating, and he answered with tears in his eyes, Ah, my god, boss, you scared me to death. He then opened the map and showed it to Chen An. He pointed to a spot on it and said, There are 2 people in the control room and 4 watching the stands. A total of 6 hidden stakes have been removed. After that, he pointed to another place and asked, Boss, what's this mechanism here? Chen An lowered his voice and explained, the lights on the roof have been modified with laser beams that can cause instant blindness. The controller in the stands controls a network hidden beneath the stadium. One person controls heavy objects on the ceiling, another operates it from a dark corner, and the last one is the detonator. After hearing this, Wang Bao couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, anyone who goes through this wouldn't survive even with 10 lives. The one who set this trap must be a skilled hunter." Chen An, who was standing by coldly, replied, "Perhaps a talent, but if they kidnapped Zhu Ju and severely injured Meng Zi, this person definitely has to die." He continued, "My abilities consume too much spiritual energy, and I still haven't located Zhen Zhao. You go look for him secretly. I'll distract him, but be careful." Wang Bao's face showed determination, his posture ready to obey. "Leave it to me." Chen An landed on a patch of grass, and it appeared to be a large stadium. After landing, he directly addressed the person in front of him. "Aren't you looking for me?" He spread his arms, his posture exuding defiance, and said, "I'm here." Song Zhongji stepped out from the shadows, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, so it's the real deal this time. No more nameless nobodies ready to die." Chen An frowned, clearly annoyed, and began demanding the release of the hostages. "I don't know where I offended the Song family, but now that I'm here, can you release Zhu Zhu?" The glasses of Song Zhongji and his father gleamed in the darkness. He heaved a dangerous smile and said, "Mr. Chen, your performance is impressive. You, single-handedly, could wipe out the Chen family. I can no longer underestimate you. Young lady, he is in my hands, and I feel secure, but if you're willing to tie yourself up, I'd feel even more at ease." Chen An coldly said, "Are you brain dead because you have no hair on your head, so you can't protect your brain? Do I look like an idiot to you? If you let Juju go now, I'll just kill you. Otherwise, the Song family will be completely wiped out by me." Upon hearing this, Song Zhongji laughed even harder, sneering and loudly saying, "Chen An, you really have a big mouth, don't you? Do you think that's why I'm here waiting for you? Because it's in my domain?" He waved his hand and pointed directly at Chen An, arrogantly saying, "I am the king, and nothing is going to happen." A moment of silence fell, so still that even the sound of insects munching on grass could be heard. Song Zhongji froze, his eyes darting around in panic. What the hell is everyone doing? Hurry up and act. Chen An stood still, looking at him with a face that seemed to say, "I don't know if this guy is embarrassed, but I feel embarrassed for him." Chen An smiled indifferently and said, "Sorry for wasting so many of your traps. It's just tit for tat. Now it's my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped toward Zhongji with incredible speed, but Zhongji easily dodged him. He looked at Chen An as he landed and sneered proudly. "Ha ha! I've never underestimated my enemies. I guess that these traps might not be able to trap you, but let's see how you'll get out this time. Ha ha!" As soon as he finished speaking, a large object resembling a cup fell and trapped Chen An inside. Before he could react, a strange purple smoke was released, forcing him to immediately cover his mouth and exclaim, "I'm done for." As soon as Song Zhongji had achieved his goal, he slowly walked toward him and explained, "This is a specially designed cage to counter powerful body training experts. Stop resisting." Chen An struggled to cover his mouth, his mind racing, unsure if the smoke was poisonous or intoxicating. If he couldn't figure out how to break the cage, he might end up selling salt here. The special bullets from the Chen family had already been used up when dealing with the giant python. Suddenly, from the giant python, he realized how to break the cage using its scales. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he opened his spatial pocket and took out a large blue scale. While Song Zhongji was rambling about the cage, convinced that even an A-class expert couldn't break through it, Chen An gripped the giant python's scale and stabbed it forcefully into the cage, creating a hole on the spot. Song Zhongji was so shaken that the glass cracked and he yelled, "How is this possible?" Chen An punched the hole with all his might. Immediately, the cage shattered before Song Zhongji's trembling eyes. Chen An slowly raised his head, glanced at him, and dangerously said, "Your coffin is almost here. Shed some tears." Chen An dashed toward him like lightning, his body moving at an unimaginable speed, leaving only a blur in the air. Each step seemed to push the surrounding air into powerful gusts, making it impossible for him to react in time. Seeing this, Song Zhongji exclaimed, "You're indeed not ordinary." In his hand, he held a strange remote control, and his lips curled into a sinister smile. Still not finished, Chen An suddenly exclaimed, his eyes widening as he realized what was happening. From above, a large trap fell at lightning speed. Chen An reacted instantly the moment the trap was about to touch him. His hand shot up, and in the blink of an eye, a gleaming sword materialized from thin air. The light from the blade dazzled, reflecting sharp rays into the surrounding space. In just a moment, with a powerful swing, he cut through the trap. The sound of metal clashing rang out sharply. Any other tricks? He pointed the cold shark tip of his sword at the man's throat. The man stood motionless, his gaze full of anger, but unable to hide his astonishment. The blade gleamed under the dim light, and the air around them felt heavy. While the tip of the sword was just millimeters from his skin, he stared at Chen An, his expression defiant as he spoke. If you kill me, Zhu will be buried with me. Can you bear that? You're not putting down your weapon. That's a bit impolite. I won't kill you, but I have 1,000 ways to torment you. Chen An replied, but then a strange sound interrupted the moment. Boss, can you hear this? He calmed himself, glancing at his earpiece, confused. They found him, the response is in. The 2 guards in the VIP section of the stands have been taken care of. Hearing that, he turned to the man and said, now you can rest easy and die. Even in this situation, the man showed no sign of fear. Don't be in such a hurry to listen, he spoke up. Ah, boss. They're speaking on the other side. Miss Zhu has a bomb on her. The voice continued, Zhu's eyes are tightly shut, her eyelashes trembling, tears falling steadily down her cheeks, each tear seemingly filled with pain and despair, dropping into the cold space around her. Chen An anxiously spoke up, don't panic, what kind of bomb is it? At that moment, he pointed to his own face and said, why don't you just ask me directly? With a sinister look on his face, he continued in a rather calm tone. At first, it was just a bomb with a simple password lock, but I added a few extra layers of bomb-proof protection. But don't worry, the power of this bomb isn't very strong. At worst, it will kill someone, but it probably won't blow into pieces. It was as if he hadn't seen the coffin and wasn't shedding any tears. His lips curled into a twisted smile. Immediately, Chen An rushed over and grabbed his neck, his eyes flashing as he stared at him, shouting, say that again. The sudden action startled him, causing a bit of panic. There was only a 3-minute countdown. He spoke, take me over there. Elsewhere, Wang Bao was pacing back and forth, muttering to himself, what should I do? What should I do? What should I do? As soon as he saw Chen An, he exclaimed, boss. Chen was pulling him by the collar when he said, hey, slow down a bit. Inside, Wang Bao was talking while looking at the room. What's the password? He asked. Upon hearing this, he slowly replied, I have low blood sugar. If I don't get some sugar, I'll feel dizzy and won't be able to remember my ID number as the password. But when is my birthday? Chen An yelled out in frustration, I don't know where I offended the Song family, but why are you targeting me and going after a girl like this? He looked at him with a gaze full of disdain and said, the Song family's footwork must pay the price. The password is next time, there will be no exceptions. Wang Bao kept an eye on him, and as soon as he heard the password, he dashed toward the room. Zhu suddenly noticed someone rushing in and instinctively explained, huh? She looked at him with a worried expression and asked, Chen An, why are you here? Did you leave? Upon hearing this, he raised his head to look at her with a determined expression and replied, it's okay, I'm here to save you, don't worry, nothing will happen to you. He began pressing the numbers for the password. After entering the digits, a red light immediately appeared, showing there was 1 minute and 10 seconds left. He shouted. Suddenly, the door behind him slammed shut. Seeing this, he immediately ran towards it, banging on the door and shouting, boss, he saw it and immediately said, this door is made of special steel, so don't waste your strength anymore. He had grasped the situation and spoke through his earpiece. Capture him. Make him reveal a password. Hearing this, he turned around and yelled at him, don't run. His face remained calm. Turning back to look at him, he grinned wickedly, holding a remote control in his hand. He pressed a red button and said, good luck to you all. Immediately, a secret passage appeared and he stepped into it. Behind him, the chase continued and he yelled, damn it, the secret door. At that moment in the room, he frowned as he stared at the bomb, silently thinking, time is running out, I have to think of something quickly. In another room, Chen An was kneeling before a girl with pink hair. What was noteworthy was that the girl was tied to the bomb. She said, Chen An, thank you for saving me. Hurry and run. I know that with your strength, you won't be trapped in this room. Chen An looked at her with concern and asked, aren't you afraid? It turned out that the one tied to the bomb was Zhu. She spoke while crying, of course I'm scared. I'm afraid I won't get to see my parents again or Sieb again. She continued, Chen An, please go. I'm begging you. Take care of my parents for me? Okay. Just say I went abroad. Hearing this, Chen An was startled, his worry so intense that he started sweating. He then tried to comfort her, stop talking nonsense, just trust me. In his mind, he silently thought, hey, future, is there any way to solve this quickly? I'm about to be blown up here. Meanwhile, the sky was gradually turning dark, resting to prepare for the next morning. The scene slowly pulled down, revealing a large house. In front of the house, a person was walking out. It was none other than Song Zhongji. He was talking to someone mysterious. The other person asked him, has Chen An died yet? He chewed on a piece of candy and happily replied, not yet, but soon. Wait a bit, there will be fireworks. that he became serious and said, "But really, this Chen An guy is quite powerful, very resourceful. Not only did he see through my trap, but he even managed to escape from the prison. It's truly a shame if he dies." Fortunately, the master knows Chen An's weakness and has captured that famous internet girl. The old man was sucking on a candy while finishing his story. This person isn't someone to be taken lightly. On his own, he managed to overturn the entire Chen family. Old man Chen really underestimated his enemy. Then he asked a mysterious person, "Sir, do you have any plans for the future? Or perhaps you'd like to join the Song family. With your abilities, you'd do well there." Upon hearing this, the mysterious person coldly replied, "We are merely allies against a common enemy. Once the enemy is gone, there's no need for us to join forces anymore." The person then leaped away, leaving the old man surprised. The cold demeanor of a mysterious person only intrigued him further, and he laughed, waving his hand. "All right, you've got style. I like it." Chen An, sweating and furrowing his brows, looked around, pursing his lips and thinking to himself, "I don't know what my future holds. The important thing is, at this moment, I can't find anyone. Just wait until I'm dead. Then you'll regret it. That's when you'll understand what it means to vanish." He suddenly paused, an idea flashing in his mind. Wait, vanish? How come I didn't think of that? Suju, who was beside him, looked at Chen An crying hysterically, shouting, "It's about to explode. Hurry up and run. Is it really worth dying together with me?" Chen An calmly glanced at her and smiled. "Don't close your eyes. I'm going to show you a magic trick." He then touched the bomb, and suddenly a magical circle appeared, displaying the word devour. It was activated, and a green light surrounded the bomb. To Juju's astonishment, she stood there, eyes wide open in shock. The bomb that had been strapped to her body had disappeared without anyone noticing when. "Ah, where is it? Why is there nothing here?" She was still in shock from the magnificent sight. Chen An stood to one side, smiling, and said, "What's the matter? Do you want it to appear again? Should I make it reappear for you?" Juju, angry, punched Chen An in the chest before trembling and leaning on his arm, sobbing as she said, "Brother, I won't let you take risks for me." Then she hugged Chen An tightly. "Thank you." Chen An closed his eyes, smiling as he comforted her. "It's fine now, let's go." On the other side, Chen An was holding an extremely sharp object, stabbing it into the rolling door. His face was dark, cold, and expressionless. Bam! A loud sound. With immense strength, Chen An punched the door, creating a huge hole in it. When he entered, he saw a man trembling, holding his head while making a phone call. "Boss, I'm sorry. I'll try my best to get revenge for you. Please bless me from the underworld." Upon hearing this, Chen was furious. He kicked the man in the head to snap him out of it and said, "Bless my ass. The old man isn't dead yet. Are you trying to curse me so you can inherit my money later?" The man was so terrified, he cried helplessly. It turned out that the man was Wang Bao. He hugged Chen An's leg, his eyes gleaming as he looked at him and said, "Ah, boss, you're alive again. Does that mean my first-class seafood is still available?" This comment only made Chen An even more furious. Zuzu, standing beside him, was at a loss for words as she looked at him. Chen An just opened his phone, and the first thing that caught his eye was an overwhelming number of missed calls. Mu Lin Shuo, Bai YY. Chen An was so worried about the many missed calls that he decided to return one of the numbers. "Mu Lin Shuo, what's going on?" The voice on the other end of the line answered immediately. "Boss, are you still alive?" He was stunned and didn't understand. "Is that so? Who told you all that I had died?" Suddenly, a loud shout came from the phone. "The hotel is surrounded. There are a lot of people gathered in front of the hotel, including some top-level experts. Many conflicts have already broken out with our people. There are injuries and casualties." And yet, despite his shock, Chen An was still dazed and didn't understand what was going on. Mu Lin Shuo appeared and said, "Our leader thought that the boss had been executed, and this has dealt a heavy blow to our morale." The voice on the phone continued, "Anyway, as long as the boss is fine, we can rest easy. But," and we said young lady he, Suju, who was beside him, answered before Chen An could. "I'm fine, thank you all very much." Chen An said seriously, "Everyone, try to hold on a little longer. I'll be back immediately." The voice on the other end responded, "All right, boss, don't worry." Then another shout rang out from the phone. "Luckily, you had anticipated that they might launch an attack, so we were well prepared. Otherwise, we'd be in trouble." The shout left Chen An and Wang Bao stunned. Suju, on the other hand, covered her mouth and laughed. Then he quietly asked, "Hey, is Lin Shuo still there?" At night, the city center looked dazzling and beautiful. Up high, someone was using binoculars to observe the scenery below. It seemed unfamiliar, but turned out to be someone surprisingly familiar. Song Chongji. He lowered the binoculars, standing motionless, bewildered, not understanding what was going on. Why hasn't it exploded yet? Could it be that I connected the wrong wires? In less than 3 seconds, the old man, pleased with his perfect plan, sneered and said, I told you hot weapons can't compare to cold ones, but it will be more fun if I can keep an interesting opponent like this. Meanwhile, Chen An and Zhu Zhu were sitting in a taxi when the driver suddenly spoke up. What's going on here? This road was never blocked before. After hearing that, Chen An and Zhu Zhu decided to get out of the car to catch some drama and make their lives less dull. These people are blocking me. What is the hotel trying to do? From a distance, they saw a large crowd and many cars gathered in front of the lobby. As they got closer to the crowd, they saw a man who seemed to be going crazy. He was holding a flamethrower and arrogantly said, To the friends of the Future Corporation, let me bring something warm for you. Fortunately, Chen arrived just in time and used his strength. He shot an arrow that hit the hand holding the flamethrower, causing the man to scream. The situation took an unexpected turn when the flamethrower fell, igniting the man himself. He screamed in agony. Zhu Zhu, frightened, quickly closed her eyes and tightly gripped Wang Bao's shirt. Yeah, Wang Bao, I admire you, she muttered. From somewhere, a surge of power controlled the water, rushing towards the man who had been burned to a crisp. The water dragon rose up. The wave of water extinguished the flames on the man's body, but he remained motionless there. Chen An worriedly thought to himself, indeed, there must be experts here. Someone was manipulating their power with their hands and said, Now, we shall see who can withstand my attack. It turned out to be Wang Bao. He gathered all his strength and lifted the car. As soon as he hoisted the car up, he furrowed his brows, gritted his teeth, and shouted, before hurling the car toward the group gathered in front. But no, one of them controlled the power and made the car hover in midair. Chen An stood by, secretly anxious, thinking to himself, it seems there are quite a few experts here, and this power is at least second grade. The three of them, Chen An, Zhu Zhu, and Wang Bao, were being surrounded and pressured by the others. Countless thoughts raced through Chen An's mind. Could the Song family really possess this kind of power? Chen An anxiously glanced at Wang Bao and said, Wang Bao, wait for me to open a path. You take Zhu Zhu and follow me. Wang Bao immediately complied. Understood, boss. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire rang out. It was Bai Wai arriving just in time to rescue them. She was majestic, holding a gun in one hand while presenting her police identification with the other. She shouted, The authorities are here. No one is allowed to gather. Disperse immediately. Her police colleagues began handling the crowd, ordering them to stand still and raise their hands. One person in the crowd spoke in a gloomy tone, saying, Today's actions are over. You all come back here tomorrow. The commotion was dispersed, and the cars parked in front of the hall gradually drove away with a swoosh. Bai Wai was anxious and quickly turned to Chen An, asking, Are you okay? Bai Wai continued her story from earlier when she heard the news of his death spreading. I was saying, she suddenly paused as Zhu Zhu, hiding behind Chen An, peeked out and asked, Is that the policewoman? Bai Wai continued, It's good that you're okay. Chen An spoke up, Let's go inside first, then we can talk. Inside, the bodies were scattered across the floor. Chen An asked Lin Shuo, are you all right? The phone suddenly cut off and I heard you scream. It was a bit of a shock. Lin Shuo smiled at Chen An and said, Yeah, I'm fine. It was just that someone threw a Molotov cocktail, so it scared me a little. Then Lin Shuo looked at Zhu Zhu and said, It's good to know young lady he is fine. Amidst her awkwardness, a man hurriedly ran from a distance, shouting as if chased by a ghost, Boss, Mr. Mu, another large group is heading our way. Chen An was stunned and confused. Outside it's So Wukai. She's standing proudly in front of the hall with 500 of her people gathered. Chen An went outside and asked So Wukai, So, great celebrity, why have you come here? As soon as So Wukai saw him, she rushed over in a panic, saying, Are you okay? I heard you. When she saw Chen An, she let out a sigh of relief. It's good that you're fine. There are quite a few spies in the Su family as well. We received news that the Dai Huang Hotel was surrounded, so we quickly sent people over here. Chen An suddenly asked, You sent people over here? Does the Su family master know about this? So Wuxai was startled when he asked, My father knows about this, but he has a close relationship with the old master of the Song family, so it's not convenient for him to show himself. So Wuxai said seriously, But my father will stand by your side, so that's why he asked me to bring the top experts from the Su family here. Chen An smiled, placed a hand on her shoulder and said, I really appreciate you coming here. I've received the goodwill of the Su family. Please convey my thanks to the Su family master. So Wuxai shyly turned her face away. I didn't come here just to show the Su family's goodwill. This thick-headed guy. Suddenly someone called her name. Wuxai. It turned out to be Bai Wai calling. She asked with suspicion, How come you're here? So Wuxai turned around and asked, "Sister, why are you here too?" She was also worried. Bai Wai Wang was startled and warned Am. The two looked at each other, embarrassed and awkward. So Wuxai quickly explained, "I came to help the future corporation too." Chen An stood frozen, only able to smile awkwardly. So Wuxai was clearly worried about him, which was why she personally brought people here. Su Dong Wang would never sever ties with the Song family for his sake. As for Bai Wai, she was worried that she might use her position with the government to help the future corporation quell the chaos. How could she not understand their thoughts? I don't know when exactly, but the future Chen An appeared and pursed his lips, saying, "Kid, you're quite the ladies' man, aren't you? Both of these girls will become influential figures in the future. Why do they both look at you like that?" Hearing this, Chen An turned his head and laughed out loud. "I really don't want to brag, but it feels like bragging would just benefit you," he said, in response to the future Chen An's anger. After the argument ended, the present Chen invited Su Wuxai and Bai Wai inside. "Thank you both, beautiful ladies. I'll remember your kind gestures." Once inside, Bai Wai, Su Wuxai, and Lin Shuo exchanged awkward glances without saying a word. Chen spoke up, breaking the uncomfortable silence. "Lin Shuo, Song Zhongji said that we're stealing from the Song family. What's going on with that?" Hearing this, Lin Shuo turned around in surprise, eyes wide, mouth agape, stealing from them. How could that be? "I've already checked the business dealings of the Chen family that we've taken over, and there's nothing overlapping with the Song family's business. There's not even any competition, let alone us stealing from them. Boss, why are you asking about this?" Chen rubbed his chin and continued, "When I confronted Song Zhongjai before, I asked him what we did to offend the Songs. He told me that the future corporation has been stealing from the Song family. By the way, where's Poisonous Snake?" Noticing Chen An's serious expression, Lin Shuo, who was sweating nervously, responded, "I sent him to investigate the Jiacheng pharmaceutical company." He glanced away, rubbing his chin, and continued, "I don't think this matter is as simple as it seems." The scene shifted to a small house where moonlight shone through. Inside the house, someone was holding 3 incense sticks, but was suddenly interrupted by the voice. "Master, it seems that the mysterious person knew everything in advance, even before we could report. Has Chen died yet? The future group must have already been taken over by the Song family, right?" The subordinate, upon hearing this, replied fearfully, "Not yet, not yet." Upon hearing this, the mysterious figure immediately got ready for combat, his cold gaze flashing with red sparks as he asked, "What did you say?" The subordinate's face darkened, sweat pouring down his face, and he spoke clearly. Originally, the Dai Huang Hotel had been surrounded, and after just a few rounds of attack, it was nearly sieged. But at the most crucial moment, Chen An appeared. Not only him, but even Tai Peng Yang from the government brought people to maintain order. The Song family's forces had no choice but to retreat, and soon after, Su Wuxai from the Su family also showed up. He angrily smashed the nearby object. "Chen An, I truly underestimated you. Not only does the government side stand with you, but even the Su family supports you." One of his subordinates snapped his fingers, kneeled down, and said, "Master, please calm your anger. Fortunately, you ordered us to disguise ourselves as people from the future group, to steal goods from the Song family, and then kidnap Chen An's close companion, handing them over to the Song family to incite war between them. That way, we can be certain that we will remain invincible here. The more powerful Chen An becomes, the more the future group and the Song family will mutually damage each other. If that happens, we can just sit back and reap the benefits." He refused to yield, saying, "I don't care about the Song family, but that Chen An must die." He glared angrily, raising his voice. "He definitely must die. That man is none other than the ancient martial artist from the Chen family, Master Yan, with 3 incense sticks already placed on the altar." He snarled, his eyes shining brightly as he spoke. "The methods of robbery and kidnapping are not only decisive, but the plan of Song Zhongji is also very deep. Chen An is not simple at all. If Chen An doesn't die this time, and if both sides think carefully about this matter, it might be exposed. We need to do something more to add fuel to the fire between the two of them." His 2 subordinates could only stand still and endure. The white-haired man appeared displeased, saying, "This person is awake again, damn him." The ancient martial artist from the Chen family standing beside him said, "Increase the dosage as long as he doesn't die. I want to use this firewood to stoke the flames between the Chen and Song families." Hearing this, the white-haired subordinate opened the door, causing a noise. Inside, a man was shackled, struggling to break free. The white-haired man held up a purple-colored vial and disdainfully said, "That dog, what medicine will you take?" He roughly pulled the mask off the man's face. The man, scared and anxious, looked toward the white-haired man, but could do nothing. Chen, panicked and sweating profusely, thought to himself, "The future. How should I handle situations like this? Future Chen An stood beside and said, why do I feel like you're just showing off? In front of you are four beautiful women, Su Ju, Suo Wuxai, Bai Wai, and Lin Shuo. In my mind, I thought, show off your butt, will you? Just tell me already, at least you've eaten more rice than I have in the past 10 years. Future Chen An sneered and said, I'm just an ordinary rookie. How could a girl ever love someone like me? If not, then you should have them play a few rounds and see who loses. Chen An, hearing this, waved his arms in frustration, thinking, you really have the guts to say that? You're just hopeless. Then he looked at Zhu Zhu and said anxiously, ah, Zhu Zhu, you've been scared enough today. You should go rest now. Uncle, he is also very worried about you. Zhu Zhu smiled gently and replied, yes, thank you so much for today. Chen An turned to Bai Wai and Suo Wuxi asking, what about you two? Planning to reminisce about the past, at their confused expressions, Lin Shuo, who was standing beside, chuckled. Ha! I've never seen the boss like this before. Chen An was so angry that he trembled, shouting, stop making noise. This isn't over yet. You should go rest and prepare for the upcoming battle. Then Chen An turned around and ran as if his life depended on it. I'm leaving first. He hid in a room, panting, and said, oh my god, girls are terrifying. He glanced around the room, thinking to himself, today's situation is really passive. It seems my strength is still lacking. I almost got the person I wanted to protect killed. If my spiritual energy could help me use the eyes of insight for a longer time, I wouldn't have to worry about those traps and mechanisms from that Songdong Ji guy anymore. Chen An suddenly had an idea. That's right, there's also the spirit fruit. For some reason, blue sparks appeared in the dark night. Chen was taken to another place. As he jumped down, he said, quick, use the spirit fruit to level up first. As he glanced around at the surroundings, he froze, his face pale, his pupils almost popping out, and he shouted, what the hell is this? There's nothing left but a pile of ruins. He stood there, clenching his fists in anger, wanting to curse. Well, if that Song Zhongji didn't blow up my people, then he set fire to my trees, huh? This isn't over. Shen Shi wandered along the beach, speaking to himself, I'll have to resort to the primitive cultivation method then. Once this is over, I'll have to go to Shen Shan to bring back some new spirit fruit trees. The system's voice rang out repeatedly. Potential points plus 500, potential points plus 500, potential points plus 500, potential points plus 500. An hour later, Chen An sat on his bed and said, although I can't use the spirit fruit to increase my potential by 10 times, my energy is now pretty much full. I'll try pushing the usage of the Eyes of Insight to its limit so that I won't be overexerted on the battlefield later. His eyes suddenly gleamed, revealing the Eyes of Insight. He could see and hear a conversation between Zhu Zhu and a man. The man said, I bet you're really scared this time, aren't you? He looked away and saw two arms grabbing something. The man continued, is this what friendship between girls looks like? It turned out that Suo Wuxai was massaging Bai Wai. Hearing this, Wai shyly said, this isn't something you can just look at by paying money. The future Chen An appeared, awkwardly shouting at him, kid, what are you looking at? Hurry up and say it. What can your X-ray vision see? I can't sync up with this. Poor rating 1 star. At this point, Chen An was confused, spinning around with a flushed face, nose bleeding. Suddenly, he slapped his own face so hard that it turned bright red. Shameless, future me? This slap must be from you, right? That green light appeared again, clearer than before. The image shifted to a container truck, much to his surprise. Oh, there was an employee in discreet clothing carrying boxes of goods. Seeing this, he was a bit confused. Why was something as simple as moving goods being done so sneakily? This guy was suspicious. Looking towards the box, a red stamp on it caught his eye. Then he was startled and shouted, is that the Song family seal? The employee continued working diligently, unaware that he was being watched. Chen An observed the employee's every movement and said, it seems like this is the batch of goods the Song family lost. Someone is trying to set us up. He picked up the phone and called Lin Shuo, come to my office. Lin Shuo immediately rushed over and asked, boss, what's going on? But what Chen An saw before him was her naked, which made him nosebleed again. He covered his face and shouted, ah, really? Look at your clothes. Lin Shuo, upon hearing this, asked in confusion, what's wrong with my clothes? He awkwardly wiped his nose with his hand and quickly turned his face, as if more nimble than an ex-lover, and said, they fit perfectly. In his mind, he cursed, realizing that in his haste, he had forgotten that he was using his X-ray vision. Lin Shuo looked at him, her eyes sparkling, her cat ears twitching, and said, huff, boss, do you have a problem? Chen An turned away, his face turning red. Well, I need you to follow someone. Lin Shuo immediately asked seriously, who is it? Chen An looked at her with a serious expression and said, I saw someone secretly sneaking goods from the Song family into our warehouse. I need you to follow him and find out who is behind him. As night fell, the truck rolled through buildings lit up by bright lights. Inside the truck, the phone screen vibrated and the words, Master is calling, appeared. The logistics worker, dressed in a discreet outfit, answered the call with a serious tone. Master, it's done. I'm on my way back. Suddenly, he was startled and exclaimed, Huh? All right, I got it. The route changed, the headlights flashed, and the truck quickly swerved to turn back. The gentle night embraced the beach, and dim lights illuminated each cargo box in the vast warehouse. At the Sinhai Lu Warehouse Center, the truck slowly rolled into the main gate. Mulin Shuo, using her stealth technique, hid behind the truck, thinking to herself, it seems like this is the destination. I need to see who these people are. Her gaze flickered with surprise as she glanced at the location named Sinhai Lu. Isn't this part of the Song family's business? Mu Linshuo followed the employee into the warehouse, witnessing him exchange words with another person, pondering, indeed throwing a stone while hiding his hand. Mu Linshuo quietly withdrew, swiftly retreating, thinking to himself that he would report back to the boss. Safely leaving the storage room, Mu Linshuo abandoned his invisibility technique, appearing in the shadows of the night. The employee turned his head, his sinister face partially hidden under the brim of his hat, slowly breaking into a smile. The beach was tranquil, and the warehouse still had its lights on, reflecting a soft golden hue on the water's surface. The employee was on the phone, excitedly reporting, Master, your calculations are like that of a god. You managed to inform me just in time to change the route into the Song family's warehouse. I didn't even notice the person hiding. The voice on the other end of the line responded, a second-tier invisibility technique and its peak, nothing special. It's useless where I am. Master Ren smiled as he held the phone, initially planning to bring the Song family's stored goods to Wylai Corporation and then lead the Song family into capturing the thief. That way, Wylai Corporation would have no way to deny it. But to his surprise, Chen An had discovered it. Yes, that's even better, he said, his hand tightening on the armrest. But the master, growing angry, continued, it's all that useless Song Zhongji's fault. Originally, I wanted to settle things with Chen An in one go, which would have saved me some trouble. Those two are people who could be dealt with easily, considering Chen An's role as the one who stole from the Song family. Compared to the role of threatening the Song family, these are two completely different plans. There's too much to consider after this doesn't work out. The employee nervously asked, Master, what should we do next? What? Wait for Chen An to come to the Song family and demand an explanation. What if they manage to resolve the misunderstanding between them? Then we. The Grandmaster flashed a sinister smile. Impossible, because I still have other moves. The sky gradually brightened, the sunlight pouring in, illuminating the towering skyscraper. Mu Linshuo, looking anxious, said, the situation is like this. The cargo truck has stopped at the Song family's storage center. The driver seemed to be quite familiar with the staff of the Song family. Chen An's expression darkened as he furrowed his brows. So it's not someone trying to sow discord, but the Song family themselves, the old fox making up excuses to deal with us. Is that really all there is to it? Should we check what their goods are? Inside the cramped warehouse, Mu Linshuo bent down to examine something, surprised as she said, Boss, how did you find this? It's hidden so well. Chen An, standing nearby, responded, electric beams. Mu Linshuo awkwardly hugged her body. Then doesn't that mean you saw everything? As soon as she finished speaking, Chen An broke into a cold sweat. What nonsense are you talking about? Mu Linshuo didn't let it go. Boss, you're quite suspicious. Upon hearing this, Chen An flustered and quickly changed the subject. Stop fooling around. We're on official business. Inside the crate, Chen An gasped and said, Again, this price is too high, isn't it? Mu Linshuo curiously leaned in and asked, What are these? Could it be that the crate is filled with glowing stones and branches of wood? She pondered the dense spiritual energy. Is this from some place of mutation? Whether it's used to create weapons or armor, this is a top-tier material. Chen An voiced his opinion. This is getting more and more bizarre. If it's just a pawn to harm us, and these items are a bit too precious. Mu Linshuo questioned, So, what should we do now? Chen An replied, Adapt and improvise and see what the Song family really intends to do. As night fell, the small apartment appeared under the pale yellow light emitted from the garage. Song Zhongji lay on the couch, a bundle of incense burning next to him. He was speaking seriously on the phone. Yeah, Master, it seems we'll have to cooperate after all. That Chen, it is not easy to deal with. Suddenly, a noise came from outside. He jumped up, anxiously asking, What's going on? A staff member rushed in, panicked. It seems someone launched an attack and called the police. Song Zhongji scoffed. What's there to be afraid of? Do you think my agency is just for decoration? The old man followed the staff member outside, where a large purple energy stone appeared in front of him. The device in Song Zhongji's hand flashed brightly, and the stone quickly cracked open. Beneath it lay a motionless body. Song Zhongji ordered, "Flip him over." The staff member responded, "Yes." He glanced down, his face cold. It's Enzu, the reader. He's lying on the ground, his face pale, his pupils dilated, unconscious. Song Zhongji said with certainty, "Or perhaps we should start calling it the Reader Organization now." Inside a warehouse, a figure appeared surrounded by a purple glow, and it was the future Chen An. He was speaking to someone. "How do you see this matter going forward?" "My thoughts are similar to yours. There's someone obstructing us from within. Logically speaking, you've just risen to power. Using your hands to destroy the Song family might be too pragmatic, so there's only one possibility." The listener on the other side was none other than Chen An. After hearing this, he fell into deep thought, wanting to use the Song family's hand to eliminate me. Chen An responded in the future tense, "Do you think you've offended anyone?" Chen An rubbed his chin, thinking that he had casually destroyed the Chen family, then made a big move. Mu Linshuo and the others spoke, including Enzu. Suddenly, he turned to look at Mu Linshuo, who was focused on several crates. He asked her suddenly, causing her to startle, "Linshuo, has Enzu been causing trouble for you recently?" Mu Linshuo, with a serious expression, replied, "No." To clarify, Enzu had never taken any action. Chen An, upon hearing this, was very puzzled. He said to Mu Linshuo that it was strange. "From what you're saying, Enzu's working style is very hostile. I told you and Poisonous Snake to leave. How could they just let you and the others off so easily? Forget about Poisonous Snake's mission for now, call him back. I have a feeling something big is about to happen." Suddenly, Mu Linshuo picked up her phone, then became flustered. Strange, Poisonous Snake turned off his phone. He's never done that before. Chen An quickly said, "Let me try. Set your issue aside for now. Focus your energy on finding the reader." In a high-rise building, each floor emitted a luxurious light. In one of the rooms of that building, Master Ren placed his phone down and spoke. Once Poisonous Snake pours gasoline into the fire, the flames between Chen An and the Song family won't be easy to extinguish. Song Zhongji will definitely use Poisonous Snake to trade for Chen An's goods. And now, it turns out that Chen does have the goods in hand. His face gradually turned sinister, filled with schemes as he spoke to the others in the room. If Chen An refuses, it will not only mean the loss of a valuable ally, but will also cause Enzu to suffer and depend on others. However, if he trades goods for people, it will prove that Wylai Group's actions in seizing the warehouse are real. By then, not only will the aristocratic families turn against him, but the government will no longer protect him. Master Yam crossed his arms and leaned against the edge of the table, saying, "Mr. Chu's strategy is indeed extraordinary." The other person in the room was Su Tianming. He sat on a swivel chair, smiling as he spoke. Although Master Yan is no longer here, Chen An can single-handedly destroy the Chen family. His strength is somewhat terrifying. If we don't pull the Song family into the conflict, we won't be able to ensure victory. How are the prospects of the great master? Master Yan raised his hand as proof, smiling as he said, "My swordsmanship has broken through. If the Song family can block the other experts from Wylai Group and weaken Chen An's forces in a short time, I will have a solid chance to kill him." Then, a box of medicine was pushed in front of him. Su Tianming said, "I hope this will help the great master break through his limits." Inside the box was a purple vial neatly placed. Seeing this, Master Yan asked, "Is this the improved medicine?" Su Tianming smiled and replied, "It has no side effects and is not a banned substance. It can enhance strength in a short period. While it won't increase power as wildly as banned drugs, it will steadily boost cultivation. Moreover, it will also benefit the great master." A fruit was presented by him, glowing on the table, causing Yan Master to be astonished and ask, "Is this a level 1 spirit fruit?" Su Tianming loosened his tie, leaned back in his chair, and with a smug smile said, "Yes, a level 1 spirit fruit can awaken someone who hasn't yet awakened, and instantly elevate the strength of someone who has already awakened to semi-grade. I originally planned to keep it for myself, but even with the help of the spirit fruit, my strength isn't enough to match Chen An, so I might as well rely on the Grandmaster." The fruit had dazzled Yan Master, who took it and bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you." Then Yan Master left with the precious fruit in hand. Suddenly, a voice came from the room as a shadowy figure appeared. The person spoke, "Are you overestimating Chen An?" Su Tianming's expression suddenly turned serious, and then he said to the figure, "I personally witnessed how Chen An crushed Chen Longhai with taken forbidden drugs. Moreover, it's very clear that if he doesn't go all out, I still don't know the true extent of his strength. I won't do something I'm uncertain about." The figure then emerged, revealing itself as Song Changxian, Wearing a half-yellow mask, he said to Su Ti and Ming, "You're supporting the remnants of the Chen family," and even came up with a plan to provoke the Song family into joining this scheme. "Now you're even approaching our Zhu. Three forces dealing with a single Chen An. Is the price really worth it?" Su Ti and Ming maintained his demeanor and replied, "The remnants of the Chen family already have a deep hatred for Chen An. Your Zhu was defeated by Chen An, losing valuable talent. Don't you want to deal with him and eliminate Chen An? The assets of the Chen family in his hands are also yours for the taking." Upon hearing this, Song Chengxian added, "I'm not interested in money. I just want a little bit of revenge, but I'm curious. What grudge do you have with Chen and that you're willing to go to any lengths to deal with him?" Su Ti and Ming responded, "You know how Chen Longhai made his fortune." Meanwhile, in another room, the lights were still on. Bai Weiwei was there with Chen An. She handed him a stack of documents and said, "The materials have been shared. There should be something in here that piques your interest." However, after reviewing the documents, Chen asked Bai Weiwei, "How did Chen Longhai get rich?" She replied, "I heard that the Chen family discovered a method years ago, a method that could delay cancer complications." After that, the Chen family quickly rose to power. Chen crossed his arms and asked further, "So, was Chen Longhai involved in pharmaceutical extraction back then?" Bai Weiwei said, "At that time, Chen Longhai worked for Jiaicheng Pharmaceuticals for many years before leaving. It was then that the anti-cancer drug and the Chen family's pharmaceutical empire came into being." After hearing this, Chen began to piece things together and muttered to himself, "So it was you behind this. Jiaicheng Pharmaceuticals." Mu Linxiu panicked and responded, "I used all the secret communication channels from the Black Organization, but I haven't received any responses from Poisonous Snake. Poisonous Snake might have encountered something." Upon hearing this, Chen briefly paused to think. The fact that the Chen family's background was tied to Jiaicheng Pharmaceuticals and now Poisonous Snake, who had been secretly investigating this company, had lost contact, made everything seem increasingly connected to Jiaicheng Pharmaceuticals. Then suddenly he received a phone call with the following message. "Good evening, Mr. Chen." He gritted his teeth and asked, "Is this Song Zhongji?" Song Zhongji laughed heartily and replied, "Mr. Chen still remembers someone as insignificant as me? That's truly touching. But if you remember me, then you remember me. Why send someone to assassinate me? This is quite intriguing." Hearing this, he asked anxiously, "Assassinate you? Who did this?" The old man quickly answered, "Poisonous Snake from Zhu's group. Mr. Chen, don't tell me he's not one of yours." Chen An was shocked and asked, "Poisonous Snake is in your hands? What happened to him? Please don't harm him." Song Zhongji replied, "I'm not interested in that matter. Mr. Chen knows what I want. Bring us the goods in exchange for him. I'll send you the time and place." In response, Song Zhongji, he said, "The mastermind has hidden the Song family's goods in our place and then sent Poisonous Snake to Song Zhongji. This move is indeed very devious." Bai Weiwei also expressed her concern. "If you exchange goods for people, that's basically admitting that you were the one who stole the goods first. At that point, no one will help you." Seeing the situation, Mu Linxiu concluded, "Indeed, this would put the entire corporation in an impossible situation, one from which there is no recovery. But we can't just stand by and watch Poisonous Snake suffer." He quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, everyone in the future will be like family to us. I won't let anything happen to him." Mu Linxiu hesitated and replied, "But what should we do now?" He answered seriously, "I think I need to attend this meeting." Finally, the day arrived, the day of the transaction. At the warehouse in the port, Song Zhongji sat on a lounge chair. A man quickly spoke up and said, "You did well. Wait until Song Zhongji activates the mechanism, and when Chen is under control, then kill him." Su Ti and Ming stood high above, observing, and thought, if this Yan guy can be taken out, we won't need to expose ourselves. At this point, the vehicle lights turned on, preparing to depart. A line of trucks loaded with goods moved out into the dark night. Chen An appeared and said, "Song Zhongji, your goods have arrived." Old Wine was astonished and said, "Boss Chen, what kind of luxury vehicle is this? It's quite unique." Without hesitation, he ordered Wang Bao, "Give them the goods. Let Poisonous Snake go first." Wang Bao responded clearly. Then he began to move the large crates of goods. Song Zhongji checked the documents with a satisfied expression and said, "Everything seems fine. Release them." Chen An and Wang Bao sighed in relief. Afterward, Song Zhongji said, "Boss Chen's strength is too formidable, so we can't let our guard down. I hope Boss Chen can move a bit closer to the middle." He complied and moved step by step toward the middle, when suddenly something fell from the sky. Chen exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on?" No sooner had he spoken than something huge crashed to the ground. A cloud of dust filled the air. He had to cover his face with his hand, struggling to breathe. A group of people appeared and spoke up, saying this smoke is the hallucinogenic smoke made by Boss Long Hai. Even an elephant wouldn't be able to withstand it. Chen An, you're done for. Song Zhongji, standing outside, held a remote control and said, there isn't much time left. Suddenly, something strange happened. The man, astonished, shouted, how is this even possible? Chen An, wearing a supportive device, replied, surprise, huh? Unexpected, right? You'll be happy. Just wait. Then, one by one, they shouted, what's going on? Song Zhongji, standing high up with a loudspeaker, looked down at Chen An, who was holding a gas mask. He shouted, Boss Chen, leave the rest to you. Fighting isn't my fort. Master Yan, locked in a glass cage with a group of people, slammed his hand against the glass, his face filled with rage, and yelled, Song Zhongji, what are you doing? Are you betraying us? Master Yan's words were met with a calm response from Song Zhongji. You villains dare to plot against my Song family and use them as pawns? Wait until Boss Chen deals with you. Chen turned around and smiled. It's just a small matter. Now, going back to the day before, outside Song Zhongji's villa, a luxurious villa with a swimming pool and a car parked nearby in the garage. In the living room, Song Zhongji sat with his legs crossed on a chair, his hand resting on the armrest. He asked Chen An, who sat across from him, what's the matter, Boss Chen? What do you want to discuss with me? Chen An sat cross-legged, calmly answering, I want Mr. Song to agree to this meeting. You must have already figured out the issue, right? The goods are indeed in my possession, but I can steal them. Someone secretly moved them to the Dev Wang Hotel. The old man retorted, why does Mr. Chen think I would believe just a few words from you? Chen An replied, because there's no person or power in this world that can make me lie out of fear. The Song family isn't qualified to do that. Song Zhongji laughed loudly. So, you think our Song family set you up like catching a thief by calling out thief? Chen laughed along, that's what I thought. Until I saw the goods, I abandoned that idea. If they were just bait, using extraordinary natural changes to acquire something filled with spiritual energy would be too costly. Song Zhongji suddenly changed his attitude, leaning back in his chair. That's right, because I'm such a stingy person. So you can probably guess why I think this issue isn't simple, can't you? Chen An answered, because of poisonous snake. Song Zhongji responded bluntly, exactly. I've carefully studied the tactics of all our opponents and other forces. All the assassinations that Poisonous Snake has carried out in the past were done with poison. But this person, who's not particularly skilled in combat, chose to attack head-on. If something goes wrong, there must be something strange about it. Chen rested his chin on his hand and complimented him. Wow, not many people think that way. You're one of them. So, can you tell me who's behind all of this? Song Zhongji smiled. You'll find out when the time comes, but we have to cooperate with each other. Back to the present. Master Yan's eyes radiated cruelty. He snarled, do you think we are just lambs to be slaughtered? If you want to deal with us, you better know how much you weigh first. Chen An grasped the sword and spiritual energy spiraled around the blade. He drew the sword, leaped into the air, and swung it forward. A surge of power followed the strike. However, when the master saw the force rushing toward him, his face tensed and raised his sword in defense. The torrent of power shot toward him, but it suddenly stopped just before reaching him. Chen An retracted his sword, and the spiritual energy continued to swirl around it. He looked at him and chuckled, Master Yan, what do you think? Is my strike any good? Have you ever faced a situation like this before? Master Yan trembled with anger. You dare insult me. You killed my disciple first, then my brother. I must kill you. With that, he charged at Chen An, sword in hand, shouting, hey! Chen also raised his sword, assuming a defensive stance, and snorted softly. Master Yan attacked, the tip of his sword spinning in a circular motion, creating golden rings that shot toward Chen An. Seeing this, Chen felt worried, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, but he did not step back. He swung his sword, meeting Yan Master's attack head-on. Seeing Chen An's resolve, Master Yan's gaze turned sullen. He hadn't expected the young man to be so difficult to handle. Then, he swung his sword with all of his might, a brilliant beam of yellow light shooting straight toward Chen An. He laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha! Chen An, let's see if you can survive this time. But suddenly, his hand froze. The shockwave from the king's sword rebounded, causing his hand to tremble. He was stunned for a moment, only to see that Chen An had managed to block his attacking move using just 2 fingers. Furious, he shouted, You! How could you? Chen An raised his head, calmly asking, Is that all you can do? He quickly suppressed his contempt for his opponent, his gaze now sharp with determination. But the master spoke in a deep voice. If that's the case, then it's time to end this. He pressed a raised square button on the hilt of his sword, and suddenly, The other hand of Yan Master wielded a smaller sword, shooting toward Chen, only inches away from his face. Chen An, startled, muttered under his breath, "This is bad. It's the word pattern sword." Yan Master gripped the dagger tightly, striking with lightning speed at Chen An. In a panic, he quickly tilted his head to dodge. The sharp sound of the wind whizzed past his ear, barely missing him. Seeing the situation becoming dire, he quickly spun around and ran a safe distance, his mind racing to find another way to counter. For now, he had to maintain his distance. Yan Master, seeing this, was enraged. Unable to hold back, he shouted at the figure that kept dodging his attacks. "Chen An is running all you know how to do." He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "The word pattern sword, and yet it didn't even hurt him. It seems the gap between us is growing wider. Boss, it's my incompetence that I couldn't avenge you." He unconsciously tightened his grip on the knife, his eyes gradually becoming resolute. The jade and stone would shatter. Who else was there besides him? With this thought in mind, Yan Master no longer pursued Chen An. He slowly sat down, picked up the sword from the ground, and unwillingly thought, "This move seems impossible to hide any longer." He stood up straight, holding the sword with both hands in a defensive stance before him, his eyes filled with the resolve of jade and stone as he stared directly at Chen An. Chen An prepared to die. Chen An also calmly turned around, pointing the tip of his sword towards the ground, releasing waves of purple spiritual energy that enveloped his body. Was he really forced to use a killing move? Ignoring Chen An's words, Yan Master suddenly began spinning his sword in a circle, his speed increasing with each rotation. Eventually, only a vague silhouette of him could be seen standing in the midst of the vortex formed by the swirling blade. Upon recognizing a familiar technique, Chen gave a soft chuckle. "Want to learn my Ding Guang Du Long Quan move?" Not a chance. With that, he charged forward, directly confronting the vortex. The spiritual power from his sword surged out, mixing with the swirl, intending to weaken its power. At the same time, he lightly crouched and leaped into the air, his eyes fixed on the situation below. Seeing the right moment, he descended, stretching his leg and delivering a powerful kick to Yan Master's chest, inflicting serious damage. Seeing Yan Master motionless, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. Really, this is so tiring. Before he could catch his breath, a sudden sound of wind tearing through the air came from behind him. Chen An's heart sank. Someone was launching a sneak attack, but by the time he realized it was too late. The sharp hook pierced straight into his shoulder blade, causing him to cry out in pain. The pain made Chen An's face go pale, his body bending slightly forward as the hook dug deep into him. In addition to the excruciating sensation of his flesh being torn, he could feel the debilitating drain as his spiritual energy was slowly siphoned by the hook. "This is bad. This is a weapon made from a mutated product." From behind, a figure in a black cloak appeared out of nowhere, holding the other end of the hook's chain. Though his face was obscured, his triumphant tone was unmistakable. "Got it." As soon as he spoke, the man accidentally yanked the chain violently, causing a sharp snap as it broke in two. He stared in shock, his eyes wide as he screamed. "How is this possible? My hook and sickle are divine weapons that even chainsaws or guns can't break. How could you?" Chen An covered his shoulder, furrowing his brow as he looked at Yan Master, who had somehow regained consciousness and started attacking again. He cursed under his breath. "Damn it, here we go again." He struggled to support himself, a flicker of anger in his eyes, if Yan Master didn't stop tormenting him. Like lightning, he closed the gap with Yan Master, focusing all his strength into a punch that slammed down into the man's chest. The floor cracked under the incredible force. Yan Master was knocked deep into the floor, and Chen An coldly stated, "Then let me end you first." After delivering the final blow, Chen An staggered slightly, his throat tasting of a bittersweet metallic tang. He coughed once, and the figure in the black cloak, seeing this, silently rejoiced and shouted loudly, "He's been poisoned. Take this chance and finish him off." He finished speaking and then ordered everyone, "Go up and take revenge for our master. Die for him." From above, another group of people cloaked in black appeared, launching a simultaneous attack towards Chen An. Chen An struggled to get up, slamming his hand onto the ground, creating a protective halo. Suddenly, a voice rang out right beside him. "Here." Along with the voice, a shadowy figure in black shot towards him. Chen An turned his head in panic to look. What's this? Three people dressed in black cloaks, exuding an aura completely different from the others, were rapidly approaching him at a speed that the naked eye couldn't track. Chen furrowed his brows, his expression becoming extremely serious. Are they top-tier experts? These movements are impossible to intercept. With a whoosh, a sharp metallic needle whizzed past Chen An's neck, snapping his train of thought. Chen An was still in shock. He had never felt death so close before. If he had reacted quickly, he might have already been dead. The man in the black cloak who had attacked Chen and didn't become angry after missing his strike. He glanced at Chen An, who had just narrowly escaped death, and slowly spoke. You were poisoned by me, and yet you're still this fast. But it's only for a moment. He stood above, his cloak billowing wildly in the wind, exuding a deadly aura. Chen An staggered to his feet, lifting his head to look at the masters ready to attack him at any moment. Who are you? What happened to the people from the Chen family? Or is it? One of them, impatient, cut him off, clearly trying to buy time. Another man raised the blade in his hand, sneering as he laughed mockingly, prolonging it. The longer I remain poisoned, the deeper it will sink in. Even if we don't lift a finger, he'll die on his own. With that, he pressed the edge of the blade close to his mouth, licking it in a slow, deliberate circle, looking like a venomous snake toying with its prey. His eyes were filled with excitement as he stared directly at Chen An. And Zhu wants your life. Chen had struggled to stand, speaking with disdain, so it's Enzu, huh? Now that I know, I can finally breathe easy. Seeing that he still had the nerve to speak defiantly, the man spoke again. Are you saying you'll die at Enzu's hands and it'll be an unjust death? Chen An slowly replied, in the end, people like you, thieves, even if abnormal, can't be as blatant as you are. He continued with a mysterious air, but now, if any of you dare make a move on me, don't blame me for being merciless. Seeing that despite being poisoned, Chen An seemed unaffected, the two men were stunned. How could this be? Didn't he just get poisoned? At this point, the dagger had already been severed by his blade. The man couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. A dagger made from a divine artifact, and now, Chen An thought to himself, ever since he was young, he had read in martial arts novels that if the blade moves too fast, the person struck wouldn't even know they were dead. He was in the upper hand now. With confidence, he said to the man, starting to feel a chill yet. There, a bead of sweat rolled down his forehead, revealing his fear. Despite that, he still shouted arrogantly, what the hell are you talking about? Chen An, still gripping the saber tightly in his hand, spoke up. Next is you. He turned, ready to teach the remaining person a lesson, only to find that the other person was gone. Hey, where did they go? In his confusion, the person suddenly appeared from nowhere, attempting to strike him. Without feeling scared, Chen An pressed his thumb firmly against the palm of the other person. It was only then that the man came to his senses and frantically asked, What? What do you want to do? Chen An calmly replied, as a handsome man with such qualities, if I take something from someone, of course I must return it. At this moment, veins began to swell in the man's hand, looking as though he had been poisoned. Don't! Without hesitation, he took out a curved knife and swiftly severed the man's arm. Chen An picked up the severed arm with a sneer, saying, What are you doing? The body was given to you by your parents, and you're cutting off your own arm like this. Do your parents know? Tears streamed down the man's face as he cried out, Chen, why are you so cruel? Chen An flicked his hand dismissively, as if the matter were nothing. He then turned to the group nearby. You all, seeing as you've done so many things against your conscience, I've decided to stop. Well then disperse. Old song, eliminate them. At that moment, the ground beneath him suddenly cracked open and a fierce-looking man appeared from the rift. Although he hadn't yet exchanged any martial arts moves with this person, Chen An could already sense his strong abilities. This was someone not to be underestimated. However, it seemed like he had swallowed some kind of forbidden drug. If compared to Chen Longhai's strength, this guy was nothing more than a mere match for his entire family. While he was lost in thought, the person suddenly lunged at him with a dagger. He quickly dodged to the side, exclaiming, How fast is he? Chen An was thrown a distance away, but suddenly he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you're from the dual sword school, right? Then let me show you my blade skills. He grabbed his sword and rushed towards him, casually making a few slashes. The person screamed loudly, Cough. Ah. Seeing that the person was near death, Chen delivered the final blow to end it. As soon as he spoke, he aimed his sword at the man and struck several fatal blows. The space around them suddenly fell silent. Where did he come from? Chen marveled. Boss Chen truly lives up to his reputation. This kind of swordsmanship can't be found anywhere in Nation H. It must be the best. Chen suddenly shouted, Be careful, then used his sword to block something that was heading towards them. Thanks to his sword, the object was deflected to the side, and he managed to avoid the danger. The man, terrified, dropped to the ground. Seeing this, Chen helplessly said, lying flat on the ground, Does the assassin not see you? Let him set up those traps again. The man then bent down to pick up the bullet, examined it closely, and concluded, This is an SVD sniper rifle bullet. It has a range of up to 1,300 meters. From the time I heard the muffled gunshot until the moment you released the bullet, the assassin's position must be very far from us. Oh my god. Chen wanted to jump into the river after hearing what he said. At that moment, a bullet shot from somewhere, heading straight for his head. Luckily, his reflexes were sharp and he managed to dodge it. He looked in the direction of the bullet's trajectory, using his eyes of insight to locate the assailant. As he peered deeply into the distant golden building, he saw the figure of the person who had tried to assassinate him. "I found you," he murmured, straining to see a bit more, when a familiar face appeared. It was Su Tianming. "Ji Chang, indeed, it's you." He suddenly spoke up, "Mr. Chen. It was because I was separated from someone before, which led to a grudge with you. I nearly caused harm to your friend. I'm truly sorry. Now you're helping me. But the truth is, I really don't like men." After hearing his words, he was furious to the point of boiling, shouting at him, "Just leave now." On the other side, in a room of a luxurious building, Zhu was lying on the bed, plucking petals off a flower. "Leave or stay, leave or stay, leave or stay until the last petal. Then I have to leave." Thinking she would be sorrowful and collapse onto the bed, no one expected her to toss the branch aside, smiling widely and saying, "Just talking, forget the petals. I'll stay. Who's going to die? I'll just sing and go along with it." Saying that, she turned on her phone and started a live stream. "Hello everyone, it's been a while. I'm here to say goodbye to all of you." Her fans at that moment were all asking why. "Zhu, what's wrong?" "Don't go, don't go." She calmly answered each of their questions. "My life has changed a lot recently. I don't know what to do anymore. I've thought about it for a long time. I know I can't continue live streaming forever, so I hope everyone can understand my decision. I sincerely thank everyone for supporting and caring for me all this time." Her eyes started to water, but she still smiled and said, "From now on, I've decided to work at company. I heard they're hiring there. I studied management, so it fits." On his side, he was focusing his energy on healing, while the future Chen An kindly inquired, "The improved breathing method seems to have helped you a lot. How is your strength and physical condition now? Still usable?" He answered slowly, "Third rank, mid-level. My physical awareness has been greatly enhanced, but my spiritual energy has been increasing very slowly." The future Chen An explained, "That's to be expected. Without the aid of the spirit fruit, your cultivation speed would be very slow." A thought suddenly popped into his mind. He said, "Oh right, how about going to Shenshan to pick some fruits and then head back?" He then ran to meet Mu Lin Shuo and instructed her, "The Jicheng Pharmaceutical Company is now under the control of the Som family. There won't be any more disturbances in the short term. As for the poisonous snake, we must find the resources to treat it." Mu Lin Shuo gave him a tired look and said, "Boss, what else do you want to do? Or have you fallen for another cute girl?" Chen An hastily refuted, "How could I be someone like that? Don't slander me. I'm here to do serious business. I'm not joking around." Suddenly, Bai Wai rushed forward to question him. "Isn't your main job just picking flowers and chasing butterflies, Boss Chen? If not, then do you dare to tell me where you're actually going?" Chen had no more excuses and reluctantly surrendered to the two bosses. "All right, I give up. I'm going to Shenshan to pick spirit fruits." No sooner had he finished speaking than she jumped right at him. "You still want to go to that dreadful place?" Bitch was worried, and he gently explained, "On one hand, the spirit fruit is very useful for my cultivation. On the other hand, I'm always concerned about the stability of the barrier." Hearing his explanation, she understood the reason. She spoke with determination. "Then let me go with you." Chen couldn't resist teasing, saying, "Well, this time you'd better wear clothes that can't tear easily." Hearing him bring up that unpleasant memory, she became furious and snapped at him. "Don't you dare say that." Mu Lin Shuo, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, "I want to go too." Chen was taken aback by her words and asked, "Huh? Where you want to go?" Mu Lin Shuo straightforwardly said, "If she's going, I can go too." With confidence, she asserted, "I can protect you too, you know." The three of them were now speeding along in the car, about to start their journey. Chen's small heart seemed to want to leap out of his chest. He slowly spoke, "Do both of you really want to be bodyguards?" Mu Lin Shuo answered with certainty, "I need to ensure that the boss doesn't accumulate any more debt for the company. In the early days of the company's establishment, we already have so many enemies." The driver teasingly said, "Boss, you're really lucky, huh?" Chen helplessly said, "Just focus on driving." The car suddenly slammed on the brakes and his face hit the back of the seat hard. "What's going on? What are you doing?" The driver's face changed color. "What's happening here?" In front of them was a fire raging fiercely. Bai Wai seemed to understand the situation. "Looks like someone doesn't want us to go up the mountain." Mu Lin Shuo asked, "Who could it be?" While everyone was unsure of what to do, a group of people suddenly charged toward them. Chen spoke, "The people are here. Just go ask them directly." A tough-looking man in the crowd raised his voice and asked, "Who are you people? What are you doing here?" Mu Lin Shuo and Bai Wai were about to retort when Chen quickly stepped forward to stop them. "Hey, hold on, let me speak." You two acting like this is no different than calling me Xiao Bai Jian. May I ask, respected elders, what happened here? Why do we need to block the road? At that moment, an elderly man with a beard all around appeared from somewhere and pointed at the road. This road leads to the mountain peak. Do you want to go up there? Chen An hastily replied, yes, we. But the old man interrupted, what are you dreaming about on the mountain? The last time someone went up there, after coming down, they brought back a monster. After hearing the old man's words, Chen An's curiosity was piqued, and he asked, old man, what exactly happened? We came here to investigate. Bai took her police badge out of her pocket and said sternly, we are government officials, so please feel free to tell us what happened here. The old man finally trusted them and recounted the events. A few days ago, a group of people dressed in black also went up the mountain. Shortly after, there was a loud noise from the mountain. When the man in black left, a monster appeared on the mountain. All the livestock we were grazing on the mountain have since disappeared. A woman in the crowd, crying desperately, said, my people, including my father, went up the mountain, but none of them came back. Bai spoke up to reassure everyone. We will go up the mountain to investigate. For now, please return to the village and wait for our news. All three of them were now on the mountain. Mu Linshuo bent down to grab a handful of soil to feel the ground, which was relatively soft here. Did you too notice the clear marks on the ground? Chen An volunteered, I'll go up higher to take a look. With that, he leaped to the highest point to check the situation and saw an enormous black hole. Wai screamed, is that it? She continued in a worried tone. Could it be the giant python? He pondered for a moment and then concluded theoretically it shouldn't be possible. The barrier of the cave shouldn't disappear. He raised his voice, hurry, let's go take a look. Reaching the enormous cave, he used his eye of clairvoyance to observe what was hidden under the hole. After observing for a while, he discovered that it was dynamite. Someone was trying to destroy the barrier. The poison inside the barrier had already dissipated considerably. In the midst of confusion, suddenly a large shadow appeared behind them. Bai trembled and spoke, no way? The three of them slowly turned their heads and a massive, terrifying body stood before them. As expected, it was the creature of this place, the giant python. The giant python charged straight at where the three of them were standing. Chen An didn't hesitate and rushed to protect Mu Linshuo. Be careful. After shielding her, he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten all about Wai. Wai? He grabbed his saber and stood face to face with the monster. Wai, who had just been knocked down, was now struggling to get up, and she took the chance to scold him. Chen An, how could you forget about me? He hurriedly tried to explain his mistake. It's because you're so strong. And as for Linshuo, well, her body, isn't it a bit weaker? No, I mean, her bones are definitely strong. At that, Wai's eyes changed color, her blood boiling, and she hissed, you better think twice before you open your mouth again. She swung her arm carelessly and ended up punching the giant python. The pain was excruciating as she glared angrily at the three people. It was then that Wai realized she had overdone it. Chen An spoke up, reminding her, Linshuo, make sure you hide well. Wai, let's split up and run. With that, he charged forward, trying to distract the giant python to buy time for the two girls to escape in the other direction. The fool, each of them racing ahead with their own beasts, leaving a trail of smoke behind. He used his fire ability and hurled it at the giant python. Its skin seemed to be made of steel, and the flames hit it like concrete, but had no effect at all. Chen An was also surprised. A fire from Wan Yuan Mountain doesn't cause any damage to you. How is it that you don't seem afraid at all? He had been running for a while and was getting tired. Finally, he decided to make his move. If that's the case, I'll have to use your own weapon against you. Saying that, he threw two scales from the giant python back at it. But again, there was no reaction. It remained completely calm. Chen had never felt so helpless. He even knew how to level up. Not knowing what else to do, he kept throwing more scales at it. The giant python didn't back down either. Every time he threw one, it dodged, neither of them yielding. Chen sighed inwardly. It's really fast. He refused to give up and launched his final move, secret technique of the Iron Mountain Seal. But as soon as the technique was released, the beast knocked him flying. He thought to himself, the strength of this snake must have been reduced after leaving the demon realm, but even at this moment, I still can't defeat it. Damn it. The snake opened its mouth wide, full of sharp fangs about to devour him, when Wai suddenly lunged forward. She threw punch after punch at the giant python. Chen anxiously warned her, Wai, it's too dangerous. The giant python had become more ferocious than ever. It fixed its red, intimidating eyes on the two of them. He could feel the fury emanating from the snake. It seemed like this serpent really hated him. They had to find a way of escape quickly. At that moment, a hand grabbed Chen An's hand. It was none other than Mu Lin Shuo's. Using her invisibility technique, she led him away from the snake. As if sensing that they were trying to escape, the snake swung its tail and accidentally struck Lin Shuo's back. She cried out in pain. He rushed over to catch her. Is Lin Shuo okay? Though in great pain, she gritted her teeth and said, "Don't stop, I can still walk. Let's hurry and get out of here." Seeing her stubbornness, he couldn't bring himself to argue. "Don't talk anymore. I'll transfer some of my spiritual energy to you, so just focus on moving." Meanwhile, YY was now facing the snake alone when suddenly a hand tightly grasped her wrist, pulling her out of danger. It was Chen An. Mu Lin Shuo, however, looked visibly irritated. "So, you really care about her, huh? And you even asked for my opinion?" Chen answered awkwardly, "Come on, we're all part of the same team." At this point, the giant python seemed to be trying to retreat somewhere. Chen An was puzzled. "Wait, where is it going?" Then he suddenly realized something and shouted, "This is bad." Chen was now observing the giant python's every move. It was moving along the path they had taken to climb the mountain. Suddenly, it dawned on him, and he said to the two women, "Its target is the village at the foot of the mountain. We cannot let it get down the mountain." Mu Lin Shuo exclaimed, "The snake has switched targets so quickly." What? What do you mean?" Chen An had now revealed himself, shouting loudly to attract its attention. "The large loach, your grandfather is here." Hearing a sound from behind, the giant python turned its head to look. He was about to charge forward when Wai Wei stopped him. Seeing that she had escaped from Lin Shuo's invisibility skill, he was surprised and asked, "How did you?" Wai Wai immediately silenced him with a sharp response. "I'm a government agent. Protecting workers is my responsibility." Seeing the two of them like this, Mu Lin Shuo also had no choice but to reveal himself. These two idiots. The two beautiful girls were now ready to fight alongside him. Chen An, feeling empowered, grinned widely and said, "Ha, with the two of you by my side, even if I die, I won't feel wronged." When he put his arm around her shoulder, Wai Wai was a bit surprised. As for Lin Shuo, upon hearing his words, his face showed clear displeasure. "What nonsense are you talking about at a time like this?" At that moment, he suddenly shoved both of them away, standing alone to face the giant python. Lin Shuo anxiously shouted, "Boss!" Wai Wai was no less frantic. "Chen An, you bastard!" While the three of them were in turmoil, the snake suddenly stopped. Chen An wondered, why did it stop? He thought to himself, it's looking at something. Could it be a more terrifying demon beast? At that moment, a cute ferret appeared out of nowhere. He was puzzled, wondering why such a small creature could make the giant python look up like that. Suddenly, the ferret's eyes turned a sharp, glowing red and gradually transformed into a massive beast, entirely different from its original form. Chen was stunned after witnessing the scene just now. What kind of joke is this? The beast suddenly charged toward the giant python. The two of them fought fiercely, so much so that they completely ignored the three humans standing nearby. The giant python was completely at a disadvantage against the massive creature. The beast wrapped itself around it and tossed it high into the air. The giant python landed exactly where the two girls were standing. They screamed in panic. Taking advantage of its victory, the beast charged forward, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the snake. In that moment, the snake recovered, coiled around the beast's legs, and tossed it to the ground. The beast, surprisingly weak, was knocked motionless by the throw. The snake opened its massive mouth wide as if preparing to swallow the beast whole. Chen An suddenly realized the situation was critical. Shit, this snake wants to eat it alive. He quickly pulled out his gun and fired 3 shots straight at its mouth. The giant python let out a painful scream from the shots. However, the 3 bullets didn't seem to affect it much. Chen An immediately pulled out a grenade. Humph, then take this grenade. Mu Lin Shuo, seeing the grenade in his hand, thought he was planning to make a desperate last stand against the monster. She panicked and shouted, "Shit, is the boss really going to go down with the monster?" Bai Wai was just as worried, screaming, "Don't!" Ignoring the cries of the 2 girls, he accelerated toward the giant python. But suddenly, why was he flying over its head? He wondered and looked back, only to see the beast had regained consciousness and was now holding the giant python's head, pulling it down while opening its mouth wide, full of sharp, foul-smelling teeth, ready to bite down hard on the snake's body. The giant python gradually fell down, and the 3 of them joyfully shouted, "We've won." When Chen An saw the giant python take its last breath, he approached to observe its flesh. The skin of the giant python was incredibly tough. Wouldn't it be unbeatable if he could store it in his space and craft a set of armor for each member of the team? Suddenly, the giant python's corpse shrank. Chen An wondered, why is it shrinking? All of a sudden, the body of the fierce beast also began to shrink back to its original form. Chen An couldn't help but question, why are you shrinking too? He rushed over to check on the beast. Fortunately, it seemed like it was just exhausted and unconscious. He sighed in relief. Chen An placed the beast into his backpack, not forgetting to say, "Hero, please don't let anything happen to you." After finishing, he cheerfully said, "There are so many monsters here. Once you recover, I'll take you back there." At that moment, Chen An was lost in his happiness and didn't notice the danger approaching from behind. YY suddenly charged forward and kicked him, angrily shouting, "It's fine with it, but what about you?" He was caught off guard by her kick, which made him groan in pain. At that moment, a clod of earth flew straight at his head. He yelled out, "It's no one else. That clod of earth was thrown by Mu Lin Shuo." She glared at him, shouting, "If you dare push us again, I'll kill you, got it?" Chen An, still reeling from the aftershocks of the pain, reluctantly spoke up, "Well, it's just that I didn't want the two of you to die along with me." Lin Shuo and YY sharply shouted in his face, "Shut up." Sensing the tense atmosphere, he quickly changed the subject. "By the way, when I looked down at the bottom of the cave earlier, I vaguely saw something that looked like the remnants of explosives. I want to go down there and check it out." YY looked down into the depths of the cave and suddenly said, "That hole is at least 100 meters deep. How could you possibly see anything at the bottom?" Chen An proudly responded, "It's only a few hundred meters. My eye of clairvoyance can see for thousands of miles." The two women glared at him, asking, "What do you mean by that? What clairvoyance?" Realizing he had misspoken, Chen An stammered, It's just the eye of Stonepath. You know, clairvoyance is just a homophone for throwing in that sense." "What do you mean clairvoyance? Who's clairvoyant?" YY asked, noticing something was off about his behavior. Seeing the concern in her eyes, Chen An changed the subject. "There are many dangerous creatures down there. You two should stay up here." YY, fuming, retorted, "Are you seriously going to leave us behind again?" At that moment, Lin Shuo shot a displeased look at YY and said, "You're really useless. How could you not even find a stick?" Not to be outdone, YY shot back, "Well, what about you? What do you have that's so great? You're as fragile as paper." Lin Shuo's expression changed, and he began to boast, "I can cloak myself. Don't forget that I just saved you from death 100 times over." No mouth was willing to be outdone by the other. The two glared at each other, their eyes filled with a murderous intent. Seeing the situation was getting tense, Chen An intervened to break the silence. All right. Both of you can be very helpful. Just calm down and carefully follow me down below." The two women obeyed and tightly gripped his arms, though their eyes still held a dangerous glint. Chen An held onto both of them and flew swiftly down to the cave below. As soon as they landed, he rushed over to the scattered debris, examined it for a while, and then said, "There are no signs or markings resembling any symbols on the debris." Mu Lin Shuo immediately recognized what lay on the ground and quickly said to him, "This is a type of gunpowder specially made by Haizu's special third group. It can explode 3 times consecutively, with a blast power several times greater than ordinary explosives when compared by the same quantity." After hearing her explanation, Chen asked, puzzled, "Are you saying that Enzu's people sabotaged this barrier?" Just as the three of them were still unclear, a bomb suddenly fell right next to them. YY rushed over to shield Chen An, and he anxiously shouted, "YY, you've been hit too hard." She let out a groan. I'm almost out of strength," and collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Chen An growled in anger, using his eye of clairvoyance to scan above to see who was responsible for this act. The bull exploded 3 times in a row before finally stopping. He didn't pay attention and continued looking up when a familiar figure appeared. He angrily shouted, "So it's you, Enzu. What bad luck to run into those damn Enzu scoundrels again, as expected. They're here to cause trouble." Chen An gritted his teeth, his face filled with indignation. "Daring to hurt YY, you will have to face the consequences." The explosives from Enzu's group were still flying through the air, rapidly approaching Chen An and his companions. This time, the danger was real. The destructive power of these bombs was enough to make even the American B-52 tremble. Realizing the imminent threat, Chen An immediately commanded, "Help YY get inside, but don't go too far." This is the heroic rescue of a beautiful woman from the romantic legend. Chen An stretched out both arms, using his body to shield the others, creating an opportunity for Lin Shuo and YY to move to a safer spot. He also reminded them not to go too far. In this barrier, countless dangers lurked, and with YY already injured because of him, she wouldn't have much strength left. Seeing this, he couldn't feel at ease. Though worried about Chen An, Lin Shuo couldn't ignore YY, who was growing weaker by the moment. Moreover, she was just a woman with limited strength, unable to contribute much to him. Therefore, with a worried expression, she reluctantly looked back at Chen An and said loudly, "You have to be careful too." "Go ahead, I'll handle things here." Truly worthy of being a strong and powerful man. As for you and Zhu, you've picked the wrong fight. At this moment, Chen An was filled with rage. He gathered his internal energy and with incredible speed, he dashed forward at the speed of light like a war god, heading straight towards the bombs that were zooming towards him, preparing for a direct confrontation to destroy them. But as he got closer, danger struck. Chen realized something was off. Although the barrier had been destroyed, the restrictions on his supernatural abilities still remained. This was going to be disastrous. Chen was repelled by a counterattack and had to retreat. It was impossible to predict everything, no matter how skilled or insightful he was. It had taken him 4 breaths to reach the store, but with the intensity of the artillery fire like this, there was no chance of escaping. Those Zhu guys really knew how to play dirty. Another bomb exploded. Chen gritted his teeth, covering his face with his hand, trying to endure the effects of the explosion. A thought echoed in his mind. Boss, you have to hang in there. Don't let yourself be blown to bits. I know the chances of survival are slim, but we've come this far, there's no turning back now. All we can do is hold on and hope for the best. Meanwhile, Wai's condition was worsening, rapidly deteriorating. She had no strength left, and her breathing became irregular, writhing in pain. At that moment, Lin Shuo panicked, turning around and shouting, Boss, her breathing is getting faster. I don't know if she's sick. Indeed, it is a struggle to know who your true friends are. While it's easy to argue over small things on ordinary days, it is in moments like these that we truly understand each other's hearts. Upon hearing Lin Shuo say this, Chen An was extremely worried, but he didn't know what to do. What should I do now? I can't just let her stay like this. After all, Wei got hurt because she took the blow for me. Seeing her like this, he felt guilty and uneasy. While lost in thoughts about Wei, Chen An suddenly looked up and anxiously stared at the newly exploded shells. They're done firing the shells already? It turned out that was all there was to it. He had thought it was something more serious. Just when he thought he was escaping disaster, he noticed something in the distance rapidly approaching him. How dare they come here? Chen embraced himself, preparing to give it a powerful strike it would never forget. Wait, what's that? Chen was utterly confused when he saw the strange object no longer heading towards him, but instead falling straight to the ground. At this moment, sweat poured down his face as he couldn't believe his eyes. What's going on here? Is this a human bomb? This is unreal. There are just so many people from Zhu. On the ground lay 2 soldiers completely wrapped in black cloth, each struck by an arrow. Seeing this, Chen suddenly realized something. Chen, filled with joy, turned to look behind him, his eyes sparkling with a broad smile as if he had just figured something out. That's right. It's Wang Bao and the beautiful Zhu Zhu. They must have been standing on the nearby cliff, and they arrived just at the right moment. Wang Bao had a cool expression, holding a bow and arrow in his hand. Zhu Zhu gently smiled, her eyes full of pride as she looked at the 2 objects that had just been hit by Wang Bao's arrow. Both she and he were concerned about Chen An. I wonder what they threw down there. Are they trying to ambush us? Could it be that Chen An is down there? Maybe they're attacking him. While standing there in confusion, they saw 3 things rapidly flying toward them. Wang Bao and Zhu Zhu were startled and completely shocked, overwhelmed by confusion. Wang Bao, Zhu Zhu, what are you 2 doing here? It turned out to be Chen An and his group. One hand was supporting Wei while the other was tightly holding Lin Shuo. Seeing the 2 of them, Chen was thrilled and excited. When Zhu Zhu saw Chen An, the person she had been longing for every night, she couldn't help but feel immense joy. Her face brightened as she rushed to ask him, Chen bro, are you okay? As she spoke, she ran toward him. Chen looked down anxiously at Wei in his arms, sweat pouring down as she groaned in pain and discomfort. Seeing this, Zhu Zhu also stopped. Wang Bao spoke up. Zhu Zhu young lady said she wanted to talk to the boss about a job application, but she found out both you and Miss Mu were not there. She also heard you were about to go on an adventure and fearing something might happen to you, she asked me to contact Meng brother to come here and find you. Well, that's it. Wang Bao, your mouth runs too fast. You haven't even heard what the girl has to say, but you've already spilled everything, making her stand there frozen, as if she's stuck in glue with no escape. Wang Bao, filled with anger and resentment, recounted his achievement to his boss. We ran into these guys. They just started shooting at us without saying a word. I couldn't hold myself back and ended up shooting them. Hey, Wang Bao, you're something else. Who ambushes someone and gives a warning first? What's the surprise in that? Good thing you were there just in time. If not, we'd have been roasted down there. Chen, deeply grateful to Wang Bao for what had just happened, smiled brightly in praise. You saved all 3 of us. Chen's expression turned serious. The barrier has been damaged, though. More dangerous beasts will be able to break through it and enter the human world. The harm they caused to the villagers at the foot of the mountain is just a matter of when, not if. We need to find a way to fix the barrier. But right now, I have no idea what to do. This is really worrying. Lost in thought, Chen An suddenly had an idea. Ah, that's right. Isn't that guy good at making lids or something? Brilliant. Even with a problem like this, you figured it out. No wonder your boss Chen An. An hour later, a sleek top-tier helicopter flew toward Chen An and Wang Bao. Sure enough, it was the guy, and he came fast. A balding man, with only a patch of hair on his head, white hair, thick glasses, the kind you'd expect on a researcher, his face beating with excitement. Hello, Boss Chen. What can I do for you? Chen An happily asked, Old Song, can your big cover fit over this hole? Upon hearing this, Old Song immediately turned towards his helicopter and ordered, People inside, don't start the engine, we're heading back. Chen An's face turned as dark as the sky before a super typhoon hits, and he was also furious. Old Song, is this how you treat your savior? You really want to be beaten, don't you? I'm so irritated with this old man. Old Song then pulled something pink out of his pocket, looking cool as he threw it towards Chen An, saying, This is for you, it's for you. He was truly a domineering person, but what else is new? Chen An was just someone who liked to use force, nothing special. Besides, he had saved the old man's life before. Chen quickly caught the object with one hand, happily responding, thanks. He thought the old man would run off, but it seemed like there was some effect. The effort he put into saving him before hadn't been in vain. He tossed the pink ball into the hole in the barrier. A purple light emitted, enveloping the mouth of the hole. Chen An let out a sigh of relief. The current danger had been resolved. Future Chen An appeared behind him, praising him as a genius, but questioning whether he was planning to use this mundane object to replace the sealing barrier. If a proper sealing object could be found, future Chen An's face darkened, and he continued anxiously, This is the gateway for the demon realm to invade the human world. Just imagining it is already dangerous. I don't know how that day will turn out, or who will help us destroy those evil, monstrous creatures. Chen An's expression turned serious as he spoke. If this place becomes the gateway to the demon realm, then Yin Chang will be the first to face its calamity. How can I restore the barrier? Do I need to use spirit power? He asked. The future Chen An replied, You will use a little bit of your spirit power to repair the barrier. That's like trying to buy a Ferrari with 10 yuan. Do you remember the stone pillar that sealed the power? The one you saw in the treasure of the Chen family before? He paused for a moment and then responded, I remember. Then, isn't the stone pillar the source of the barrier's energy? The future Chen An continued to ask. Yes, but also no, he replied. The future Chen An explained the sealing artifact isn't just the stone pillar. There are other kinds as well. We call them sacred artifacts. You have to find a sacred artifact if you want to repair the barrier. Hearing this, he sighed in relief and said, You scared me there. So finding the sacred artifact is the solution. What you're saying sounds like the end of the world. The future Chen An continued, There are only a few sacred artifacts. If you take one to another place, the barrier in that place will weaken and eventually be destroyed. Hey, why aren't you worried anymore? He said, slightly annoyed. The way you talk is completely beyond me. I really hate those people who act all mysterious and divine. So what am I supposed to do in the end? The future Chen An hesitated before answering. I haven't figured it out either. Right now, we can only temporarily borrow the sacred artifacts for the wilderness. Once I think of the exact locations of the artifacts, I'll give you a map. But you also have to be ready to lead people to fight against the demon race. Having said that, the future Chen An dissipated, disappearing into the air, leaving him to fight with his doubts. Then he reminded himself not to scare himself. Suddenly, it seemed like he remembered something. Oh right, I almost forgot. I just used my backpack to block a bunch of highly explosive missiles. I wonder how Ling Ji is doing? Don't tell me he's dead already. He walked over to where Ling Ji was and found that Ling Ji's body had been battered and bruised. Chen An slowly approached and softly called out, Ling Ji. At the sound of his voice, Ling Ji's eyes snapped open, sharp and terrifying. Chen An broke into a cold sweat and quickly asked, Hey, I'm just saying Ling Ji. It wasn't me, it was the curse. Before he could finish his sentence, Ling Ji lunged at him, wildly chasing him down. Chen An could only panic and run, shouting, Run fast, Ling Ji has gone crazy. Ling Ji then charged toward Mu Lin Shuo, Bai Wai, and Wang Bao. Mu Lin Shuo, terrified, screamed and asked him, What did you do to him? Why is he like this? Bai Wai also spoke up. This guy can even kill a giant python, and we're just us. Chen An scratched his head and replied, I didn't do anything. I just used my backpack to block missiles fired by those Nzu guys, but I forgot that I was still carrying this boss on my back. At this point, Wang Bao raised his bow and complimented him. Not bad, huh? This badger is huge. Sounds like it could feed us for a few days. Zhu Zhu happily responded, If you say so, then I'll gladly accept this mission. Thank you. Chen and bro. After that, he turned to Wang Bao and said, Wang Bao, could I take a look at your bow and arrows for a moment? He picked up his bow and examined it, saying, this must be made from the tendons of a mutated beast, right? Wang Bao smiled and replied, the last time I went hunting, I ran into an ugly blind bear, but it was incredibly powerful and destroyed my previous bow and arrows. After I killed it, I used its parts to make a new set, not to mention this bow is way easier to use than the previous one. Chen An asked further, so you've shot arrows with this bow, haven't you? Wang Bao answered, yes, the arrows from those beasts fly really slowly. Hearing this, Chen An was stunned, standing frozen in place, thinking that he must have been terribly mistaken. He really was the most powerful long-range assistant I know. The scene shifted to a modern high-rise building where a mysterious figure wearing a mask approached Shu Tianming and reported, I've discovered the secret behind Chen An's strength. Tu Tianming's face lit up with excitement as he spoke. Tell me, what is it? The masked figure began to explain, I've been wondering how someone of Chen An's age could cultivate to such a state in such a short time, especially after the mutation occurred. So we assigned people to monitor his actions. Not long ago, he went to a deep mountain. Do you think there's something there? Su Tianming grumbled, stop beating around the bush, just tell me already. The figure continued, it's an entire forest of spirit fruits. Su Tianming was stunned and asked, an entire forest? He immediately responded, I once asked him what kind of genius he was, and it turns out he's someone with resources. I've gathered all the spirit fruits. Our subordinates from Enzu have also gained strength. This operation cost us a lot of people, but it was still quite worthwhile. Tu Tianming continued, why remove the casualties in terms of manpower like that? Did Chen An ambush your people? He replied, my people discovered a strange deep cave outside the spirit fruit forest. Fearing an ambush, one of them threw explosives into the cave first, but unexpectedly, a giant snake as large as a train rushed out. In my opinion, the spirit fruits in the cave must have matured more to cause the snake to transform into such a giant monster. Unfortunately, this giant snake is too strong, and my people simply couldn't injure it, so we couldn't explore the bottom of the cave. Su Tianming was puzzled for a moment and asked, so, are you here to seek me out for the people or the resources? He responded, dealing with Chen An is not a unilateral action by our High Zoo. We can't let only us be the ones to sacrifice. Isn't that right, boss too? But High Zoo is also not a group that turns the other cheek. His face grew serious as he said, Chen An first cornered me, that killed 2 of my generals. This grudge is irreconcilable. I just hope Boss 2 can help me restrain the Som family. I don't want to fight both the future group and the Som family at the same time. Su Tianming asked him, so how do you plan to deal with that giant python? He let out a loud laugh and said, what does it have to do with me? It's just that the villages below will suffer disaster and die like a swarm of ants. Su Tianming sighed and then tried to advise, it's better to respect human life a little. But isn't Chen An someone who always thinks he's right? Surely he won't let those monsters grow freely. If they can stand up to Chen An, then that's fine. The scene changed and Wang Bao's bow shot with great force, piercing through a plastic can. Chen An, intrigue, complimented him, nice, this long-range attack is at its maximum, right? Wang Bao smiled and replied, it's nothing really. But Chen An admired him a lot. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification that I had drawn a map to help mark the locations of those sacred objects. He glanced at the phone, squinted his eyes in displeasure, and said, although my drawing is terrible, how come after 10 years you haven't made any progress at all? The future Chen An responded, it's not that you didn't lay a foundation when you were young, and now you're blaming me. I've taken a look, and this small island in the Pacific Ocean is the most suitable target right now. Even if the sacred objects that were taken, there's still an ocean in between, and the demon beasts won't pose an immediate threat to humans. Chen An concluded these thoughts and responded, got it. Looks like I need to form my own suicide squad. He then walked over to where everyone was announced. Everyone here is familiar to me, so I want to speak frankly. This cave is the entrance to the demon realm. Here is the translation you requested. The situation is like this. I need to form a team and go to the island to retrieve the sacred artifacts and rebuild the barrier for the cave. However, this journey will be very dangerous. At this moment, Wang Bao expressed his opinion. Boss, I want to go. My home is in a village nearby, and if anything happens here, my family will definitely be in danger, so I am definitely going. Chen An, trusting him, said, with you joining, I'll be able to create a better long-range weapon for you in the future. Bai Wai and Mu Lin Shu also raised their hands to show their agreement. I'm going too. The 2 women exchanged judgmental glances when they saw that the other was also eager to go. Seeing this, Chen An hesitated for a moment before saying, Why, you're an official. I haven't thought about telling the old man about this yet. You'll need to come up with a reason to tell him. He then turned to Mu Lin Shuo and said, "As for Lin Shuo, you will be responsible for all matters of the future corporation. If you leave," Mu Lin Shuo responded, "If humanity is doomed, if anything happens to you, boss, what's the point of keeping the future corporation, right?" He found her reasoning valid, so he smiled and replied, "You're right, I suppose." Suddenly, Juju spoke up, "I want to go too." He immediately stopped her, "Juju, but when the time comes, we won't be able to protect you. The journey is fraught with danger, and it's better if you don't come. Don't you want to join the future corporation? Isn't it better for you to help me manage the corporation instead?" Suju countered, "Do you forget Miss Mu's words? I have to go." Her words, combined with the angry demeanor of the beast in her arms, made Juju fearfully agree. "Oh, I forgot about your war beast, didn't I? All right, you can go." Chen An continued, "The skin of the giant python is so tough that ordinary firearms can't harm it. Here's the plan. I'll make a set of armor for each of you." With that, he used his energy to create armor for everyone. Witnessing his generosity, Wang Bao couldn't help but exclaim, "You are truly too generous." Noticing that the armor seemed a bit lacking, Bai Weiwei spoke up, "Chen An, is it really necessary to make it look like this?" He responded awkwardly, "It's because the giant python shrank after being killed, so with what we have, this is all I could make." Seeing that Bai Weiwei wasn't satisfied, Mu Lin Shuo mocked, "I'm a capitalist, so I'm not afraid to wear less. If you're bothered by it, you can just stay behind." Bai Weiwei replied angrily, "What's wrong with my figure compared to yours?" Zuzu didn't react much and simply responded gently, "If Chen and Bro likes it, then I have no problem." He excitedly declared, "Great, so our suicide squad has officially been formed." The scene shifted to a busy street with cars of various sizes moving about. Wang Meng was driving and waiting for him to go somewhere. He couldn't help but complain a little, "Boss, do you think I'm too weak to take along with you?" Shen replied, "Your abilities have only just awakened and you lack combat experience. This mission could very well involve dealing with mutated beasts. If your powers aren't usable, it could be very dangerous. Plus, I need someone I trust to help manage things at the company." Upon hearing Shannon's trust in him, Wang Meng cheerfully responded, "Boss, don't worry. I'm not great at business, but managing things at home is definitely my specialty." Shannon was taken to a place that was truly luxurious and modern. As soon as he got out of the car, he encountered something that made him pause for a moment. It was the sight of Su Wuxai waving and calling out to him, "Chen An." She cheerfully walked up to him and said, "Come on over. Let's officially introduce you to the family." This sudden change of direction caught Chen off guard. He stood there in a daze for a moment before saying, "Ah." This caused Su Dong Wang to come over and say, "Chen, my friend, please understand. My daughter has been indulged, so she doesn't know any rules." He forced a smile and replied, "It's fine." As soon as Su Wuxai saw Mu Lin Xu and Bai Weiwei getting out of the car, she suddenly flustered and said, "Oh, Chen, my dad wants to talk to you. Let's go quickly." Su Dong Wang and Chen entered the house to talk. He took the lead and said, "This time, I'm looking for you to hear your views on the future situation. The outside world is like this every day, and it makes me feel uneasy." Chen immediately responded, "I'm afraid, Uncle, you've asked the wrong person. With my limited experience and almost no social skills, I wouldn't dare to casually judge the situation. However, my perspective is human-centered." He was somewhat surprised and asked, "Human-centered? What do you mean?" Chen An explained, "If cultivation is possible, then why not let everyone cultivate? If there's already a method for it, why not let more people know about it? Those who practice cultivation should not only focus on their own growth, but also think about how to increase the strength of their subordinates." He responded with a seemingly satisfied expression, "Indeed, it's youth." Then he thought to himself, Chen An's broad-mindedness and vision were truly commendable. If he had had such a mindset when he was young, his achievements wouldn't have stopped where they were, but then again, it's easier said than done. He smiled and replied, "Perhaps." Chen then silently reflected, anyone who heard this opinion would probably find it laughable. But if humans couldn't enhance their strength, they wouldn't survive when the demon realm invaded. By then, would martial arts techniques still be of any use? A moment later, he and Su Dong Wang stepped outside. Su Wuxei, who had been waiting outside, was already fuming with anger. She reproached him, "Chen An, you really know how to deceive people." Surprised by the unprovoked scolding, he asked, "Huh? What did I do?" She sighed in disappointment and complained, "I heard YY say you guys are going on an adventure, and you even prepared combat clothes for them. I want to go too, I really do." Chen replied, "This isn't an operation to fight some gangsters in Yin Chang. It's an expedition across the seas, which means it's extremely difficult. A great celebrity like you couldn't possibly go, could you? I remember director Zhang Damao was asking you to film a movie, wasn't he?" She lowered her head sadly and said, "Actually, filming or whatever doesn't matter. I know I can't really be of any help. Seeing the awkward situation, he said, how about this? I just won't take you along on this mission. In the future, I will call you before any mission's okay. As for the combat outfit, if you don't mind. Saying that, he handed her a suit and continued, the materials are limited, so this is the best I can do. She took the outfit, tried it on, and said, isn't it just the material being short? What's the big deal if it feels like a movie costume? At most, I'll have my dedicated costume designer modify it, and next time, I can wear it and help you fight. He paused for a moment, surprised by Suo Wuxi's sudden change. I seen things. Just a moment ago, she was upset. At that moment, as he walked out, he saw Wang Bao and called out, Wang Bao, I've made a special weapon for you. From now on, I'll need you to act as the sniper for our future operations. He handed the weapon to Wang Bao and continued, it will save you time by bypassing the process of bending and setting the arrow, and it has a longer shooting range. You should practice with it well. Wang Bao took it, his face full of excitement, and said, nice. This is really cool. Mu Lin Shu approached and asked, boss, when are we leaving? Chen An replied, no need to rush, I still need to settle some matters. And Zhu, this time I will destroy their fortress in Yincheng. Then he silently thought to himself, the Song family can control pharmaceuticals, but it won't be easy for them with Zhu involved. As for the Su family, I don't want Suo Wuxi to be dragged into this mess. The government is currently just watching the show. In the end, we still have to rely on ourselves. She anxiously asked him again, do you want to wage war against the entire Zhu and Yincheng? They're not simple at all. You can't compare them to the Chen family. Anzu in Yincheng has 6 main departments, including security, assassination, drugs, public opinion, interrogation, and intelligence. Mu Lin Shuo continued, Anzu has a very clear division of labor. It's not easy to deal with them. Shannon responded seriously, do you think that if I don't deal with them, they'll let us go? I don't like being passive in a fight. Also, if I don't wipe them out, I won't be able to feel safe going out to sea. While they were talking, someone suddenly spoke up from behind them. That's right, you want to take on Anzu? Count me in too. Mu Lin Shuo was surprised and said, poisonous snake. Poisonous snake walked over, placed the heavy wood down, and said, boss, I've recovered. If we're going to fight Anzu, you definitely have to count me in. He responded happily, all right, with this kind of determination, let's go together. Mu Lin Shuo sighed and lamented, well, when it comes to familiarity with Anzu, no one can compare to me and Poisonous Snake. Then she confidently declared, I'm the trump card in 5 assassination cases, and Poisonous Snake is the elite of the 3 sought-after medicinal herbs. For this operation, we'll be the ones leading it. He nodded in agreement and said, all right, this operation will be the first time our team works together, and we are preparing for the upcoming battle. The luxury car sped along the roads, showing no signs of stopping. The sunlight reflected off of it, making it shine brightly. A voice from inside the car spoke, the Deep Mountain operation team still hasn't made contact. The man inside the car, with silver hair and wearing a mask that made it difficult to see his face, spoke in a panic, sorry, boss. The voice of the man on the other end of the line came through, is there something I should know, something you need to report? Yesterday, the operation team reported seeing several people enter the Deep Mountains, including the Mu Lin Shuo team. The suspected leader is Chen An. The man with the silver hair became even more panicked, now filled with anger. His hand tightened around his smartphone, as if ready to crush it. The boss shouted, why didn't you report this information to me sooner? The man with the silver hair, trembling, replied, I'm really sorry. I plan to deal with them first, then report to you. The man was left speechless, unable to say anything further. You better be ready to die. The tense atmosphere was finally broken. Chen An, so it's you? The road is blocked. The cars are lined up behind one another, forced to stop because of the traffic light. In a nearby red car, a couple was lounging inside. The man wore 2 gold chains around his neck. His girlfriend sitting beside him said, look, that Maymach is my favorite car. The man, showing no respect, responded, what car? Look at me instead. The light turned green. They revved the engine as if ready for any kind of fun. The red car quickly sped ahead, leaving the traffic jam behind. In the black car behind, the people inside began to get frustrated. The silver-haired man in the car shouted, what the hell are you trying to do? Apologies, boss. It's that car in front. As the red car overtook, its driver smugly raised a friendly finger to everyone behind. The person in the black car, now furious, ordered, speed up. The 2 cars continued to compete to see who would get ahead, making it look like an actual race to outsiders. The 2 powerful vehicles raced down the road. The couple in the red car was slightly surprised to find someone catching up to them. How could a young, reckless person stand losing? What's going on? Not waiting for an answer, the young man saw the black car past him. What? The man inside wore a mask with an unknown identity, exuding killing intent, holding a handgun, the bullet inside just waiting to be fired, aimed straight at his head. Then, the terrifying car overtook the young man's vehicle. The silver-haired man put the gun back in his coat, leaned back in his seat, and coldly ordered the driver, head back to headquarters. The scene shifted to a rural village where small rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, shining on the vast rice fields. The surrounding trees provided some relief from the heat, making it seem like an ideal place to relax. At his headquarters, the silver-haired man was talking with his subordinates. Members of the group ranked second rank or higher each received a spirit fruit, while the third-rank members got medicinal pills to enhance their spirit fruits. Get in range for me immediately. The subordinate complied. Understood, boss. In a dark corner, the man was thinking about something sinister. Chen An said, if you dare go this far, I won't leave you alive to return. Chen An was standing in a corner, sneezing as if he sensed something. Someone must be cursing me, thought to himself. Chen An wiped his nose and asked the girl beside him, are you sure? The headquarters of Enzu is here, right? The girl replied, yes. They had arrived in a rather remote rural area. It was only natural for Chen An to have doubts. The ground was covered in mud. Chen An accidentally stepped on it and shook his leg to get rid of the excess mud. The girl beside him confirmed, that's right, we are standing on the headquarters of Enzu. The houses here were large and there were even farms, so they were quite spread out. The village was essentially the entrance to the lower levels, forming the perimeter of Enzu's territory. Chen An exclaimed, this is really surprising. The man beside him continued right after that, it's Enzu. If they don't know what light is, they'll hide underground like this, boss. They approached the entrance, puzzled. But why is there no one guarding this place? Not even a dog or a cat in sight. Then, out of nowhere, a group of people dressed in black cloaks and wearing masks suddenly appeared. From their appearance, it was clear they were good people. These individuals had emerged from the ground. The girl with purple hair beside him sighed, boss, your mouth is really powerful, huh? What should we do now? The people in black cloaks were all holding large guns as if ready to shoot the three of them to pieces if they made a move. An elderly man somewhere held a microphone and shouted, Chen An and Zhu, we don't want to become enemies with you. Just hand over the two traitors, Mu Lin Shuo and Poisonous Snake, and I'll let you go, the man beside Chen An said with slight concern. Boss, think about it for a moment, he added. Yeah, over 10 of them, huh? That's an average of how many per person? Chen An sneered coldly. And as for the speed of the bullet, he shouted, have you really thought this through? There's still enough time. He then raised two fingers and pointed them at the group. Chen, and bare hands against steel, raised three fingers, forming a gun shape, and aimed it at the group of mysterious black-clad men, leaving them stunned. Bang! Unexpectedly. The one he targeted suddenly collapsed, his eyeballs rolling back, leaving his condition unclear. The group panicked, looking at each other and asking, what's going on here? Without making them wait too long, Chen An fired several more shots, looking mischievous and completely fearless. The more he shot, the more intense it became, causing several of the black-clad men to fall unconscious, throwing the group into chaos. What's happening? What's wrong with you all? This is not the time to be sleeping. It turned out that what Chen had fired were arrows tipped with a sleeping agent, explaining why they collapsed into a deep, death-like sleep. The scene shifted to another location, a picturesque mountain forest. Wang Bao was walking with an air of smug satisfaction, lowing on his bow and arrow, appearing very serious. Call me the king of archers, he said. Witnessing the scene, Bai Wei couldn't help but sneer. The king of snipers is really impressive, isn't he? He suddenly became flustered, desperately trying to defend himself to save face. No, it's just the tone of voice. Seeing this, Zhu didn't say anything. She just covered her mouth and smiled, standing to the side, watching the drama unfold. Back to Chen An, he had single-handedly defeated the entire group, standing in the middle of the vast field. He arrogantly spoke. Here's my response. Are you satisfied? Out of nowhere, a voice suddenly echoed. Chen An, are you seriously not showing any respect? He didn't let the other person finish. Frowning, he quickly retorted. Earlier, when Yam Master requested a fight, your group and Zhu attacked first with a sneak attack. Wouldn't that be considered disrespectful? The other person replied, this is the consensus of the experts in the organization. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen An cut him off. He shrugged and said, of course you could say that this wasn't your order. I have no proof. But Chen An looked down at the ground, his eyes gleaming, and smiled as he said, since you pulled the trigger on me with a sniper rifle from the tower, does that count as disrespectful? He thought to himself, truly unexpected. Humph. Well then, I'll return the favor in the same way he did. The scene shifted to a dark, secluded place full of trees. The person behind all of this was a man with white hair, an air of mystery surrounding him, just like the others at this moment, except for the distinct aura and the finely crafted golden mask hovering half on his face. What's wrong with you? Despite his confusion, Chen An smirked and smugly explained, you're wondering how I know, right? Why don't you go find out about the relationship between Director Ho and me? I don't even know your name, but since you like wearing a golden mask, I'll just call you Na-Na. Na-Na. Just wait for me down there, alright? Upon hearing these arrogant words, the white-haired man could no longer contain his anger and slammed his fist on the table. His eyes sharpened, looking terrifying. Truly, provoking this big-faced man was something only Chen An would dare to do. Setting aside the wrath of the mysterious man, Chen An returned to his usual demeanor, casually stroking his chin and thought, "Oh, those words were really unlucky." In the cottage, the warm sunlight poured in, coloring the scene with a dreamy golden hue. However, in contrast to the peaceful surroundings, inside of the house felt tense. 3 young women were busily preparing themselves for battle. Mu Lin Shuo reminded, "It's time to gear up for combat. Follow me." In the blink of an eye, Mu Lin Shuo and Zhu Zhu had changed. The outfits, though somewhat bizarre and a bit garish, were fine. After all, if they liked wearing them, we didn't mind looking at them. The 3 quickly joined Chen An, and together they ventured into Enzu's lair. As they entered, Chen An, leading the group, couldn't help but express his surprise. "Oh, isn't anyone here to greet us?" Mu Lin Shuo, trailing behind, spoke up to remind, "The first door is a trap, so of course there's no one here. This place is full of dangers, and if we're not careful, we could end up finished." As soon as he finished speaking, out of nowhere, the poisonous snake appeared and charged towards them. "Boss, let me lead the way. We'll definitely get through quickly." Mu Lin Shuo didn't have time to stop him and could only urgently shout out 2 words, "Wait a moment." But as expected, he had triggered a trap. Poisonous Snake broke into a cold sweat, panicked, and cried out, "Oh no!" Fortunately, Chen was quick enough to grab the collar of his shirt and pull him back, almost choking him in the process. At that moment, numerous rays of light appeared where he had stepped, capable of instantly taking his life. Poisonous Snake fell backward, stuttering, "Thank you, boss." Mu Lin Shuo and Chen An bent down to observe the situation. She anxiously asked, "We betray the organization. Do you think Hai Zhu will still keep the previous methods of breaking the formation?" He answered seriously, "The mechanisms only activate when touched. Then what if we don't touch the ground?" She looked towards the door opposite and quickly dismissed the idea. "That's useless. This place is full of invisible rays. You can try it and see." Upon hearing this, he used his strength to create a branch. As soon as he threw it in, the invisible rays sliced the branch into pieces. Chen was shocked, sweating, and her eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Oh my god." Poisonous Snake beside them added, "These mechanisms can't be broken unless they're open from the inside." After hearing that, he immediately turned around with a mischievous grin. "Of course, to break the mechanism, we should ask the master of the mechanisms, right?" With that, Chen An quickly picked up the phone and called Song Zhongji. As soon as he appeared, the old man rushed to ask, "What does Boss Chen need from me now?" Not forgetting to add, "Oh, are you all wearing? You look like you're going to a play." The moment the words were spoken, Bai Weiwei was immediately offended. "Oh no." Chen An quickly had to face the consequences. She dropped the punch and said, "It's all because you made these kinds of clothes for us." Wincing in pain, he responded to Song Zhongji, "We are in a mechanical formation. Aren't you the master of mechanisms? Help us figure out how to break the formation." The old man focused on the phone screen, his face showing clear concern. "Don't tell me you're in the mechanism formation of Enzu." Chen An smiled and replied, "Yes, yes, yes, stop acting. Hurry up and tell us how to break this formation." "Break my foot." The old man suddenly yelled, "I'm showing you the phone. This is the design from my Master Yang's magnetic field teacher. The design from that old man has no way out. You won't be able to get out." Chen An looked at his hand, pondering, what kind of monkey business is this? Just scaring people. If we can't break the formation, we just turn around and leave. Hearing this harsh response, Song Zhongji quickly countered, "No more excuses. You won't escape. There's no turning back now." At that moment, Chen An realized the gravity of the situation. He quickly turned his head, only to be stunned by the realization. The entrance was truly gone. His earlier arrogant attitude had completely disappeared. Sweat began to form on his forehead as he anxiously asked, "What should we do now? Is there absolutely no chance at all?" The old man remained expressionless, looking at the phone, and replied, "To be honest, the killing formation of Master Yang's final design doesn't actively attack people. So you all stay there, insisting that there will be no problem. But the bad news is that you will either starve to death or suffocate." Those words successfully enraged Chen An. He imagined the scene where he could grab the old man's collar and curse him out. "Do you believe I'll beat you so hard that you'll crap yourself?" Song Zhongji trembled and replied, "In battle, there's always the battle eye. Chen Boss, divine power and command. If we can find the battle eye and destroy it, we can break the formation. The old man touched the back of his head, but the battle eye could be hidden inside the walls in any corner. If we don't destroy it directly, it will trigger the self-destruction system, and by then, it'll all be done for. Chen An's face turned as cold as ice as he commanded. Then what does this battle eye look like? Describe it to me in detail. The old man shouted. The battle eye of the Yang Master's final form has distinct characteristics. It looks like the top of a spinning top. But what's the use of knowing that, unless you have eyes that can see through walls? Not letting the old man finish his sentence, Chen quickly hung up the phone, not forgetting to mutter a complaint. So many useless words. With that, Chen An turned around to reassure everyone. Don't worry, I will definitely get everyone out of here. Seeing the confused looks on the 4 people with him, he hurriedly asked, Hey, did you guys hear what Song Suzy said? Why are you all so quiet? Zhu clenched her fist, her face full of confidence. Because we all trust you, they replied. Chen An's eyes widened in surprise, and his facial muscles involuntarily relaxed. A mysterious glint flashed in his eyes as he turned around and smiled smugly. Good, I won't let any of you down. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his power to peer through the entire structure of the mechanism, repeatedly thinking in his mind, where is the tip of the spinning top? It didn't take long before a bright yellow spinning top appeared in front of his eyes. I found it. Chen raised his hand and pointed in a certain direction, then ordered Wang Bao, tell me the position and you aim and strike hard. It must be precise. Wang Bao was already in position, his face filled with determination. Watch me. With the crossbow in hand, he carefully aimed and fired. A loud explosion rang out, the bricks fell down, and dust filled the air. Wang Bao had successfully brought down a section of the wall. Mu Lin Shuo covered his mouth and asked curiously, Is it done? Chen An's eyes lit up once again, and he smiled in satisfaction. It's done. Just as he was about to enter, all 3 girls anxiously stopped him. Chen An, being cautious, turned around and calmly reassured them. It's fine, the mechanism has been disarmed. Hey, why do you look like that? Mu Wai and Bai Lin Shuo quickly covered their faces, both blushing furiously. They were too embarrassed to finish their sentences. Earlier, Song Zhongjai had said, unless you have X-ray vision, you won't be able to find the battle eye. Mu Lin Shuo continued, so it's hard to believe that you really do have it. Under the intense gaze of the 2 pairs of eyes, along with the scolding that followed. Perverted hooligan. Chen An quickly waved his hands. Hey, listen to me, I'll explain. Zhu, who had appeared from nowhere, asked in confusion, What's going on with you guys? Both of them jumped in shock, breaking into a cold sweat. They rushed forward to shield Zhu, not forgetting to give Chen An a look filled with ill will. The atmosphere became unbearably awkward. Only Zhu was confused and didn't understand anything. Chen, with tears streaming down his face, weakly and desperately tried to regain his own reputation. It's really not what you think, he said. A sudden pain hit him, and he thought to himself, Oh no, this is bad. Chen An's entire body seemed to lose all strength, and he collapsed. Seeing this, Wang Bao rushed over to check on him. What's wrong, boss? He struggled to speak. I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. Let's go. He silently thought to himself, the spirit power drain from the transparent vision is too much. I hope the next challenge won't be as tough. But the next scene was even more grandiose than the last. The waiting hall was decorated in an extremely lavish manner, the kind of setup that immediately suggested it was no ordinary place. What was even more surprising was that in the waiting hall, a powerful army was standing by, waiting for them. Clad in armor, masks, gloves, and fully armed, they stood firm like warriors ready for battle. Mu Lin Shuo gasped in shock and yelled, What? 6 martial warriors? Chen turned to her, puzzled. What's the 6 martial warriors? Why are you so scared? Her face grew more serious by the second. The 6 martial warriors are the guardians of the 5th floor. Why are they here? Upon seeing those people, Mu Lin Shuo couldn't help but panic. Why are they here? Chen asked her, confused, What's the matter? Are they really that formidable? They look like a bunch of young punks playing with their machines. Her boss-like attitude made her unable to hold back from responding. The 6 martial warriors are one of the hidden trump cards of Enzu. They are 6 brothers born to the same mother, but without a father. When she was born, her mother died due to difficult labor, but the strange events surrounding them began right after. She slowly recounted the story, saying that they were raised by a large female ape, which was why their limbs were more unusual compared to ordinary humans, and their speed was faster. Later, they encountered a wise master who taught them martial arts and how to execute formations. From that point on, their martial arts reached great heights. They then became mountain bandits along trade routes, robbing and pillaging, and no one could stop them. This attracted the attention of the 4 major clans. The clans united, sending their top-tier experts to surround them, eventually managing to eliminate them. However, in reality, the six siblings did not die. Instead, the leader of Enzu secretly took them back, continuously using medicinal treatments to enhance both their defense and attack capabilities, even providing them with rare metal attributes to form body armor. After hearing her recount the story, Poisonous Snake decisively concluded, to put it simply, they are very strong. At this moment, Chen An was feeling very worried. He thought to himself, because of the consumption of the X-ray vision, I may not be able to use my spirit power in the short term. In that case, the chance of victory is less than 1 in 10. But over here, Wang Bao hasn't undergone close combat training. Mu Lin Shuo specializes in stealth, not brute force. Poisonous Snake is severely injured and needs treatment. Lost in thought, a voice suddenly came from behind, snapping him back to reality. I'm here. Chen An turned around in surprise and said, Why? Wai walked up to him, looked at him and spoke with a soft voice. It's fine. Chen An replied, You said we need to form a team and each person needs to contribute their value. I don't want you always standing in front of me to protect me. You all agree, right? Hearing her question, the other 3 people remained silent, unsure how to respond. Seeing her confident demeanor, Chen An happily said, All right, don't worry, just keep fighting. I'll help you plan the battle. The 6 warriors were now ready for combat, and Wai was no less prepared. She took the initiative to strike first, charging towards them and shouting, Charge through here. One of the 6 pulled out a metal rod and aimed it directly at her. Wai scoffed, raising her hand to block it. Taking advantage of the moment when they were attacking and off guard, she threw a punch straight at them. What? She cried out when she saw one of them grab her wrist. Before she could react, he flung her away. She screamed in panic, and before she could recover, he kicked her in the back. Ah! She cried out in pain. At that moment, one of them stepped forward, grabbing Wai and forcefully pressing her down to the ground by her neck. With her throat gripped tightly, she could only make a few strangled sounds. The other 4, 2 holding her arms and 2 holding her legs, stretched her body out. Wai, furious, growled, Damn it. Mu Lin Shuo noticed something and quickly told everyone, This is bad. This is their special technique. Lethal form, they're trying to tear Bai Wai into 4 pieces. Chen An, hearing Lin Shuo's words, cried out in alarm, We're in trouble. At that moment, an arrow suddenly shot through the air and struck one of the 6 warriors in the leg. It turned out that each of the warriors had been hit by Wang Bao's arrows, which was why they looked unfamiliar. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Wai broke free from their grasp and confidently said, Thanks, but I can still. She spoke while pulling out a dagger. Wang Bao, afraid she might be in danger, was about to rush to her aid. Seeing this, Chen An quickly stopped him, saying, No need to help. I believe she can handle it. At this moment, Zhu ran over in a hurry and said, But they are very formidable. Wai, is that all right? Wang Bao turned to her, laughed loudly, and then responded, Of course, no problem. How could the boss's woman be weak? Chen An, seeing this, immediately gave Wang Bao a slap and shouted, You talk too much. Focus on me. Bai Wai then approached, facing the group. They attacked with long, sharp chains aimed at eliminating her. Though they had the advantage in numbers, the quality of their attack was not necessarily superior. Bai Wai remained highly alert. One of them quickly appeared right behind her. Mu Lin Shuo, noticing this, said, They're attacking from both above and below while blocking escape routes on the left, right, and rear. It seems the only way to avoid this is in midair. Once she loses the initiative in the air, her limbs could be caught. Then Chen An spoke up, saying, The coordinated attacking formation is indeed interesting, and we could learn from it. But this method of attack won't work on our Wai. After all, Bad Wai swiftly launched her ultimate move. Chen An stood there, praising her bone and muscle strengthening indeed. Bad Wai charged forward, delivering a punch, thinking bone and muscle strengthening. So what? Could it possibly break through my special armor? Unexpectedly, she attacked her opponent from behind, catching him off guard. He slowly collapsed at Bai Wai's feet. The remaining ones saw this and quickly moved to form a line, charging directly at Bai Wai, shouting no. Bai Wai was bound by chains around her arms, preventing her from taking the initiative. Then the chains wrapped around her legs. Bai Wai was pulled and brought down to the ground. Seeing her in a disadvantaged position, they immediately rushed at her, saying, Go die. Wang Bao, witnessing this, panicked and shouted, Boss, they've taken down your woman. He quickly slapped Wang Bao and said, Shut up, what nonsense are you talking about? Just as he said, Bai Wai quickly countered the attackers. She grabbed a tool and cut the chain that was binding her. Then Bai Wai stood up, arrogantly asking, Is that all you've got? Or do you want to go down and join them? They still refused to give up and charged at her again. In no time, the chains had bound her hands and feet again. However, she was not afraid. Instead, she arrogantly said, Is this all you know? It's no longer useful against me. She then used a move that sent them flying, making them scream in agony. Her opponents fell like raindrops to the ground. At that moment, Bai Weiwei turned to him with a look that sought praise. She then spoke, asking, "Did I not disappoint you?" Wang Bao complimented her, saying, "Miss Bai, you're truly impressive." She angrily shouted at him, "Who's Miss Bai to you? It's little sister, understand, not sister." Chen An, with a proud expression, walked over and said, "I always believed in you. Let's go. Let's move on to the next door." Wang Bao, with one hand on his hip and the other raised in a triumphant gesture, said with great confidence, "It seems like these 6 warriors aren't that strong after all. My sister can handle them all by herself." Mu Lin Shuo shot him a sideways glance. "Isn't it just because you have a powerful weapon in your hand? How do you expect to break through the armor of the 6 martial warriors with regular weapons?" Looking at the dagger in her hand, Bai Weiwei smiled and said, "Exactly. Of course, I have to thank Chen An for gifting me this precious dagger." Mu Lin Shuo, feeling annoyed, looked at Chen and "Mr. Chen, you should treat everyone equally, you know. Can't you stop showing favoritism?" Chen An wiped the sweat from his brow and responded, if there's a chance. He felt even more frustrated thinking about it. Chen An, in his anger, slammed his fist onto Wang Bao's head. "It's all your fault," he grumbled, clearly aggrieved. "Huh? Why me? I'm just saying what's on my mind." As the group walked on, enjoying their surroundings, Zhu Zhu closed her eyes, savoring the pleasant scent in the air. "Wow, it smells so good here." Wang Bao, with a sense of euphoria, staggered as if walking on air, as if floating on clouds. As if still not satisfied, Zhu Zhu spun around impulsively, calling out, "This feels so good." Xiao Huan Huan, standing beside her, seemed to be caught up in the joyful atmosphere, lifting her head as if also expressing her emotions. Wang Bao, in a sudden burst of affection, hugged his loyal dog. "Buddy, the fruit-infused wine smells amazing. We'll drink it later together." The dog followed the young man again, squinting its eyes comfortably, letting out a howl as if to show its agreement. With a snap, Mu Lin Shuo slammed the whip down on the table and said to Bai Weiwei, "Listen carefully. If you don't pay attention to the lecture, I will make you stay after class and teach you a lesson." Bai Weiwei, tearless but desperate, quickly explained, "Listen to me. Everything is not what you think. Please, just hear me out." Mu Lin Shuo shook his head like a drum. I won't listen, it's all just excuses." Chen An, standing nearby, seemed a little dazed by the strange scent in the air, trying to mediate. "Hey, this isn't good. Let's talk things through slowly, all right?" The group seemed to have lost their sense of self, realizing something was off. Poisonous Snake, panicked, suddenly realized they had all been poisoned, but then, remembering something, he blurted out, "This is the poison formation." In the strange pink mist, 3 people suddenly appeared. One of them spoke. "I was wondering whose resistance was so strong. Turns out it's the traitor Poisonous Snake." Poisonous Snake, sweating profusely, anxiously asked, "It's you guys. Why is Sanshi guarding the formation now too? This is really unexpected." As his thoughts were interrupted, the 3 people vanished. He frantically searched around. While looking, a hand suddenly shot out in front of him, causing his face to drain of all color. Under the clear blue sky, the sunlight blended with the gentle breeze. Everyone was enjoying the cool, refreshing waters. This was paradise, wasn't it? Zhu Zhu was leaning on a float, laughing and reaching out her hand towards Chen An. "Hey An, come over here." On the shore, 3 people, 1 man and 2 women, were sunbathing. Mu Lin Shuo was leaning on Chen An with his arm around him, while Bai Weiwei was casually tracing the outline of his firm abdominal muscles with her fingers. Chen An squinted with pleasure, both addicted and shy. "Hey, this isn't very good, ladies, but don't stop, please don't stop." Zhu Zhu in the water was also happily urging him. "Ha ha, come down here and play in the water. It's really cool down here. Everyone is lost in an illusion." In reality, outside, Poisonous Snake was sparring with a group from Sanshi. 3 against 1 was hardly fair. Sure enough, after a moment, he took a hit from his opponent. The young man staggered back. Chen quickly reached out from behind to steady his shoulder, his eyes full of concern, saying, "Be careful. The people from Sanshi won't give up easily." The battle continued, but this time Chen fought back fiercely, catching his opponent off guard. The other person, shocked at underestimating him, exclaimed, "What? How could he fall back now?" After the dangerous moment passed, Chen anxiously looked toward Poisonous Snake. "You took the blow to protect me. Otherwise, with your skills, you could have avoided it." Poisonous Snake, tired, leaned against the wall. "I was saved. If I had been a little slower, he would have had to watch the naked chicken." The Sanshi group sensed the situation was turning against them, signaling each other to retreat quickly. Chen focused his spirit power, trying to extract the Poisonous Snake's treatment. Fortunately, the wound wasn't severe. He asked in a deep voice, "How are you?" He ignored his own grave injury and focused on the main issue, saying, "This is a poison formation." Then he fell into deep thought again, looking at Chen An. "The poison that affected you is from the ghost grass. Initially, you'll experience hallucinations, then lose all sense of reason and become a soulless corpse." He paused for a moment, then felt a bit of relief. "Boss, your spirit power is profound, and with the poison already in my blood, it actually helps to counteract the toxin. But if they don't manage to detoxify within 2 hours, then the consequences are clear to everyone." Chen An looked at him and asked, "Do you know what kind of poison this is? Do you have an antidote?" Poisonous Snake gazed at Chen An, then whispered, "I can do it, but the herbs I carry aren't enough. I can only make one pill. Boss, who do you want to save?" Chen An glanced at the others around him. There was no choice when it came to the adults. He had to choose everyone. His eyes were resolute as he looked at his team. "No one can be left behind. I'll move fast and search for the herbs to detoxify from here." He paused for a moment. Chen An handed the single pill to Lin Shuo. This pill, he decided to give it to Lin Shuo because she was skilled at hiding. If they couldn't fight off the enemies, she could escape. As soon as she swallowed the pill, Lin Shuo felt completely drained. The refreshing sensation was gone. She felt dizzy and nervously touched her head. "Ah, I'm so dizzy. Did I get poisoned?" Mu Lin Shuo looked at Chen An and asked. He looked at her and stated the truth. "Lin Shuo, everyone has been poisoned. The antidote can only save one person right now, and only I can find the antidote ingredients in a short time. You and Poisonous Snake need to stand guard here. I will be back in half an hour. Is that okay?" Mu Lin Shuo smiled at Chen An and gently said, "This proves that in a critical moment, I am more reliable than Bai Wai, right?" Chen An nodded and responded, "I understand. Don't worry." He patted Mu Lin Shuo's head and gently reassured her. "I've always trusted you, but you must protect yourself well." Then he conjured a sandglass and handed it to Mu Lin Shuo. "Give me some time." The sandglass began to flow. She took it and smiled, replying, "Don't worry, I will make sure to protect everyone." Chen An sat down and focused on his cultivation while being guarded by the others. Mu Lin Shuo ordered Poisonous Snake to be cautious. "Knock out the others first, I'll hide them." Poisonous Snake answered, "Understood." A strange fragrance spread throughout the cellar, causing Zhu Zhu to stagger and fall backward. Wang Bao and his pet both sneezed. "Well done, bro, you just puked on me." Bai Wai hurriedly dodged the mist and yelled, "Your Majesty, I swear it wasn't me." After they all passed out, Poisonous Snake brought them inside and asked, "Should I find a dead-end corner?" Mu Lin Shuo immediately responded with a firm statement, "Perhaps the most dangerous place is the safest one." She gathered all of her strength into her hands and created a large shield to protect them. Just a moment ago, their enemies had already arrived, but it seemed like they could no longer sense the presence of any master-level experts. Could it be that Chen An fled first? The two masked figures exchanged glances. The presence of the others is still here, while Chen is absent. We should kill him. But where are they? The figure wearing the poisonous mask darkened his expression and ordered his companion. That traitor Mu Lin Shuo must have used a concealment technique to split up and search every corner. The people from the organization immediately scattered, searching every spot within the underground hideout. Poisonous Snake, concealed in the shadow, looked out and gasped in surprise. "You guessed everything right." Oh, Mu Lin Shuo didn't respond because she was deeply focused on magic. To cast such a large-scale concealment spell consumes a massive amount of spirit power. How long can I hold out? If Chen hadn't helped me with my training over the past few days, I might have already. A sharp pain shot through her veins as if her blood vessels were being tightly squeezed. Mu Lin Shuo coughed up a mouthful of blood and groaned in agony. Poisonous Snake looked at her, struggling to endure, feeling slightly more worried about adding pressure to her. "I can't drag her down or drag everyone else down." Then he made a decision. "You protect everyone. I'll go and buy you some time." Mu Lin Shuo looked at him in surprise. Poisonous Snake, you? The Poisonous Snake, despite his pain, stepped out from his concealment, trying to encourage himself. "Hang in there, buddy." Then he began charging straight at the people in the organization. "Those so-called kids, the old man is right here, so lead them." And he shouted in anger, drawing the attention of everyone else immediately. "You're heading straight for death." Poisonous Snake kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying with the force. "You're the one heading for death." He then leaned down, sweeping his leg to trip the others, causing them to fall. He continued to draw out his sharp weapon to face those nearby. Countless members of the organization were defeated and knocked unconscious, lying on the ground. Poisonous Snake sneered at them. "Seems like none of you have improved at all." But just as he was enjoying his triumph, a dart struck him in the back. "What?" In front of him, another group was surrounding the path. "Poisonous Snake, just accept death." The leader of the group held a sharp dart in his hand, threatening him, suggesting that out of old friendship, he might spare him if he surrendered. Poisonous Snake, undaunted, scoffed in response, "Is that all you've got?" Ignoring the wound, he continued charging into the group. That's not enough. The masked boss was knocked back by a strike and had to retreat. Poisonous Snake, still holding his knife, was panting heavily. "Is there anyone else?" A sarcastic clap of hands rang out to praise him. The mysterious figure revealed his face and laughed, saying, "Poisonous Snake, the younger brother, truly deserves to be one of the top 3 in Enzuha. Looks like you've improved quite a bit recently. But is that all you've got?" Poisonous Snake immediately recognized the person in front of him and stammered, "Brother, you..." The man immediately delivered a painful blow to Poisonous Snake's stomach, then mercilessly kicked his younger brother straight in the face. With the same disdainful look in his eyes, he raised an eyebrow and said to the reader, "This kind of traitor deserves to be chopped into pieces for the dogs to eat." Mu Linshuo anxiously looked at the hourglass, which was still half full. The situation at hand left her deeply confused. What should she do now? She silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva as she thought about her decision. Mu Linshuo directly entered the fray, then let it go, deciding to take the risk. The man wearing the mask tried to raise his weapon to attack, but Mu Linshuo easily surpassed him. She slipped through the man's ranks and caused the one holding the knife to stumble. The despicable senior saw her and his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Mu, great beauty, finally managed to force you into the open, huh?" Then he jumped high, releasing countless throwing darts more than a rainstorm. Linshuo moved like a phantom, dodging every single dart. She continued to spin around and move toward the remaining group from below. The senior stared at her in disbelief. Mu Linshuo, she only had time to shout before seeing her fist rising. She landed a direct punch to his face, turning his face bright red. The senior staggered backward, clutching his face and howling. The blood dripping down his arm only made him angrier. "You dare to punch my face?" She was crazy. Not giving him a chance to say more, Mu Linshuo landed another blow to his head. At that moment, she suddenly heard a voice echoing in her head. "One for one, huh?" The masked boss was approaching Bai Weiwei and had mysterious intentions towards her. Mu Linshuo grabbed the collar of the senior and coldly said, "If you want to kill, just go ahead." Poisonous Snake, on the other hand, looked at the masked figure with fear. "Master, the face of that master has a large scar, which only enhances his powerful aura. I don't dare to challenge him, but your aura is even stronger than mine." Poisonous Snake resigned to his fate and lay on the ground. "Stop playing around, you don't stand a chance. This is the boss of Kurang." Mu Linshuo ignored Poisonous Snake's warning and charged directly at Kurang. "But I won't accept it," she thought. The master simply raised his hand lightly to strike. Mu Linshuo was caught by a gust of wind that halted her movement. He stood there, towering, challenging them. "You two juniors, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I'll let you go. What do you think?" Mu Linshuo wiped the sweat from her face and swore to him, "A word is final." Poisonous Snake, extremely panicked by that decision, spoke out to stop her. "If the master uses all his strength to attack, we might not even be able to preserve our bodies." Mu Linshuo looked at him, her face drenched in sweat, and said, "Do you think I don't know that?" She then glanced down at the watch, which had already melted more than halfway, but this was the only way to buy more time. She had just finished speaking when Poisonous Snake bravely advanced to provoke the enemy. "Master, I'll take the first blow." Boss Kurang glared at him. "Then I'll make it easier for you." His hand grew large and shot towards Poisonous Snake's face, leaving him stunned. What? With just one strike, he was sent crashing backwards. Poisonous Snake lay in a heap on the ground, much to the fury of Mu Linshuo. He was an elder, after all, and yet he had unexpectedly struck out. Boss Kurang tilted his head, appearing confused. "You say I ambushed you. Was that really necessary? Fine. Then how should I strike you to avoid it being an ambush?" Mu Linshuo was extremely tense as she spoke her proposal. She quietly urged her cultivation technique. At most, she could hold on for 3 minutes. "My blood is surging. Give me 2 minutes to regulate my breath. Are you afraid to comply?" Fortunately, Kurang agreed in a very relaxed manner. Fine. She took this opportunity to sigh in relief, her heartbeat gradually stabilizing. Then Mu Linshuo regained her confidence and said, "Come." Boss Kurang charged at her with a fist. She blocked it with both hands, but the power behind it was still incredibly strong. However, due to the disparity in strength, she couldn't avoid coughing up blood. Although her armor blocked some of the force, the remaining impact was still too much to bear. The old man stood in front of her, watching as she struggled to catch her breath. "Your armor isn't bad. Once you're dead, I'll pick it up and study it." His face darkened, and he asked again, "One more blow. Who's coming?" Mu Linshuo struggled to lift her body and replied in a very shaky tone, I'm coming, give me 2 minutes. Her eyes were full of hope as she gazed at the almost empty hourglass. Boss, she whispered, a happy smile spreading across her face as she thought of her achievement. I've managed to hold on. Boss Kurong also looked at the hourglass and suddenly realized. His face turned to anger and he lunged forward, delivering a fatal blow to the girl. Mu Linshuo could no longer avoid it, so she had already prepared herself mentally. Stop here. I'm too tired. Boss, goodbye. Suddenly, a familiar breath brushed against her, and a whisper came in her ear. Mu Linshuo threw a punch. She immediately followed his command and struck back. Boss Kurong was caught completely by surprise and took the punch head-on, sending him flying backward. Mu Linshuo's whole body spun, but she was still incredibly happy. He was finally back. Chen An caught the girl as she fell and smiled. You worked hard. He handed her a golden apple to help her recover. Eat this and regulate your breathing properly. You'll be fine. Poisonous Snake was also handed one, deeply moved as he accepted it. Boss, he said, giving instructions to him. The other man, in contrast, waved his hand. Don't worry, eat it and regain some strength. Chen An very generously added, though the detoxifying materials are incomplete, I've brought items from the land of spiritual energy. Whatever is left, I'll hand over to you. Poisonous Snake was weakly holding up a finger while eating a golden apple. Okay, now I'll get back to the battle, facing that Kurong guy. Earlier, you let my subordinate take 3 of your moves. How did you handle 3 of mine? Poisonous Snake was in an incredibly excited state. The boss was making a move, turning rice into flour. Even the old master couldn't resist. Meanwhile, Mu Linshuo was worried. This isn't good. There's something off about the old master's condition. Look, Chen An's arm is trembling uncontrollably. Kurong spoke politely to him. Mr. Chen, you flatter me. With your skill that could easily kill the head of the Chen family, I don't have the confidence to exchange blows with you. But if you want to get past this obstacle, then I have no choice but to fight a fair battle with you. On the surface, he smiled, but inside, Kurong was panicking. He had just barely managed to accumulate a bit of spirit power, and all of it was being used up by Linshuo. How could he possibly fight this old man now? What should he do? The future Chen An appeared, delivering a message. That old thief Kurong is most proud of his immunity to all poisons. You can't use poison against him. Chen An responded. Do you think I'm a death-dealing poison master? I'm not even interested in using poison. Thanks to that short argument, an idea suddenly came to him. Ah, I get it now. No wonder I'm not as dumb as I look. Then he spoke up. I'm someone who enjoys a challenge, but fighting you doesn't really mean anything. Your strength is far weaker than Chen Longhai's, so I don't want to bully you. Chen raised an eyebrow and brought up a matter. You're the best at using poison, aren't you? When this was mentioned, Kurong's face visibly puffed up. Poison, huh? Are you sure? How do you intend to compete? He continued to lay out the challenge rules. Each of us will create our own poison, then exchange it with one another, and the goal is to see who can stitch someone to death. How does that sound? Despite Poisonous Snake's attempts to stop him. Boss, no, you can't. Master, he's been immune to all poisons for decades now. You won't win in a battle of poisons against him. Kurong grinned wickedly and accepted the challenge with great satisfaction. Poisonous Snake, you're underestimating Boss Chen. How could someone with such a solid reputation ever back down from your threats? Am I right, Boss Chen? Let's make it a bet. Chen in turn to reassure Poisonous Snake. Don't worry, have I ever let you down? Poisonous Snake, go ahead and prepare the antidote. Poisonous Snake felt somewhat relieved. That works. Mu Linshuo, standing behind, only smiled and said, It's fine for the boss, this is just like a little play. Kurong held a pill in his hand, emitting a dense, sinister aura. He confidently introduced it to Chen An. This is a poison pill. I've spent my entire life's worth of poison skills crafting. It's called the Single Breath Poisonous Pill. Chen An merely scoffed, disdain in his voice, while Mu Linshuo panicked, wanting to stop him. Boss, this poison, could it be? On Chen An's finger was a foul-smelling liquid. This was the poison I casually took out, called Bai Shi. Poisonous Snake and Mu Linshuo gasped in shock. Is it really nasal mucus? Kurong asked seriously as he held it in his hand. Are you mocking me? Chen immediately popped the poison pill into his mouth, challenging him. If you're too scared, just back off. For the sake of his pride, Kurong had no choice but to swallow it. How dare this bastard insult him? Well, let's see how I'll make him die. After a moment, Wang Bao and Bai YY finally woke up, clutching their heads. What happened to me? Mu Linshuo, who was nearby, reminded them both. The boss and the gatekeeper are dueling with poisons. Don't make any noise. Chen An and Master Kurong had both knelt down, enduring the poison inside them. Suddenly, Chen An hugged his neck and screamed, looking extremely panicked. Poisonous Snake and Mu Lin Shuo froze, watching him in shock. It's over, the boss has been poisoned. Even I don't know how to cure the teacher's poison. Bai Wai directly went over and kicked Chen An. Stop acting. Do you think you're an idol? He scratched his head, laughing awkwardly under Bai Wei's cold, piercing gaze. How do you know? She crossed her arms, her face full of displeasure. He scratched his head and laughed awkwardly again under her icy stare. Poisonous Snake sighed in relief. Boss, you should introduce yourself as a member of the team. While Mu Lin Shuo started to get jealous, she understood him better than he did. Chen An immediately turned to Qurong and said, Hey, looks like I'm fine after all. How about we just call it a draw? But before he could finish his sentence, the man suddenly collapsed. Everyone was surprised to see the man lying motionless. So he's dead? How did he die so quickly? Chen An bent down, picked up a twig, and walked over to the man. He squatted down and poked him with the twig. Hey, are you still okay? Did you die just like that? The man remained motionless, only saliva dribbling from his mouth. Poisonous Snake asked in surprise, Mr. Chen, what did you do? You really swallowed the poison from the master and nothing happened? This was. Bai Wei's house crossed her arms and chuckled. Chen An, I didn't expect you to be skilled in using poison. I see, according to the government files, your dossier just got a few more pages. Mu Lin Shuo chimed in. Maybe we should check his nose to figure out how he has such a high toxicity level. Chen An couldn't argue, feeling both frustrated and embarrassed as he said, I only pretended to swallow it into space, and that mucus is just a bit from the gallbladder of that giant snake. But as he thought about it, he couldn't help but fall into silence. The thought of otherworldly creatures was truly terrifying. Even the world's top poison experts had no resistance against the poison from monsters from another world. If these otherworldly creatures really did invade, then... The inner thoughts kept spiraling. The more I thought, the more terrifying it became. I couldn't think anymore. It was better to solve the problem at hand as quickly as possible. Bai Wai crossed her arms and said lightly, I originally thought I was smart, but it seems there's no saving it now. Mu Lin Shuo added, didn't get killed by the poison, but the brain's definitely been affected by it. Honestly, it's really a lost cause. Zhu Zhu, hearing them, chuckled and said, Heh, you two really are straightforward. Wang Bao nodded in agreement. That's right. Chen An, while glancing at Mu Lin Shuo, was thinking, with Lin Shuo's body having just exploded, her strength would be greatly reduced for a while, so she needed rest and recovery. As for Poisonous Snake, though she seemed harmless, she was actually severely injured. The wounds had reached her bones and meridians, making it impossible for her to fight. Only Vi was left, and there were still 2 more doors ahead. Mu Lin Shuo, seeing Chen An's expression freeze, laughed and asked, Why are you spacing out like that? Let's go, Chen An said, looking ahead at the group moving forward. As they walked, he laughed softly, shaking his head in helplessness. A bunch of heartless people. The group was gradually approaching the 4th door, which looked like a magnificent palace. Wang Bao looked around cautiously. No one's here? Could it be they were scared of us and ran away? Chen An, upon hearing this, felt a headache from his companions' thinking. He was worried that their joking might get them all killed. Suddenly, a strange scent filled the air. The group quickly covered their noses. What was that smell? It was so foul. Could it be some kind of toxic substance? Poisonous Snake took a deep breath and then carefully pondered. No, this doesn't have any toxicity. Wang Bao also carefully inhaled and thought for a moment. This seems to be the smell of wild animal dung from our mountain region. Chen and Nu seemed to have a sudden realization and exclaimed, This is bad. There are mutated beasts here. Sure enough, shortly after, a giant tiger appeared. Next came the appearance of several panthers and wolves. Bai Wai anxiously looked towards Chen An. These mutated beasts are even bigger than anything we've encountered before. Could it be that Enzu gave them some kind of powerful potion? Chen An carefully observed the group of mutated animals and suddenly shouted, The speed and strength of these mutated beasts are terrifying. Quickly form a circle and don't act recklessly. He anxiously scanned the surroundings, his thoughts racing. What do we do now? This time, even the immortals would find it difficult to help. I can't use my intelligence to trick a group of beasts anymore. The group gathered together, carefully observing the mutated beasts, wondering whether they should give it a try. Zhu suddenly remembered, Right, how can I forget about Huanzi brother? Zhu looked towards Huanzi brother, counting on him. Xiao Huan Hoan looked up at her, seemingly in agreement. Xiao Huan Hoan sprang forward, diving from above towards the giant tiger. The giant tiger attacked unexpectedly, let out a painful roar, its sharp teeth seemingly ready to chew off Xiao Huan Hoan's head. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiao Huan continued attacking the giant tiger. However, contrary to expectations, it was thrown backward. It turned out that it had been ambushed from behind. A black leopard had bitten its hind leg. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, it let out a painful roar. Furious, it spun around and threw the leopard away with great force. The leopard flew through the air but quickly regained its balance and landed. It quickly gathered momentum and charged again. Xiao Huan and the black leopard continued to fight, neither gaining the upper hand. Taking advantage of the two beasts' struggle, the giant tiger in the back stared intently. Seizing the opportunity, the giant tiger charged towards Xiao Huan, baring its sharp teeth. As the giant tiger lunged, Chen An shouted a signal to Wang Bao. Just as Chen An finished speaking, Wang Bao pulled back his bow and shot an arrow at the giant tiger. The arrow distracted the giant tiger, which angrily turned its gaze toward the direction from which the arrow had come, towards Wang Bao. The giant tiger grew even more enraged when it saw Wang Bao mocking it. Chen gave a thumbs up to Wang Bao. Well done. Seizing the opportunity, Huanzi pounced on the giant tiger, delivering a lightning-fast blow to its spine, making it let out a scream. Taking advantage of the opening, it climbed onto the giant tiger, fiercely retaliating for the blows it had endured earlier. Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, his hand gently brushing through his hair. Everyone, don't worry, I think Huanzi might be hesitating slightly, he continued. Maybe it's time to let everyone buy tickets. Look, how could anyone not buy a ticket when Huanzi is fighting so hard? Some people are standing, others sitting, watching as if it's a movie, and even Poisonous Snake somehow found snacks and is sharing them with everyone. On the other side, Huanzi, along with the giant tiger, was still locked in a fierce battle. Suddenly, a pack of tigers appeared one by one from behind the columns, each one large and ferocious looking. Wang Bao exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god, have we reached Shushan already? Why are there so many of them?" Chen, also angry, grumbled, "That Dan and Zhu, can't he be a proper person?" Seeing so many giant tigers appearing, Huanzi seemed a bit hesitant. Chen noticed the situation wasn't looking good for it, and worried. Instead, Huanzi brother is a little hesitant now, and his voice has gotten much quieter. However, Bai Weiwei disagreed. It was able to eliminate a legendary beast like the giant python. Isn't the giant python far more terrifying than the giant tiger? Wang Bao turned around to counter. Huanzi brother is the natural enemy of snakes, and the bloodline suppression would naturally give it an advantage, but the tiger is fundamentally a creature worthy of being a king. Huanzi brother doesn't have the advantage of its species. Chen An, seeing that the situation was not favorable, thought to himself that the spirit power he had been accumulating was originally meant for dealing with the most difficult challenge in the fifth gate. If he acted now, he would surely run out of strength. What should he do? He thought this, but still focused his spirit power in the palm of his hand, ready to strike at any moment. Suddenly, a voice singing rang out from around them, coming from Zhu Zhu. Listening closely, it seemed like there was a reaction from the spirit power in the song. On the other side, Huanzi also began to change. It seemed to stabilize again. First, it began to raise its fur. The others looked at each other in shock. Heavens, is it adding a buff now? Huanzi extended its sharp claws and charged towards the giant tiger like an arrow in flight. As it raised its hand, the giant tiger lunged forward, biting down tightly on its arm. The pain was excruciating. Huanzi raised its other hand, its claws flashing in the air. With all its strength, Huanzi drove the claws into the giant tiger's neck. The giant tiger bared its teeth and glared in agony. With a mighty effort, Huanzi threw the giant tiger far away. Meanwhile, Chen and Wang Bao were crouching, discussing quietly. It's fine. Huanzi over there seems to be unleashing its full power. The strange beasts around are also holding back a bit. Zhu continued singing. Her melodious voice seemed to further fuel Huanzi's rage. Huanzi seemed to be caught in a frenzy, relentlessly attacking the closest creatures to it. On the audience side, Wang Bao seemed to enjoy the chaos, excitedly shouting. I can translate for Huanzi. It says it can take on 10 more. It seemed as though Wang Bao's words reached Huanzi, who turned to him with a deadly gaze and said, What did you say? The audience, sensing the intensity of Huanzi's look, murmured in reproach. It's freezing. What nonsense are you translating? Finally, the situation began to settle down. Zhu sighed in relief, but just after that, she felt an itching in her throat, causing her to cough a few times. On the other side, Huanzi was still fiercely battling the giant tiger, neither side gaining the upper hand. Xiao Huanzi kept making sharp sounds, then charged at the tiger again. Suddenly, Zhu began to hum again, her voice rising and falling, soft and soothing. Chen An, unexpectedly mixed with concern, said, You! Although Zuzu did not know how she had awakened her ability, her strength was still at a beginner's level. If she continued using spirit power, it would harm her vital energy. He quickly approached her from behind, focused his spirit power into his hand, and transferred it into the back of Zuzu. She was startled as she felt the flow of spirit power gradually entering her body. Chen An, what are you doing? Don't exhaust too much spirit power on me. The journey ahead is long and full of challenges, she said. Chen An didn't let her think too much, interrupting her and concentrating his energy to calm himself at the side. Zuzu blushed and nodded. Over there, Lin Shuo and Bai Wei whispered to each other that Chen is making a move again. Wang Bao, sitting nearby, laughed heartily. You guys are something else. Brother and just cares for everyone equally. What's there to be jealous about? He was about to say more when he heard rustling. Turning around, he was startled. The huge brown bear had suddenly stood up. Its massive form was imposing, and what stood out was that its eye was injured, flashing with a terrifying red light. Seeing this, Wang Bao quickly gathered his strength and jumped to attack the enormous bear. While attacking, he shouted for everyone to hear, "There's a blind bear, run." But he had forgotten who he was and who the bear was. His actions were like a grasshopper trying to kick a cart, and when he struck, the force pushed him back unexpectedly. His attack did nothing to the bear and only seemed to make it even angrier. Its eyes glowed more fiercely with a blood-red rage. It opened its mouth, showing sharp teeth as if it wanted to devour everyone there. The group of Bai Wei, Mu Lin Shuo, and Poisonous Snake were extremely worried as they witnessed the scene, urgently asking, "Wang Bao, are you all right?" Wang Bao responded to them, "I'm fine." At this moment, the bear had stood up on its two hind legs, opened its mouth, and in rage, raised its sharp claws. Wang Bao was not frightened by this and continued to attack the giant bear. The bear looked at him as though he were an ant, disdainfully sneering. Wang Bao was taken aback by its attitude. Wait, there was something strange about its gaze that made him feel a tingling sensation in his head. Then the bear extended its paw, covered with sharp claws, towards him and shoved him with a force that sent him stumbling back. He barely managed to utter the words, "Ow!" Bai Wei, holding a dagger, fixed a sharp gaze on the bear before turning to instruct, "Everyone quickly run." With that, she stomped her foot to gather momentum and leaped towards the bear, the dagger poised to strike. The bear was no slouch either. It opened its mouth and growled, raising its sharp claws to attack her, just as it had done with Wang Bao. Then, it slowly advanced, leering at Lin Shuo and Poisonous Snake as if waiting to pounce on them. The two of them, terrified, gradually began to retreat. Seeing the current situation, Chen An was extremely anxious. Damn it, this huge bear is too strong, and he's in a dilemma. His hands were still focused on channeling spirit power to Zuzu. But if he withdrew now, Zuzu would definitely be even more severely injured. Thanks to your spirit power, Zuzu is trying to control the abnormal ability that emits strange sounds. Switching her gaze between one side and the other, she doesn't know what to do. But if I don't step in, what will happen to Lin Shuo? Noticing Chen An's anxiety, Poisonous Snake also tries to lessen the bear's attack. "Don't worry, boss. Watch me, Poisonous Snake in action." It seemed the bear understood Poisonous Snake's intent as it arrogantly looked up to the sky and let out a sound like mocking laughter. Contrary to everyone's expectations, it turned its body and tensed up, launching an attack in another direction, catching Poisonous Snake off guard, who blurted out, "Hey." It turned out that the bear was targeting its sharp claws at Mu Lin Shuo. She panicked. Was she really going to die under the claws of this giant beast? Seeing the critical situation, Bai Wei gathered all her strength and launched her fiercest attack at the enormous bear. While attacking, she shouted toward Lin Shuo, "Quick, get out of the way." The powerful strike drained Bai Wei of her energy, and a bitter, sweet taste suddenly rose in her throat. She helplessly spat out a mouthful of blood. But her effort wasn't in vain. The bear's massive body staggered, and it angrily looked around. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Bao jumped onto its head. People had always said that the eyes were the weak spot of bears, so he focused on attacking its eyes. As he struck, he shouted, "I'll crush you, you blind bear." The bear seemed to go even more mad, raising its claws to grab Wang Bao as though he were a tiny chicken. It lifted the bear in front of its face, swinging it around, its mouth wide open as if it could swallow him at any moment. Wang Bao was furious. What bad luck, damn it. Am I really going to die at the hands of this blind bear? Is this how my life as a man ends? Suju, seeing this, desperately cried out, "Don't." On the other side, Wang Bao performed like a circus animal, jumping off the bear's head and shouting as he did so, "Be good, be good." Saying that, he pushed the bear's paw away. The bear ignored Wang Bao's antics and lunged forward, heading straight for Zuju. Chen An stood in front of her, trying his best to protect her. He wondered what this creature was up to. Suddenly, the bear stood up, its confused gaze fixed on Chen An and Zhu Zhu, their eyes meeting. Chen An seemed to remember something. He shouted, "Wait, you're the big bear, the one from Wan Yuan Mountain that kidnapped Zhu Zhu, right?" Now, the bear didn't look like the fierce one from before. Its attitude had changed. Its mouth seemed to be smiling, its eyes squinting, retracting its claws, almost like a Hello Kitty character. Zhu Zhu looked up at it. "Ah, it's you?" "The big bear." "Huh?" It nodded, its eyes sparkling, tongue out like a puppy seeing its owner. It stretched out its long arms, several meters long, as if it were about to hug Zhu Zhu, completely forgetting who it was. Where was this? With such a massive body, hugging a person would surely suffocate them. Zhu Zhu hurriedly waved her hand. "Ah, don't come here." Seeing the situation in front of her, Chen An couldn't hold back his anger. He rushed forward, kicked the big bear in the face, and shouted, "Don't come any closer, she's mine. Dream on, sweetheart." Back to the main issue, Zhu Zhu couldn't ignore the sudden appearance of her ally. She asked for help. "Big bear, come help me." What could be refused? How could she turn down Zhu Zhu's request? The bear stood up, pounding its chest like a chimpanzee. In no time, it pulled the gray wolf off Huan Zi's body, knocked the gray wolf down as if adding more power to the situation. Huan Zi sprang up and rushed toward the giant tiger, claws out as if to tear open the giant tiger's mouth. With the help of an ally, Huan Zi seemed reinvigorated, attacking even more fiercely. On the other side, as soon as the opportunity presented itself, the big bear used a combination of moves to land the final blow on the giant tiger. The giant tiger's body was slammed hard onto the floor, causing the ground to shatter. The pack of gray wolves trembled at the sight. If a mighty beast like the giant tiger could be so battered, what chance did they, these mere pups, have? They tucked their tails like dogs at a funeral, shaking with fear. After the battle ended, the big bear and Huan Zi proudly flaunted their muscles, grinning victoriously. But in an instant, they reverted to being big kids, rushing toward Zhu Zhu in hopes of receiving praise. Just before reaching her, however, they seemed to realize something and turned to look at each other. "Oh, who's this little guy trying to steal Zhu Zhu's favor from me?" Thinking that, they rushed into the fight and the noise of the battle filled the sky. Everyone just shook their heads in frustration at the two stubborn kids. Chen An turned to ask Zhu Zhu, "When did you awaken?" She asked back in surprise, "Awaken?" She thought for a moment. "I'm not sure either. I think it was because of the fruit jam that Mr. Wang Bao gave me before. After eating it, I felt really relaxed and I even wanted to sing. Then I realized that when I sang Huan, got really excited." After saying that, she looked at Chen and in astonishment, "Chen An, is this what awakening is? Does that mean I'm like you all now?" Chen An happily patted her head. "That's right. Now you're qualified to be a female warrior and a support type at that." Hearing Chen An say that, she happily thought, in this case, I'm the same as Chen An now. There's no difference between us anymore. Chen An turned to Wang Bao. "So, what's up with this fruit jam?" Upon hearing that, Wang Bao pulled out a colorful bag of fruit, which looked very tempting. He took out a red piece of fruit and asked Chen An, "Would you like some, boss? I made it from fruit I picked in the mountains, still got plenty left." Chen An looked at the bag of fruit, then Wang Bao rambling on, feeling a headache coming on. This kid actually turned the spirit fruit into fruit jam. Really, men sure have a lot of secrets. Thinking that, he reached out to take the bag and then turned to the others saying, "Everyone, thank young master Wang Bao for the spirit fruit jam. After eating it, you'll be able to regain your strength." Wang Bao, hearing this, suddenly jumped up. "Huh? Is this spirit fruit?" The others were surprised to hear that, but after the initial shock, they happily divided the fruit jam among themselves and continued walking forward. As they walked and ate, Wang Bao, following behind, shouted, "Hey, save some for me before you all finish it." In the dim space, the group continued moving forward. What they could know was that all of their actions were being closely monitored by someone else. A man with white hair wearing a black cloak and a mask was observing their every move on a camera screen. Chen An, I never expected you guys to make it this far. But it's precisely like this that my secret weapon will come in handy," he murmured. Meanwhile, the group pressed on. Wang Bao looked around and said, "The poison traps have already been used, and even the beasts have been sent out. What do you think the final level will be like?" Upon hearing Wang Bao, the large bear became furious, its face turning dark as it gave him a sharp smack on the head, angrily saying, "You're the beast here." Hearing the commotion behind him, Chen An turned around, confidently smiling as he said, "Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. No matter what we faced, it will be useless. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of clapping echoed from the end of the hallway. In the middle of such a quiet space, the sound of clapping emerged, making everyone feel strange. Chen An looked toward the end of the hallway where the sound was coming from, wondering, there shouldn't be any clapping sounds here, right? For some reason, the more he tried to listen closely to the clapping, the more strange he felt. He wondered, why do I feel so out of place? Suddenly, a voice rang out, Chen An, do you still remember me? Chen An tried to recall. The voice sounded very familiar. Suddenly, a person appeared at the end of the hallway, walking toward him while making an eerie sound. Return my life to me. But wait, calling this person a human was not quite right because this person was already dead. Chen An suddenly yelled, is that you, Chen Long Hai? How is this possible? He firmly said, stop pretending to be a ghost. If you want my life, come and take it. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Long Hai charged at him. He thought to himself, how could his strength be so strong? While thinking, he defended himself. Suddenly, Chen Long Hai's hand pierced through his. He gasped, what? How could he hit me? Yan Master descended from above and shouted, Chen An, return my life to me. Chen An suddenly looked up and shouted, Yan Master, you're still alive. He threw a punch at the man, but his hand passed right through him. He suddenly realized that he couldn't touch him. Yan Master swung his fist into his face, causing him to cry out in pain. He couldn't understand and thought, but how could his punch actually hit me? Chen Long Hai and Yan Master, their dark faces grim, rushed forward, shouting, Chen An, come down here with us. He clutched his head in agony, yelling, no. Pai Wai Wai and Poisonous Snake stood by, watching him, and asked, what's wrong with Chen An? It seems like he's been poisoned. Poisonous Snake lamented, impossible. The boss is immune to all poisons. What's going on here? Bai Wai Wai turned to Mu Lin Shuo and asked, and Zhu still has what kind of experts? Who is the person guarding this pass? Bai Wai Wei continued. Mu Lin Shuo replied, there are 3 third-rank or higher guardian experts in Zhu, but their strength is on par with Chen Long Hai. Given the boss's ability to kill Chen Long Hai in an instant, it shouldn't be difficult to overcome them. This situation, though, I don't think we need to worry about the boss, a voice suddenly echoed. In fact, there's no need to worry about Chen An. You better focus on yourself first. Hearing this, Bai Wai Wai turned and yelled, who's there? Poisonous Snake rushed forward, standing in front of her, shouting, be careful, he's about to be blasted out of the cage. 3 figures stepped forward and spoke. The 3 of us old men may not be able to deal with Chen An, but dealing with you guys is not impossible. Mu Lin Shuo panicked and shouted, the 3 elder guardians, what are you doing here? Inside, Chen An was still flailing around, fighting the poisonous gas. The figure with the blindfold spoke, inside there is a secret weapon that the leader invited to deal with Chen An. And you? Before the traitor could finish speaking, he lunged at Mu Lin Shuo, screaming, die. An arrow flew towards them, and the blindfolded man caught it. Dare to sneak attack me? Wang Bao, holding a bow and arrow from behind, shouted loudly. You old man, you're taking advantage of new sister to spy on the boss and then sneaking up on us? You really are a shameless scoundrel. The blindfolded man shot the arrow back, shouting, your filthy mouth deserves to be silenced. Bai Wai Wai charged forward, using her gauntlets to knock the arrow away. The blindfolded man, seeing this, complimented her. This girl's armor isn't bad at all. After I kill you, I'll take that armor off your body. Bai Wai Wai ran up, shouting, that depends on whether you have the ability to get close enough to me. Mu Lin Shu, worried, rushed over and quickly asked, Poisonous Snake, have you been seriously injured? Poisonous Snake struggled to speak. Luckily, the boss just fed me Wang Bao's spirit fruit, so my strength has improved. He smiled coldly and continued, otherwise, I might have already been lying here dead. He sighed. However, right now, I feel like we are still not strong enough. Mu Lin Shuo replied, I also want to see how strong we are now under the boss's guidance. She turned around and looked at the old woman, saying, perfect. Let's use these 3 elders to train our skills. The old woman pulled out a whip and responded, not knowing your limits? Well, come on and try then. The knife fell to the ground. Over at Zhu Zhu, she was facing one of the 3 elders. The armor-wearing man spoke. I don't want anyone to say that I bully little girls. If you want to stay whole, you better do it yourself. He coldly said, do you have any last words? Suddenly, Huanzai lunged forward, causing the man to exclaim in surprise, a strange beast. He laughed loudly and replied, I didn't expect my little sister to have a war beast. I have underestimated you. He drew out his staff, took a stance, and continued, it's just that I haven't used a dog-beating stick in a long time. Watch carefully. He swung the staff, and Huanzi immediately jumped up to dodge. It swung its paw, attempting to strike him, but suddenly he appeared in front of her and spoke, to deal with a war beast, All you need to do is defeat its master. He continued, little sister, aren't you aware that there's a hand coming at you from behind? The grizzly bear struck with its paw, sending him flying. The two war beasts stood in front of Zhu, guarding her. She began to sing, lending strength to everyone. The war beasts slowly began to sense the powerful energy. Bai Weiwei also managed to channel the strength. Mu Linshuo quietly chuckled when he heard this and turned the camera toward Chen An. He gasped, slowly getting up with difficulty. You guys still can't leave me alone, even when I'm dead? Forget it. Chen Longhai and Yan Master remained standing. He raised a dagger, pointing it at his chest. I'll return your lives. Seeing this, Zhu screamed, no. Mu Linshuo heard her scream and turned to ask, Zhu? Bai Weiwei also turned to ask, what's going on? The old woman seized the opportunity to charge forward. How dare she be distracted during a fight? The blindfolded man also took this chance to attack Bai Weiwei. All three rushed towards Chen An. However, Cheng Xian, seeing this, excitedly shouted, good. Chen An, your third-rank strength is still under my control. It seems that I've spent half of Enzu Yin Cheng's fortune inviting these experts here. It was worth it. Ha! The sound of footsteps grew louder, and a red-haired girl stepped out from the space. She leaned on her hand, kicked him with her foot, and disdainfully spoke. With this level of strength, you dare ask me to make a move? Boring. Suddenly, Chen An stood up, startling her. What is this? He made a grimace, gritting his teeth as he spoke each word clearly. Are you giving my life back? He shone a flashlight in her face, continuing to intimidate her. I died unjustly, give my life back. Wang Bao Latra, in tears, spoke with distress. It's over, the boss has turned into a vengeful spirit. He gestured with his hand for Bai Weiwei, who was standing far away to see. She saw it, scoffed, and inwardly thought, this damn guy. She swung her leg and kicked the blindfolded man. He, seeing this, sighed. What's going on? Wasn't her fighting spirit shattered just now? Bai Weiwei turned around and spoke. My turn now. The blindfolded man began to attack Weiwei with magic, but she bit her lip, enduring the pain of each strike as she advanced towards him. Weiwei clenched her right fist tightly and struck him directly, causing him to widen his eyes as his feet were gradually pushed back. Wang Bao, seeing this, cheered happily and shouted, Sister Weiwei, so mighty. Lin Shuo was struggling with the old woman with the silver hair. She glanced at Weiwei, who was gaining the upper hand, and thought to herself, I can't lose to her. I need to avenge the boss. A surge of magic emanated from her body, gradually heading straight toward the old woman. The old man showed no fear, standing within his magical circle and taunting. What can you do to me? Weiwei stretched her arms out and threw Lin Shuo a small knife, then spoke. Next, cut her down. Lin Shuo looked at the knife in her hand in surprise. She tightened her grip on the knife, then rushed forward, attacking with every strike of the old man's whip. His whip was severed into pieces by her. He seethed with anger, trembling as he exclaimed, No, my immortal whip. You've destroyed my immortal creation. I want you to pay with your life. She threw the knife back to Weiwei and politely said, Wait for me to avenge the boss. I'll thank you later. Weiwei furrowed her brow as she looked at Lin Shuo and spoke. Vengeance for a ghost? He's fine. It's just a race between us. The red-haired girl collapsed to the ground, retreating backward. She stared in fear at Chen An. Are you human? He held up a flashlight, shining it directly at his face, then smirked. Are you scared too? Listen to your father. Scaring people to death like this is easy to get beaten for. Her face darkened as she froze, stammering. No way. No one can escape my illusion. How did you do that? Chen narrowed his eyes and calmly replied, You're very strong, but I don't fight alone. Each person appeared before him while he was sitting slumped. They shouted, Give back our lives! Give back our lives! Chen raised his hand, casting magic. He nonchalantly said, Forget it, forget it. The red-haired girl screamed in panic, Hey, what are you going to do with my body? He held his sharp knife towards himself. I am haunted by a ghost. It makes me panic. I can't even strike it. It's painful and annoying. I can't stand it. The future Chen grabbed his hand, holding the knife, angrily saying, What are you talking about? Aren't you fine? Chen pointed forward and asked, Can't you see? The ghost of Chen Longhai and Master Yan. The future Chen turned his head and gritted his teeth. I see nothing. I only see this pervert trying to harm my body. He suddenly became serious in the future. You've been struck by an illusion. Close your eyes now. Don't pay attention to any sounds. Chen tightly shut his eyes, thinking to himself, anyway, seeing them doesn't help. It's better to trust myself. His body felt suspended in midair, and a magical barrier surrounded him, cutting off all attacks from the outside. This was the ultimate combination of illusion magic and mind control techniques, something Chen had heard of from masters in the future. Chen An wondered, what should I do against this opponent? I'm afraid if I open my eyes, I'll be controlled by another illusion. I don't even know where the opponent is or how to retaliate. The future Chen An laughed loudly and offered a solution. From what you're saying, this guy is a fake ghost trying to scare you. If you don't mind pretending to be dead, you can scare him back. Once he reveals himself, the illusion will end, and you can take the chance to flatter him. The red-haired girl widened her eyes, unbelieving, and shouted loudly, "No way, I don't understand, I am invincible." He raised his hand and struck her several times on the face, making her cry out in pain continuously. I made a promise to myself that I would hit you. Are you trying to scare me? Chen An said coldly, standing seriously with his arms crossed in front of her. I won't kill you, but don't even think about getting revenge on me. Your magic is useless against me, and you're not unbeatable. Leave. The red-haired girl trembled, one hand clutching her face as she looked at him with resentment. I won't let this go. Remember this, sooner or later you will die by my hands. Chen An turned his gaze to the side, and she ran off, shouting back, You will die by my hands. On the other side, Vi was struggling to withstand each fatal blow with magic. Meanwhile, Lin Shuo and Poisonous Snake attacked the old white-haired man. The big bear was also not idle, wrestling with a man who had tied his hair in a bun. Chen An manifested a sword within himself, grasped it, and swung it through the air. The sound of shattering filled the air as the sword made contact. Chen An smiled broadly, resting the sword on his shoulder, glancing at them, and then spoke. How dare you bully my family? Are you tired of living? The man with the tied-up hair looked forward, calling out loudly. Chen An, you're still not dead. Huanzi from behind extended its sharp claws and lunged forward. He glanced at it, then coldly said, Trying to sneak attack, huh? The man punched a fatal blow into its stomach, sending it flying. Just a little beast, daring toe. The big bear had appeared behind him without him even realizing it and attacked, making him cry out in pain. After knocking him out, it turned around and gave a thumbs up in front of Zhu Zhu's face. Chen An stood above Vi and Lin Shuo, speaking up and giving instructions. Are you all right? You three each take an old man and charge together. Why and Lin Shuo whispered behind him. Why was curious. Is there something talking? I hear a voice, but I can't see anyone. Lin Shuo replied, That person is dead, so of course you can't see him. Chen An looked dejected. Sisters, I was forced into this situation. Why crossed her arms and gave him a sharp look, though it seemed he was pretending to be dead just to be a pretty girl. Lin Shuo's aura was equally cold as he said, and in the end, you couldn't even bring yourself to kill that young girl. Helpless, he clasped his hands in front of the two women. Sisters, I was wrong. Zhu Zhu wiped the corner of her eye, which was brimming with tears. The two men behind her were also visibly touched and overjoyed. This is great, boss. The man wearing glasses angrily shouted, A bunch of shameless people. You're flirting right in front of us? Do you still want to keep your lives? Chen An gave him a look. For the moment I laid eyes on you, I've been itching to do something about it. You die first. Wei stepped up in front of him. One hand on her hip, she decisively spoke, You don't need to bother. This third-rank elder is nothing. Leave him to me. Lin Shuo also glanced at him, her voice mocking, I can do it myself to avoid someone pretending next time. Chen An created 2 streams of magic with his hands, suggesting, Then let me handle the 2 of you. Without saying anything, Wei immediately rushed towards the blindfolded man, drawing countless streams of magic from his hands, her voice growing louder, Little girl, you sure have a big mouth. Well, let me kill you first as an appetizer, and then it will be Chen An. Wei raised her hand to block each of his attacks. Damn it. Chen An suddenly shouted, What are you afraid of? She turned to look at him and he explained, It's just some air pressure. It can't hurt you. With the serpent needle dagger, what's there to fear? You could easily break the air pressure. Hearing this, Wei smirked and pulled out the dagger. The blindfolded man, a little panicked, looked at Wei charging towards him with the knife. You! She stabbed his hand, making him scream loudly. Wei kicked him in the face, sending him stumbling backward. Die. Chen An looked at her with admiration. Not bad. On the other side, Lin Shuo was being overwhelmed by the old man with white hair. He wielded a whip arrogantly. This little blonde girl, don't get too cocky. He glanced at Lin Shuo and sent his thoughts to her. Your invisibility ability is very good under normal circumstances. Even I can't detect it, so fighting head-on isn't your strength. Hiding your movements and waiting for the right moment to land a deadly strike is what you should do. Hearing Chen An's voice in his mind, Lin Shuo forced himself to stand up, and his voice came through again. Remember to suppress your aura, only then will no one be able to detect you. Chen An turned and asked the reader, Do you know how to sing? He was taken aback and asked in return, Me? Chen An began evaluating Lin Shuo's combat performance and considering her personality. After all, Lin Shuo couldn't fight for long. Even when she suppressed herself, her breathing was unstable. A top-tier expert could easily determine her position based on hearing alone. Sync could disrupt their hearing. Poisonous Snake hesitated, embarrassed. But my singing isn't really that good. Chen An helplessly put his hands on his hips and looked at him. It's not like you're debuting in a talent show. Just sing loudly. He took a deep breath. Poisonous Snake clenched his hands and began to sing. His voice startled Chen An, who quickly covered his ears and thought, seriously, this is what he calls bad singing. Wang Bao Wai and Big Bear both grimaced, holding their ears. The old white-haired man angrily shouted, shut up! With a snap of his fingers at that very moment, Lin Shuo appeared like lightning behind the old man, startling him. The old man was knocked down by her attack, and Chen An, glowing, spoke with satisfaction. They're all good resources. I'm very pleased. Wai and Lin Shuo turned back with terrifying expressions and both simultaneously threatened. We'll deal with you later. Chen An stepped back with a grin. I was wrong. He cast his gaze towards that direction, where a mysterious figure standing in the doorway caught his attention. Chen An murmured to himself, the deepest door has been opened. The person with white hair and a mask was cloaked in an ominous aura, gazing back at them. Mu Lin Shuo and Poisonous Snake observed seriously, their demeanor tense. She thought it was the leader of the Dark Organization. Chen An's expression remained impassive as he quietly pondered. Indeed, the leader of the Dark Organization, his strength was formidable. Song Changxian conjured a vicious beast with golden fur, which bared its teeth and lunged straight towards Chen An. A flash of light appeared, and Chen An crossed his arms, attempting to block the force. Smoke began to dissipate. Chen An succeeded in stopping the attack. With a sense of pride, he remarked, you're quite strange. You're such a big shot, yet instead of speaking, you immediately rush into a fight. Song Changxian remained calm, his emotions hidden behind the golden mask. He replied, villains die from talking too much. I'm a villain and I don't want to die. Besides, if I were to speak maliciously, would you be scared? If I beg for mercy, would you agree? What's there to discuss? Chen An covered his mouth, his eyes shining brightly like a young girl on the verge of adolescence. He's so handsome. Mu Lin Shuo and Poisonous Snake behind him were also momentarily stunned. Well, go ahead and continue. It makes sense. Then I'll leave you with one last chance to speak your final words. As the situation escalated, a giant emerged from behind Song Changxian with 8-pack abs and glowing golden radiance. It was an extraordinarily dazzling sight. Chen An didn't back down either. He lowered his body into a fighting stance and flashed his usual confident smile. One couldn't deny that his combat style was visually stunning. The enormous force, with fists 10 times the size of Chen An's, came crashing down. But he, barehanded, confronted it head-on. After the devastating attack, Chen An emerged from the smoke, completely unharmed. He smiled and said, the strength is truly impressive. Mu Lin Shuo only observed, while Poisonous Snake was momentarily taken aback. Yet, Song Changxian continued his assault, forming his hands into fists and generating a circle of power with a familiar golden aura. Chen An's face lit up with joy as he innocently spread his 5 fingers out in front of him. I'll catch it. He was pushed back slightly by the force, sitting down and bracing his hands behind him, but his smile remained. Oh, it's probably almost over. Poisonous Snake, sensing something was wrong, leaned over and asked, wait a minute, if the boss can't do it, should we jump in together? Bai Weiwei smiled in response, don't worry, he'll be fine. He's probably about to counterattack. Chen An, feeling somewhat disheartened, shot Bai Weiwei a disgruntled look. Don't spoil the plot. She didn't answer, but stuck her tongue out playfully before turning her head away. Song Changxian, a bit surprised, leaned forward slightly to observe. What's going through your mind? You still have the energy to pay attention to the changes around you while facing me in combat. With that, he continued his barrage, sending countless fists flying toward Chen An. His expression changed at that moment, and he curled his lips into a sinister smile. This is the time, he said, then summoned another giant. In addition to being larger than Song Changxian, this one also emitted a bluish-purple light, exuding an imposing aura and a powerful stride. Song Changxian stood there, mouth agape, taking several steps back. How did you know about my Demon Hunter Tiger Fist? Chen An exuded a mysterious aura, his entire being radiating a purple light resembling dark energy. Didn't I just learn it from you? He thought to himself, if not, do you think I let you beat me a few times in the past because I asked for it? I'm absorbing your energy. Without hesitation, Chen unleashed a powerful purple strike, creating a massive blue-purple force field surrounding him. Song Changxian hurriedly raised his hand to cover his face, sweat pouring down, eyes rolling back, huffing. The golden mask he so dearly loved shattered into pieces. Helplessly, he watched the fragments fall to the ground as Chen An and Bai Weiwei simply stood there watching. Bai Weiwei suddenly panicked, covering her mouth with her hand. You are Song Chengxian. At that moment, Song Chengxian's true face was revealed. Beyond the bitterness and helplessness that were clearly written on his face, what stood out the most was his handsome appearance. Chen An looked somewhat confused, his expression blank. Song Chengxian, are you acting? Bai Weiwei frowned and replied seriously. The younger brother of the Song family head, Song Chengxian, is also one of the previous masters of Song Zhongji. He laughed helplessly, propping himself up with one hand. I really can't beat you, so forget it. Little girl, you really know a lot. Even I am acquainted with you. Bai Weiwei became even angrier, she responded. The government has information about you, but how did you end up becoming a member of the Dark Organization? Is it possible that the Song family is behind it? Mu Linshuo widened his eyes in shock. Impossible. The Dark Organization has only been cooperating with Jiaicheng Pharmaceutical Company, constantly trying to disrupt the relationship between the Song family and us. If the Song family were behind it, why would they need to do that? He faced the two-witted directly and replied, as expected of a talent nurtured by the Dark Organization, you certainly have more brains than some people in the government. Bai Weiwei clenched her fists in anger. Song Chengxian smiled smugly, looking pleased with himself. Song Chengxian, is there any trace of royal dignity left in you? He wiped the smile off his face, his expression darkened and his eyes sharp. A family managed by a useless person is indeed full of useless people. Chen An raised his hand to rub his chin, staring off into the distance. I understand now. So, you stirred us up with the Song family not to have them destroy us, but to have us cause severe damage to the Song family. Song Chengxian shrugged and laughed. Song Chengzong used a vile scheme to secretly attack me to take the position of family head. Is it wrong for me to want revenge? The Wai Chen and group, you guys are strong, capable, united. If you took a break, the 4 major families combined wouldn't even match your achievements. Chen said nothing, only furrowed his brow and looked at him seriously. Song Chengxian's eyes gleamed, a sly smile appeared on his face, and he pressed a red button on the wall. But unfortunately, all of you must die here. But if I die with you, it won't be an injustice, right? Chen rushed over, his eyes wide with anger as he charged forward. What do you want to do? Chengxian, after pressing the hidden red button, leisurely walked while explaining to Chen An, there's a small nuclear bomb in the Enzu crypt. I'm just pressing the button to give it a chance to activate. Finishing his sentence, he casually added a rather unfriendly reminder for him. You have 5 minutes to say your last words. His expression was mocking as he added, oh, by the way, the crypt has been sealed, Lin Shuo. You should know that no one can enter or leave the crypt. After saying this, he sat down in an armchair, speaking to Chen, and as if nothing was wrong, enjoy the last 5 minutes of your life. Upon hearing this, Chen understood that there was a bomb here. He frowned and glanced at Lin Shuo, asking, do you know where the nuclear bomb is placed? She, upon hearing his question, could only answer honestly, I don't even know there's a nuclear bomb here. Chen remained calm, saying nothing more as he activated his clairvoyant eyes, searching for the bomb while analyzing, lead us to the inner room. The nuclear weapon is probably nearby. After searching around for a while, he finally discovered the bomb hidden inside an iron suit of armor not far away. Indeed, he walked over to the bomb, disarmed it, and held it in his hands. When Chengxian saw that Chen had found the bomb, he wasn't in a hurry at all. Instead, he expressed his thoughts with great interest. I had suspected before how you managed to see through the first trap mechanism. Finishing his words, he quickly concluded, you really do have eyes of clairvoyance. Bai Weiwei, upon hearing him, crossed her arms over her chest, pretending to be angry, scolding Chen and calling him a thug, exposing the fact that she had such abilities. He was sweating profusely as he turned toward her and said loudly, don't take this opportunity to curse me. At this moment, he had lost all patience, frowning as he asked, aren't you all afraid of death? He further explained that the timer on the nuclear bomb couldn't be dismantled. Upon hearing this, he was genuinely confused and turned to ask him, are you really willing to die like this? He was holding the bomb with one hand and with the other pretended to feel sorry, but his words were actually full of mockery. Right after being used as a tool by others, you still want to perish together with the enemy. You really are a filial person. He was furious. Say that again, he said, not afraid of death, then turned around and made a foolish face, sticking out his tongue to tease him. He, on the other hand, just let out a helpless snort and asked, so you're saying Xu Ti and Ming betrayed me, right? What if I know? So what? He said calmly, continuing, you've already struck, and if I end up losing to you, do you expect me to beg for your mercy? Will you show me mercy then? He pointed at him with a bit of intent to provoke, saying, if not, why don't you try begging a little? Hearing this, he didn't get angry, but instead laughed, clutching his stomach. You're actually a boring person, but in an interesting way. Chen An squatted down next to the bomb and said, if we share a common enemy, even though we're not friends, isn't it still a relationship where we don't necessarily need to kill each other? Finishing his words, he laughed and then asked, if given the chance to choose again, would you want to take revenge on Su Tianming? Song Changxian's face darkened, and he spoke with a deadly tone. I will kill him. He flashed a dangerous smile and continued, but now it was too late to say anything. How much longer until the countdown? Upon hearing his question, the man looked at him blankly and tapped his head. I forgot to check the time just now. My mind is all over the place. His face then broke into a smug grin, full of pride. I accidentally disabled all the devices. Why don't you try to guess, he said, lifting the bomb in his hand and pretending to ask in satisfaction. So, this thing won't explode, right? Seeing the bomb disassembled in his hand, Song Changxian was completely stunned, standing up in disbelief and loudly asking, You, how did you do that? The man smiled smugly as he played with the bomb in his hand, honestly saying, before becoming a boss, my dream was to be an excellent magician. On the outside, he was smiling, but inside, he felt deep regret. Damn it, if I had known, I could have just directly swallowed the timer. Last time, I had to swallow a level 4 bomb to blow up my spirit fruit. Next time, I'll take out some frustration by beating Song Zhangji. He plopped down onto the chair, chuckling softly, and praised, I'm impressed by you. But his words only carried a sense of helplessness. I just want to die at the hands of a strong person. You go ahead and do it yourself. Receiving his implied compliment, the man only smiled without acknowledging it. Boss Song, you flatter me too much, he said. I hope Boss Song can help with one thing. Song Changxian understood exactly what he meant and smiled confidently, saying, don't worry. If I don't die today, I will definitely use all my strength to take revenge on Su Tianming. Hearing that, he felt relieved and smiled happily. Then thank you, Mr. Song. Changxian stood up, walked towards him, and further explained his intentions. However, I hope that the news will be immediately handled by the secret team to prevent any information from spreading. He turned to him, puzzled, and asked, why is that? He left with a helpless smile, revealing the truth. After this battle, Enzu's vitality has been severely damaged. To confront Ji Cheng's pharmaceuticals head-on, there is no chance of victory. Enzu should return to the shadows and be an assassin in the dark. He looked in the direction where he was leaving and bid him farewell. Mr. Song Baozong, after escaping from the dangerous battle, returning to the clear atmosphere and peaceful sounds, Chen An comfortably stretched his shoulders and sighed. I need to go back and sleep. 3 days later, Bai Weiwei quickly ran up from behind, grabbed his shirt, yanked it hard, and angrily questioned him. First, let's talk about the eyes of clairvoyance issue. He was startled and hurriedly explained, that's not what it is. Suddenly, a phone rang, saving him from the situation, and without hesitation, he answered the call. Benefactor, it's you. The person on the other end of the line, confused, angrily asked, Kid, what are you talking about? I am your second uncle. Finally, he opened the phone. It turned out to be his second uncle calling. He recognized the caller and, somewhat worried, asked, Second uncle, why are you calling me? The person on the other end explained the reason. Your father and I are going to Yin Cheng, and he also mentioned visiting you. After finishing, he quickly added, but suddenly, the phone was stolen. Unexpectedly, the person on the other end of the line changed, and someone else spoke. Kid, you've been away for so long, and now you're somewhat accomplished, but even your own father doesn't recognize you. So it's your father, she said. Hearing his father's voice, he immediately responded to comfort him. How could that be, Dad? He felt a surge of emotion, a little overwhelmed. After carefully thinking it over, ever since he had awakened, he had been constantly troubled, not knowing how to explain things to his family. Now, his family had come looking for him. His father announced the location and expressed his intention for him to join everyone. We're almost at Yin Cheng Station. They're coming to pick us up. Suddenly, his father on the other end of the phone suddenly shouted loudly, What are you all trying to do? He hurriedly asked in response, but got no reply. What's going on? Is something happening? Everything had unfolded so unexpectedly, just after the fierce battle. Now this new crisis had left him confused. Ha! His hand holding the phone was trembling, not understanding what was happening. What's going on? Mu Linshuo approached from behind, hesitantly asking, What's happening? He held the phone, worried and uneasy, unable to believe what had just occurred. It might be something happening to my family at the train station. I have to go check it out. Hearing this, she became worried and wanted to go with him. I'll go with you. Suddenly, she received a phone call. After listening, her brow furrowed with concern. I understand. After hanging up, she spoke to him helplessly. Boss, I have to return to the company to handle a few matters, so I can't go with you. He understood that she had no other choice, so he placed his hand on her shoulder, comfort her. Go ahead and take care of things. Bai Wei then spoke up, wanting to go with him. Then I'll go with you. He quickly declined. It's fine, why? Go report back to the military. I'll go on my own, it will be faster. After saying that, he jumped high into the sky and disappeared, leaving her behind in a cloud of dust and smoke. The scene shifted to the train station, where an angry voice rang out loudly. That damn old man. The voice was filled with fury as it shouted. First, he accused me of stealing his phone, then he said I was messing around with his granddaughter. Does he want to die or something? Father Chen An lay on the ground, hurriedly grabbing the leg of the man, fervently asserting, My phone is ringing in your pocket. I saw you, Shi Wenjing. With those words, he yelled loudly, You're a shameless scoundrel. The blonde thug with dark, sturdy skin became enraged when he heard this. He swore and spat, You fall down. Damn it, are you tired of living? Dare to call me shameless, I'll show you what shameless really means. Father Chen An couldn't defend himself against the blows, only able to let out pained cries. Seeing his father being beaten continuously, second uncle stepped forward in a low voice, trying to mediate. Brother, we won't take the phone anymore. Can you tell them to stop hitting? The burly man with a large belly laughed wickedly at the suggestion. It's not impossible, but you have to get your sister here to spend a few days with us. His lecherous gaze turned toward Wen Jing, causing her to panic and feel a wave of fear. Understanding his boss's intent, the thug grabbed her waist from behind, making her scream in shock. What are you doing? Let go of me. Second uncle, seeing them touch his daughter, furiously rushed forward, extending both hands toward the boss, determined to fight him, shouting, If you dare bully my daughter, I'll fight you to the death. With just a leg punch to the bald man, he was knocked down. All of them were just a bunch of unreasonable people. He was furious and found him troublesome, ordering his subordinates to continue beating the old man and throw him out of the way. This old man, I'll deal with him myself. Hearing this, the golden-haired subordinate immediately obeyed the command, holding a trash can in his hand, seemingly intending to use it to attack Chen An's father, replying, Yes, boss. When Chen An's father saw him approaching, he was terrified, but could only look on helplessly as the man slowly drew closer. Suddenly, the back of his collar was grabbed, and the man frantically asked, Who are you? His face turned pale as he begged the man to let him go. Let me go. Upon hearing his question, the man's face darkened. Me? He replied before threatening him coldly. I'm here to take your worthless life. With that, the man slammed his head hard into the ground, instantly rendering him unable to fight back. After dealing with the golden-haired man, the man quickly ran toward his father, crouched down beside him, and anxiously asked, Father, are you all right? When his father saw him, he immediately became anxious, urging him to go save someone. Go save second uncle. On the other side, second uncle was being choked by the leader, raising his hand as if about to strike him. Wen Jing, extremely frightened, shouted repeatedly, Don't, father! Before the large hand could strike his father's cheek, the man grabbed it tightly. The leader felt his hand suddenly gripped by a powerful force and cried out in pain. Watching him scream in agony, the man remained unfazed, coldly saying, Does it hurt? It won't hurt anymore soon. After finishing his words, he did not forget to remind the delicate beauty. Wen Jing closed her eyes, not daring to look. She was so obedient to him that she decisively shut her eyes. Yes, he moved swiftly and efficiently, tearing off his arm before the man had time to react. The leader's face turned pale, and he could only scream in pain. My arm. The remaining thug was so frightened by the scene that he collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, his mouth stammering, unable to speak a clear word. Wen Jing, now freed, ran towards the second uncle, anxiously calling out, Dad, please comfort her. Dad is fine. Chen An, having dealt with the boss, saw his father arrive and immediately asked for the cause of the situation. Dad, what's going on? Chen An's father, being very straightforward, pointed to the group of thugs and recounted everything. These people stole your phone on the train, he added, telling the whole story of the vile things they had done to them. When Wen Jing called her father's number, the phone rang from within their bags. They refused to admit it and even laid hands on Wen Jing. The remaining thug, still shaken by fear, kept trembling as he looked at his boss's severed arm, unable to say a single complete sentence. Chen An remained extremely calm, and after hearing the story, he turned to her, seeking justice on her behalf. Wen Jing, which of them touched you earlier? She decisively pointed to the man who had grabbed her and not let go. It was him. The man, who was about to run away, was pointed out by her. He was so terrified that he dropped to his knees, constantly apologizing. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. With that, his hand reached for a brick nearby, intending to handle it himself. Let me handle it. He let out a loud scream to summon the courage, then smashed the brick straight into the hand he had used earlier to touch her. Wen Jing, terrified, closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight of the bloodshed, pleading with him to stop. All right, forget it. After handling everything, the three of them were about to leave when the boss called him back. Hey, do you dare to leave them behind? He threatened him bitterly. We're people from the underground world. He clutched his bleeding shoulder, glaring at him with hatred as he said, You dare to offend us, you won't get away with it. Upon hearing this, he didn't show any fear or hesitation, but instead calmly stated his information. Chen An Future Group. He mocked him with great disdain, provoking him by saying, Tell your so-called emperor from Daewang Hotel to find me. I'll respectfully await him at any time. The bald man struggled to speak a complete sentence, repeating his words clumsily. Phew. Future Group. It was as if he had found a weakness in him, and without fear of death, he shared a shocking piece of information. Your boss, Lu Tingji from Future Group, is a lapdog of our emperor. He finished his words with a final menacing threat. You just wait. After hearing this, he was utterly stunned, hardly able to believe what he had just heard. What did you say? At this moment, the chubby bald man seemed to have found Chen An's weakness. Clutching his injured shoulder, he raised his voice triumphantly. Kid, do you still think you can scare me with the Future Group? Don't you know who your boss works for? When he heard this name, it felt somewhat familiar to him, and he thought, Lu Tingji, he seems to be a small manager in some department, right? If it weren't for his unique name, he wouldn't have remembered him at all. He held his phone in his hand, intending to call the company, wondering when this person's name had become associated with the boss of the company. But how did he end up becoming the boss? He tried calling Mu Lin Shuo, but she did pick up. Sorry, the person you're calling is unavailable. Unable to reach her, a bit of doubt crept into his mind. Lin Shuo had never turned off her phone before. What was going on? He wondered if something had happened at the company which made him feel a bit anxious and eager to return. He needed to go back quickly to check on things. The bald man, seeing him silent for a moment, thought his threats had worked. Are you scared? He raised his hand and pointed at his face, smugly laughing. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me now. Unable to bear the constant chattering from the man, he kicked him away with a swift motion, sending him flying. After dealing with him, he turned to his father and said, his voice heavy with discomfort, Father, there's a small issue with the company. Would it be all right if I arranged for your friend to stay here for a while? His father understood his situation, and although he was reluctant, he smiled and urged him to go quickly and handle the important matters. He quickly thought for a moment, then picked up the phone to call the authorities, hoping they could resolve this situation swiftly. The authorities would probably be able to help, but when he called, he still only received the same automated message. Sorry, the person you're calling is unavailable. Twice in a row, there was no response from the other end of the line. At this point, he was really starting to feel confused. What on earth was going on? Second uncle and Wen Jing, standing behind him, called out to him. Xiao, and how about we go find a hotel first? He could only point at the group of ruffians he had just beaten senseless and explain, Second uncle, I don't know what this trash is, but I need to find someone to arrange things for everyone first. Finally, he decided to call Suo Wuxtai. This time, the phone rang on the other end. After picking up, she smiled brightly and said, Mr. Chen, how come you have the time to call me? Are you trying to flatter me? Hearing her voice, he immediately got to the point. It's like this, my family. He hesitated a bit, feeling awkward as he made the request. Can you temporarily take care of them? I need to go back and handle some things first. Instead of feeling annoyed, she was actually happy and excited, teasing him in the process. All right, my dad is here too. I didn't expect we'd meet both sets of parents so soon. Her words made him blush deeply, sweat pouring down his face as he stammered and quickly denied it. Ayu, don't talk nonsense. Chen An's father, who was standing nearby, perked up his ears to eavesdrop on his son's situation. Something was up with Xiao An. About 10 minutes later, a luxurious white car pulled up in front of the station. From inside the car, Suo Wuxai spotted him and waved enthusiastically, calling out, Chen An, Chen An. He and the three others walked out of the train station. Upon seeing her, he waved his hand to greet her. To his surprise, as he got closer, she immediately embraced him. You could think of asking me for help. I'd be very happy to assist. Wen Jing, who had been behind, was taken aback upon seeing her and seemed to recognize her identity. Aren't you great celebrity Suo? Not wanting her to reveal his identity, Suo Wuxai quickly put her finger to her lips, signaling for her to keep it a secret. She, however, acted as though they were family, casually calling out, Dad, second uncle, little sister, come on, let's get in the car and go home. Chen An, her father, seemed confused at first, frozen in place, and then responded, all right. Her way of addressing him made him feel embarrassed, and his face flushed. Meanwhile, Suo Wuxai, unfazed, reminded him to get back to his own business. Go take care of your important matters. I promise no one will dare to lay a hand on your family. After watching the three of them get in the car, Suo Wuxai left, reassured that they were safe and sound. Only then did he take out his phone and dial Wang Bao's number. On the other end of the line, as soon as the call connected, he immediately asked, Bao, what's going on with Lin Shuo? Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Bao's frantic voice cut him off. Boss, Meng Ji is about to be done for. Hearing that Wang Mang was in trouble, he became alarmed. What happened? Wang Bao urged him to go to the hospital first, not explaining the situation further. Boss, just head to the first hospital. The doctor said Meng Ji might not make it. After the call ended, he immediately jumped straight into the sky, using his own legs to propel himself towards the hospital. The scene shifted to the #1 hospital, where everything around seemed eerily quiet, with no one in sight walking around the hospital grounds. As soon as Wang Bao saw him, he exclaimed, "Boss, this is a bit of a surprise. I didn't think you'd get here so fast. How did you get here so quickly?" One could immediately tell that he had just been through a fight. Though his mouth and head were bleeding, he still worried about his brother. "I'm fine," he replied. "But Meng Ji, the energy on Chen An's hands is growing stronger by the minute," Wang Bao said, trying to comfort him as he spoke. "I won't let anything happen to Meng Ji." He quickly inquired in detail, wanting to understand what exactly had happened. "Give me a brief summary of what happened." Lin Shuo, in a state of urgency, recounted everything that had transpired. "When we got back to the hotel, I went across the street to grab something to eat because I was hungry, so Manager Mu went in first," he continued. "Then I saw a few men in black chasing after Meng Ji, who was already badly injured at the time. After that, I fought with them, managed to snatch Meng Ji back, and ran off first." He looked toward the operating room with worry and said, "The doctor said the situation is not good, and I'm not allowed into the operating room." He pinpointed the location of the operating room where Wang Meng was lying. Using his abilities, he looked inside and noticed that instead of treating him, the doctors were arguing about something. At this moment, he swung the door wide open from the outside, angrily shouting at them, "Damn it! Why aren't you saving the person instead of arguing?" The surgeon standing next to him was directly frightened by his outburst and exclaimed, "Hey, who are you?" In the end, he couldn't stop him from entering, so he could only grab the corner of his shirt and try to pull him back, saying, "You can't go in." The other surgeons were stunned by his appearance. One of them, wanting to stop him from approaching Wang Meng, spoke up and ordered him to leave. "Who allowed you to come in here? Get out now." He briefly introduced his identity and then directly threw a cold splash of water in their faces with one sentence, "I'm his boss, and you won't be able to treat this injury." Wang Meng, unconscious, was lying on the operating table with an oxygen mask on, his heart surrounded by a strange purple energy. One of the doctors, hearing his words, was a bit unconvinced and furrowed his brows, saying, "This young man really has a big mouth." He raised his voice to order him out. "Which doctor are you an intern for? Get out now." Chen An directly ignored his words and placed his hand on Wang Meng's chest, intending to treat him himself. The doctor saw that he was not paying attention to his words and even touched his patient's body, immediately becoming angry. He grabbed Chen An's hand and shouted loudly, "Hey kid, are you deliberately causing trouble? This is not a place for you to play around." Blocked by him, Chen An immediately darkened his face, cold and stern, and ordered, "Get out." The doctor was so frightened by his threat that he fell backwards, sitting down on the floor. As soon as Chen placed his hand on Wang Meng's chest, the medical equipment immediately began making alert sounds, which surprised the doctors. The various vital signs of the patient started returning to normal. The surgical doctors were so shocked that they could hardly believe it. What? How could he treat Wang Meng's injury like this? Chen An was secretly surprised, not understanding why the injury to his heart was abnormal. The other injuries weren't dangerous, but what was happening with the energy surrounding his heart? If he broke it hastily, would it harm Meng Zi's heart? But the heart vessels were seriously damaged, and if delayed any longer, it would be impossible to save him. What should he do? Suddenly, he remembered that in his space, there was a lake full of spirit power, and he thought, "The spirit lake in my space can enhance spirit power every time I soak in it. I should try it." Without hesitation, he directly took out an appropriate amount of water from the spirit lake, filled it in a large bottle, and urgently asked the doctor, "You need to help Meng Zi drink this water quickly." The doctor, suddenly pulled by his clothes, was a bit out of breath, but still agreed, saying, all right." He held a bottle of water from Spirit Lake in one hand and a syringe in the other, signaling to the doctors behind him, "Hurry up and prepare for an intravenous drip." The doctor, who had been frightened by him earlier, was still foolish enough to stand up and criticize him. "This is chaos. This patient clearly has a tumor in their body and needs surgery." He didn't respond with words. Instead, he directly released his spirit power to heal Wang Meng. The doctors present were immediately stirred by this spectacle. Is this magic? After using a large amount of energy, he became weak and almost lost his balance, falling backward. Fortunately, another doctor caught him. All right, the doctor immediately ordered for an ultrasound to be done. Perform the ultrasound procedure. Upon hearing this, someone immediately went to prepare the equipment. After the ultrasound, the result was shocking and astonishing. The tumor was gone. Several doctors were thrilled. This was a medical miracle. At this moment, Wang Mang slowly regained consciousness, opened his eyes, and called out to him, "Boss." Seeing that he had regained his senses, the doctor quickly approached to inquire about what had happened. "Meng Zi, what exactly happened?" Wang Mang, weak and barely able to speak, struggled to explain the situation to him. The company sent someone to seal it, and they even brought in an expert from outside. That person lightly patted my suit, and I felt like my chest was tightening. It was like falling into a black hole. At first, one could still sense the movements outside, but could not wake up. Finishing his words, he continued, "I'm sorry for not fulfilling my responsibilities," and then completely lost consciousness. "Sorry, boss. I didn't take good care of you." After hearing him explain the situation clearly, he comforted him. "It's okay. Leave it to me. You just rest for now." Then he asked him, "Can you still sense what's going on outside? And what about Lin Shuo? What about Poisonous Snake and Zhu Zhu?" Wang Mang struggled to recount everything he knew. Manager Mu came alone and was then kidnapped by a master, but I didn't see anyone else. Hearing this, he quietly felt something was off, something didn't add up. He thought this, but didn't say it out loud, only telling him to continue resting to regain his strength. "Meng Zi, take good care of your health. Leave everything else to me." After leaving the hospital, he kept thinking about the inconsistencies in this story. Meng Zi had said that after being attacked, he fell into a vegetative state and couldn't move. So how did Wang Bao manage to see him being chased? And Wang Bao couldn't be lying to himself. When Wang Bao saw him coming out, he called out loudly, "Boss." Seeing him approach, he asked about Wang Meng's condition, but after crouching for too long, his legs were a bit sore, so he couldn't stand steadily. "Boss, how is Meng Ji?" He explained Wang Meng's situation to him to offer comfort. "Meng Zai is fine now." After finishing, he seriously asked him to clarify. "Wang Bao, please tell me in detail how you saved Meng Zi." Wang Bao directly recounted everything he had witnessed from beginning to end. "At that time, I heard the sounds of killing and saw many people chasing after someone. The person seemed to be injured, and his body looked as though it were on fire." After finishing his words, he seriously continued. "When I rushed over, I took down a few of the guards and then saw Meng Ji unconscious lying alone after the checkpoint." After hearing this, he silently drew a conclusion. "It seems someone helped us, so Meng Ji must have been saved by this person. But who could it be?" Too many details are still unclear, which left him lost in a chain of thoughts. Moreover, the person who attacked Meng Zi could have killed him instantly. So why did they spare his life? Or were they trying to threaten him or test his strength? Lin Shuo reached 3rd rank strength after the battle in the tunnel. So what kind of expert could possibly capture her? Among Yin Cheng's opponents, only the pharmaceutical company Jiai Cheng has the strength to do so. He continued to ask Wang Bao about Zhu Zhu and Poisonous Snake. What about Zhu Zhu and Poisonous Snake? He honestly replied, "Miss Shuo was on a phone call at that time. It seemed like something very important." After that, she took Sister Zhu Zhu shopping and to relax before returning to the hotel, while Poisonous Snake K was the one guarding Miss Shuo outside. At this point, he directly drew a final conclusion. Lin Shuo must have known something had happened in the corporation, so she went alone, fearing that others might be in danger. "I hope Poisonous Snake can find Lin Shuo's whereabouts." Saying that, he took out his phone and quietly decided to ask Old Song what had been happening with Jiai Cheng Pharmaceuticals recently. The person on the other end immediately picked up the phone. "Mr. Chen." Hearing the unusual tone in the old man's voice, he asked, "Old Song, something's wrong, isn't it?" The old man furrowed his brow, unsure how to tell him the situation. "I'm really sorry, Mr. Chen, but the Song family can no longer process the Jiai Cheng Pharmaceuticals. I truly apologize." Upon hearing this, he was immediately taken aback and asked what happened. The old man sighed and began to explain everything. "This is something I can't tell just anyone, but since you're Mr. Chen, I have no choice but to tell you the truth." After a pause, he continued, "The head of the family has ordered that we can no longer be enemies with Jiai Cheng Pharmaceuticals, and we must even support the operations of Ji Cheng Pharmaceuticals to the greatest extent possible." Surprised by this turn of events, he went straight to the point. "So, the Song family and Ji Cheng Pharmaceuticals are now in the same boat. Does this mean we have another enemy?" Song Zhongji was silent for a moment before finally speaking up. The Song family initially decided to do business with Ji Cheng Pharmaceuticals after learning that Enzu had colluded with them. But the night before last, an uninvited guest arrived. He hesitated for a moment. No one in the Song family could stop him. But he didn't harm anyone in the Song family. Instead, he went directly to meet the head of the family. After that, the head of the family gave the order, "Because of my relationship with Mr. Chen, I now have to sit idly by." After finishing his story, the old man advised him, Mr. Chen, this person's strength may not be inferior to yours, so be careful. After that, the old man continued to explain, but even if Song really goes to war with Mr. Chen, I will retire early and not participate anymore. He heard every word the old man said and understood his situation, so he simply thanked him. Thank you, sir. Old Song. After ending the call with Song, Zhang quietly analyzed everything carefully. The person who attacked Meng Zai had used his hand to channel energy into his opponent's vital points, something he himself could not do. He pondered deeply about the true strength of that mysterious person and was somewhat shocked. If this person was indeed the same mysterious figure who had once infiltrated the Song family, then the strength of Ji Cheng Pharmaceuticals was truly terrifying. After thinking for a while, Chen had decided to leave. Before leaving, he instructed Wang Bao, take good care of Meng Zi here. This is spirit water. If you feel the injury flaring up again, take a sip. Meng Zi should drink more to help restore his vital energy. He handed over a large bottle of spirit water to him, and Wang Bao responded, thank you, boss. So, where will you go? Once Meng Zi is discharged from the hospital, I'll come find you. His expression darkened, his gaze sharp and intense, and he spoke in a deliberate, measured tone. Me? Of course, I want to repay that person 10 times over. Leaving the hospital, he immediately took out his phone and intended to call Poisonous Snake, hoping to extract some information from him, hoping that Poisonous Snake might be able to track down a lead. The moment the other side picked up, he spoke first, Poisonous Snake, you're on the other end of the line, but it's not him who answered. A strange, mocking voice came through, Poisonous Snake, is that the name of some lowly person? How laughable. Hearing that mysterious voice, he became extremely cautious and asked, who are you? Where is Poisonous Snake? The person on the other end, hearing his continuous questions, responded calmly without haste. Ah, Mr. Chen, we've never met. After finishing that sentence, he continued to threaten him. The girl and Poisonous Snake are both in my hands. I want something that Mr. Chen can bring to exchange for them. He cautiously inquired again, what do you want? The person on the other end of the line smiled and stated his demand. What I ask for won't be of any use to Mr. Chen. It's a stone pillar with engravings on it. I heard it used to be kept in the Chen family's home. Surely Mr. Chen has seen it before. The item he wanted was something the man knew about, but he didn't quite understand why the person would ask for it. He quietly wondered, was it the ceiling stone pillar he was referring to? Who exactly was this person? Ending his thoughts, he directly asked, where are you? Where should I bring the item to find you? The person on the other end replied calmly, don't rush. I'll notify Mr. Chen myself. After the transaction was completed, he immediately inquired about the safety of Poisonous Snake and Lin Muxu. I want to know if they are all right now, he said, then made his request. We want a video call. Show me them. This is a prerequisite for the transaction. He seemed to not understand his request, mocking him and asking him to wait. What is this sealed stone pillar? Boss Chen, stop talking so much and wait for my notification. After saying that, he fell silent for a moment before continuing. However, I have used a poisonous creature to control the vital points of both of them. The mysterious figure, shrouded in darkness, with his face obscured, spoke with a voice that was cold and merciless. Boss Chen must be familiar with this method, so it's fine. Don't delay any longer. Upon hearing this, he felt uneasy and raised his voice as if to say something more. Wait, they... But before he could finish, the call was abruptly disconnected. After ending the conversation with him, he felt a strange sense of unease, unable to comprehend what was really going on. What is going on? The tone of this person was very odd, and they didn't even know how to make a video call. He was suspicious. Was he pretending, or was it real? Upon returning to the location where the sealed stone pillar was stored, he began studying the pillar, still puzzled. Why do they want this sealed stone pillar? Is there something hidden inside? With that thought, he activated his eye of clairvoyance, intending to probe inside the stone pillar. Unexpectedly, before he could investigate, the stone pillar struck back, causing him immense pain, and he cried out while covering his eyes. Chen An struggled to lift his eyelids and with difficulty sighed, it truly is a divine object. It must have a restriction on it that specifically counters the abnormal abilities. That being said, he silently pondered a question. In the future, it was said that once the seal on the stone pillar was broken, places where they shouldn't appear would emerge, like Spirit Lake, for example. Could they be trying to break the seal? The thought of this made him feel deeply confused, unsure of what this object actually was. What exactly was the stone pillar seal? He hadn't had contact with the future for quite a while. Had something happened? Chen An helplessly ruffled his hair. According to what the future had revealed, if the seal was broken, the world would definitely fall into chaos and might even pose a threat to all of humanity. But if he didn't hand it over, Lin Shuo and Poisonous Snake would certainly be out of luck. In this predicament with no clear way forward, the only thing he could do was punch the wall in frustration to calm himself down. "Damn it, what am I supposed to do now?" Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification. He had received a message from an anonymous source, unclear if it was related to Poisonous Snake or Lin Mu Chu, urging him to hurry to the stone pavilion at the foot of Phoenix Mountain. Grabbing the only life-saving straw, he had no choice but to take a chance on this mysterious message. "I have no other choice. I'll trust you just this once," he thought, and finally arrived at the stone pavilion at the foot of Phoenix Mountain. He directly called out, "Who's there?" A shadowy figure hiding behind a pillar was about to step out. "It's me, Mr. Chen, is it?" I didn't expect that the anonymous message sender was Su Yuan. Chen An was extremely surprised and asked him, "Why is it you, Su Yuan?" As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately assumed that Su Yuan was the mastermind behind everything. With a cold and gloomy expression, he swiftly approached like a death god, demanding retribution, asking, "Do you know the whereabouts of Nulin and Poisonous Snake? Could it be that it was you?" Seeing that Chen An misunderstood him, Su Yuan quickly explained, "Boss, please don't misunderstand. I know where they are because I've been secretly following them." At that moment, Chen An suddenly remembered something. Wang Bao had mentioned that the group was chasing after a man who was burned and injured. He then voiced his guess. "Were you the one who rescued Meng Zi and led the pursuers to him at the Emperor Hotel? And how did you end up here?" Su Yuan carefully explained everything that happened. "That day when we left, I originally intended to return to Anzu, but because of Lin Mu Chu and Poisonous Snake's betrayal, they thought I was a traitor too and launched multiple manhunts, but I always managed to escape." He scratched his face, laughing outwardly but not genuinely, and continued, "Since then, I have completely lost all trust in Anzu." After saying that, he added, "Poisonous Snake once told me about your concern for him, Boss Chen, so I originally wanted to come to you and join forces, but I didn't have the courage to face you." He shared all his thoughts and the events that had transpired. "I wanted to go to the Emperor Hotel to discuss this with Mu Lin Shuo, but there was an internal rebellion. I vaguely guessed that the unconscious man must be one of your employees, so I took him outside." Chen An listened very attentively, his expression serious as he heard him recount the events. Su Yuan continued, "Then I saw Poisonous Snake following a group of people, so I secretly trailed behind. By the time we reached the foot of the mountain, Poisonous Snake was spotted by someone. He hurriedly explained why he didn't save Poisonous Snake. That person was able to bring Poisonous Snake down with just one move. I knew I wasn't a match for them, so the first thing I did was notify Boss Chen. Listening to him sincerely recount the whole story, Boss Chen felt grateful. "Thank you, you saved Meng Zi. It's all thanks to you." Hearing this, Su Yuan took the opportunity to sincerely smile and say, "Boss Chen, may I accompany you?" Chen smiled lightly upon hearing this and agreed. "Once we've rescued Mu Lin and Poisonous Snake, we'll all have a drink together." Su Yuan, who was behind, showed an expression of joy and satisfaction. After saying this, he took on a warning tone and advised, "But your killing intent is too strong, so if you're going to follow me, make sure not to indiscriminately kill innocent people." Su Yuan, upon hearing this, was not at all displeased. Instead, he happily agreed, understood Boss Chen. He looked up at the sky, observed the time, and made a plan. "We will enter once it gets dark." When the sun had completely set, giving way to the moonrise, and darkness replaced the twilight, Chen An and Su Yuan appeared outside the enemy base, preparing for their stealthy entry. With Spirit Chili in his hand, Chen took out 2 arrows and directly shot them into the necks of the 2 guards, killing them before they had a chance to make a sound, aside from a few cries of pain. While activating Eye of Clairvoyance, he instructed Su Yuan, "Look for where the guards are posted." After walking a short distance, he suddenly lost control and collapsed. Chen, and not knowing what was happening, instinctively covered his eyes and staggered backwards. Fortunately, Su Yuan stepped forward from behind and caught him. He was frantic and anxiously asked, "Boss, what's wrong with you?" He was shocked, thinking to himself there must be some kind of restriction here, blocking the awakening of abilities, just like those stone pillars that seal things. Who exactly is this person? After regaining his composure, he replied, "It's nothing. I just need to rest for a moment." With that, he immediately sat down and began to channel Spirit K to stabilize his body. Once he regained his balance, he shared his thoughts with Su Yuan. The person inside might not be ordinary. If anything happens later, take Lin Shuo and the serpent away first. I'll hold off the enemy. Su Yuan was shaken by these words. "Boss you." He thought to himself, unable to believe it. Back in the secret organization, whenever danger arose, lower-ranking members were used as shields for the higher-ups, but the boss was thinking about our safety first. He quickly turned around, cutting him off and asking, as if it were a matter of course, "What do you mean by me? If you don't stop the enemy, can you handle it?" He lightly punched his chest, signaling him to hurry inside. As they moved deeper into the pavilion, a figure appeared, someone with long hair wearing a robe. In front of this person were two large bells placed on either side. Chen An and Su Yuan hid behind the bushes, observing. He said, "They're in the cage, energy still intact." He slowly voiced his doubts. Is this person the one who captured Lin Shuo? How come their power level is only second rank? Su Yuan, upon hearing this, was taken aback, but then confidently replied, "Only second rank? Looks like Poisonous Snake has already followed his plan." The long-haired man heard the noise and sharply turned toward the bush where the two were hiding, asking, "Who's there?" To everyone's surprise, Su Yuan stepped out and boldly taunted him. "It's your grandfather." Angered by the provocation, the man immediately channeled spirit chi around himself, preparing to strike. "You arrogant brat, how dare you speak to me like that?" Su Yuan, unfazed, quickly summoned his spirit power and entered a ready combat stance. The key was that he knew how to fight fire with fire, and a proud smile appeared on his face. Just as he finished speaking, he lunged forward. One of his hands gathered spirit power, forming a red ball, and hurled it toward the long-haired man. The attack was easily dodged by the man. Su Yuan, infuriated by the man's dismissive action, was enraged. How dare he look down on him? His eyes burned with fury as he glared at the man and shouted, seeking death. To his surprise, the man not only ignored his threat, but casually waved his hand, sending Su Yuan flying away. Su Yuan only had time to let out a few pain cries. He was sent crashing into a wall with such force that the wall behind him cracked open. Su Yuan was struck by a powerful palm, leaving him stunned and completely surprised, unable to believe the strength of that person. The power was truly terrifying. Chen An, witnessing this scene, was immediately shocked. He tensed up and thought, "You are not normal." The man, who had just stepped out from the bushes, asked him, "Who are you?" Upon hearing the question, Chen An felt something was wrong, so he asked back, "Don't you know who I am?" The man completely ignored his question and bluntly replied, "A dead man." With that, he gathered his spirit power between his two fingers and shot a technique directly at Chen An. He raised his fist, filled with powerful energy, intending to destroy the man's attack with a single punch. Surprisingly, this tactic actually worked. The two powerful lines of spirit power collided and exploded, creating an energy shockwave that pushed both of them back. The long-haired man, amused by the scene, smiled and said, "Interesting." Chen An was in awe, but still firmly believed that the true power of this person definitely did not exceed third rank. He then speculated a possibility, that this power seemed like it didn't belong to him. What was going on? Could it be forbidden drugs? Before Chen An had time to rest, the man immediately charged toward him. Without hesitation, Chen An summoned his spiked mace from the space and swung it at him. The man suddenly asked, "Space ability." Chen An, holding the mace adorned with sharp spikes, didn't appear to be at a disadvantage and smiled, complimenting him, "You got some skill." The man, seemingly not too surprised by his ability, sneered and said, "Just because you have space abilities, do you think you can conquer the world?" Having said that, he also drew a long sword from his own space. Chen An was immediately startled by this scene, stunned and unable to process it fully. Do you also have spatial powers?" The man did not answer his question, instead directly launching his attack. This technique was a combination of both the person and the sword, so it was named Man-Sword Unity. Chen An was instantly sent flying by his strike, his weapon knocked away as he struggled to defend. The power was overwhelming. Without hesitation, he also drew a long purple sword from his own space to block the attack. The man was truly aiming to end his life. His expression and the force of the strike were merciless. The sword in Chen An's hand was immediately cracked by the impact. It was at this moment that Chen An noticed something strange. "Something's wrong." The long-haired man, floating in midair, looked down at him with a calm expression as though watching a tiny insect. At this point, Chen An voiced his deduction. "You're not from this world." The long-haired man soared higher to the sky, surrounded by swirling fiery currents. He couldn't help but ask, puzzled, "Why would you say that?" Chen An shot him a glance, his patience wearing thin as he answered, "You awakened in this world. The strongest you could possibly be is only third rank, yet your strength now surpasses even third rank, middle realm, and you're not even using your forbidden powers. Judging by your reaction, I deduce." Before Chen An could finish his sentence, the long-haired man, enraged, rushed towards him, swinging his sword and shouting loudly, "You've learned too much already." The sudden blow from the long-haired man caught Chen An off guard, and he was struck head-on by the attack. Chen An, in pain, clutched his injured arm and staggered back a few steps, puzzled. "So the one who's been pressuring the Sum family is you?" he asked. At that moment, the man with brown hair landed on the ground, sheathing his sword with a nonchalant expression and admitting his guilt. It was me. That mess is nothing worth mentioning. You've endured it too, haven't you? Looks like I'll have to get serious now. Upon hearing this, Chen An fell into deep thought, then retorted, I don't understand. With your strength, why did your family end up as Su Tianming's lackeys? The man with long hair sneered, dismissing the question. Su Tianming? Who is he? He's just one of our servants. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had just realized something, and his face changed. He raised his voice, demanding an answer from Chen An. Who are you really? How do you know about Su Tianming? At that moment, Chen An, from a distance, picked up his sword without hesitation, challenging him. You don't even know who I am, and yet you captured my people. Then he sneered, provoking the man further. Could it be that Su Tianming has been using you? Now he's finally starting to realize who's standing before him. The man, still confused, asked, You are Chen An? As soon as he said that, he urgently inquired about the whereabouts of the ceiling pillar. Where is the ceiling pillar? Chen then laid out a condition. I'm not your match, but I'll give you the ceiling pillar. I hope you'll keep your promise and release my people. After saying that, he couldn't help but ask, but I want to know what you need the pillar for. The long-haired man approached him with a smug tone, replying, I'll tell you, so you don't have to remain in the dark. He pressed his face close to Chen An's ear, showing a sinister expression as he said, We are the true masters of this world, while you are merely outsiders. Upon hearing this, Chen An's expression changed, and he was secretly startled, wondering to himself, could it be that the object sealing the pillar is actually the primordial world? Chen An began to piece together the events in his mind, with fragments of memories flashing before his eyes. The process of restoring spirit Kai began with an earthquake, and it was this earthquake that shattered the seal. This allowed the spirit chi from the primordial world to spill into this world, awakening everyone. If the people from the primordial world have the combat prowess of him, how could this world possibly resist their presence? And how many others from the primordial world have entered this world already? Thinking of this, Chen An spoke first, addressing the long-haired man. How many of your people have entered this world? Upon hearing Chen An's question, the long-haired man, without any hesitation, eagerly replied, Although it's just me for now, once the seal is lifted, this world will once again belong to us. Finishing his words, he pressed the tip of his sword to Chen An's neck and proposed, All right, hand over the stone pillar, and I'll let you go unharmed. Hearing this, Chen was unfazed. He swiftly knocked the sword away with his hand and mockingly replied, Is it just you? Then I'm terrified of you, you chicken. Chen An's words successfully provoked the long-haired man. His face flushed red with anger as he gritted his teeth. You. Chen An paid no attention to the man's reaction. He rubbed his neck and let out a cold, menacing smile, challenging, Now that I know quite a bit, let's start round two. With long hair, a face full of murderous intent, and a harsh voice, he snarled, Then I'll watch you turn to ashes. He raised his hand, creating fiery arrows surrounded by rings of flame that flew toward Chen An to attack. But with just a casual wave of his hand, Chen An effortlessly shattered the long-haired man's attack. Seeing this, the long-haired man was stunned. He stood there, watching the thick dust cloud before him, exclaiming in surprise, What? Before the long-haired man could react, Chen An suddenly appeared right behind him, not knowing when exactly, and smugly asked, Looking for me? At this moment, the long-haired man was in complete shock and turned around, raising his fiery fist in confusion, shouting, Since when? Chen An, completely unperturbed, wore a victorious expression as he blocked his opponent's punch with his bare hand, taunting is that all the power people from the primordial world have. You might as well be cremated now. The long-haired man suddenly felt an overwhelming fear and screamed out. But before he could say anything else, Chen An used the fire from the Wan Yuan mountain technique to create an intense heat, burning the long-haired man to a crisp. Su Yuan, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but gape in astonishment, stuttering, Boss, you're too strong. In just a moment, the long-haired man had been burned alive, turning into ash. Chen An stood there, staring at the pile of dust, silently reflecting, This person is so powerful. I doubt anyone in Yin Chang could match him. So are all the people from that world this terrifying? And what about the otherworldly demon beasts? If the seal is broken, what will happen to this world? Suddenly, two bells rang continuously. Hearing the noise, Chen An and Su Yuan hurriedly ran over. He shouted a command for Su Yuan to save the people. Su Yuan saved them. Su Yuan responded clearly. Chen An used his hands to perform several healing techniques to treat Lin Shuo and Poisonous Snake, who had just been trapped inside the bell. After being treated by Chen An, Lin Shuo slowly regained consciousness and opened his eyes. Seeing that the two had woken up, Chen An sat up beside them, leaning on his hand to reassure them. It's okay now. Mu Lin Shuo, embarrassed, sat up and saw Chen An. He called out, Boss. Poisonous Snake on the other side also slowly sat up, rubbed his head, and called out, "Boss." At that moment, Chen An suddenly spoke, "You two." But before he could finish his sentence, the phone rang. Chen An picked it up and answered, puzzled, "Juju?" From the phone, Juju's voice could be heard, constantly screaming for help. Chen, brother, help me." Hearing this, Chen An and Mu Lin Shuo became immediately anxious. Chen An hurriedly asked, "Juju, where are you? What happened?" At Juju's side, she was curled up, frightened, her voice trembling as she responded, "I'm at the Emperor Hotel." At that moment, she was sitting by the door, trembling uncontrollably, her eyes filled with tears, pleading through the phone. She was shaken by the loud banging on the door, accompanied by mocking shouts. "Hurry up and open the door for the big shots. I've never slept with a celebrity before." Hearing this, she stammered over the phone. A few hours ago at Zuzu's house. Outside, Zuzu's pets were staring at something, looking completely mesmerized. Inside the room, Zuzu was enjoying her bath, humming as she sang. After finishing her bath, Zuzu wrapped herself in a towel and stepped out, only to be startled when she saw her pet sneaking around the door. She screamed, "You guys." Then she interrogated the pets, scolding them shamelessly. After that, she changed her clothes to prepare to go out. Before leaving, she instructed her pets, "I'm going to buy some clothes. You two stay home and watch the house, okay?" Upon hearing this, they all pretended to be sad and pitiful. Seeing this, she explained, "I can't take you with me. You'd scare people. When I come back, I'll sing for you, all right." Then Juju happily went outside. As she walked, she eagerly thought about how she had to buy some clothes to look beautiful in front of Chen and Bro. After a long shopping spree, Zuzu took a taxi to the Royal Hotel where her friend worked. She stepped out of the taxi, excited, thinking she had bought quite a lot, but first she needed to bring some cosmetics to give to manager Jiao Jiao. Zuzu confidently walked down the hotel's corridor when she suddenly heard shouting from one of the rooms. Curious, she followed the sound and the argument grew louder as she approached. "I don't want to, I'm not going anywhere. What are you doing?" "Don't touch me." Then came the voice of a man. "I've already shown you respect. Don't act ungrateful." Juju walked up, opened the door to the room where the sounds were coming from, and was shocked, screaming when she saw the scene before her. "What are you doing?" Before her stood a woman struggling as she was restrained by two men, crying for help. "Help me." The blonde man saw Juju walking in and immediately spoke up, threatening her. "Our hotel is deploying manpower as usual. Don't interfere in other people's business." Suju, with her sharp tone, pointed her finger at them and reasoned. "What kind of manpower treats a woman so harshly? If you don't let go, I will have Mr. Chen fire you." The man with black hair stepped closer to her. "Mr. Chen, are you referring to the former boss who went missing? The current boss of the corporation is Mr. Liu now." The other man, abused, added, "It seems like you're also an employee of the company. In that case, let's go together." Suju, surprised, asked, "What? They changed the boss? It can't be." The manager, Liu, stood by. From behind, a man suddenly reached out and hugged her roughly, speaking crudely. "The little beauty is so hot. How about we go have some fun together?" Startled, she screamed. She struggled, adamantly refusing him. Zuzu stomped down hard on his foot, causing him pain and making him curse. Damn it. Seizing the opportunity, Zuzu threw the things she had just bought him. In her mind, she was calculating that she needed to find Mr. Meng and Miss Lin Shuo for help. The three men, seeing this, whisper among themselves with malicious intent, "This chick is more attractive. Forget the other one. Grab her." Zuzu quickly ran away, but the three men showed no intention of letting her go, continuing to chase her. They said, "Don't run, you won't get away." She ran out into the hotel corridor and shouted loudly, "Miss Shuo, Mr. Meng." At that moment, a woman in a green dress stood outside in the corridor with a group of bodyguards. Hearing Zuzu's call, she glanced over at her, then spoke. "Are you from Chen An?" Seeing her, Zuzu couldn't help but be surprised and asked, "Who are you?" In response, the woman gave a sinister smile and ordered the bodyguards around her to capture Zuzu. At this moment, Zuzu was cornered with the group dividing into two factions to form a pincer trap around her. On one side were the bodyguards, and on the other side were the three men from earlier. All of them wanted to capture her, and she was filled with fear, unsure what to do. What should I do? Suddenly, the door had opened and a girl stood behind it, softly calling out, "Sister Zuzu, over here." It was like a lifeline to Zuzu. Instinctively, she rushed into the room. Once inside, Zuzu quickly shut the door and carefully blocked it with a chair. Then she grabbed her phone and tearfully called Chen An for help. "Chen An, help me." Outside, the brute continued to bang on the door and dismantle it. "Hurry up and open the door, or the big shots enjoy themselves. I've never slept with a celebrity before." The woman in the green dress stood outside the door, angrily directing the bodyguards. Cut the signal here, don't let her call anyone. As for you guys, go find a chainsaw, leave some people outside to guard, and don't let them escape through the door. Upon receiving the orders, the bodyguards responded resolutely. Understood. At this moment, inside the room, Zhu Zhu's phone suddenly lost signal, and she was horrified to realize they had cut off the connection. The girl beside her, seeing this, anxiously asked, Sister Zhu Zhu, will Mr. Chen come to save us? Seeing the fear in the girl's eyes in front of her, Zhu Zhu grabbed her hand and reassured her. Chen An will definitely come to save us. We just have to hold on. Outside, the group of people were determined not to spare Zhu Zhu. They used a chainsaw to violently break down the door. Seeing this, Zhu Zhu quickly pushed a table towards the door with the girl beside her to block it. Quick, use the table to block the door. The two girls pushed with all their strength, knowing that if they didn't do something, they would certainly meet their end at the hands of these people. After a while, the two girls took a break, exhausted. Zhu Zhu, panting heavily, wiped the sweat off her forehead and encouraged the girl. Just a few more minutes, Chen An will be here soon. A man's voice responded. A few minutes? Is that enough? Are you planning to finish quickly? Upon hearing the noise, Zhu Zhu turned around and looked behind her. Two men, who she didn't know when had climbed up to the ceiling, arrogantly said, I'm famous for my flexibility. At this moment, the door was completely cut down by them, and they charged in, startling both girls. Without missing a beat, they lunged at Zhu Zhu with force, causing her to panic and scream loudly. Let me go! Don't touch me! The group of men mocked her, laughing lewdly. Little girl, stop making a fuss. Then they started groping her. The more you resist, the more interesting it gets. With every second, her fear grew, and she screamed louder. Please no! Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from somewhere surrounding the group, causing them to be taken aback and ask, What's happening? At that moment, Chen An rushed in from outside. Upon seeing Zhu Zhu being harassed, his face darkened and his eyes burned with uncontrollable fury. They were horrified and screamed loudly, Monster! Monster! Zhu Zhu, lying on the floor, was overjoyed to see Chen An's figure appear. Chen bro, you're here. Chen An, furious beyond measure, rushed over, grabbed the man by the collar, and asked in a deep voice, Do you want to die? He stammered. I. He panicked, struggled for a moment, then shouted loudly, Son of a bitch! But Chen An didn't let him go so easily. He grabbed his head and delivered a fiery blow, burning him alive. The other man, seeing this, screamed in fear. Not long after, he met the same fate as the previous one. The bodyguards outside saw the flames rising from inside and dared not rush in. Chen An quickly ran to Zhu Zhu, holding her and comforting her. It's okay. No one will bully you anymore. I've killed them all, she sobbed. I knew you would come. When I was in danger, I knew you would come. The woman standing outside was stunned to see his presence. Mr. Chen, why did you come back like this? She anxiously took out her phone and called for reinforcements. Call the experts to the second floor, otherwise we'll all be dead for sure. After putting a coat on Zhu Zhu, he looked up and asked the girl what happened at the company these past few days. She was upset, tears welling up in her eyes as she recounted. Mr. Chen, while everyone was away, Mr. Liu and Vice President Liu brought a group of experts from outside to kill everyone in the group and then force us to serve as female attendants to entertain the guests. Zhu Zhu immediately asked, then where is manager Jiao Jiao? The girl hesitated and replied, Sister was taken away. Chen An quickly spoke, take me to find Liu Jin. You two go outside, I'll go ahead and protect them from the people in front. The woman, along with a group of large thugs, each holding a weapon, blocked their way. She pointed and announced a reward. Kill them, with a reward for each person. Before she could finish speaking, she collapsed, shocking the others. They looked at him, noticing his hand was smoking, and curiously asked, What's going on? Is that invisible sword chi? Chen An exuded murderous intent, warning them, If you leave now, you can survive. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, he muttered, Not one of them knows how to fight. The three of them walked down another corridor inside, where the sound of cursing came from a room. You're a beast. Even if I become a ghost, I'll never let you go. I'll kill you myself. Inside, Jiao Jiao was sitting in a corner humming herself while the old man mocked her. Become a ghost. Wait until I've had enough fun, then you can become a ghost. Zhu Zhu entered and called out loudly, Sister Jiao Jiao. Chen asked the girl, Is this the deputy manager Liu or whatever his name is? She pointed and said loudly, That's him. The old man suddenly became panicked. You guys, Mr. Chen, you're not dead. He stepped up to him and questioned, Where are the other girls? The old man, terrified, offered a deal. Mr. Chen, spare my life, and I'll tell you. He smirked contemptuously. You want to discuss terms with me? The old man, cunning as ever, raised his hand and sighed dramatically. Anyway, the worst case scenario is losing my life. If Mr. Chen doesn't agree with me, that you wouldn't be heartbroken if the other girl's buried with me, would you? Chen immediately responded, fine, I won't kill you. Now speak. The old man quickly changed his attitude, smiling happily. Mr. Chen, your word is law. He confessed that they were taken by Mr. Lu Tingji to fortified camp, saying it was to host the Underground Emperor. You should think about that, the Underground Emperor. It seems like we definitely need to check out who this person is. Jiao, standing next to him, screamed in excitement, I have to kill him. The old man, feeling self-assured, responded confidently, Mr. Chen has promised not to kill me. What can you do? Jiao was stunned. What? She trembled as she called out to him several times, Mr. Chen. Immediately, he drew throwing knives and hurled them at the old man, causing him to scream in pain. Chen An, you're not keeping your word. You said you wouldn't kill me. He tossed another dart casually, replying, kill you. I'm just cutting off your limbs. The old man trembled, stammering, you. Chen An handed the throwing knives to Jiao, giving her full control. You can deal with him as you see fit. She emotionally thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Chen. He stood on the higher floor, looking down deep in thought. Fortified camp, huh? Gazing at the bustling city at night, he came up with an idea. Looks like I'll have to stir things up a bit. Chen An arrived at the lobby, standing outside, making a call, thinking to himself that it's good to know both the enemy and oneself. The government must have some information about this underground emperor. The phone made a sound, indicating that the person he was trying to reach had turned off their phone. He rubbed his chin and said seriously, so he turned off his phone? Could it be that the government has another secret mission? Who else in the bank might know about fortified camp? Ah, there is someone. Somewhere. A phone on a desk rang. Dong Wang on the other end of the line laughed happily before picking up the phone. Mr. Chen, what a surprise. What brings you to call me today? Chen hesitated and awkwardly said, Uncle Su, how can I dare to be your younger brother? That would make me and Mook Sai have some differences in rank. You can still call me Little Tham. I just want to ask you about someone. Dong Wang laughed loudly. You're right, of course. You can't just call anyone by the wrong title. Who do you want information on? On the other end of the line, Chen spoke. It's the Underground Emperor of Fortified Camp. Do you even know this person, Uncle Su? Dong Wang was stunned and began to sweat. Why do you want information on him? He reminded Chen, this person is not simple. Chen placed his hands on his hips, his expression not too serious. It's nothing major. There's a kid here who has been misbehaving. It seems that recently they've been getting involved with him. I just want to know who this person really is. Dong Wang frowned seriously. Here's the information you asked for. The person known as the Underground Emperor of Fortified Camp, his real name is Gu Cheng Huang. He's been famous for a long time. Whether he's a street vendor or a beggar, as long as someone is in need, they can always ask him for a bowl of rice. According to what he knew, the man possessed an extraordinary level of influence. Later, he established a fortified camp that served as a safe haven for people from less privileged backgrounds. Over time, most of the lower-class residents in Yincheng began to follow him and respect him as a powerful figure in the city's underworld. Chen An, wiping the sweat from his brow, asked, his influence is that strong. Isn't that something the government should manage, uncle? Dong Wang replied, he has controlled that area for decades without any real opposition. The authorities seem to tolerate the fortified camp's existence. He then gave a serious warning. You may not realize it, but there's a deeper issue between you and this person. My advice, don't provoke him. Trust me, you're not ready to face someone like that. Chen An nodded politely. Thank you for the warning, Uncle Su. He glanced up at the sky, deep in thought. Based on what Uncle Su had said, this so-called underground figure might actually be someone with principles. But if that were true, why did he hear disturbing rumors about how women were being treated under his watch? He decided he needed to investigate the truth for himself. With that, Chen hailed a taxi. Once inside, the driver said, sorry, sir, I'm about to switch shifts, so I can only head toward the fortified camp. I hope that's okay. I won't be able to take you anywhere else. Chen nodded. That works. I'll go to the fortified camp. The driver smiled with relief. Really? That's great to hear. As he drove off, the driver thought about how lucky he was today. Just a little more delay and things could have gone badly with the people in the camp. Chen An, overhearing this, looked puzzled. He had heard the man in charge maintain strict discipline. But was it really that serious? Getting in trouble just for being late. The driver sighed and began to recount some of the rumors that had been circulating recently about that person. Previously, when the Underground Emperor was here, there had been no issues. 6 months ago, it was rumored that the Underground Emperor had fallen ill, and the person in charge was replaced by the Underground Emperor's servant. The person was known as the One Righteous King Head Butler. However, after Xi Zhengwang took power, The people in the fortified camp became particularly brutal. Don't say it was me who told you. I don't dare offend them. Chen An glanced at him, absorbing the information, and thought for a moment. So that's how it is. Looks like someone else is causing trouble. Well, that makes things easier. The scene shifted to a dazzling modern city, the sky darkening as night fell. Chen An stepped out of the car. Just as the taxi drove off, the sound of cursing could be heard. Go on, get out of here. If you don't have money, then stay far away. A blonde-haired woman, holding her child, stood close to the corner of a wall. Isn't the fortified camp supposed to take in the people? I can sue and do housework. I just want to find a place for us to stay and something to eat. My son is about to starve to death. A red-headed man stood in front of her, threatening. Damn it, everyone comes to eat and play. How could there be enough space for all of you? He growled, you want to come in? Fine, give me some money. The woman begged, tears in her eyes. I really don't have any money. Please, I beg you. He scowled in annoyance, raising his hand to strike her. If you had a bit of beauty, I might let it slide. But look at yourself. An elderly woman witnessing the scene from afar felt deeply sympathetic. Girl, why don't you come to my place and take something? That little boy can't be allowed to starve. The red-haired man angrily turned around and shouted, is this old woman trying to start trouble with me? I said no entry, and that means no entry. The old woman glanced at him with disdain, sighing. She tossed the green bag she had just bought down near the girl. The girl reached out with an expression of gratitude. Thank you, ma'am. Suddenly, someone's foot stepped on the bag. This old woman speaks as if it's nothing, huh? Now that she's feeding this girl, won't everyone just come here and beg for food? Who can afford to feed all of them? The man arrogantly shoved the old woman aside. Are you trying to mess with my business? Then don't even think about living comfortably. Just then, Chen An appeared at the perfect moment, helping the old woman. Be careful. I'll help you sit down. Please rest here for a moment. The red-haired man, lacking any intelligence, had no idea of who was who and how to behave. He arrogantly stepped forward and yelled, Who the hell are you? Before he could finish his sentence, Chen An struck him in one swift move. The red-haired man, not satisfied and furious, called for his underlings. You dare hit me? Brothers, get him. Strip him down. Chen An exuded a terrifying aura. Let me see who dares. At the mere sight of his pressure, the others began trembling, their legs giving way. They collapsed to the ground. You wait here. I'll go call. Chen An appeared behind him before he could finish, his arm around his neck. No need to call. I'll go with you to find your boss. The scene shifted to a crowded restaurant. Lu Tingji was there, his face crafty, arm around Xiao Ji's shoulders, asking Xiao Ji, why are there so few girls this time? Xiao Ji clenched his hands and shrank into himself. Mr. Yan, I had to clean up a bunch of stupid girls, so they ended up bruised. I was too embarrassed to bring them to serve you all. But Zheng Lin, despite his voice not being playful, had no idea what cherishing flowers and pitying jade meant. If they didn't obey, just give them some money, why beat them? He turned to squeeze the face of the girl sitting next to him and asked, Is that right? Little beauty, the girl replied, trembling. The Yan family is absolutely right. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and a few people outside were knocked away. Zheng Lin and Ding Ji inside were startled, and both shouted in unison, Damn it, what's going on? Is it someone outside? Chen An forcefully kicked the door open from the outside. Your grandfather is here. The staff inside, terrified, cried out, Mr. Chen, save us. Ding Ji, panicking and sweating, exclaimed, Sheik, Chen An, you're not dead yet? How is that possible? Chen An smiled mockingly at him. Is that you? The new boss of the future Lu Tingji Corporation? Should you be called Wife Xiao Bao instead? Tingji turned and ordered the bodyguards, you all, get him. In less than 3 seconds, they were all knocked out of the room. Ding Jia hid behind Zheng Lin and shouted defiantly, Don't come here. Chen An stood in front of the few staff members and spread his arms to protect them. Ladies, go ahead. Let me see who dares to stop you. A loud bang echoed as Zheng Lin slammed his hand on the table, frowning in displeasure as he shouted, On my land, you have no right to speak. Chen An immediately shouted back at him, Then today, I'll take this land from you. Unexpectedly, a metal rod flew toward Chen An, heading straight for him. He swiftly dodged. The rod was powerful, and if An hit, it would have caused severe injury. He broke into a sweat, thinking, Is there another expert here? From a distance, a figure charged straight at Chen An, unleashing its power. Take a punch from me. Yugi easily ducked his head to avoid it. He even tore a large corner of my coat. Chen An tossed the coat aside, somewhat surprised, and complimented, Your reflexes are pretty good. Yugi pointed behind him, warning, You're lucky didn't hit him. Don't do it. Zheng Lin laughed loudly, confidently, and arrogantly, saying, Kill him for me. Yugi's expression darkened. He glanced back, glaring at him. I don't kill people. Chen An smirked, thinking to himself, "This guy's pretty interesting," he responded confidently. "It's fine, you can't kill me. Just keep fighting." The metal rod was drawn out, and Yu Yi gripped it ready. 5 wolves, 8 trigram staff. Chen also unsheathed his weapon, challenging. Then Levi used the breaking void sword technique to fight your 5 wolves, 8 trigram staff. He made the first move, leaping high, aiming directly at the enemy. Yu Yi wasn't slow either, standing his ground and grazing a metal rod to respond. He easily knocked away the sword in Chen An's hand, but it didn't faze him. Chen An swung his sword with the follow-up strike, slashing directly toward Yu Yi. He also effortlessly jumped to avoid it. Both of them landed simultaneously. Chen An swung his sword, giving a slight grin, but suddenly, he felt something was off. His face darkened and he froze in shock. Chen An fell backward, landing behind Yu Yi. Jun Lin held a gun, aiming straight ahead. He asked in astonishment, "What are you doing?" He was a bloodthirsty man. "Am I really so free to watch the two of you perform? If you won't kill him, I will." Yu Yi turned away with a dark expression. "You have a gun, no need for protection. In that case, I'm leaving." Jun Lin saw no value left and ordered without hesitation, "Go ahead." Suddenly, Chen An stepped out from the shadows. "You want to kill me? Is it just you?" Jun Lin's face darkened, sweating and panicking. He fired repeatedly at him. Why isn't he dead? He missed every shot, his panic rising. "Did I miss?" From behind, Chen An appeared, preparing to launch an attack. Jun Lin turned around, stunned. "What's this?" Suddenly, someone was blocking his strike. Chen An widened his eyes in surprise. Eternal Spring. Yu Yi stopped his hand. "I told you." He glared angrily. "Kill him." "Not so fast," Chen An said with amusement. He had heard of Eternal Spring for a long time, but now he was seeing it with his own eyes. It was said that Eternal Spring used softness to counter hardness, and it was indeed true to its reputation. Without using third-rank spirit power, he knew for sure that he wouldn't be a match for him. He paused at the barrels of 2 guns right in front of him. Jun Lin grinned smugly, not wasting a moment to fire. "I think your head's gotten a little too hard." Chen used his ability to intercept the trajectory of several bullets. Some of them flew towards Yu Yi, hitting him in the arm. Chen An sweat nervously, turning to Yu Yi, who was shaking beside him. "Are you okay?" He glanced at him, remaining calm. "I won't die." Seeing this, Jun Lin grew fearful, gritting his teeth and stepping back. "Damn it, I still couldn't kill him. What kind of monster is this?" A sound of something falling to the ground from outside was heard. Yu Yi's mother, worried and flustered, walked in. "Yu Yi, you're hurt." She called out in panic. "Yu Yi, please, calm down so I can feel at ease." "I'm fine, Mom." She glared at Chen An, who was still confused as to why he had been attacked. Yu Yi's mother cried out in anger. "I thought you were a good person. How could you harm my son?" Yu Yi sat next to her, raising his hand to stop her. "Mom, it's not him." She stopped, looking at her son. Then she approached Chen An with concern. Chen An stood behind them, silently watching. He opened a space and took out a bottle of medicine. "Drink this, it will help with your wounds." Then he quickly added, "The hospital should handle it." Yu Yi refused, not taking it, saying he didn't need it and couldn't take it. His mother also refused, not daring to accept. "Thank you, but we can't take it." Chen An frowned in discomfort and glanced at Jun Lin. "Are you scared of him?" "Don't worry, I can kill him right now." Yu Yi's face darkened and he became agitated. "You can't kill him. He was hit hard in the neck." Chen An acted decisively, and his mother cried out in worry. "Yu Yi." He bent down and comforted her. "Aunt, don't worry. I just knocked him out for a moment. Otherwise, if he got caught in the middle, it would have been much worse for him." Chen An turned to Jun Lin, ready to settle the score, both principal and interest. "As for you, you damn bastard." He stepped back and smiled confidently. "When I was a child, the damn father of mine taught me that those with weak hearts can never achieve great things. You can't kill me because this is fortified camp." Chen An's face turned cold. "What you mean is that you're relying on the fact that you have more people here, right? Do you really think those rotten fish and shrimp can stop me?" Jun Lin looked outside and shouted, "Is there anyone willing to come into fortified camp and kill this person? Do you all agree?" Everyone working outside, from the young to the old, stopped what they were doing and looked over. No matter the profession, they all wore a look of discomfort. They gathered in front of the general store, collectively voicing their disapproval. "No way, no way." Chen An blinked in surprise, thinking to himself, "These are all just ordinary people. Most of them are women and the elderly. What am I supposed to do now?" The people outside continued to protest strongly. "Not allowed, not allowed, not allowed." Jun Lin, feeling smug, pointed at him and taunted. "So what if you know how to fight? How many of them can you kill?" A boy standing by the wall, eager to join in, added, "That's right, Chen An, you want to kill someone in fortified camp? Get out of here." Jun Lin, relying on his numbers, confidently gave the command. "Everyone, charge and drive this outsider out." Chen An turned around and saw only elderly people. their hands trembling, unable to stand still. He frowned and thought they were all weak, sick, or disabled. How could they possibly fight? Chen An's face darkened with anger. I will come to collect this debt. He immediately dashed off. Ding Ji was anxious and fearful. Chen An's strength was immense, and there was also the matter of Enzu Lin Wupu's background. What if, in the middle of the night, he broke in? Jun Lin laughed confidently, already scheming in his mind. He better come or my performance won't succeed. Jun Lin turned to Yu Yi, his voice sharp. I told you to kill him, so why didn't you? Are you daring to defy me? Yu Yi, holding his wounded shoulder, remained resolute. I don't kill people. Hearing this, Jun Lin raised his foot and kicked at his wound. You don't kill people? Then what the hell am I keeping you around for? He kicked while speaking. You could have fought, but you didn't. You useless piece of shit. Well then, I'll make sure you get what's coming. Yu Yi remained silent, raising his hand to clutch his head. Yu Yi's mother, witnessing this, immediately ran forward, tears streaming down her face, but she was stopped by Yan Jun Lin's underlings. All she could do was scream desperately. Please don't hurt my son. Please. Yan Jun Lin pulled out a surgical knife, his face cold as he spoke in a low voice, tightening his grip on Yu Yi. Just as he finished speaking, his subordinates rushed to hold Yu Yi's arms. Yan Jun Lin continued, I'm taking this arm to pay for the food you and your mother have consumed over the years. With that, he swung the knife up, and Yu Yi's mother, upon seeing this, rushed forward, causing one of his subordinates to be caught off guard. She lunged at Yan Jun Lin, screaming, No, even if you chop off my arm or kill me, it doesn't matter. Just please don't touch my son. He angrily raised his foot and kicked her. Get out. Yu Yi, seeing this, shouted, How dare you hit my mother? Before he could finish his words, one of Yan Jun Lin's henchmen struck him hard on the head with a chair. The thug smugly said, Who do you think you're going to hit? The residents of the fortified camp, feeling pity for the mother and son, also begged, Ha ha, let them go. The two of them are pitiful enough. But Jun Lin, seeing their pleading, didn't think it was the right time to do anything. He waved his hand and ordered, Forget it, throw them into the pigsty. Meanwhile, Chen shouted in anger, That bastard, how dare he use old women as shields? Mu Lin Shuo stood by, arms crossed, and spoke. Why has the fortified camp become an unmanageable place? It's not because their strength is terrifying, but because the population there is large, and they are united. No one dares to touch so many common people. If Lu Tingjing is already hidden in the fortified camp, then I'm afraid there's nothing we can do. One of Yan Jun Lin's victims spoke out, screaming that beast. Not only did he harm us, but he also forced us to entertain guests. She held her head, trembling, and continued, He also humiliated some of the sisters. We rather die than obey to the very end. Their corpses were thrown into the kennels to be fed to the dogs. Zhu hurriedly hugged her, comforting her. Sister Jiao Jiao, don't say any more. Chen spoke up, Jiao Jiao, don't worry. I will definitely bring justice for everyone. Mu Lin Shuo continued her analysis. Although the former emperor Gu Chenghuang was an overbearing figure, he was also considered a chivalrous and righteous man. Therefore, the fortified camp had never done anything unjust before. The enemy forces essentially wanted to conquer them. Given Gu Chenghuang's character, he would never tolerate trash like Lu Tingji. Lu Tingji's shield of protection is the one righteous king. Once he's removed, we can capture Lu Tingji, so the core of the issue still lies with Gu Chenghuang. We must make Gu Chenghuang understand just how ruthless Jun Lin is. After listening, Chen and immediately said, Lin Shu, come with me to the fortified camp to meet Gu Chenghuang. The two of them made their way to the fortified camp. Mu Lin Shuo used an illusion technique to conceal them, holding Shenan's hand as she led him along. As they walked, she sighed, I can't believe there's no protection here at all. Chen, still fuming with anger, continued to scold. How dare they use ordinary people as cannon fodder? He truly has no shame. The scene then shifted to a woman with brown blonde hair standing in the kitchen, sighing, The Yugi family is truly pitiful. How can a pigsty be a place for people to live? And with all those injuries on them, if they get infected, how could they possibly survive? The man standing next to her immediately intervened, whispering, Who would dare disobey Si Shangwai now? She was not about to back down, turning around to scold. But that doesn't mean they can treat human lives as a joke. I'm going to bring them some food. If you're scared, don't follow me. Chen overheard their conversation and quickly said to Lin Shuo beside him, Let's follow them. This Yu Yi guy isn't bad. He's actually someone with some real strength. It wasn't long before she arrived at the pigsty. Yu Yi's mother saw her and quickly called out to her. She signaled for her to speak quietly. Seeing the tragic scene of Yu Yi and his mother, Chen couldn't hold back and continued to scold Lian Jun Lin is a scoundrel. The woman with brownish blonde hair handed Yu Yi's mother a basket of steamed buns. She sympathetically said, "I can't do much to help you two. Please eat this, and when I get back, I'll find some medicine for you." Moved by this, Yu Yi's mother teared up and quickly stretched out her hands to accept. "Thank you." Witnessing this, Chen An immediately withdrew her hand from Mu Lin's grip, covering her eyes as she slowly disappeared. Lin Shuo didn't have time to react, but hurriedly said, "Hey, he's coming over all excited. Aw, do you recognize me?" Yu Yi's mother was startled. "Is it you? How did you?" She quickly clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture, tears streaming down her face. "Can you save my son?" Chen An hurriedly took out a green bottle and handed it to her. "First, let Yu Yi drink this. After I finish my task, I'll come back to help you. Aw, can you tell me where Gu Cheng Huang is?" She pointed her hand helplessly and said, "The Emperor is probably in the recovery ward in the center of the fortified camp. If you go to the center, you'll see a big banyan tree. It's right above it. You all must be careful. The Emperor is a good person. Don't harm him." Shannon reassured her, "Please don't worry, Aunt." As he took Lin Shuo's hand and began to leave, a voice from behind called out, "Hey bro, you just mentioned that guy. He just left from Yu Yi's place. That man took the chance to beg. Could you lower our rent a bit for this month?" "Thank you, bro." Mu Lin Shuo held Shannon's hand and ran inside, looking around as he said, "It must be over here." In the distance, a little girl was trying to climb up a large ancient tree. Halfway up, she hurriedly stretched out her small hand towards the trembling cat perched high in the tree and called, "Come over here." Just as the girl was about to reach the cat, she suddenly slipped and fell. The cat beside her was also startled and frightened. Chen An rushed over immediately. "This is bad," he said, just in time to catch the girl and reassure her. "It's okay, don't be scared." A man holding a lantern rushed over, shouting, "Who's there?" He shined a light on Chen An, who was holding the girl, and yelled, "Hey you." Suddenly, the two of them disappeared, leaving the man confused as he wondered, what just happened? Mu Lin Shuo had stepped in front of them, using an invisibility technique to make the man think he was seeing things. "Am I hallucinating?" The man no longer cared and hurriedly took his dog, muttering to himself as he walked away. "Hi bro, I told you to watch out for unusual movements, but how do you notice someone who's invisible?" The little girl quickly ran over and called out, "Dad, it's me." The man was startled upon seeing his daughter and asked, "Why are you out here in the middle of the night? Come back inside with me." He grabbed her and walked toward the house, scolding as he went, "Damn it, you scared me. Go to bed now." The girl turned back and waved with a smile at the two of them. Chen awkwardly waved back, panting as he said, "You're lucky you reacted quickly. Otherwise, we would have been caught." Mu Lin Shuo also sighed with relief and said, boss, if I had stayed with you any longer, my heart would have turned into a pile of muscles." In an old house, Chen guided Lin Shuo through the darkness. Noticing Shen An's doubtful expression, she quickly asked, "Boss, is something wrong?" He explained, "Gu Cheng Huang is the ruler of this area. Even if he's recovering from an injury, how is it that there isn't even a single bodyguard around?" Lin Shuo quickly clarified, although Gu Cheng Huang is known as the Underground Emperor, he doesn't like large-scale battles. He usually maintains a low profile and mostly uses public transportation when going out, so this isn't too surprising, but we should still be cautious. Chen agreed with her reasoning. Indeed, the two of them reached a door. Chen used his eye of clairvoyance. His eyes glowed a bright green, and through his vision, he saw a man with white hair lying on the bed in the room. He told Lin Shuo, "It seems like there's no one else inside except for Gu Cheng Huang. Let's go in." As they approached the room, he suddenly spoke up, "Wait, what level is Gu Cheng Huang's strength?" Lin Shuo responded, "I've heard that Gu Cheng Huang is at least at the 3rd rank. He's probably not any weaker than Chen Longhai." Chen quickly said, "Then this can't be Gu Cheng Huang. This person's strength isn't even at the 1st rank." Lin Shuo, startled, turned around. Could it be that they already knew we were coming and set a trap here? He remained silent. Chen continued to use his eye of clairvoyance over a larger area. After a moment, he concluded that there was no ambush within several miles, so it can seem like a trap. But if Gu Cheng Huang were seriously ill, why would he need a replacement? Lin Shuo heard this and rushed forward, saying that all we need to do is ask this person for their name. She stepped forward, grabbing the collar of the person lying on the bed, and spoke sharply, "Sit up." The person on the bed, startled, quickly asked, "Who are you?" Before the person could finish speaking, Lin Shuo pressed a knife to their throat and threatened, "Try shouting, and you'll regret it. Answer my question." The person couldn't resist and could only speak. Chen stepped forward and asked, "Who are you? Why are you pretending to be Gu Cheng Huang?" The person immediately replied, "My name is Jia Wu Jin." The Yan family asked me to impersonate the emperor. Chen An continued, then why did you have to impersonate him? Where is the real Gu Chenghuang? Ji Wujin obediently answered, the Yan family said the emperor wanted to secretly cultivate, but I really don't know where he is. A rough man entered through the door, speaking as he walked. Old man, please be cautious these past couple of days. The Yan family said, that kid might come today to inquire about Gu Chenghuang. In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared, and Ji Wujin quickly replied, okay, I understand. The two men noticed the worry on his face, and the man named Hybro approached and asked, what are you worried about? Ji Wujin quickly responded, I'm fine. Ji Wujin appeared nervous and slightly trembling. Hybro sensed something was off and ordered his subordinates to close the door. Seeing that something was wrong, Ji Wujin asked, Hybro, what are you planning to do? Hybro smiled and held a red spray can in his hand. I heard that someone close to that brat knows and Zoo's hiding spot, but I have a way to make that invisible person show themselves. Two bras sprayed a red liquid from that flask and yelled, appear. Lin Shuo felt something was off and hurriedly poked Ji Wujin. Ji Wujin had already begun to shiver. He immediately screamed. Seeing this, the two bras stopped and turned to ask, what are you shouting about? He quickly covered up, I think I just saw something flash under the door. I'm not sure if someone is outside. The two bras motioned with their heads and ordered their subordinates, go check. One of the subordinates poked his head out and then called back, there's no one outside. The two bros looked back at Ji Wujin and asked, you're acting strange today. Is there something you're not telling me? He quickly waved his hand, of course not. How can I dare? Still not trusting him, the two bras sprayed the liquid to check again. At that moment, Lin Shuo and Chen An were hiding under the bed. Seeing nothing, the two bras said, looks like they're not here, let's go. Before leaving, one of the bras turned and ordered, turn off the old man, and if anything happens, call me as soon as possible. Ji Wujin trembled and replied, I understand. Meanwhile, under the bed, Lin Shuo awkwardly said, boss, you're touching me. Chen An, lying on her chest, blushed and quickly sat up, hastily explaining what? No, I didn't. Ji Wujin interrupted their conversation. You see, how can I talk to you about something so important? You might as well go follow them. Chen An responded, he has a point. Before leaving, Lin Shuo knocked Ji Wujin unconscious. Well, we're off now. The two followed them and heard the sound of conversation. The two bros asked the younger brother, young lady Gu Kan, has there been any commotion recently? The younger brother replied, no. The two bros continued, Miss Gu still goes to church during the day, and at night she heads to the nightclub. She probably doesn't know that Emperor Gu Chenghuang is actually under house arrest. Hearing the words house arrest, the two bras angrily shouted at the younger brother, shut up, that's not something you can talk about casually. We're out here. Watch your mouth. The younger brother, frightened, quickly responded, yes, sir. The two bras continued walking while muttering, I wonder what the Yan family is still plotting with Gu Chenghuang, locking him in the boxing gym, making it so none of us can go boxing. My hands are itching. Let's go. We should check on young lady Gu Kan first. Lin Shuo, upon hearing their conversation, analyzed, Bu Chan is the only daughter of Emperor Hu Chenghuang, but there's very little information about her, only that she's very rebellious. While the two bras were walking, they encountered a group of thugs. They said, don't get cocky. The Emperor is seriously ill. Who would still mess with you? Another thug added, that's right. Don't make trouble. The two bros sneered in disdain and said, it's just a bunch of punks from outside relying on a little business with the Yan family act all high and mighty. Just wait to be dealt with. The younger brother beside them asked, should we help them? The thug who had been teasing the girl earlier got kicked away. The two bras saw this and casually said, you think we need to help? As soon as he finished speaking, the thug who had been kicked flew towards them. A beautiful girl, sucking on a lollipop, walked towards them. She turned around, looked at the girl who had just been teased, and said, if you can't protect yourself, then don't go to such a chaotic place. Go home quickly. The other girl, frightened, hurriedly started crying, I'm sorry. The two bras waved at the girl with the lollipop and called out, eldest young lady. Suddenly, she turned around, looked straight at where Chen An and Lin Shuo were standing. Chen quickly pulled Lin Shuo into the corner of the wall, then sighed, the five senses of this eldest young lady seem different from that of a lover, don't they? Looks like she's also an awakened master. At this moment, the two bros asked her, what's going on? She calmly replied, nothing. Lin Shuo, who had been spoken to by the girl, now faced another beautiful awakened master. Hearing Lin Shuo say this, he quickly drummed up the situation. Now that we know Gu Chenghuang is being held by Yan Junlin at the boxing gym, let's go straight to the gym to find him and catch one of his subordinates to ask him questions. Seeing that Chen An was avoiding Lin Shuo's displeasure, the two of them walked towards an old dilapidated house. Lin Shuo looked up. This must be the place. Chen An agreed, sensing the energy of a master inside. Although weak, it was definitely at least third rank or higher. Lin Shuo hesitated as she looked at the thick iron lock on the door. To get in, they would have to break the lock. She turned to tell him, but then realized that would certainly alert someone that there was an intruder. Before she could finish speaking, Chen An already half climbed into the window. He calmly responded, I had already anticipated this. Lin Shuo climbed in, then turned around to tease Chen An. The boss is simply a genius flower picker thief. Chen An was fixing the window while turning around to reply, Lin Shuo, I am really helpless with you. At that moment, suddenly the light came on and a voice rang out, startling both of them as they turned around. Who are you? Did you come here to kill me? A man was chained on the stage, his limbs bound with large and small chains. Seeing this, Lin Shuo quickly screamed. This person might really be Gu Chenghuang, the real deal, the hidden emperor. Although the man named Gu Chenghuang was chained up all over, he still exuded an air of dignity, glaring at the two of them. The scene shifted to Yan Junlin, who was smoking a cigarette, when one of his subordinates reported. Yan family Chen has already arrived at the fortified camp. Old Song and the others met with Yu Yi, but then disappeared without a trace. Perhaps we should. He held a cigar in his hand, exhaling smoke calmly as he said, This is right under my nose, isn't it? The subordinate was confused, not understanding his meaning, and asked, What do you mean by that? This is what's on the screen. Chen and is face to face with Gu Chenghuang. The quiet night with the bright moonlight, Gu Chenghuang looked at the two of them with disdain and said, Kid Yan Junlin, don't have the courage to kill me yourself, huh? Did you send these two nameless brats to do the dirty work? He remained arrogant, even though he was chained in the middle of the arena. Didn't you all just enter the fortified camp? Chen An stepped up to the stage, curiously asking, Oh, the fortified camp has tens of thousands of people. Do you really remember all of them? He became serious. Everyone who enters the fortified camp is a member of my family. Can't you even recognize your own family? Hearing this, Chen kneeled down, clasped his hands together, and respectfully said, Senior, I am Chen An, the current leader of the Future Corporation. I have come here today to ask for your help with something. Hu Chenghuang relaxed his facial muscles and asked him in return, Chen An, I have never heard of the Future Corporation. It seems that I have been imprisoned for a long time and can no longer recognize the rising stars of the new generation. Right now, I am just a prisoner. What could I possibly help you with? Chen An said seriously, With all due respect, Senior, there is a vile man in the Future Corporation who forces people to do wicked deeds. I had intended to kill him, but he is hiding in the fortified camp. And worse yet, the so-called one righteous king has used the people in the fortified camp as cannon fodder. Therefore, I seek your help, Senior, in convincing the people not to be manipulated by Yan Junlin any longer. Grinding his teeth, Gu Chenghuang was filled with rage upon hearing Chen An's words. His power surged as he spat each word out with fury. Yan Junlin, that beast, dares to exploit innocent people. I must kill him. Lin Shuo, seeing this, stepped forward and asked, Senior Gu is very powerful. Logically speaking, even if Yan Junlin cultivated for another 30 years, he would not be able to harm you. How could Senior end up imprisoned here? Hu Chenghuang calmed his anger, his expression turning solemn as he answered her question. You're right. If it were just Yan Junlin, even if he had all of his people with him, they still wouldn't be able to harm me. But he has found powerful reinforcements. Back to that fateful moment, Yan Junlin arrogantly crossed his arms and asked him, Your Majesty, perhaps it's time you consider abdicating. Gu Chenghuang remained calm and serious as he spoke to Yan Junlin. I've told you countless times there are certain business matters you cannot touch. This is the rule of the fortified camp. Do you think you can move against me with just this group of lackeys? In front of him stood a man wearing a mask ready to fight. Surrounding them was a group of Westerners armed with weapons. Yan Junlin pointed at his subordinates. The masked man charged alone, knocking out more than a dozen of Yan Junlin's lackeys. Seeing the situation was not in his favor, he quickly turned to flee. The masked man chased after him and shouted, Don't even think about running. Suddenly, Gu Chenghuang's face turned pale, and he unexpectedly lunged forward, grabbing the masked man and shouting, What? Why say? Are you all right? Hu Sai had his mask shattered, one of his arms torn off. He coughed up blood, clutching his injured arm, and tried to speak to Gu Chenghuang. Your Majesty, go quickly. A long-haired man dressed as a Taoist approached and asked, Leave. Where to? Sai saw the man approaching and immediately rushed forward. Gu Chenghuang sensed something was wrong and shouted, Gu I see. Don't go. The Taoist raised his hand and a flame appeared. He waved his hand. That flame will burn Hui Sai alive. Upon seeing this, Gu Cheng Huang screamed in agony. Gu Sai! Furious, he lunged forward and a leopard materialized from his hand. Gu Cheng Huang hissed, I will kill you. The Taoist calmly extended his hand, facing two equal forces. This left Gu Cheng Huang stunned, unable to believe it. Suddenly, the Taoist power surged onto his arm, but Yan Junlin, swaggering with confidence, approached and ordered, Well done, Venerable. Where is he? Take the Emperor away. After the recollection ended, Gu Cheng Huang's face darkened as he said, I couldn't even block a single move of his. Upon hearing this, Chen An shrugged and said, That guy's already dead. There's nothing left of him, not even ashes. Gu Cheng Huang was stunned. You killed him. Chen An replied casually, as if it was no big deal. Yes, he was burned to ashes. He shouted in anger, Why did you kill him? Why? Lin Shuo, seeing this, quickly stepped forward and asked, What's wrong with you? You could defeat him, but the boss avenged you. So why are you angry with him? Gu Cheng Huang sat down in despair, his face dark, because he harmed a Na wife. I have never seen a method so capable of damaging the heart's veins like that. If he's dead, then I fear there is no one in this world who can save a Na. Hearing this, Chen immediately pointed to himself. Gu Cheng Huang asked in surprise, You mean you can? Chen scratched his ear, speaking innocently, If I can kill him, then breaking his technique shouldn't be hard. It's just a method that surrounds the heart's veins with energy, leaving only a thread of life. What's the matter? I can fix it. Let's first get the old senior out of here. Gu Cheng Huang refused his offer, resignedly saying, I'm not going anywhere. A Na is in Yan Junlin's hands. If I leave, he will definitely kill a Na, unless you can bring a Na to me so I can see her. Hearing this, Chen calmly replied, You're quite the romantic, huh? I agree. Lin Shuo heard him say that and quickly waved her hand. But how could any of us know where Yan Junlin would hide anyone? We should go look for them. Shannon curiously asked, Right, is Ju Kan the senior's daughter? Why does it seem like she doesn't know anything about what's been happening? Gu Cheng Huang awkwardly explained it's all part of Yan Junlin's scheme. He lied, saying that I had caused an accident during my training and severely injured her mother before disappearing. Since childhood, Thien has been close to a Na, but now she probably hates me to the core. Chen sympathized with him, using human nature to commit such a heinous crime. Senior, please leave it to me. The image and conversation between Chen An and Gu Cheng Huang had been secretly recorded. Returning to the base, Chen An said to his subordinate, Here's the situation, but Junlin may have hidden Gu Cheng Huang's wife somewhere. Go outside fortified camp and investigate a bit. The subordinate happily responded, Okay, boss. Suddenly the sounds of payback reached them, causing Shen An to jump in surprise. He hurried over, pulled back the curtain, and looked down in astonishment. Why were so many people gathered in front of the hotel? Lin Shuo rushed inside. Boss, something's happened. Chen asked her, Lin Shuo, what's going on? Who are these people? She answered breathlessly, These are all the residents of fortified camp. Shen descended from the stairs, listening to Wang Meng report. Boss, it seems someone died in fortified camp last night, and now they're surrounding the hotel. They want an explanation. Chen asked in surprise. Someone died? He hurriedly said, Let me go take a look. Lin Shuo immediately stopped him, saying, Boss, please don't go first. She made a decision. Let me go out and assess the situation. This shows that it can still be resolved peacefully. Hearing Lin Shuo, he agreed, Then be careful. Lin Shuo peeked through the crack in the door and heard the people outside shouting, Kill a murderer! Kill a murderer! Kill the murderer! Kill the murderer! Shannon thought for a moment. Even though someone died at the fortified camp last night, why was it now linked to this place? Moreover, who was the dead person? Could it be Yu Ye? Lin Shuo anxiously muttered, It's over! It's over! Shannon quickly approached and asked, Who exactly is it? Lin Shuo froze before replying, The underground emperor Gu Cheng is dead. Shannon, hearing this, was stunned in disbelief. It can't be Gu. The two of them rushed outside. The people immediately started shouting, The door is open. It's him, he's coming out. The leader of the chaotic crowd was Yan Junlin. He shouted, Shannon, the emperor had no grudge against you. Why did you kill him? I was the one who had a conflict with you yesterday. If there was an issue, you should have come to me. Why kill the emperor? Upon hearing this, the crowd began to cry and threw rotten eggs and vegetables at the two of them, shouting, Pay with your life, pay with your life, pay with your life. Wang Meng rushed forward to shield him. Boss, be careful. Shannon was still pondering where this all came from. He pushed Wang Meng aside. I'm fine. He then turned to question, But Junlin, on what basis do you accuse me of killing Du Senior? But Junlin was not at a disadvantage. He countered, asking, "Did you sneak into the fortified camp last night and meet the Emperor?" Chen An was speechless, unsure of what to say. Junlin rushed forward and demanded, "Dare to answer? You think no one knew you secretly entered the fortified camp, hiding in the shadows?" As he spoke, he pressed a button on the computer his subordinate was holding, showing a display of righteousness. "But the heavens are vast and unmeasurable. Let everyone see for themselves." On the screen was a doctored video, showing a daring new killer. The two of you coming here had never been seen before, newly arrived at the fortified camp. Chen An was taken aback. "What?" But Junlin stepped closer, whispering into his ear, "Didn't expect this, did you? You really are an outstanding supporting actor, perfectly playing along with me in this great show." With that, he turned to the crowd and yelled, "The Emperor, while practicing, accidentally harmed his wife. Fearing that he might harm others again, he asked me to lock in the boxing gym. You, a wicked and treacherous person, took advantage of the Emperor's restricted movements to assassinate him. You are worse than a dog or a pig." Chen An, enraged, shouted, You dare frame me." Suddenly, Gukan lunged forward and Mu Lin Shuo rushed out, pushing him back while shouting, "Watch out." Lin Shuo turned and questioned, "Are you blind? You want to kill someone before the truth is even clear." Gukan's gaze was cold. "We have the witnesses and evidence. What more is there to say?" Hearing this, Lin Shuo yelled, "Did you see the boss meet the Emperor? Did you see the boss kill anyone?" Gukan remained silent, but Junlin continued to shout, "Previously, he had conflicts with us, so he sneaked into the fortified camp at night. He didn't come to kill anyone, so what? Was he coming to apologize? The Emperor was assassinated right when you arrived, so who else could it be, if not you?" Lin Shuo warned, "Step aside." Lin Shuo stood in front while Chen An said, "As long as I'm here, don't even think about touching the boss." Gukan's face darkened as she put a strange object on her hand and stepped forward. "Fine, then you're involved too. You go die first." Gukan charged forward quickly, swinging her hand. Lin Shuo swiftly dodged. Lin Shuo used the invisibility technique to sneak up from behind, thinking, "It's just like this, but I didn't expect Gukan to dodge so easily." Lin Shuo was stunned. "What? How did she know where I was?" Gukan sneered and explained, "What does it matter if you're invisible? Without relying on vision, my speed is even faster." Lin Shuo continued to charge forward, shouting nonsense. Gukan lunged at her and delivered a powerful punch to Lin Shuo's stomach. Chen An hurriedly stepped forward to support her and asked, "Lin Shuo, are you okay?" Lin Shuo wiped the blood from her mouth and challenged, "It's nothing. Keep going." Lin Shuo advanced swiftly, surrounded by illusions. Gukan kept her eyes closed, sensing the surroundings. She raised her leg to kick, but Lin Shuo quickly dodged. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shuo pushed her hands against the ground, flipping herself over to try and kick Gukan, but Gukan caught her leg. She smiled smugly, "Gotcha." Lin Shuo's leg was broken, and she screamed in excruciating pain, while Chen An shouted in worry. Lin Shuo and Gukan exchanged cold glares, cracking their knuckles as Lin Shuo stepped forward and said to Chen An, "It's your turn now. I'm going to kill you."